Blast Premier Fall Final Copenhagen Day 2. Welcome everybody. If you're joining us, you're an early riser. You have understood that you have to wake up early to seize the day, and I applaud you. I represent you. I am myself waking up at 6 a.m. every day on purpose, and that, Jacob, it has value. How do you like waking up early?
I absolutely hate it, but you know, given that we have cool Counter-Strike coming up, I can get myself up to bed.
All right. Did you do anything specific this morning? You have breakfast? Did you do sport? You do sport later?
Woke up, went here, now I'm here.
Oh my God. Okay, listen, I'm not going to get anything out of Jacob, but we can talk about Group A. We can talk about Counter-Strike because it delivered yesterday. We've had FaZe comfortably make it to streak 16th victory in a row in a series, and Cloud9 beating down NAVI 2-1. Any highlight, any thoughts from these two first games in Group A?
Yeah, I think FaZe got it handed pretty easily. They were by far the better team against NIP. Not really a close game by any stretch of the imagination. Whereas for Cloud9 NAVI, I think there was a good game of Counter-Strike. Very tense back and forth. Obviously a lot of history where Cloud9 is now, you know, they're more NAVI than NAVI is NAVI, is what I said yesterday. So it was kind of cool to see these two match up and give us a good fight.
Yeah, I appreciated the bounce back from Cloud9 as well. I got a little worried after map 2, letting NAVI come back, claw it back on that of Ancient, and then they showed real resilience on Inferno. They were able to stop the comeback and close it in 3. So good for Cloud9. They're now waiting, of course, in the winner's match. We're moving on to Group B, and there was an easy time for Vitality. I'm not going to complain. Spinks with 5.0 rating, absolutely ridiculous. I'm exaggerating, of course, but Spinks an incredible match. And Complexity, Jacob. Complexity, they're in that winner match now.
Yeah, I mean, not a big surprise that Heroic couldn't do much against Vitality, but fact of the matter is Complexity came back in a massive comeback versus Astralis. 12-2 down on the second map. You thought this is going to a third. Astralis still with a chance to put themselves in a decent position to make it inside the Royal Arena, but guess what? These boys on your screen right here wanted it differently. A very, very impactful and cool comeback that really put Astralis in the bin, and I was a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, Jacob, I'm going to give you the opportunity to help people understand the pressurized situation that Astralis now find themselves in. We're here in Copenhagen. There's a whole lot riding on these players, riding on that jersey. And because of this fumbled bag that happened against Complexity, they're playing for survival against Heroic. They might miss Royal Arena. How dramatic would that be?
That'll be very, very dramatic, especially considering everything that's going on right now. There's roster changes, you know, looming in the future around this lineup, and I know from a fact that Astralis, as an organization, it is mega important for them to make it inside the arena. Make no mistake, just because Astralis haven't been the same team the past couple of years, they still have an awful lot of fans in Denmark who want to cheer for them, who want to see them play, and if they fail to make it inside the Royal Arena one more time, which they've had a bit of a history of not really performing at this setting, then that would be a massive disappointment.
Well, they still hold their fate into their own hands. Of course, they're going to have to move on from this sad loss yesterday. But from sad moments to happy moments, we have the CS Money Play of the Day. We were blessed with some great Counter-Strike, and we start with something that is close to my heart, a little bit of a boomage clutch, 1 versus 3. He's not necessarily the candidate that you would put in that position, but a whole lot of movement, and then the white swig with intention at the very end. Well job. Number 3, boomage.
That was beautiful by boomage, you know, very impactful clutch as well. Unfortunately, they didn't win. However, Bit, the man on the screen right here, also showed up with a bit of a highlight with the Deagle. His crisp aim, we know it to be sharp. The Deagle right here, you can see it. 1, 2, 3, boom. Fact of the matter is that Bit is a monster, especially with a Deagle.
Yeah, my Deagle don't work like that, I can tell you that much. And finally, the play of the day here, defying the odds and probabilities. We have Twist with an actual bottle flip. Look at this Molotov just staying in the air, just staying on top of that.
No way.
I was told by Rugga that this is mathematically extremely rare. So Twist, good on you. Make sure you do a tutorial out there. Let us know how you do the battle flip with Molotov. Maybe you can do a pimp tip.
Yeah, I'll try when I get home.
All right, we'll try to get a pimp out of this. We have a day full of Counter-Strike coming your way. Guys, at home, this is the schedule that you are going to have coming your way. We're closing with Complexity versus Vitality, of course. That's for a spot in the semi-final. Survival, Astralis versus Heroic. We talked about it, and FaZe, Cloud9. But we kick things off with NAVI versus NIP. We're going to talk about this game with Rugga joining us right after the break. So take a couple of glasses of water, hydrate yourself out there, and we'll catch you in 3 minutes. NAVI versus NIP, and it might just be day 2, but we are already talking about elimination here in Copenhagen. This is a cruel mistress, of course, but so is the high level of Counter-Strike. We see the players from NAVI arriving here at the Roll Arena in the concourse. A young roster, sure, but the expectations and the tension, the pressure is already up from the very beginning. Alexi B here coming up, and NIP, of course, their opponent. We welcome Rugge as well with us. Thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate that you didn't leave us in the dust after day 1. I would have understood, working with Jacob is not that easy. Anyway, moving on. What did you make of NIP and the small sample that we got yesterday against FaZe?
I think there were some moments, right, where you could feel they strung a couple of rounds. You could see a little bit what they wanted to do, but overall, a little bit disconnect between new leadership on the server, whether you want certain people at certain areas, and also they played probably a little bit too slow and too easy to read for FaZe.
I would agree with that, and I think my issue is that one of the things that we highlighted coming into the game was that we would like to see a new identity born on NIP. And we've had the same conversation the past 3-4 years. You have players like Risk, Config, players who can show up, players who can be great, player for player on the lineup as well. There's been a lot of potential in there, but we've never seen it come to fruition. There's never been a clear play style within NIP. Whenever you join NIP as well, like if you're Hetrick, if you're Risk for that matter, if you're Config coming into the lineup, you don't know what you're getting into. And that's my issue watching NIP, and I didn't really sense that change yesterday.
I'm right there with you, and I think you make a valid point if you consider the long term, or rather the last few months. But this very time, are we not being a little bit too impatient in seeing an identity? Is that even possible for Alex coming in as an IGL with a bunch of days of practice to already kind of shape this project? Can they not just do with what they have?
Yeah, true. It is completely impossible. The only reason why we're bringing it up time and time again is they've had 3-4 years to do it. It's not like they've had a new roster coming in and a couple of months to figure it out. We've seen this, instance happen over and over and over again. So my patience is not here whatsoever. I have no expectations when it comes to NIP, so I'll allow myself to be positively surprised if I can see anything positive, but I didn't get it yesterday.
I mean, it's a matter of short-term versus long-term, and in the short-term, what NIP can do is maybe just play pug. In fact, we have a little bit of a quote from Config in their game yesterday.
They had a pretty good T-side, but we can also do it. Let's take pistol here and let's just grind round by round. And play with no fear, boys. And play with communication. Like, we have to play like a FaZe puck. But if we talk to each other, it's gonna be all good. Just remember how we did in practice, like this.
We have to play like a FaZe pug. Thoughts?
Yeah, we teased a little bit in the pre-game yesterday, right? That if they wanted to come and play full perfect CS, FaZe is probably not the opponent that will that will get a win at the end if you play like that. So we talked about they need to bring some sort of X factor, and I think that's also what Config is talking about here.
If FaZe was able to punish, do you think this is more viable now against NAVI?
Yes and no. I think there's a higher chance NIP can actually play their own style of Counter-Strike, maybe try to integrate their own, philosophy into the game, and Alex can maybe take over the game by calling. I don't see NAVI as nearly as strong as FaZe in that regard. But, again, it speaks of their identity. I don't disagree with Config saying what he's saying right here if they want to win right here, right now. But for the long term, for the major coming up, we need to see more.
Well, someone that should definitely have an opinion about it is the leader of NIP. Can Alex play the perk style? Does he want to play the perk style? He answered the question from James.
Now, we did hear on the communication, one point Config was saying, okay, guys, let's play it a bit more like a pug, right? Let's just try and fight the best we can. Obviously, you guys down to not being so prepared. Is that how you need to treat this event? Is this how you need to come into it? Are you happy with that?
I'm so happy with the lack of practice that we have. I mean, I'm happy with all the things that we are doing, how we are working, and how we see the games in front of us. So.
And today you're going up against NAVI. Obviously, there's no simple now on this roster. Does that make them a less intimidating team when you think about going up against them?
It could be, but I don't think so. I think Wonderful is doing a really good job, and it's going to be a really hard match for us and for them also. Hope so. But yeah, I mean, they are a really good team.
What's the biggest factor you've got that you feel like, okay, look, we have the individuals or we have maybe the style right now that we can try and get this win?
The biggest, I will say the unit.
Okay.
The unit now, do you see NIP as a unit from the outside? I mean, they definitely go through things we don't know about. From an outside perspective, do you feel it's a unit already, Rugge?
I think it's too early. I think when you talk about unit being, 10 days into the project, is maybe thinking a little bit too many happy thoughts, because I think making that sort of bond already is very unique, and you see it very rarely. but it could be like the feeling of the kind of honeymoon thing that they feel good, they have each other's back when things are going good, and they haven't really faced tough opposition besides like FaZe the last couple of games.
Would you allow me to be completely honest right here, Matthew?
I will give you this permission extra because I had X for
Thank you so much. Right, when you look at a lot of teams, there's always some piece of a team that works and some pieces of a team that's a bit of a question mark. When I look towards NIP, I think at.CEST coming in, big question mark. What is that? Rest for the past 5 years, big question mark. Config, the biggest question mark of question marks in Counter-Strike, almost. Hetrick, a guy that hasn't really shined as much as we would like to, also a bit of a question mark. And then Alex coming in. I'm not going to put a question mark on him because let's give him some time to actually get it done. But there's no single piece of this lineup where I feel comfortable saying, I know he's going to deliver. I know he's working. I know that's going to work out. That's my issue with NIP. It's one big goddamn question mark.
It's one big question. The opposition, NAVI, is also looking for answers right now at the very beginning of their topic. You have a lot of experience with Alexibi. I would love to hear your thought about his journey here and how it is for him to come into a team where, once again, he had device in NIP that wasn't really here. He comes on to NAVI, then Simple is here, then he isn't. At some point, like when do you push the ejection seat? As a leader, this must be frustrating.
Of course, it's frustrating when you lose one of your best players, and the two players you mentioned is probably top 5 all time in Counter-Strike. So obviously it will be a hit for any leader like trying to lead the ship. But as we also talked about yesterday, like when big egos like leaves team, it opens up another path, right? And I think that's what Alexi is good at. He's shown it time and time again,
right?
Grinding up for the ranks, making these like mini like sleeper stars like into real stars. Maybe the results haven't been there like the last couple of years, but I feel like I could see the mark that is Alexi team yesterday.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to give him time as well to establish whatever philosophy he wants to put forth in NAVI. And Jacob, there was a topic that I wanted to have your opinion on. We're talking about Simple living this team and giving it space to other players. And we're talking about a potential atmosphere being better and maybe a little bit less pressure. I want to flip that conversation and say, what about more responsibility on players? Do you think players are aware that, yes, this might be great to have this atmosphere being lifted, but I have to do more. I have to give more. I have to compensate. Do you think this is something that the players are aware and maybe are starting to do?
They have to be, because there's two very big differences in the way you phrase it, right? Is Simple giving space to more players, or are the players taking more space because he's not there? Because he can offer up a lot of space, but someone has to have the responsibility and someone has to have the balls to take it.
Right.
And we haven't quite seen that yet. Now, given we've only seen them play one game against Cloud9, and there were great moments in that game as well. We're looking towards players like Bit, who had a couple of highlights yesterday, but consistently didn't play well. Emma as well, that's a player I want to showcase. I want to see the best from that guy because he's a fantastic talent. So the space is now available, but as you said, who's going to take it?
The space has to be taken. One of the players that we're looking towards, who's got great charisma, is JL, and he was catching up with James Bang before the game.
Now, for you, I felt like you were talking a lot more. I wanted to ask if you maybe have more responsibility to actively talk in the team, actually put ideas, because Simple's not there, and obviously he was a big voice in the team.
Honestly, about the in-game ideas, I maybe not say. I mean, I say my stuff, but I think one of the key points in that game was Alexi and Ime. Even though Ime didn't have like a great game, but he was doing the ideas, he was doing initiative, and we're playing off that. So Ime is doing the second voice now.
And is that like a consistent thing? This is what you're working towards, having him in that secondary role?
Yes, 100%. We want him to be the second voice.
Okay, I like that. Now, as a team, what did you learn about this game playing with Wonderful? Obviously, he had a great debut as an individual side of things, but how much did you learn? Is there any things you looked at and said, okay, I need to adjust?
Yes, we made some adjustments. We played some advantage situations really bad, so we lost a lot of 3v1s. We lost 2 3v1s and a 4v2, a 5v2. It was a crazy game, but just keeping our composure and keeping 100% focus, even though it's an advantage, playing together, sticking to the same idea, and we'll get through it.
Now, I want to pick you guys' brain on it. When they say Ime is the target for secondary caller for the most ideas, I might be wrong, but he doesn't strike me as extremely authoritative in how he behaves, right? I somewhere have this idea that you have to be out there and take charge. Can that work? Am I just having stereotypes? Am I being too close-minded? That's possible. I feel I'm a little bit surprised by this statement. Thoughts?
I think from the outside, I would agree with you, but I had the honor of playing a streamer league with him, you know, where I picked him to my team, and he was the one calling throughout the entire thing. He was carrying the ship, and he was communicating an awful lot, and he was very good at it. So for me, it's not that big of a surprise, but I can see from the outside why you wouldn't think so.
Yeah, but I also think there's like a couple of layers to it, right? It could also be that he's the guy that sparks the conversation for a guy like JL to then build pieces around it as well on his part of the map, right? So I think the key is just to know who gives the inputs and like who sparks the conversation, so you build the whole overview as a team. And I feel like that's what I envision Navi as right now with the players they have. That even Wonderful coming in, like if he gets these like small inputs from IM and Alexi, maybe that's the thing that kicks his engine running, you know.
And we're definitely going to need players from Navi to step up and have these kind of impulses for the game to have an identity. But how are you as Alexi be encouraging them to do it while also avoiding the chaos? I feel like this is the conundrum he's playing with.
Yeah, I think, again, it's like situational, right? Because I know Alexi likes the players to take responsibility, and then if something is off, he takes over, you know? But he can also take over from the beginning. But obviously that's when you have maybe a lower quality of players.
Right.
So you need to do everything. Like the famous one, yeah, he's always micromanaging. Yes, he did it a lot in OG. We didn't have that much experience. Maybe the players didn't like have the responsibility in the previous teams, but I guarantee you he didn't do it in G2.
Well, we'll have to see. Both teams definitely at the beginning of what could be a long journey. Who says Counter-Strike? Who says game? Says prediction. Of course, that comes hand in hand with it. Yesterday, you and I, Jacob, we did relatively okay. I'm looking over at some of the dissensions that we see. What's up with the Cream Bears? This was yesterday, right? Oh no, this is today actually. Why are they going against the current all the time? Are they so ahead of time?
Yeah, but why do we only have 4 lives? People must have been stealing from us left, right, and center. What the hell is going on?
I need to know. We need to know. We need to know who stole lives from us.
What the hell?
Okay, well, listen, we're gonna need to have conversations. I see. Okay, Mohan and Connor took lives from us. And then Freya and Maui Snake took lives from us, Jacob.
Well, they're gonna die then.
Would you look? We're about to have a conversation in the green room. I think it's time to bust out the baseball bat, maybe. But it's also time to bring out our casters, the Cream Bears. Up to you guys.
I couldn't help but notice they removed a life from us.
They did.
They're talking about us going against the curve, and they're stealing our precious lives. We only have 3 left. We could be knocked out on day 2.
We're speedrunning this.
Just like one of these team landers. A good segue, I suppose. We've got the losers game, NIP versus Navi.
Yes.
Day 2 here, the full finals in the Royal Arena, ladies and gentlemen. This one should be a bit of a banger. Once again, some interesting lineups. Debut for both of them. Wonderful coming in, and a bit of a wunderkind. To be honest with you, yesterday, Anders, he was fantastic. Even in the defeat, he looked remarkable, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he really did. So I'm excited. I'm actually a little bit excited for NIP. I felt like they played more fresh Counter-Strike. They were against a really hard opponent yesterday, but I felt like at least they looked alive, and that's something that I haven't been able to say about NIP for a bit. So I'm okay with it. I just want to see them play fresh Counter-Strike, and I'll be satisfied with that. We're on Overpass to begin with, and it's NIP starting on the T side with Navi on the CT side, and JL just jiggling the door handle, firing off some USP shots, and taking the headshot on head trick to start with.
Yeah, it's not a bad start whatsoever. I have to say, Navi probably the absolute favorites going into this one, and it's a nice opening kill, and a significant damage inflicted towards Config as well. He's down to 24 points of health. Nice active play from Navi here as well, managing to push towards Monster, getting a ton of information. We have got Config patrolling the extremities here. I believe he's towards the connector position, just super deep, super passive. Trying to find any CTs, doing exactly this, pushing in, exploring the map. They're going to have to finish in towards A as they make their way in towards bathrooms. They still have a couple of smokes under, so one for the bank, one for CT spawn. Flashbang's over. At this point, it's not looking good to win the pistol round, but maybe they can get the plan and have a fighting chance going forward, because time is running very low, and Bits has got B on lockdown.
The problem with those smokes as well is that they're going to land behind the CTs, right? So you still need to actually fight and win. It's fine to stop rotations, but they're not going to help unless you can break through. Oh, that's an interesting counter smoke coming out from the CT side. That's actually creating a bit of a problem for the Ts. Although Rez, that's an important kill right there with the P250. Gunning for another one. They're going to get it on Imma. This is actually turning out pretty well right now. Although Alexi, he might be able to shut it down. Almost out of bullets here. And Config will take him down right at the end. A double kill for Config. And just like that, it's Bit on his own with the dualies in a 1 versus 2. But they are very low on health.
Very low indeed, Anders. He's certainly got a fighting chance. Alexi B has done a lot of the groundwork for him, and it's a beautiful finish with the dual elites. Absolutely no problem there for Bit, and it will be a conversion for Navi. Early 5-on-4, but like we said, Navi, NIP with those 2 smokes, full execution potential. At least got the bomb planted, had the man advantage there, but Alexi B did so much to slow them down, inflicted a ton of damage. This is where things kicked off for JL, but this is where Alexi B came to life as well, lining them up, finding his headshot through the smoke. And then, yeah, quite a simple finish there. for bits as he gets the pistol in the bag. It's going to be wonderful. Managing to get some funds in the bag going forward, get the AWP nice and early, you would imagine.
He was pretty good yesterday, Alexi,
Very good.
from memory serves. So yeah, that's something to look forward to. That's not always necessarily been the case.
And it was on the pistols as well. He got like 3 kills on like every pistol round, it felt like. So that trend's continuing here. That's it is going to be that second round force buy. Like we said, they get the bomb planted at the very least. They've got something to work with here, ladies and gents. So the Galils, single AK, Tech 9 as well. It's a really potent setup built around Reds. S-Tag's been found out with the Tech 9 towards short, and JR doesn't fancy the fight just yet. Going to be retreating here somewhat, but still pretty committed. Needs a bit of backup.
That's surely a free kill, and it will be. You'll take it. They lose the Tech 9 on the one side. A little bit of a boost coming over. Bits. That should be a free kill. Though Config, he just happened to find himself in the right corner. Unbelievable. I think, you know, you time that slightly differently, and Config's wide enough open that you're going to be able to get the kill on him. Okay, well, 4 versus 4, and they're gonna do the rotation out long, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reset of the round, and you're right, we're gonna head towards long, and this could be quite difficult to deal with here. It's gonna be wonderful. He's defending the A bomb site right now, just with the MP9, the SMG. He's got an HE grenade, but right now you can see this jump spotting. He'll get one towards long in terms of information, but here comes a little executions. That grenade is gonna be everything for him. Oh, it's a beauty as well. Significant damage, and just to slow them down, a bit of a warning shot, but the commitment still will come through. It's going to be NAVI defending, but the first kill goes in their favor.
That's an incredible burst from the MP9. That's quite some range. They are trying to answer back, but it might be too late here. 1 versus 2. The Tech 9 up against it, and Wonderful will take care of business towards the end of the round. I can't believe he hit that for the first burst. I know you've been warning us about the MP9 for quite a while, but my God, like I'm still surprised when I see it work at that range.
Honestly, with the burst fire like that, it sometimes looks like a rifle. The absolute really masters of it can do some incredible things with that particular weapon. MP9 still continues to be the best gun in the game, it would seem. And it's wonderful. Closing things down. He was the solo A defender, manages to survive the round. Deny the plants, more importantly. And we should have an eco here for an IP as well. So yeah, Desert Eagles, some PD-50s, but no Kevlar or nades to report of. So should be a bit of a gimme round. Some open runway for NAVI to get that 3-0. It's their opponent pick as well, Anders. So a nice 3-0 start here would be very welcomed indeed. As we'll see Imam, the young Romanian, defending towards the bathrooms.
And to be honest, in NIP's game yesterday, this is part of the problem was they went so far down from not winning any of the pistols, especially in that first map. It was really tough. It's tough at MR12 to come back from. Hate to say it, but it's true. If you end up losing all of the pistol rounds and you can't really convert them quickly, you can just go, you can fall behind a lot.
Bear in mind as well, this is the debut event for Alex, new in-game leader. Yeah. They've got a few days practice, and we even heard in their comms yesterday, they were saying like, let's just go with that pug style. Let's just pretend like it's FaZe. Let's just do what we can here. And that's fine, but it kind of suggests that they're not really in a position to go too deep in this tournament. It's just about getting reps in, and Config shows us how talented he is with that Desert Eagle. Beautiful shot on Imma, and that makes things a bit uncomfortable now. Bear in mind, they don't have Kevlar or any more utility, but they've got the early advantage here.
Oh, good job on Alexi to juggle the weapon back so no one can pick it up. Wonderful up close, but Head Trick will find him. Molotov down preemptively, but Alexi, he's going to get run down. He can't even get a single kill on that one. Way overworked through the position. There's the burst at range. Unbelievable. Double headshot. Res and S-Tag both going down. And an HE rider on top that almost kills Alex. 2 versus 2, but my God, NAVI are quick on this retake.
They've got the rifles in hand. NIP can still win this, especially if they keep this up. It's Head Trick that brings it into a 2 versus 1. Bear in mind, these players are very squishy. The swing will come in, and Alex is absolutely bloody loving it. Look at that passion, Anders. Yeah, Config doesn't know what to do with this energy. It's a massive round to win. Bear in mind, this was the full eco pretty much. There's some Desert Eagles, PD-50s, no Kevlar, no nades, and Config finding those openings enables them to clutch out in the 1 versus 1 there. And 2-1 now as we get a bit of a timeout as well. So it's all to play for. An eco victory, Anders. You love to see it so early in the morning.
Yeah, and a potential team speak, I believe. Maybe we can get a listen in during the tech course.
Oh, let's have a look.
Let's be a little bit more relentless, boys, when we go on that side, kinda. Let's just try to kill them.
That's actually incredible advice.
Yeah.
I've thought about this too often, but should try to kill them.
Honestly, that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. And you can have the world's best strategies, the in-game leader, the coach, but if you can't kill them, what good is any of it?
He did also bring up a keyword, I guess, relentless. So I guess that was probably more the key point here. Just try to really choke them out. That's really what they did. Like they were drowning Alexi in the bomb site.
Yeah, they demonstrated a stifling play there. Like the Desert Eagle just swarming closer and closer. Each and every step, it's going to be NAVI now on the back foot. They have to demonstrate their Deagle prowess. If any, it's going to be S-Attack, though, finding the first frag, takes down Bits. That's towards Monster as well. So a nice early frag. It's going to force out some sort of reaction here. So you'd assume this to pump the brakes here. It's a very welcome gift having the early 5-on-4. You've confirmed you're up against pistols. Bait out that utility, group up, and should be smooth sailing from this point on. But you never know. JL on that M4, yet to really have his moments here on Overpass. Very early days. Is this where he starts to sink his teeth into NIP? This is a booster. Honestly, works out a lot more than it should. Like, it's well known, it's quite common, but it always seems to yield a couple of frags.
It's one of those boosts that really comes and goes, right? Like, once it gets a little bit popular again, people start to check it more, then it falls off again, and then people stop using it, and then it becomes viable again for that reason. Like, it just feels like it depends on what week or what month of the year you're in. You're gonna be either successful. But I feel like right now, yeah, you're right. It's been out of the meta a little bit. People check it a little bit less. You can see Rez a little bit late to the party on that one, and it works.
It always seems to work. And now you can maybe salvage another rifle. Rotate over towards B. You're hoping it forces them in towards the bomb site. And it certainly will here. Alexi B calling for the backup, and he's only got that 5-7. Bear in mind, he's fully invested here with no grenades as well, trying to use their smoke against him, but the pre-fire comes through. It's Config to crack open the B bomb site. Another boost will have to be deployed here, and it's Imma. They can't quite find the killing blow towards Config, who's still willing to fight this one. Jiggling from short, and now it is going to be a 4 versus 3. You might want to consider saving here, because the CTs are on the back 4, even more so now as Imma gets dropped.
And they have an AK, so you save the M4 and the AK if you can. Maybe that M4 is on the other side, but I was going to say for a minute they actually had both rifles. That would have been definitely worth saving. I think that's what JL is kind of hunting for at the moment, and NIP probably trying to stop that from happening, but he's got his hands on it. It's going to be running away. That's not too bad. Wish they could have got a kill on Alex probably, but getting a kill, and they came into the round with a rifle. They exit with 2. It's not that bad.
It's not too bad, but it was the forced buy. Still gives them a fighting chance going to that next round, but NIP have officially arrived here on Overpass. A clean round here, and the preemptive shot down towards the order position. Alexi B just had nothing going on for him there. Just a 5-7 in hand, no utility after finding that initial kill as well. You'd think that could be enough. With the boosted rifle towards A, but of course, when you see that boost coming in, you know there's at least 2 players committed on that side of the map. So sure, Rez went down, but at least they got a bit of information. They could strike in towards B, and that seemed to be the correct call. But as you mentioned, we have got 2 rifle save downers, Wonderful and JL. Still, quite a potent setup is going to be deployed here. We'll see whether they can actually cause any damage. Trying to see what the rifle is. It's going to be Wonderful in towards the bathrooms. We have got a bit of backup around him, just looking for a bit of information as JL as well. Trying to find that opening duel if possible.
Well, look at how they're pushing out of the B bomb site. So the other rifle is also being escorted around the map. More boosts coming in. That's what they've got for us.
Yeah. Let's see what they can make of it. You can see Config on the other side. Could be the first victim. The boosts have been quite impressive.
Just peeping through the windows, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. What could be on the other side? Well, for now, they are going to find Rez. And it's going to be Wonderful, the opening frag. But Alex will return, so they know at least where 1 rifle is for now. Are they going to continue with their progress up towards long? Time will tell. S-Tag in a pretty difficult spot. Wonderful will get his 2nd kill of the round here. It's actually looking like they can win this one. 4 versus 2. Have we lost someone on the server?
I think we did, yeah.
I'm trying to, the GUI suggests that we've lost a player here. So we'll continue, and we'll see whether they can recover. It's going to be NAVI with a potential eco victory here. Bear in mind, saving 2 rifles, but didn't really invest too much into this one.
And this double flank coming in, 1 from Connector. I kind of almost wish that Alexi was going to rotate out long, but either way, it's really, really hard for NIP to keep this going. They've got to plant the bomb while defending from behind. I just don't know how this is going to be playing out. They are so boxed in. Nice headshot from Alex It's a step in the right direction. Bomb gets planted. Actually, wonderful low on health. Head trick. Is he going to be able to do it? It's not going to quite be enough. It was close there for a minute, but it looked like they were going to be able to bring it home there in a 2 versus 4. So it comes down to a 1 versus 1 at least for a second.
So yeah, an unfortunate round there. Not sure exactly what happened. The headset's off, so I'm assuming there is some sort of technical issue. But it will be 3-2. Na'Vi managing to make that round work. We are going back and forth there. This is a nice bait and switch setup. Getting that rifle of wonderful setup towards the bathrooms and just trying to throw in the cannon fodder, the pistols, unarmored. Just trying to take a bit of aggro for him to mow them down. Alexi B to close things out as well. So there is that technical pause. It looked like we lost config. And it doesn't look happy about it. But maybe just a PC crash. Looks like he's in the reboot process, I would say.
Yeah, turn it off and turn it on again is a classic. When,
it does. Yeah, it does work.
Works a lot of the time, doesn't it? Yeah, well, it'll happen every once in a while. Hopefully, they can bounce back. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate for an IP, given the circumstances. They put in some work to try and get into this position where they had a little bit of pressure onto the Na'Vi economy. I guess they probably still do. But yeah, Na'Vi barely winning the round. One person alive.
One person alive, but they didn't invest very much. So it's where they could to potentially stabilize. But it is the war of attrition right now. We're going to see Force Buy after Force Buy as we just wait for the final member of NIP to join. It looks like it's going to be Config. Alex looks fired up this tournament. Bear in mind, like, there's not really much he can do with this tournament. He's come in with, 4 or 5 days. Rough. They just came back from Shanghai as well, where they played without him. So they were prepping for another tournament. He had a few days, and everyone's obviously going to be jet-lagged and kind of like burnt out from that sort of event and that sort of travel. There's only so much he can bring to the table here. So yeah, like in terms of having to call like essentially a pug style and just trying to slot into their system, this is always going to be an uphill challenge for him.
Well, Henry, I've been meaning to ask you, how have you been enjoying the Danish weather so far?
I actually don't. But the fact it's raining today, that's the biggest problem. When it's just cold and crisp, I don't mind it. That's all right. I guess it's like some nice cold exposure. Today, though, when it's windy and rainy, that's like the worst feeling.
Yeah.
Like, when it's cold as well. And we have some pretty early starts here. So walking around at like 8:30, I was like, oh, this isn't it. So today I wasn't feeling it. Like most the other days, I was like, okay, it's just cold. It's fine though. But yeah, the rain wind combo, not your best work.
No, well, it's what we have on offer. About 80% of the year.
I would take snow. Snow would be okay.
So this is the problem with this. Really, is the problem with Denmark is that we're right in that zone. Like if you go a little bit, towards Sweden and Norway, you got snow. And it's cool and it's fun.
Right.
But we're like just in the zone where you get it's just cold and rainy. I apologize, but it's all we've got. I've seen a lot of little mascots on the tables, Henry.
I have as well.
You ever the kind of guy to bring a mascot?
I think at one point, maybe, like nothing that I can recall. No funny stories of that. I think I've had like little cuddly toys though on the desk at one point. Have you ever had like any sort of superstitions or mascots yourself, like or a ritual you would do before a big moment in your life for good luck?
I don't know if this. I guess it probably does kind of superstition. Like I remember what would happen a lot. I guess I don't know how much people use Teflon skates anymore on mice.
Sure, I think so. I think that's still a big thing. I'm not sure about the material, but yeah, people will replace their skates all the time. Yeah.
This is at least there's a very big deal when I used to play at various lands and stuff like that. And every time we'd you lose like a big match or something, you'd be like, I think I need to replace my Teflon. Like I think Teflon might be one down. That was like a big thing. Probably made no difference whatsoever. But
if you lost the game, that's when you were like regardless.
You had to blame something, right? It was like
okay.
So, maybe a little bit of superstition in that sense.
Yes, a little bit of something there. Every time I've lost, it couldn't possibly be me. It must be the mouse skates.
It's like the old school version of changing your res or your sensitivity or something, No,
it's definitely an old school version of something. Like, I'm not sure what, but yeah. Thanks for sharing. Like, I guess that's not really more of a ritual. That's more like copium. Like,
yeah.
Like now it's like a ritual is normally something you do before the game. Like, try and get yourself in the zone. You're doing it after the losses come through and it's all gone wrong.
Before the game, any kind of pre-game ritual, anything?
Like I used to do chewing gum. Like I'm not sure. Like that became a thing. Like Twist was doing that for ages. Like
chewing gum,
I remember that was a whole thing. I used to do that when I was a player as well because it like I read somewhere that it kind of increases the blood flow around your head and specifically your brain. And like, even if that is placebo, like you just do like, oh, I feel like I played 5% better there. Okay, so you're just like, there's no downside to chewing gum. Like, if anything, there's only pros. I think it kind of helps with dental hygiene. You get like better jaw kind of definition, and you get nicer breath and potentially more brain power, Anders. So why wouldn't you do that?
I do actually remember that we do used to believe quite religiously that there was a inverse correlation between how well people played in warm-up and how well...
we just think the same thing. It's just like, oh, he's used up all of his skill. Yeah. Like, if he's playing well there, he's going to be terrible.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
No, that was definitely something. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There was a technical issue, but of course, the players cannot speak during that time, so they take a tactical timeout as soon as we enter freeze time just to discuss what the hell is going on in the next round. Bear in mind, they just lost to the saved rifles, a few pistols there as well. Nothing to be ashamed of. It happens all the time. Just one rifle can steal a round away. We did lose one NIP player. It's unfortunate. They have to move on, as NAVI will have the upper hand going into the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are, am I ready to say it? Back underway.
Back underway.
I hope so. And there we go. Let's get into it.
Okay, they actually have a bit to work with here on the NIP side, a little bit more than I was expecting, so that's interesting. Thought they were going to be way more broke than that, so a chance for them to manipulate a pass or technical port enemy.
Oh, it's exciting. I knew it. Like, as soon as I was ready to announce it, I was like, I should just wait until they're moving. But I'll take the blame for that one. Yeah, JL, I feel you, bro.
He's got the prayers out. He's really working for it. He's trying his best.
I'm seeing fist bumps at least. That suggests that we'll be good to go momentarily. If you're just joining us, you're not too late. This is the first map of the Group A lower bracket final. The winner advances to the playoff, the quarterfinal specifically. And unfortunately, the losing team, Anders, guess what? They're going home.
Yeah. No more Counter-Strike, at least for the minute. I must say, we have some great games coming up today. I really look forward to the Astralis heroic game.
Oh, true. We get to watch that as well. We're not commentating that.
We're not commentating that.
We can get fun. Which team are you on? We're officially Team Heroic. I put the vote in this morning.
Okay,
but,
good.
Just so you know.
We're following the Cadian story, right? Like that's a little bit exciting. So I guess, I'm happy with that. I'm good. We're good with that one. And look at this. We're back in the game. Wonderful has picked up a kill right to begin with. It's the AWP to take down Head Trick. So nice little, just run in there, throw a bullet his way.
I think he's like a really well-rounded AWPer. He's got a nice mixture of like calculated aggression like that. He knows when to play defensive lines and hold on to advantages. He doesn't seem to be a loose cannon and just go rogue. It all seems to be a nice package, honestly, with Wonderful. So I'm super excited to see how he kind of evolved into this team. He's already a top-tier AWPer, if you ask me, but now under this sort of leadership and with the NAVI resources, I'm super happy he's got this opportunity. But for now, at 5-on-3, ladies and gents, we are going to see JL in a position to close things out here towards shore. There's a minute remaining, and he has got the information. 2 players there. Lands a dink as well. Takes Alex down to 16 points of health as they look to potentially just save at this stage. They're getting battered and bruised across the map. No one can really seem to find any sort of opening. Time is starting to run thin. Nice grenade, I suppose. Actually does quite significant damage towards Bit, but what's the final play, Andy? You got one smoke, a couple of mollies. I think they are just going to save the weapons.
Yeah, it's fine. You throw the grenades. You hope that somehow you get a kill with it.
Exactly,
maybe,
right.
When you don't, I don't think there's much you can really do. That's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate for a couple of reasons, right? Obviously, they lose the round, but it's also NAVI coming away with 5 rifles in this one. You look at the NAVI economy, it's not doing that well at the moment, but this round will make up for it a little bit. They're going to be in a better state, and obviously NIP will have to try and just fight into the next one. That's, maybe a little bit concerning. I guess it's early days. 4-2 the scoreline. There's still a chance for NIP to recover a lot of this first half here, but yeah, so they've been stumbling a little bit in the beginning here for a couple of different reasons. It's unfortunate.
It's not been the idyllic start they were looking for. It's been back and forth, had a few technical issues, and NAVI, for now, will be leading 4-2 on their opponent's pick of Overpass, the first of our best of 3. It's Mirage up next, nuke if required, as we are back into another gun round here. It's NIP. We've actually got an okay buy, all things considered. The AWP on Head Trick. We've got a couple of Deagles in the mix, Config and Alex. They can do with the pistols, but Config's got one of the best Deagles in all of Counter-Strike, to be honest with you. So
he does.
it's probably not a big deal. And Rez and S-Tag on the rifles.
He was advocating that puck Counter-Strike as well, you know.
True.
Eagle out.
He is so ready to play like that. He's like, guys, basically what I'm saying is just let me do what I want. Let me run around and kill everyone. And I'm so here for it. Let him do it.
He's exactly the kind of player you'd want in that state of mind anyway. Like, I'm sure he's a scary person to run into when he's just completely off the leash. So. All right. Well, they got the opening kill on JL, and it wasn't even config. It was S-Tag sneaking in. A little bit of a jump from Alexi. Good information. Some spray as well. Gonna throw over a grenade. Might actually land right on top. That's devastating. S-Tag.
Yeah, that hurts a lot, doesn't it? That's a beautifully timed grenade. So S-Tag will be demoted down to the Desert Eagle, I'm afraid. But they still have the man advantage, Anders. Not all is lost. 40 seconds. They still have a lot of execution potential with 3 smokes. And you need 2 really to get that bomb planted. And here comes the first of the bombardment of utility. Smoke's being deployed. Counter smokes being offered up in return, and it's going to be wonderful. He'll have the shooting gallery first. He's done very well to slow them down. Good grenade. Can he hit the shots?
Certainly looking for it. Scoped up already. Didn't even really see him, but Alex just gets blown up, but he's not quick enough on the trigger there. A bit of a lineup for Bit, and it will be a double for him. And this is enough. Alexi will take 2 of his own, and NAVI will continue on their reign of terror here. They shut it down. No bomb plant being allowed for either. And yeah, all the difference there for Wonderful. Even getting the 1 kill makes a big difference, right? Like he could have screwed that up.
Even with the 5-on-4 advantage there, you could see NIP just don't have the tactical depth right now to kind of convert these situations. They're kind of waiting for CT reactions. They don't come through. The clock's running quite low. They executed. There was nothing wrong with that, but it was just quite telegraphed. You could see that the CT's more than ready for it. Wonderful, just toying with them. They line up, so the spacing's a little bit off. Like, you just see the small details. And that's going to be quite a disappointing round to give over, considering they had that first pick. So much map control as well. And unfortunately losing the first couple of kills here as well, and it's 5-on-3 before I can even finish kind of dissecting the previous round.
Yeah, this one could be a fairly quick one. Down to watching a couple of deals try to wait their way through this one. But yeah, 5-2, about to be 6-2 in favor of NAVI. They're probably quite happy with where things are going at the moment, you've got to say. Individually, Wonderful playing well again. Alexi's playing well. Imagine if that could be a main statement of NAVI roster, because I feel like his performance individually, his whole sort of tenure and first, in NIP and then NAVI and all the rest, like it's been a bit of a mess, hasn't it? So it'd be cool to see him.
I really like him as a player.
Stability. No, I like him as a player too, but I'm just saying that like the stability around him is.
I just wanted to drive that point home. It's just like I think he's a stone cold killer. I think once he's in the zone and he's looking good and he's hitting his shots, it could be a beautiful thing. And we'll see if NAVI can close this one out. And certainly can. Quite a clean finish there, as will be NAVI continuing to run away with this first half. And we've got some fist bumps coming through, some smiles.
Oh no.
For XB fans, and their headphones, don't take them off, don't you dare. Oh, you know what that means.
I've got a pitch for you, Henry.
Doing what? This sounds ominous.
What if, because we got Source 2 out, which means the engine can do new things, right?
Yeah.
What if we made it so that the balloons at the birthday party, what if you could shoot the strings and they would sort of fly up?
And what would that do or achieve?
Well, imagine if you're like holding long and suddenly Blade is playing. Okay. Oh no.
I think he was trying to go for a little joke and the admin had to come in and say, sorry, humor's not allowed. Like, no fun here, I'm afraid. Like, it was pretty funny actually for Blade. That was actually pretty good. You know what? You don't expect him to be the jokester.
And like his one attempt at humor ever.
And he was actually, everyone was loving it. Everyone was laughing. The admin just come and ruined all the fun.
Which is their job,
Yeah, I guess that's what they're there to do. Like, respect is probably not an okay thing to do. Like, sit in the players' chairs when the game is live is probably understandable.
Great.
I think that's a good call from the admin. Or give me a yellow card.
Yeah.
Like, fair enough.
Gets away with a warning.
Yeah, we're not going to send you off the field, but you can't do that. Come on. Yeah, JL knows it as well.
Well, supposedly they are changing out
firm but fair.
So that's
Oh, okay, interesting. That sounds like a good 10-minute kind of adventure we could go on here.
Yeah.
10 minutes, Anders, I reckon. So
full 10 minutes. We don't actually need a 10 minutes, Henry, because we've got assistance of our own. We've got backup from the people on the desk.
Do we really?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Check it out.
Well, surprisingly, casters already don't work that much, but even when they have to fill for a few minutes, we're being called on duty. I feel like we're always the bearer of bad news. If you see us walking around the concourse, you're thinking, oh, hell no, here's a technical issue. And here we are, back in the game, back talking about the game. We've seen a very small sample size. I'm just going to hit you with the, what did you think so far of the game?
I mean, a shaky start for both teams. One would argue a little bit back and forth, but I think Navi have stabilized, look like to be the stronger side right now in Overpass. They are playing the CT side, so I guess that's to be expected. But as you said, it's too early to tell anything right now, but it looks like Navi are in control.
Yeah, looking in control. Also saw a couple of rounds where they were able to flank in the mid round. That normally means that they have a pretty good read on what's happening on the map. And for NIP on the T side, that feeling is very bad when you feel like you're getting outplayed and getting flanked from everywhere.
One thing we can highlight is Wonderful. He had a fantastic series yesterday against Cloud9. He was good on every single map, and he's off to a good start again right here in Overpass. Aggressive. We saw a couple of entry kills with the AWP.
Indeed.
Saw a couple of moves where he's taking charge of the game, trying to dictate the game with the AWP. I'm positively surprised by his debut so far for Navi. Obviously, we knew he was a great player, but the fact of the matter is he's coming in and the first 3-4 maps he's played have been great.
Yeah, he's been delivering. I think the numbers are right there. We are yet to see the same kind of game-changing impact and multi-kills, but I still believe that his addition so far has been very positive. Gentlemen, I'm not going to do you the horror of having to deep dive into 8 rounds of Counter-Strike. We're not going to do this. We're going to take a step back and we're going to consider teams in a different aspect. One of the conversations that we were having in the green room is talking about NIP specifically and sort of the emotional landscape of that team. And Rega, we have the opportunity to talk with you. I firmly believe that it is important in teams to have a balance in terms of energy, balance, seriousness, fun. Is that something that we overplay? Or from a coaching perspective, how important is that for a team to have sort of that positive mentality, that positive vibes to it?
It obviously helps when you're with your back against the walls, right? Because as we talked about yesterday as well, winning solves everything. And if you win, your emotional state during the game is kind of whatever, right? If you win, you're automatically happy. But when you're not hitting your shots, the rounds are not playing out in your favor, you need something to fall back on. And I feel like that's where you need it, right? And you can also see in this version and the previous version of NIP that they have a little bit issues with having the natural positive guy. It's a lot of guys that are swinging up, swinging down, but you lack this one guy, as we have here behind us, maybe in JL from Navi, that is always there, positive, having each other's back.
All right, let me put it this way. You say when you win, it's easier to be happy. It's way easier to be light and have fun. I think everybody knows that. We're not opening closed doors here, but what is it that you need from a team to be able to react and maintain a high level in rough moments? Because that is sort of the growl, right? That's the thing that you're looking for. That's the Eldorado. What do you need from your players in terms of attitude when you're winning to come back into the game? What do you want as a coach?
Obviously, there are two things. One of them is what you can play on the server together. You can have the structure that everyone feels comfortable in it. So even when you're getting outplayed, you still know, okay, our basics are super tight. We know what we want to do. Everything that we have talked about, it will happen. We know how to react. That's step one. The other half of the medal is obviously the emotional balance, that when you do hit the rough times, that you have, some sort of reset button, some sort of we know how each other deal under pressure, how do we get each other out of it. But it's easier said than done, because it's also competition at the same time and you really want to win. So it can be hard to just forget the round that just happened sometimes.
Such a sharp contrast when you look towards NIP and you compare them to other teams at this tournament. You mentioned it with JL here behind us, always happy, always positive, trying to install a good mood in the team. Take FaZe as an example as well. They have also been down in many, many, many games, but it's almost like they thrive under that pressure. They thrive when they're looking to the right, looking to the left, thinking, okay, we're down 11-8, but I trust in Twist, I trust in Brokey, I trust in Kerrigan to do the right thing. We don't really get that sense at all with NIP. And it's the unity, right? You're speaking about emotional battles. I think it's the unity that is just not there. Where's the emotional leader? The coach, TJL, I think he's a sharp mind for Counter-Strike as well. Can he help in that department as well? It almost feels like whenever you're watching NIP, everyone is just going I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. So no one is helping each other.
The way I would frame it, and if you're just joining us, you're not joining a TED Talk. This is obviously not just a podcast. We're waiting for a PC to be replaced so that everyone can play in the best of conditions. We were talking about NIP. We're talking about emotional landscapes in team. And I think one aspect that I would like to put under the spotlight is teams have to know how to communicate about the bad stuff, about the stuff that's going to shit, what is really not working. And this is an attribute through which I judge team, I evaluate teams, how are you able to efficiently communicate? Hey, we have this issue. You as a teammate, whatever it is you're doing, that's not working. That's a problem for the team. Having fun together, going out for parties, I know how to do that. We knew how to do that in the French scene. We had tons of happy parties. Don't get me wrong. We had all of that. but we were struggling so much to actually address like the issues that there are in the team. Like, what is it that you do that's a problem for me? How are you damaging the team? And this is where I think some teams struggle to do, like, have these actually open-hearted conversations in order to be better.
But this is where I think it's very interesting to get your perspective as well, in the sense that it's also starts from the top. What are the players you're signing? What kind of characters are you putting into a lineup? Sure, from your perspective, right, you can look at a player and think quality-wise on the server, he's going to fit perfectly fine into a role, but personality-wise, he's going to disturb something within the team or not help what we want to do. So I guess in modern days Counter-Strike, you're also looking at the personality you're signing and not only on the player.
Yeah, a lot. Like, you cannot, because everyone is so talented today. Like, when we talk about the players playing here and the ones that are playing CCT from home, we're not talking 10% gap anymore. We're talking 2 to 3%, right? That's also why we see the young kids coming up. They know what to do and they know their craft, right? But going a little bit back to NIP, right? As I mentioned with the emotional state, you have a guy like Config that if you have that guy next to him, he's a different beast, right? Because if he gets happy, he gets in the bro, he can take down any team, right? And regarding like the top-down thing, I think NIP is one of the teams that has a very good structure for it, right? But it also needs some time to transfer to the server. I talked with Config before the game today, and they rewatched the game from yesterday, and they talked about some of the things from yesterday. So at least they're doing the process, right? But it also needs to transfer to the server at one point.
Yeah, and I believe when you bring in a new leader, this is an opportunity to start from scratch in some of the themes and topics that were an issue before. Because I don't really know Alex too much. I mean, we've seen him here and there, the stints with Movistar Riders. I think what they were able to accomplish with that roster speaks for itself. But you bring a new leader and you have to have healthy bases. So as a coach, do you use that opportunity to maybe just address issues that were kind of swept under the rug, but now you have a new leader and guy, it's time to talk about it? Would you seize that moment for this, or is there already too much on the table?
I think it depends a lot on the structure they have internally, because when you bring in a new, let's say an in-game leader, you have two types of the in-game leaders, right? You have the very structured one, is my way, I'm going to do it like this, everything gets said. Then it kind of already like fixes or at least addresses the problems that have been before, or you leave it to the management/coach, and that's when you need to address it. Because obviously you can fix things in the corners, but if the core basics is not working, it feels a little bit lackluster starting in the outside of it.
It's also a big task, right? We just had the ranking coming up on the screen just before for NIP, and only twice have they dipped their toes into top 8. Apart from that, we're looking at a team that is, circling around 15th, 14th, 13th in the world. So if you're Alex and you're coming into this roster, you look at the history, you look at what you've seen from NIP throughout the entire year, it hasn't been that positive.
I know.
There's not a lot of stuff to work with. So if you're Alex, I personally would probably think, okay, I'm coming into a roster that is not working, coming into a team that is not working, things gotta change. I gotta install some of my mentality. We saw what he did with Movistar Riders, a team that had nowhere near the same budget as NIP, nowhere near the same talent around him. So if he can install some of that same work ethic, philosophy, maybe there's a world where NIP comes back and becomes relevant again. But for right now, it's hard to get excited about.
I mean, they absolutely need it. I also look at it in a way of how much energy some of these players have spent in the last few months, I'm even gonna say years, with a lineup with a revolving door where you put efforts and energy and determination into a project just to see your players coming in and out, and you always feel like you're basically you're doing one step forward, 2 steps back, and you're not really progressing, you're not really improving. As a coach, how do you still look at your players in the eye and say, listen, this time I need you to give me your 100%? But if you're my coach and I'm in the NIP jersey, I'll tell you, just get off my shoulder. Like, we've been doing this for years. Like, why would I give the 200%? It can be real complicated for a roster like that. And I think Alex for that has a huge challenge to be able to rally people and say, listen guys, like, trust me, I have a vision for this. Because some of these people, they must be worn out a little bit from all of the changes.
It's a little bit football-ish, right? We change players every transfer window. We had a meme also a year ago that they forced the honeymoon period every single time they have the chance. It can obviously be positive, but it was more of a joke because it felt like every time they brought in new players, they found some rhythm, and then the day-to-day things happen, and then they start dipping again.
Right.
So there's like obviously a fine balance between how you want to do things. But if I'm them again, like, you cannot change again in 2 weeks. It's like you need to give the project at least 6 months to see where it goes, even though it might mean majors maybe not coming, but at least then you stand for what you brought into the team and believe in it.
And who takes responsibility for that? Who comes out from NIP and takes responsibility for the fact of the matter that they haven't performed performed well for quite some time. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard anyone come out and say, yes, we know we haven't done well. I am part of the solution. I'm part of the reason. Let's move on forward. It feels like no one, as I said, everyone is just, taking hands off the keyboard, hands off the mouse. DJL as well, as I said, I think he has a bright mind for Counter-Strike, but it's not really a coach that we highlight as a Sonic type or as a Blade type that is coming in and dictating from the top and down. Maybe he could become more responsible for that. Maybe he could chime in and say, like, listen, now we're going to do it my way, my philosophy, and if you want to be part of this project, you can. If not, don't. I lack someone, with character within IP to say, I'm going to steer this ship, I'm going to take responsibility for it, and even if you fail, at least someone did it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I also think it must be frustrating for them as well. You're not really improving on very deep, important protocols in your team because you're always just making sure that whoever's coming in next in the team is up to par with what you're preparing. So you're kind of always working on surface level. You're basically just putting like a band-aid on like an arm that's in hemorrhaging, and it's like just putting band-aids on it. You're not actually doing anything that deep. So we'll hope to see. I am getting the ready up. I'm going to ask for a confirmation once again. Are we ready to roll Bria production? All right. So Anders, Henry, I thank you very much for joining our TED Talk. I'll be right in the green room if you want to hear more about it. But for now, back to you and the Counter-Strike.
Yes, thank you very much, Maniac and the crew. We are back. NIP versus NAVI will resume. We're still here in the first round of Overpass. It's a formidable lead for the likes of NAVI. They're currently up 6-2, Anders. Everything's good to go. I'm going to wait till they start moving before I change the tone. And we're good to go. All right, let's get into the action here. Round number 9. And hopefully that's all the nonsense dealt with, as we'll see whether this full buy from NIP will change their luck.
They need it right now. They need to get back into the swing of things here, especially after a little bit of an extended break there. Hopefully they can recover just fine. It's still wonderful, and Alexi playing quite well on that NAVI side, and with NIP, I mean, they're getting the kills, they're doing some damage. It's not like NAVI just completely running away with it. I would say, T side of Overpass here, if they can get up to, the 4 rounds, something like that, they've got something to fight for still, and that's possible. They can get there.
They can absolutely get there, but bear in mind, there's just a single gun round going in their favor. They've got 1 eco victory as well. So definitely need to see some more promising scenarios for them. A couple of bomb plants. Clutch play would be very welcome to this stage as we get to the 1 minute mark. They haven't got much in terms of map control, Anders. Nothing towards short. Connector is not theirs yet. They barely have party. So this could be a bit of a scramble towards the end of round number 9 here. Good off position from Imma. And Rez did not spot him. So he thinks the long is clear.
Yeah, and Imma spotted them twice now. He spotted them in the beginning, that's why he's moving up. He's actually reading this scenario so incredibly well.
Yeah, this is perfect. Should be a NAVI round based on this little transition alone.
Yeah, because they should be able to rotate Wonderful down in not too long, but maybe this could make a difference here. Config, if you won that fight, that might have been the opening that they need. Now they're slowed down in the tunnel again. There's going to be more grenades flashing their way in. Oh my god, what a setup! It's Bit with the absolute finish. Quad kills set up from the flashbang. That's how you do it.
Yeah, he lines them up and knocks them down. Unbelievable flash there. That is a thing of beauty. NAVI steal the round away once again. And Anders, we just go back to that point. You can see NIP just look a little bit lost. As soon as they don't have any map control, there's 20 seconds left on the commitment. And you can see they're just locked out by a Molotov and a single flashbang. Everyone lines up. They do the human centipede in Monster. And it all goes horribly wrong for them.
Yeah, just as ugly as it's ever been.
Yeah. Oh man. Like
that flash setup. That's what when you call for a flashbang from a teammate. That's what you dream of. Exactly. And it never really works out that way.
Like normally they'd go like left and right, but everyone went to the left, and it just couldn't be more perfect for him. And that's gonna be a rough round because they know as well they've just been absolutely owned in every facet of the game. Like in terms of they've lost all that map control.
Yeah.
When they watch this back as well, they realize the CTs were flanking from T-spawn. Like, they just had everything under lock and key at that point. You got 20 seconds, you had no utility. Oh, bloody hell. Everyone's like, what is going on?
Just one of those days, isn't it?
Everyone's like, hand up the keyboard. I didn't do anything.
I
didn't do nothing. I got this.
It was not me. Okay, well. Yeah, they all went left, Henry. It's like, you try and pass someone in the supermarket and they keep going the same way that you're going.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's just social awkward. You're like, oh, like, please, can we just stop this? I needed to stop.
Get me out of this cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild. What a flash. Flash to the tournament, I suppose. Like, you couldn't
Must have been.
Can't ask for much more than that. Good God. And that's one of those rounds you just kind of feel sick at the end of it. It's like, well, that might just summarize our half.
Yeah.
Point. Like, we've got nothing going on. The bomb's not being planted. We're not getting basic control. We're not applying the pressure.
Got tech time.
Tech timeouts coming out the wazoo. Yeah, it's not ideal as we go 7-2 down, another partial buy. Like I said, sure, they've got maximum loss bonus, but the bomb's just not going down, so they're not getting the luxury of being able to ride the loss bonus and bring out AKs, rifles and Kevlar, I should say, each and every round. But we'll see if they can win another pistol. They managed to win with just Eagles before. Grenade doesn't quite connect, but the bullets certainly do. It's a big config down to just 17 points of health now. They've got all 5 players outside the B bomb site. And what do you really do? Just use this as the moment to catch your breath, because if you just run into B right now, I think you're going to get mowed down. They still have a Molotov, a flash. You might as well molly the barrels and flash in and just hope for the best, I suppose.
Last time they mollied the barrels, it just blew up in the air. Now maybe that's just a one-time mistake, but it is kind of a big deal if you don't get the Molotov there, because now you have to check it instead, and it's gonna take time and effort that you don't really want to spend. So looks like they've just completely given up on it, though. They've decided we're not even gonna get close.
Yeah, back they go, creeping in towards Immer's den. He's got a nice deep position here in towards the bathroom. Spots a couple. Just trying to block them off if possible. Great job. He's taking a lot of damage. That's unfortunate. Good response from NIP. They might as well continue with this. We've got 30 seconds. A bit of a gap here. Oh, they do have to deal with Alexi B as well. He's got a prime position. That same defensive smoke, Anders, that keeps getting deployed on the CT side. It's cut the bomb side in half. It's really difficult to work with. You either push through it, or you have to go around where the CTs have all the advantages they could ask for, as we just speak over the final moments here, because there's no chance for config. He's behind enemy line, sure, but he'll probably get this kill. That would be it, but Emma's one step ahead of him. I should say bits, as they close things out. That's pretty comfortable for Alexi B and co.
I think it's also the way that the smoke dispersion works when you're shooting through the edges with a rifle.
Yeah,
the way that smoke works, because if they're shooting from the other side, they're not going to get the same dispersion from the T side, but because you're playing at the edge of it from your point of view, it's just going to be so much more interesting for you to get this. Like, you can really see them when they're just trying to crawl onto the side there. It's a great smoke. Everyone should learn it.
Yeah, absolutely true. 8-2, and no plan once again. They managed to get the opening pick that time, but unfortunately unable to close it out. Head trick on the AWP. No one really stepping up in the fragging department. That's the problem here. Like, sure, you can treat like a FaZe pug, but a team like NAVI are just locking them out. They haven't even got a chance for the Angels here. S-Tag's had a pretty rough one, 2 and 8. He gets absolutely bloody owned by the flashbang of bits, as JL will swing out, find that first frag. Like, it's a guaranteed kill with that sort of flashbang being deployed.
It's so decisive because the delay between the flash and the kill was almost 0. It's just, you get flashed and you're dead instantly afterwards. Wow, pretty impressive work. All right, nice attempt from Rez on the other side. I think to try and sneak in there, but couldn't hit the shot, unfortunately.
He did well to get to the rock. There was certainly a chance to find Wonderful there, but he's got so much range. Unless you hit the instant headshot, it's difficult to take him down. So still a 5-on-4, sub 1 minute. And in terms of utility, we still have execution potential here. 3 smokes available for NIP. Rez trying to find something in towards middle. He'll be lurking at this stage. Beats the smoke at the very least. And yeah, those were his efforts. A little bit of a desperate swing once the smoke went down. He knew he didn't have the time to kind of wait it out. And it doesn't really get any better. You might as well save, Anders. Like, you're not going to win this round.
Saving in the 11th round.
It doesn't feel good.
It really doesn't.
No, but there's really no point throwing the AWP away. You're not going to break through, yeah.
Oh, what an awkward first half this has been.
Yeah, it's not been the most compelling half of Counter-Strike. We've had like 5 technical timeouts and only 2 NIP rounds, one of which was an eco victory.
What's the confetti down there? What's happening on the screen? Like,
I didn't notice it. Are you sure it wasn't like some ash, maybe?
I don't think there was any Molotov down. I'm hearing typing. Can we get a replay of the confetti? Maybe I'm just crazy.
I think maybe I'm crazy. I don't know what you mean by confetti. I wasn't looking, but
I swear there was confetti. Like, I'm not making it up. If I was making it up, I'd make it more interesting.
That's true. You'd come up with something.
I'd come up with something cool.
A little bit better than that. But yeah, a bit of typing here, and there's no chatting going on right now. So hopefully just a small headset issue to deal with. First map of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. First elimination game as well. Loser of the series is going home. Thankfully, it's only the first map. Unfortunately, though, it's NIP's pick, and they haven't really turned up to it. I think we picked NIP as well, Anders. I'm not going to lie to you.
Did we?
I think the Creamy Bears might have rolled the dice on this one. It doesn't please me to tell you that, but that might be the case. I think I remember, but... For now, we have got at least...
Because you and I are brave, Henry. The others, they're playing it safe. They're, the by-the-book kind of people, a little bit boring.
Our time is coming. And NIPs will have to come now. It's the final round of this first half. They have to buy, of course. They saved 3 weapons. They've got Galil's otherwise. And it's been a bit of a disaster. But these are the sort of rounds where the kind of FaZe style maybe really can work. But that's a deadly headshot towards the bathrooms. Imma opening things up. Great synergy here from Wonderful. Calm as you like as he hits AWP shot after short shot.
The speed on that first headshot is so stupid. There's no time to really react this there on the NIP side.
Oh, look at them. They're just toying with them right now. This looks like a guaranteed round, but Headtrick will at least pull one back. We had a bit of a double AWP set up here as Alexi B was chiming in as well with the sniper rifle responsibilities. The bomb is down. So is Headtrick. NIP have not really done an amazing job here. It's their map pick, Anders, and they've only posted 2 rounds.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds,
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh,
and the pageantry.
Nah.
Boys, outmaster. Never mind.
Flashing.
Boys, raise can be long timing. That's it.
I'm blind.
Nice. Okay, never mind that.
Nice!
Was
it full buy? Yeah. like 3 guys. Bro, that's the most satisfying thing to ever do.
Nice, me and you, Valera. Ace.
the most satisfying thing ever, Anders. You heard it here first, and I tend to agree with him. What a flashbang, what a lineup, what a spray down, an iconic moment.
What would you compare that to, Henry, in terms of satisfaction?
I'm not sure. I think he's onto something though.
Like that 4 a.m. kebab when you've been out.
Yeah, it might be.
That.
It's definitely up there.
It's
top
up there.
3. As we'll get into a really difficult situation for NIP. I hate to tell you, if they don't win this pistol, call this one done. 10-2 is incredibly difficult to recover. Switching over to that CT side now, and they're up against P250s in the hands of Wonderful and Alexi B. They've got a couple of smokes, flashes as well, and it's Navi that are looking red hot.
That flash was so good. Alexi got the assist even on the 4th kill, on the guy who was way behind it. That's how sick that thing was. Oh, it's ridiculous. All right, well, here we go. The NIP now on the CT side. I can't even really, it's hard to imagine a recovery from this, but it really is. Like, there have to be a whole new NIP team in the second half. They need to just, every individual has to step it up on a whole new level. So, that can happen, but...
We saw Complexity do it.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so there's some history.
Well, they recovered a 12-2 yesterday, and we'll see whether 10-2 is possible. We are going to have Wonderful, as mentioned, the P250 in hand. Good flashbang coming over. Makes things very uncomfortable for Rez. And that's going to be a good response, though. Headtrick making things a little bit more problematic now for Navi.
Yeah, good head drops coming out. Config looking for more. He's actually going to get one, I think, with the last bullet, taking down Alexi. My God, what a round. And Headtrick, in spite of the fact that oh my God, he's on his feet.
All right, be careful.
Excited.
Let's not disconnect any headphones. We've had enough technical issues today, to be honest with you.
That's not Config's problem, is it?
Yeah.
Right,
okay, but that's what they need. That's the sort of energy. Like, he's just trying to rally the troops right now.
Yeah.
Like, this game is dead in the water, but they've won the pistol. And they still can win. Like, it's their map pick. Like, it's like Config keep these sort of frags up, like, you never know. Yeah, he's got the whole hand right now.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I like that. See whether he can keep it up.
I hope so.
It's going to be the full eco, as bomb wasn't planted. But maybe this is the start of a glorious comeback. It seems to happen more often than not in CS2. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, that's true. There is a way to run this back for sure. Although, yeah, it is quite a big deficit. We'll see. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Let them prove it if they can. This round, no bomb plant obviously in the previous one, so it will be just a deagle. A single deagle on bit to mess around with. Maybe we'll get some more satisfying shots out, perhaps. Maybe not the lineups, but, you know. Deagle will get you there sometimes.
The ultimate satisfaction.
Yeah.
A 4-man spray down.
That's not bad. All of them lined up. They're all flashed.
Like, it's just so guaranteed. They're in the bag.
Fish in a barrel. NIP in a tunnel.
Exactly.
It's pretty good.
All right, then. Well, it could be NIP giving at least 1 kill away here. Config should be able to put this one to bed, no problem. He's got that Famis in hand, which seems to have got a bit of a buff in CS2 as well, to be honest with you. Pretty comfortable round for NIP, but slowly but surely they are coming back to life. This will be the all-important test, though. If they can pass this one, you never know. Maybe they're onto something. It's the first gun round. We see a mixture of Galils and AKs here, depending on how much utility they think they require into this next round. But we had a nice array of rifles there for NIP. They should have equal firepower. We've got the AWP as well. Headtrick bringing it out early. I like that. Like, you need this round, right? Like, there's not an opportunity to save cash and see what you can do. We need to win this round. So Headtrick, like, go kill. Go see what you can find, kid.
Really scared, though, because some of the Navi individuals in the first half, it's not even just that they were winning a lot of rounds. It's individually some of the fights they were taking was so ridiculous. I think you saw it at the end with Emma, some of the shots that he was landing over by the restrooms there towards the end of the first half. It's just so crisp. So that if that continues for Navi, I'd say NIP is still going to be in trouble, but we'll see. Sometimes a half can change a lot. And some of these Agaliels, or at least one of them there on bit, a bit of a downgrade. JL already taken quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, he took like a maximum damage grenade toward the T-steps from Rez to kick things off. So his round almost nullified, down to 25 points of health here. In terms of map control, they're going to be exploring their options towards long. Nice flashbang. Imma confirms there's no immediate presence at least. Good smoke's been baited out. JL trying to make something happen on this side of the map, but for now, they're pretty spread. We've got 2 towards long, 2 outside Monster. Will be Bits controlling towards that connector. Emma with the first kill, though, does find Rez. Now going to be transitioning back towards B, hoping to pull a player away from that bomb site, fully execute. They've got a couple of smokes, one for Heaven, one for the bomb site itself. And here comes first contact up towards short.
Just more good work with the flashbang to set up that first kill, right? It doesn't have to be that complicated. Molotov, it goes deep, but S-Tag still able to get the kill. That's impressive stuff. He knows there's someone else there. Good double kill for S-Tag. Actually, if he turned the spot around, but Hetrick's going to be there to save him. I was going to say he could have won that fight against JL. It's Hetrick from the high ground to get a couple of kills and S-Tag to close out the round. That's such a great defense, all things considered.
There was no Heaven smoke, Anders. I'm not sure if they missed it. There was a couple of weird ones on the ground there, but you're absolutely right. Really nice work from S-Tag. A chaotic situation. He manages to stay alive, get himself a double kill, and allow the rotation from Hetrick to come in towards the aforementioned Heaven. That was a 5-on-4 recovery as well. It all started here with Rez getting dropped in towards the bar from position, but it's S-Tag saving the day here. Huge double kill, and like I said, there was no smoke in this spot. There was that one down below, which looks to be a missed Heaven smoke on the T side.
That could be, yeah. That's unfortunate. Especially because that Heaven smoke is a pretty standard one.
Yeah, that's the only one you kind of need to make your way in towards B side to eradicate that orb presence. Hetrick couldn't believe his luck. But for now, it's NIP. They're online, Anders. There's a 3-0. No plants yet. Navi having a pretty underwhelming start to the second half. That's Emma dropped to open things up as well. Hetrick starting to come to life here. 14 kills. Nice shot from JL, though.
Yeah, don't give this one up. Hetrick calling it out, saying they are definitely moving forward. A little bit of a double zoom, not necessarily what you're looking for. Molotov to slow them down. He's got the USP out, worried that they're going to try and really hunt for him. He's got conflict behind him, so that should provide a bit of coverage. And 3 versus 4, so I think they managed to stabilize this one. The real danger, I think, would have been here if Hetrick had got run down and they would have given up the AWP, but... Oh my god, okay. The Deagle's still alive.
Yeah, alive and well, it would seem. Surely at the end of the round, though, they'll come through this smoke and continue to trade, Anders. This is now getting a little bit more complicated. Hetrick feeling the pressure from long and indeed short. Flashbang, actually a smoke being deployed here, and you can see he's having to take a risk. USP's out, and he's pushing long, continues just to try and find a bit of information here. 15 seconds.
I think he thought that Bit had already made his way onto the site, so he's really worried that he's in there somewhere. Right, low on time, the USP not ringing through, there we go! And I think either way, the clock has run down on this one, so... Man, he almost failed to get that kill, and if he had, they might have had time to plant the bomb, but... That's such an expensive round. That should have never got that close.
Well played to Hetrick, I have to say. The fact he even denies the plant, and it was a compromise scenario there. He did absolutely everything he had to, as we did see some beautiful shots from Alexi B, but no plant, but he did save the AWP. So not all is lost. That means they are going to get an injection of cash in one way or another. You can see, Hetrick's happy with that. Like, he felt very uncomfortable there. Didn't have the information required, had to take a bit of a risk and use the USP to close things out there. But NIP continue to find the winning streak here as they use another tactical timeout. It's actually going to be Navi with their first, so they're the ones feeling the pressure now, Anders.
Yeah, you can understand that. This game has suddenly got a little bit more interesting. It was looking pretty bad for NIP. There's no way to save it. Like
it was 10-2. Yeah, it was rough. It's about as bad as it gets.
Well, they're starting to wake up a little bit more. 10-6 now. Money is really amazing for NIP, but we're getting into a territory where they have a little bit of a buffer if it keeps up this way.
Yeah, the last round was certainly costly, but that's going to be the 4-0 streak. A very important one. They can't really afford to give up anything at this stage. Here's Rez. He's had a bit of a quieter time on the CT side. He's the one that's getting picked off the most. We'll see if he can reel it in. Display some self-preservation here. You see Config. He's been tagged in to go towards long. He's pushing with some conviction as well. He's got the AK-47 in hand, feeling himself right now. Wants to take the game to them. There's a call for the flashbang. Could be set up by Rez here. Just going to be holding for now.
I Again, you got to play like Config. It's so hard not to let him try to do some of these things because of how accurate he could be.
Right.
Immer is holding on the other side, and I think just kind of waiting it out, saying, yeah, I'm well aware that this could be happening. And the rest of the Navi team set up towards the B-bomb site. We'll see if they're going to be able to get the Heaven Smoke down correct this time, and...
Here he comes.
The timing is there, and he's going to be able to win the fight.
That's kind of wild.
He didn't take any damage at all.
He didn't take any damage. Immer was sat there, ready and waiting for that specific fight, but Config with the pre-fire takes him down. It's going to be an early advantage for NIP once again, 35 seconds. It looks like Navi, the one scrambling this time, should have been a kill for Head Trip, but JL pulling one back. They're locked out by the Flames right now, but it's going to be JL with the double. S-Tag looking for the lineup once again. Can he post it? It doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough here. 20 seconds, and back and forth we go. But Bit has been left in the clutch as he gets the bomb down in towards the B sites.
Important kill for Config. He's right on top of Bit. It was very sandwiched into the moment. Not a great position to be in. A good relocation, though. At least he gets out just a little bit. Config still hunting him and running up on the site behind him. There's the swing. Nice work from Bit. That's going to be the kill. And now he just needs the headshot on to Rez, and he gets it. Taps him out of the round. A triple kill for Bit.
A bit of magic on the server for Navi. They post their first round on the T side. It was arduous. It was labored. It took a fantastic clutch from Bit, but they get it over the line there. Disappointing finish for NIP after looking so strong, so comfortable on the B bomb side as well. They had locked them out with the utility, but it was JL fighting back. 2 for Naillanders, looking for that double kill, converts it. That's the opening they needed. And yeah, a 2-on-1 against Bit, but what a beautiful shot. Rez didn't stand a chance there. You can see what it means to JL. He had to work hard for those 2 opening kills. It was just enough. We said the money would be affected if they gave that round up. You can see that reflected in the bottom right of your screen right now. 2 rifles, 3 pistols. Lose this round only as a map point. You have nothing left. So this might be for GG right here. S-Tag with the first frag.
Absolutely critical to pick that one up there. They need it. Rez out on long. See if he can do something. Good shot with the 5-7.
That'll do.
That will definitely do. Individually, I mean, we need to see Rez come alive. You mentioned it earlier, but that's a 6th kill right there. They need a lot more out of it at the moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Look at where Bit is on the map. It's a 5 versus 3, but he is so deep.
But look at Headtrick. They're very aware of this prospect, Anders. It's a nice position still for Bit, and they'll have the advantage on the duel, but they're aware that he could be on the bomb site. He continues to find headshot after headshot, though. 3-on-2. All of a sudden, this round is possible once again for Navi. It's Immer and Wonderful. With 45 seconds on the clock, first port of call, though, will be recovering the C4. Scooped up by Immer. They still have a couple of smokes and the Molotov, a wonderful AWP. They both sit at 100 health. And CTs, in terms of B bomb side presence, well, they're pretty stacked. They're ready for this one. It's down to Immer and the opening frag. That's the only way they make this round work.
Smoke up at the high ground. Config surely going to be coming. Oh my god, the pre-fire there from Immer is beautiful. Alex is right down below now. He could go for the swing, but it's been covered by Wonderful. He's got the right idea. Misses the shot, though. No. Immer gets another headshot, taking down Rez. I can't believe Navi are bringing this round back. It's all on the back of Alex here. Newly minted in-game leader trying to see if he can bring this one home for his team. They absolutely need it. Oh. He gets the headshot, but it's not going to matter. Immer, what a beautiful round from him. 3 headshots to close this one out.
Oh, there it is, Anders. Map point has been found. It's a very calm and collected clutch coming in from the likes of Wonderful. And yeah, that's going to be, I think, the knockout blow. It was a great attempt here from NIP. I think it's been admirable to see what they've done on the CT side. They've looked strong, but Immer, as you mentioned, these beautiful picks, shot after shot, Counter-Strike perfection displayed there, especially that kill towards Heaven as well, just preemptively finding the CTs. And yeah, unfortunately, they have to buy. Map point, 12-6. It'll be one hell of a comeback now. The 5-7s, the Deagles, a plucky MP9 in the hands of Headtrick. It's about all they've got to work with here. At least they showed some character in the second half, Anders. It wasn't a complete blowout like the 10-2 scoreline.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult to recover. Like there was a moment here as well where it felt like Navi were on the ropes, and sure, it's not over yet, but it's difficult to imagine a world where they make this round work. But let's have a look as to whether they can hold on.
Headtrick and Config has been playing really well, so 2 of them definitely showing up, but they just need a little bit more in here. JL, good opening, nearly the double, but the CSET 75. It's a more and more rare occurrence, but it does get picked up here, and he gets a kill on JL. 4 versus 4 with Alex quite... Oh,
hello.
There's Config again. Always good for a kill or 2, it feels like.
Yeah, he can recover a rifle here as well. So this is actually kind of massive. Alex is down to 4 points of health, but they've got the man advantage now. 45 seconds. Rez hasn't had the best showing. If he can turn up now with his 5-7, that would be absolutely fantastic for them. You see the money's low for Navi as well. If they do lose this round, Anders, like, lost bonus is not established. There's still a chance of the comeback. Like, CS2 is a very interesting game right now, and I think that's a guaranteed frag. Alex will pull one back. Still a 3 versus 2. Round not over yet, though.
Good crouch spray coming in there from him up. Gonna be finding Rez. S-Tag calling it in, telling his teammate, yeah, they're definitely showing up in Config. So long rotation. Nice shot in there, Config. Coming in from the connector. Good work. Good recovery from NIP. That's a hard round to win.
Oh, absolutely as well. And they lost that opening pick at the very same time. But Config recovering the rifle. S-Tag hitting some bangers there with a deagle to close things out. We're not done just yet. And that's a bit of a problem. A fly in the ointment for Navi. And they're going to call a tactical timeout. Anders, their money is absolutely busted. At this point, it's a CZ, like you said, a bit of a rare appearance, but the Desert Eagles certainly not, as Alex Arrange found the scope. No chance of spotting him, and at this stage, the money is, there's no chance of the AWP, there's no chance of the AK-47s. They're going to have to bring out either the Force Buy with Mac 10s, Tech 9s, Deagles, or take an eco here. So pick your poison. Blade will chime in and offer up his suggestions.
He always looks very assertive when he's talking.
Hey, well, he tried the prank earlier. He sat down on the chair. Didn't land. Not all of them do. Yeah, it looks like we'll take just an eco here, ladies and gents. So,
okay,
probably the correct call. Money, it's like definitely like on the cusp in terms of like, is it worth saving for the next round? But we'll see what they can make of it. A few deagles.
Bit trading a lot of health to try and get that advanced position.
Yeah, you might as well use it now.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you're this deep, just keep running.
Yeah. Take the risk. See if you have slipped the proverbial net.
I mean, if you keep going to all the way up to the A-bomb side, you could actually get behind them, but obviously very hard for him to know that in the moment. And Hetrick's going to be able to find him instead, so... Could see it was Rez that threw that earlier Molotov, so good little setup there. Nice shot from Rez. I'm really got my eyes on him for this game. I want him to play a little bit better than he currently is.
JL's got his crosshair on Hetrick's face, it seems. As we'll see. The opening pick here. Navi, can they do anything else? They recover a rifle at the very least, Andrew. So you never know. There could be a fighting chance here. They've got a bit of Kevlar behind this one. We'll see whether they can actually get a bomb plant, perhaps. It's Config, though. Looking mean, looking ready for a fight.
Ooh, and Alex wants to move forward. This is a bit dangerous. A lot of damage on the JL, and it gets the confirmation that they're still out there. I do like the forward position down to the B-bomb side as well, so they kind of have an idea that no one is immediately going down to the B-bomb side. So the CTs, quite happy to stack this and just wait it out. They should be able to win this. 3 versus 3. It's actually the pistol opening. Good flashbang setup again. Alexi really setting up his teammates, but S-Tag with a triple spray down. That's a good adjustment, especially on that first kill. So yeah, good stuff overall, but there's something that you noticed that was really lacking for NIP when they were on their T side. It's the simple flashbang setups. Alexi's doing it over and over again, setting up his teammates.
Sure.
They did it at the restrooms earlier. They obviously did the B tunnel when they were on the CT side. And now at the A-bomb side here, it's just a pistol and a flashbang, but they get the kill.
Yeah, it's still difficult to hold, but S-Tag makes it work. Like you said, that triple spray down denies the plan at the very least. That was a bit of a partial buy from Navi. Some Deagle, some Kevlar. But we're back into the action now. Wonderful had to sacrifice the helmet, making you more squishy to those M4s. Speaking of which, Rez is starting to look sharper on the CT side. He's actually having some impact now and some confidence as he pushes towards that party position. Hell of a grenade. God damn.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Great way to kick things off. NIP just 4 rounds away now from taking us to overtime. Bear in mind, this is a 10-2 deficit. We've seen some insane comebacks this tournament.
What is Hetrick doing this far back? I'm so confused. Rez gonna get the kill, but he's gonna get traded. And Hetrick was basically holding Connector from all the way back at CT spawn. I feel like he could have been a little bit closer to throw, you know, maybe a flashbang or something for Rez, maybe help him out.
Well, down he goes.
Yeah, in spite of a really awkward jump there for Bit, it's still gonna be a kill going towards Hetrick there. So 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah.
Fix on the site.
Still, bear in mind, map point has been for some time for Na'Vi. 3 versus 3. Is this where they can close things out? It was looking like an absolute done deal, but Config is doing his absolute best to deny them everything here. Beautiful shot towards Alexi B, looking for that second, but it's going to be JL answering back. 2-on-2 now, 30 seconds.
Yeah, shot in the back by S-Tag. JL, what can you really do here? 25 seconds. He's looking for it. He knows there's going to be someone on the side, but again, S-Tag using the audio information there to absolutely time the peak perfectly. They're running it back. They're getting closer.
Oh, yeah.
This is getting a bit interesting, actually.
Oh, it absolutely is. Like, nothing is safe. Nothing is confirmed in CS2, Anders. It feels like it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, every comeback is possible. S-Tag, once again, getting this final kill. He's starting to wake up as well. Things getting awkward for Na'Vi out there. The loss bonus accumulating, but still no plants coming through. No tight scenarios for them. It leads into another partial buy. Double digits beckons for NIP at this point. But these are the rounds that can slip away sometimes. And it gets a bit looser. When they pick up the pace and they go for these opening frags. Rez has got a lot of pressure coming his way. He's delivering the goods, though. He's done enough to win the round, Anders. If he can retreat and just fall back out of this one, it should be job done. Great work. That will do.
Yeah, super happy to see it. Just no need to fight any further. Don't overextend it. Even giving over a rifle or anything like right now, Na'Vi, for them, it's about the economy. It's about keeping as much alive as they can and have, you know, the buy rounds coming in the next couple of rounds so that they don't get into overtime. That's just what Na'Vi want to avoid, surely. 12-10 going to be the likely outcome here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scary.
Exciting as well.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to find that 13th round. Especially when it felt like it's such a done deal. Everyone's so happy after the first half. It's 10-2. You lose the pistol, you think, oh, that's all right. We'll work this out. We'll get our round. And sure, they've got a couple of them. They found that point. They've alleviated pressure in that sense. But yeah, they feel that this one is slipping away. This partial buy has done nothing for them. At least nothing yet. It's a 5-on-2. They've got an interesting boost here. But I don't think the CT is going to give anything away. It will get to about the 15-second mark, and they'll just have to get in there because you do not want to outlive the clock.
Yeah, very true. Just for show, I think, with the Deagle, doesn't really make a big difference in the round overall, or the game, really. They can rebuy the rifle on the NIP side. They're going to be fine with it. It's really crunch time now for Na'Vi. Imagine if it goes into overtime, how frustrating that's going to be.
I'm there right now, mentally. I can see it. I can visualize it. And Rez, like, at the start of this half, he was having some difficult rounds. He was getting dropped by pistols, and now he really stepped up. They needed him to have a solid one there. A couple of kills, retreats, synergize with his teammates there. And they're showing why they picked this map. The CT side has been strong. Tactical timeout. You can see Na'Vi starting to sweat here a bit, Anders. They've actually used their third as well.
Yeah.
Final timeout, given up. A team that looked like they were just in cruise control after that first half.
Much less so now. I feel like this has just been a thing on Overpass recently. It used to be that there were so many setups. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see if we can listen in.
Okay, guys. Round by round. Don't focus on the score, please. Don't focus on the score. We play normal. We're playing really good, boys.
I like that, Alex. Play normal. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Round by round. Brick by brick. Rez this time maybe gets a bit carried away there, Anders. The Molotov committed into the fight.
Yes.
And now they are on the back foot for the first time in this half. They've had all the advantages and converted all of them. They've done very well. But Rez, like we said at the start of this half, he was giving himself up for free on a few occasions. And it might have happened once again in the most important round of them all. So how did they recover this? What's the CT response? They have got Config
Yeah, I was going to say, it's
Push
surely going to be
long.
config, yeah.
He has to do something with this one. He knows it as well. Calculating the moment to pounce here. Config, the coiled Cobra. And it's S tag, keeping the dream alive. Alexi B strikes though, and this is going to be it. Will they break? Will they give it up? Down to Alex. A captain's performance there, and he brings it back to a 2-on-2.
Absolutely huge. Config's on the hunt. Always looking the wrong way. There we go. All right. He spots out Imma. The bomb is right in front of Bit. 1 versus 2. He might be able to find the first kill here if he's quick with it. But Patrick crouched down, and NIP gets to live another day. Alex, oh, he's fired up once again. He got the double, and he's brought it into the last round of the half, or of the match here. Might go into overtime, but in regulation, we're getting there. Unbelievable scenes.
I'm loving this. And of course, it's Alex as well after losing that first pick. Like I said, that Molotov behind Rez, flashbang to follow it up as well. He didn't stand a chance. They needed a double kill from the Spanish in-game leader. He pulls it off. It's just enough.
I was about to say, Henry, it used to be that these B executes were just so powerful on this map, and I feel like we're seeing them less and less, where you just set up the rain of flashbangs going over behind the pillar, the smokes, the Molotovs towards barrels. Like, I feel like I'm not seeing that nearly enough. Like, where are just the default B executes coming into this? It feels like they kind of disappeared a little bit.
Well, they're going to struggle to do one here, Anders, because they've got a distinct lack of utility. Galil's pretty much across the board. Yeah, exactly. Not a single AK-47. How has this happened, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, no.
A 10-2 lead. And it's all come crashing down. 12-11. They can still win in regulation here. But this is Na'Vi unraveling at the seams. They do not have any firepower or utility. It would take a bit of a miracle to convert this round. But the Galil in CS2 has been a bit of a talking point. It seems very powerful. It's a very popular rifle right now.
It could be good.
And
it could be really good.
It might be just enough. They've got a couple of smokes remaining, a Molotov, and they're starting to coordinate the troops outside the B bomb site. This one to steal away the map from NIP before we move on to Mirage.
This can work, though. I mean, it's going to be tough because they're so close to the tunnel here. Molotov set up. They are burning alive, trying to get through that one.
No way!
Oh, it's a leg shot. The Deagle's out. Hat-trick with a nice one, but he can't get the flick in. And they're still in it. 2 versus 3 here. The bomb about to be planted. Na'Vi, they've really pulled a rabbit out of their hat here. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Smoke just now dissipating here, but now, I mean, if they miss this up, NIP, it's done. No overtime being allowed for. Flash over the edge. Oh, actually, it's a team flash. They get slowed down. It's disastrous. Rez on his own. 1 versus 2. They're right down below. Imma just looking up at him. Casino Bit is there. It doesn't even matter. The Galils, they'll power through. They get denied the overtime, Henry. It was so close they could taste it, but it was not enough.
It was not enough. What an exciting photo finish there. It's Na'Vi with Galils across the board. They gave up every single round in the second half, but the most important one of them all. Sure, it's disappointing for NIP, but at least they turned up, Anders. At least they showed they were ready for this best of 3. We'll throw it down to the desk.
Whoa, I probably need a couple of seconds just to catch my breath. This was an incredible end of this first map on Overpass. It almost felt like NIP had done enough to come back into this game after a complicated first half. But at the very end, in the 11th hour, Na'Vi actually pulls together with that clutch. Thoughts, gentlemen? Did we think it was going to be that close?
I was taking a peek of how the teams were communicating the last couple of rounds, and you could feel it a little bit. The NIP guys rose to the occasion. I heard the 2 Danish guys being very vocal about how they wanted to play, and at the same time, the Na'Vi guys fell a little bit out of the rhythm. But I think at the end, Alexis said it good. If we perfect this last plan, we're gonna win this round. And it also showed on the server.
A game of struggles on T sides. I think that's fair to make that sentiment. You see it right here in front of you. Only 5 rounds was won on the T side combined for both teams, and they were both finding it very, very hard to get any rhythm, any sort of map control, and any sort of idea of how to punch open the defense on either side. Little bit disappointed in NAVI because I felt they had a lot of good, openings to the rounds, a lot of good defaults where they set themselves up for success, but every single time they had to close out the round, it felt like they couldn't, and that was a massive issue in terms of them closing the game.
I agree with you, and good for them to have the resilience and the calm to be able to close towards the very end. We have this graph here. It tells a story of struggling T-side. You're right. I'll be a bit more critical to NIP personally, because even though Na'Vi struggled to put rounds on the board, I felt like they had cleaner, smoother protocols on how to take map control. It almost felt like they were the one expert on the map on the T side. And Rugga, maybe I want to have your 2 cents on that one. NIP now is back-to-back, day 1 and day 2, picking very complicated closed-off maps, starting on the T side and struggling. I don't really see what's the play here. They pay the price of a very weak T side. We know they have the defense, but the offense is not there yet.
I think it's a little old habits from the NIP squad. We also talked in the green room that Vertigo Overpass and perhaps Mirage are like the 3 go-to for them. And until they establish their new map pool, it feels like they're falling a little bit into old habits. And yeah, they like the map, that's for sure. But if you cannot put up a T-side against the best in the world, you need to at least have a game plan where you have 2, 3, as we talked about yesterday, also against FaZe, scripted rounds, so you know what's happening. Because again, I feel like the pace was too slow. And when you're an international team, it's just harder to pull off playing slow.
Yeah, it took them a minute to warm up. We have another example that we'd like to show you guys at home. Round 17, we're talking communication, late round for NIP, and if I'm not mistaken, this is obviously a round that is well built on the side of NAVI. You see the peak is a great, and here we have the B push. But guys, you wanted to talk about the last few seconds of that round and the lack of comms on the side of NIP.
Yeah, it's the end game that was lacking a lot for NIP in this particular instance, right? Bit in a 1v2. I don't know what that player that's config pushing in by himself, where the teammate Res is not ready at all to make the repeak. It feels like then disjointed from each other, not playing that clutch together. There was still an awful lot of time left on the clock right here, so they didn't have to push in. They didn't have to be so aggressive in finding Bit. They knew where he was at, and one thing you don't want to do against Bit is offer him 2 1v1 duels, because he's going to own you, even if you're config, even if you're Res. And I think we saw a lot of those instances where the communication in the, let's call the intense moments, were lacking a little bit in NIP.
Yeah, I agree. Like this 2v1, I think he even fails to jump, like when he wants to jump on top of default, and Res hears it and then sees him like half a second later. Something had to have been miscommed at least, because if config knows he dropped water, he would not like shift towards the pillar. He would probably rush it, and it would probably be different. But at the end, like in a bit, he knew how to isolate the 1v1s, and the last shot is pretty sick.
I mean, he plays it perfectly. He had a great map. We usually talk about intangibles. Do you think this 2v1 is misplayed by NIP if the scoreline is reversed? If NIP is in the lead 11-6, do you think they lose this 2v1? Because at this point in time, they're struggling when that happens.
I think they would.
I would give them benefit of the doubt. Like, confidence means a lot in this game, right? And I think they probably would have won it, yeah.
But that's the thing for that clutch. I feel like confidence was config walking in by himself and Wes walking in by himself. I feel like
it's the comm that's missing, right? It's the comm. There has to be a feedback loop.
Sure, but
it's hurt that he jumped in the water.
Exactly, but what we've seen so many times before with NIP is that communication in intense moments is just non-existent. It's not the first time we've seen a clutch like this. It's happened over and over again, so it's not surprising in a sense. It's just Bit, being very great at punishing it.
Right, and we talk about Bit. I think it's only fair to give him a couple of praises as well. He had a relatively lackluster day 1. Let's call it as it is. We have much higher expectations. He shows up here on Overpass in the defense, very centerpiece, in the front, super aggressive, and then having a couple of clutches. What do you make of his performance, Virga?
I think this is the Bit we come to expect, right? I'm not sure he will ever reach the major winning streak he was on back then, but this is how I envision Bit, like this high skiller that maybe doesn't need to take all the decisions himself, but is there whenever like the action is there, ready to use his aim also in the clutches. He's maybe not the best clutcher in the world, but when you have his aim, you can cover a lot of things.
Do you agree with how he's being used right now? I mean, obviously we have a small sample size. I know we're still yet to kind of discover how they want to approach all of the maps, but do you agree with how he's being utilized currently in that system?
I think he can play any role on the T side, to be honest, because with Alexi's style and how he plays, there will always be like duels for a guy like Bit. I think the key to making Bit work is on the CT, and I think yesterday it was not good, but at least if he can continue transfer this form also to the CT for the rest of the tournament, they have a good shot.
Right, from one good rifle to the other. Config, on the other hand, he's given us stuff to talk about. I mean, he's been notoriously up and down, notoriously inconsistent, days in, days out. We yet to establish really consistency on the desk, but it feels like on CS2 at least. Either it's the meta, the peeker's advantage, his famous frog headshot peek, which is very much trademark config, but he's showing up here in Copenhagen as well. He was one of the main reasons why NIP were able to come back.
Yeah, for sure. He's had a great couple of games so far, individually speaking. He was also great at the CSC a couple of weeks ago, where he did well individually. So I agree with you. I think, if you want to find the reason for it as well, the peeker's advantage in CS2 is something that plays into config's favor. That's how he plays. That's like he has to always approach the game. You said it yourself. If you want to get the most out of config, allow him to play the puck style of Counter-Strike. That's where he thrives the best, and that's what he's done so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. And again, like he's a little bit like Bit, that he will always find some kills here and there on the T side, but it's on CT, like these big rifles, they need to show up, and I think he did again today. And I saw TEST, like with the comms, he was like taking a lot of like control of how they wanted to play as the rotation piece. So yeah, it was a good game by him.
A good game for Config indeed. Unfortunately, not enough for NIP, but it does matter to come alive in this map. This could have been a very one-sided game for Navi. NIP just did enough to make them sweat and struggle. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about Mirage. This is going to be the next map, and NIP is looking at elimination here in Copenhagen. Navi in the driver's seat here on this fine morning in Copenhagen after robbing away overpass from NIP. We're looking at the Ninjas facing elimination now, one map away from it. But I did say at the end of the last segment, they were coming back to life on map 1. And we know this means a lot for them to kind of get the flow of it. And one player that we really didn't address, but I think deserves a little bit of talk, would be at.CEST, right? As a leader, I would argue very much liability individually, struggled massively. You can ask where the confidence is at. On overpass, I think he stepped up pretty much. Do you think he's going to be a weakness? Is he going to be abused possibly on this map of Mirage now?
It's always hard. Mirage normally favors the high skillers. I would put the at.CEST in the, maybe not in the high skiller ones, but definitely able of holding his own. And then having like probably the best comms we've heard here today. So I think he'll be able to hold his own if he's not left alone on the bomb side. I would love to see him being active, moving around the map, going for info pushes on his position. I think that's how he uses his advantage.
The life of a B anchor. If you ever get a smoke from someone consider it Thanksgiving, because that means people are really nice to you. Someone that might be looking for the kill, looking for the hunt on S-Tag would be wonderful with the AWP. And you mentioned to me during that break as well that even though he had a great start, he cooled down massively on the second half. So now he's going to pick up on the T side. Do you expect more of the same?
Yeah, he completely disappeared in the second half on Overpass. He was arguably the most impactful player on the CT side. Big part of the reason as to why Navi went up with a 10-2 lead. And then second half, he only had 2 kills. Those kills came in round 23 and 24. So he went a lot of rounds with no impact whatsoever. Now coming into Mirage, I would argue that's an Opus heaven, Opus paradise. He has the freedom to go wherever he wants to. So I want to see some more of that initiative we saw on the CT side Overpass. Dictate the game, push in A apps, go down ramp, play middle, play B apps if you want to. He could be all over the map. And I think Wonderful is one of those players that right now, as what I've seen so far, he likes to take the initiative.
Where we'll hope to see more initiative out of him. Rugged, having that relationship with Alexibi, having worked with him on Mirage, is he the type of captain that will allow his AWP, enable his AWP to go out there to get alive, to have these initiatives? Or are we expecting a bit more of a structured game where Wonderful will be more in a punitive position?
I expect him to be full fluid, like flexible, being everywhere. Like that's kind of how Alexi always pushed his op. So I expect definitely that from him.
Okay, I just realized to myself we're being very lenient with Rez and what happened on Overpass. I think we're being very forgetful as well. He's a player from whom we're expecting a whole lot of output in terms of frag. He's also taking some of this position. It was always the question in NIP, what rifle is going to get the position with the movement? Sure. Rez is very up on the A side. Remember, he even played on B, now he's back on A. Now we're moving on to Mirage, he's going to be connector. Have you been satisfied with what you saw on Overpass? Do you expect more of the same? Do you expect him to have more impact? Because he's going to be right in there. If Alexibi is playing the map control, taking away, grabbing mid, Rez is going to be right there in connector. Do you think he's done enough?
No, not an Overpass, not at all. He got a couple of eco kills on the CT side that made his score look slightly better than it was. He had no impact at all. I do expect, however, on Mirage, he's coming alive. It's his best map, statistically speaking, a map that he usually thrives on. And as you said, the duel 1-to-1 versus Alexibi, that's one where Rez most likely will win out most of the time. So I expect him, and I hope he finds impact, because with no Rez playing well in the connector area on the CT side, there's no game for NIP. He needs to step it up, otherwise it's a 2-0, no doubt.
I am wondering, Rugged, from your experience as a coach, when you were in the NIP camp, you start this first map. It's your map pick. It's a very slow start, but then you come up to life and you're just at the very end. You have the rug pulled from underneath you. Do you prefer to have this momentum back at the very end, even though the disappointment hurts that much? It hurts more emotionally, that 12-11, 13-11. But in your position, do you think it benefits them to have had this last few rounds at the end of Overpass, so now they can pick up steam on Mirage? Or do we make stuff up from the outside?
I think it helps, obviously, also considering it's a morning game. Gamers are not notorious
it's a morning game.
Morning players, right? So them having a little bit of confidence and swing up at the end of first map maybe woke them up so they're like full ready. Like I have high expectations for this Mirage. NIP always plays good Mirage and was probably the best team in the world, maybe before the Roaster Mania happened. So I think this is the best map chance they have had through the tournament so far.
Okay, very strong word coming out of Rugga. NIP might have been one of the best Mirage teams there is out there, but the most important question I have for you, Henry, is 11 o'clock considered morning? I think we passed that point.
I mean, these are the question, Anders. I guess technically it is the morning. Now, if you're going by the book, it is. But sure. I guess right now, I think the first map was considered morning. Now we're getting into the game this afternoon. I think most of us are awake by 11 o'clock. We're getting the coffee in. We're getting ready for some fragging. And it's going to be NAVI looking to find the 2-0. But it wasn't an easy route to pick up that first map, was it?
Not as easy. It was supposed to be, right? It was supposed to be, like, they have their lead. It was supposed to be closing the book on NIP, but it didn't really work out that way. NIP managed to find their way back and almost got into overtime, but not quite. Now we're on the second map, and it's NAVI versus NIP for this one. Let's see how this plays out.
The fact that it's Mirage and NAVI picked this, Anders, I agree. And this is one of NIP's best maps, like, historically. Like, this is where Config does his absolute best work. I think this is a very bold move to take us to Mirage, but up on the T side, and NAVI will be going for a 5-man. Well, if you want to call it execution, it's going to be just that. A couple of smokes and a flashbang over the top, and they're going to try and make their way past Config, and they've done an amazing job of breaching the B-bomb site.
Yeah. Config decided to stand his ground, wanted to fight them, and got a little bit more than he was looking for. Bomb is being planted here. This is a really rough position to be in. Although, Alex,
that's big.
Important kill right there. It really is. They have a kit as well on S-Tag and a smoke. So if they can get close enough, they can drop that smoke and go straight for the defuse. They don't have to fight everybody. They could just try and get the bomb like that. And in a pistol round. That really makes a difference a bit moving forward here with the Glock. He sees just a knee. He's going to get double teamed, and S-Tag will take him down. It's falling apart here for Navi. They're losing players. Wonderful going to be going down, and JL alone in the back with a P250, and there comes the smoke on top of the bomb. They're already inside. Straight for it. Good shots coming out, but that defuse, it's happening. The knife won't save it. It'll be NIP to pick up the pistol.
Oh, what a retake that was. It looked like NIP were dead in the water there, but as you mentioned, we had the defuse kit, we had a smoke available there. All of a sudden they start hitting their shots and they recovered the 5-on-4 retake. It was very disciplined, it was very patient there. Alex just controlling the troops who were smoked off towards shore. Instead of just breaching it and pushing through, they go for the boost, they wait for the time. That kill just there to bring it back to a 4-on-4, and then yeah, you have to say, it felt like Navi just didn't hit their shots. They couldn't connect the dots with those Glocks, and it will be a fantastic recovery there. Thinking on their feet. Smoke down, 5-second defuse. The bomb was planted, and that leads us to an AK-47 in the hands of JL. 3 Galils and a Deagle otherwise. And Navi looking to answer back.
Especially that AK in the middle, that's a little bit scary. Coming with a FAMAS trying to take that fight. You might not be quite ready. There we go, Config goes straight down. But the return is... Oh, wait a minute. Wonderful. The spray down is magnificent.
I mean, that's one word for it. I don't think he even realized there were 2 players there. He had to swing back. And it will be just poor old Alex here left in the 3 versus 1.
Oh, he's so dead.
He is definitely dead now. Bit connects, and it will be Navi tying things up. Arguably, winning that round is better than winning the pistol Anders, unfortunately.
You've been making a big point out of this with the way that the economy works right now.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
On the CT side, like, especially when you only have like a couple of kills in your favor this particular round, it means instead of getting the buffer, like if you lose the pistol, you get $900 into the next round on the CT side. If you lose the second round follow-up, sure, you still have the pistol under your belt, but now you only have $1,400, and now your money is in complete disarray. You have a very difficult round up next. You lose this one, you're full eco, and then even when the money's back online, you have a very weak buy to answer back with. There's still every chance you can win this round, don't get me wrong. We know that the Config Deagle is absolutely deadly, and that's a beautiful example, as Config will find that opening kill.
Why is he so good with it?
I have no idea. Seems to be getting stronger and stronger. And that's why they've gone for this force buy. Some damage inflicted on Rez here. And just to negate danger, though, get himself out of the ladder room. Good active play. Oh, not so much from Bear. He's actually made a ton of noise, and Config is going to punish him for it. Another devastating shot.
Why doesn't he just play with it all the time?
Yeah.
Why does he use anything else?
That's a good point.
So stupid, he's back for more. He wants a third headshot here. Do a lot of damage on the JL, but finally they do take him down. Okay. 50 seconds. There wasn't a Deagle, but I guess the CC could do it as well. Little burst on to Alexi.
Molotov's not going to do too much for them, actually. So they managed to get the bomb planted. They can still win this round. It's a 4 versus 2, but bear in mind they've got the AKs. They've got the bomb on their side as well. Need to find a couple of these headshots, though. Doesn't seem to be going well whatsoever. It's a beautiful form from NIP. You can see Alex is absolutely loving it once again. It's Config absolutely carrying them through the round there. 2 opening, brutal Desert Eagle headshots. And then Rez with a lovely sequence to close it out as well. I'd love to see that from his POV.
And they have so many people alive. They can actually pick up all of these rifles.
Yeah, I was going to say, someone is defusing, right? It's all under control. Yeah, everyone's just like, yeah, you've got this. Right, there it is. All right. We've got that defuse. Have a look at the shots in slow motion here. Oh, absolutely stunning from Config. Alex calm shot with the CZ as well. This sounded very nice from Rez. I'm interested to see the second one. There it is. Crouch swing. Oh, yeah, I love that. War cries coming out of NIP here. And we go 2-1. I guess it's going to have to be a force buy back in response. Back and forth we go, Anders.
Always makes for an interesting start when it works out like this. Makes it a little bit more fun. Nobody really knows. I mean, if you win consecutive rounds early on here, you're going to be able to walk away with a sizable lead. We'll find out how this one will play through. Config. Back turn to the middle. It's bits for the smoke to take down Alex. That's not exactly the start they were looking for your NIP. It's forcing a massive rotation from the A-bomb side. This is crazy. S-Tag doing a great job winning that fight. If he goes down, the A-bomb side is wide open, and the bomb just runs on there.
Yeah, they're being pulled around the map right now as well, so that's a crucial kill for at.CEST to pick up. He's got like a little bear in mind as well. He's under a lot of pressure now, though. Should be taken down. Nice shot from Ima. Recovers and gets the wallbang headshot with that Desert Eagle. That weapon has been a bit of a mainstay of Mirage so far, but it's going to be a 4-on-3 for NAVI for now. Flashbang, very effective one in towards CT spawn. Rez now has to deliver, try and recover the situation with the flashes that keep on coming through. Molotov to deny access towards the ticket booth as well. 2 CTs here now. The bomb is not yet planted, but Emma's looking to change that right now. Just going to be tapping the C4 down, but here comes Rez. Double headshot, double kill. Config chiming in as well. It looks like they've done enough to break serve of NAVI, and that's wonderful. Can pull this one over the line.
Yeah, he's going to give it a shot here. Goes up the stairs, but it will get shot down by Headtrick. That's a nice attempt. He knew he had to fight his way away from a Config who was playing all the way over at that connector, or sorry, towards the catwalk. So it's going to be another good round here for NIP. They bring it back. Starting to look a little bit interesting for them.
Yeah, it all started here as well. At Galil. And they just lost the pick over towards the B bomb site as well. That was so much on the line for that particular frag. It's the Rez double kill as well, one of which is the wallbang. And NAVI now feeling the pressure. Alex, that's more like it. I love to see a bit of passion. Been a while since we've seen that sort of reaction in the NIP camp.
I was going to say, especially for a team like NIP, that's something that they've really been missing, so...
We definitely had some barking in there before. Like, that was an interesting era.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I prefer that from Alex. That's pretty cool to see. He's fired up, and NAVI will have to be here if they're going to do anything with this full eco. Not really much brought to the table at all. Glocks and a P250 as NIP start to tuck themselves in and get comfy here on Mirage.
Yeah, Config still being fairly active.
This is his playground, though.
It is.
He's had his absolute best performances throughout his career on Mirage. When he's in the zone, like Rugger mentioned it on the desk as well, like, if he's in the zone, like, he is one of the most brutal players in the entire planet. Like, if you get him happy, you get him feeling like he's supposed to be there and he understands that he can do whatever he likes. Map like Mirage, CT side, no, just as I'm picking him up, he'll be let off that proverbial leash, Anders, and he'll just cause absolute havoc. Like, when he's hitting his shots and he's feeling confident, there's not many people that can out-aim him. But for now, this round getting a little bit more uncomfortable than it should. That should be where it ends, to be honest with you. I don't see him picking anything else up, as it will be NIP continuing the streak here. A bit more of a hollow victory, that one, after losing a couple of key frags to the Glocks, but still, all is well.
Yeah, for NIP right now, they are the love and life.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Rez, even if some of these are sort of anti-eco kills, I just want to see him do really anything at all. I think the desk sort of briefly brought it up towards the end there. His performance on Overpass, definitely not what you wanted to see. So hopefully we can see more of the Rez that we all love on this one. It's a grenade. Nice little trick to blow in the smoke in the window just to get a peek.
Yeah, little flashbang behind it as well to potentially enable his comrades to push up towards top or middle. Just applying some pressure though, suggesting they could be there on the other side. And Config, of course, with that AK-47, that confidence continues to swell, Anders. That's the weapon you want Config to have on the CT side. Give him that one-tap potential, because my God, he can deliver on all fronts in that regard. All right then. Active play. NIP looking a lot more confident here on Mirage. Going to take control of the A ramp. Try and deny any execution potential here. They can feel the pressure coming in towards middle. They confirm their control of the steps. Could be Rez to bait in S attack, but maybe oversteps the mark there. They had a nice setup up until that point. We need a double kill from Rez. He can't deliver. Just 1 pound.
Nice shot from Alex. That's going to close it a little bit. Config standing in the flames, and he's going to get found by JL at a distance. More Molotovs being tossed into the jungle. Just setting that whole place ablaze for the minute here. 2 versus 2. The bomb being planted. JL with plenty of health. Same can't be safe for a bit, but my God.
Yeah.
He's talking about confidence.
I love that from JL. He realized their position there on the default part of the bomb site wasn't going to be strong enough. He needed to get some information, cross over towards connector, see if he can find a kill. And my God, did he ever get one. That's a beautiful shot to confirm the round as well. And we get into that 2v1. You can see Headtrick not really fancying his chances here. He's got the AWP. Money's not fantastic on the CT side, even with the streak of rounds picked up. So that's going to be the second for Na'Vi. And this is looking so good. Unfortunately for NAP, had they held the original crossfire with STag baited on the left, I dare say that was a beautiful play. But he tries to get a little tricky with it. Goes for the first kill. Doesn't work out, and they lose that synergy. That crossfire doesn't really get enabled. So that's unfortunate. It was a nice idea otherwise. So will be Na'Vi picking up only their second round here. It's their map pick, and early days, sure, but certainly looking a little bit more problematic than he might have expected. They were the heavy favorites coming into this one. Bear in mind, on overpass, they were 10-2 up. And then almost went to overtime, Anders, all the way to round number 24, and they had Galils across the board, and they just about squeaked it over the line.
And, the fact that it got that close also probably means NIP are going to be coming into this particular map thinking, we actually have a pretty good shot at it. We can do a lot here, If they would have got completely knocked out 13-3 on that first map, it's different.
It definitely makes you believe that anything is possible.
Yeah.
They almost brought that one back. You think, like, yeah, we can still do it. This series is still alive. All right, then.
Just testing the smoke, but nobody's really there. So they're going to get a bit of control, although Config boosted up. AK is no longer in his hands. That's a bit of a shame, but he can still do good work with the M4A1. Nobody really has any money in this game. That's been true for the entire first half so far.
This is a massive swing round. That's a good point. Both teams pretty much fully invested. You've got a bit of residual cash from Wonderful. That's about it. So it all comes down to who wins the round, what weapons are saved, will affect the outcome of the follow-up round as well. It's going to be a nice Molotov with dissuade Rez from the connected position. There's a lot of that vision as well. You can see he's now smoked off. Boosted up his config as mentioned. He's still up. Still ready for the first duel, but it's going to be Alexa to challenge him first, and two players there. It's going to be an easy first kill for config.
Drops the Molotov behind him so he can focus on this, and it's a good idea. They are down on the low ground. That's a bit of an issue, but good hunting for Alex. Good communication on the NIP side. He's giving them a bit of a lead in this one, though somehow they're fighting their way back. I can't believe it. Jail and Emma shut down. Emma in the 1 versus 2, and he can't quite find that shot. Headtrick in position.
Yeah, that was ridiculous from config. So he gets the initial kill from the boosted position. He then just fights for his life. He's not looking for frags. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible, be a real nuisance. Just playing cat and mouse around the pillar. Then he just had no bullets left, no health. He pulls out the USP and somehow gets the penultimate kill on JL there as well. Yeah, he couldn't believe it. He should not be alive right now. Yeah, dominated. As
He's reenacting the kill.
It's so sick. Like, the fact he even survived that one, it was a bit like James Bond. Gets extracted out of the B bomb site, and it's going to have to be not even a partial buy, really, Anders. I'd call this one an eco. Na'Vi running out of ideas. It's going to be 3 players towards B apartments, but they don't really have like a flash or anything to really suggest they're going to commit towards a bomb site. They're just going to chill for now. Could be another 30 seconds before we see any sort of initiative.
Yeah, it's a classic. You ain't at the grenades. Why not? But surely they've got no shot at cracking through this one. The submachine gun, the HE being held by config. Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
We say that now, they're probably going to work flawlessly. There's one kill.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay.
It's our bad, Henry. We cursed them completely.
There's still a... Oh, no, I was about to say, like, there's still a chance if Rez leaps through the window and denies the plant, but no. It's like the worst timing ever. They had the perfect setup. 2 players there, grenades ready and waiting. And it's a cheeky Tech 9 kill. Let's have a look. Oh, catching them just as they started repositioning as well. If he gets even one, you'd think maybe it's worth it.
I blame myself. Like,
yeah.
I said it's my bad.
It's too good. And Alex, he knows that's a deflating round.
Yeah, as soon as the commentator starts saying this is it, like this is an easy round.
So that was an eco essentially. That was Tech 9, Deagle, no Kevlar, no nades, and just a contact. Timed play into the B bomb side. Very unfortunate. It does happen, but just
to say, we're laughing a little bit, but this is an elimination game. It's the second map. You already lost the first one, and you give this round. It's a massive issue, isn't it? Because like this could be the opening window to spark Navi right back in this game.
Like we said, it's early days here in Mirage. Like, sure, it's been a good start here, but it could still be a bad finish. That's the third round on the board now. Navi can still win the half on their T side. They can bring this one back to life. So Alex knows it. He's been the one who's been dumping that adrenaline, trying to rally the troops and get everyone riled up. But it's difficult to maintain that sort of energy, Anders, when you lose that sort of round, especially when you're one of the culprits. You're one of the players that went down with nothing. And that's just given Navi a huge injection of cash. That was their eco. They were just hoping to get a plant, maybe a couple of kills. They just won with a clean sweep. They just got 5 players surviving, 2 rifles, a bomb planted. They're going to have a ton of money here. I tell a lie, though. At least one of the weapons salvage is an MP9. So
yeah, I guess that's true.
It's not like all is lost. They still will have to be pretty much fully invested here, but still 5-3. Important round here on either side. Double MP9 to Config and Alex. Shotgun meta has fallen off, Anders. I'm going to say it. No one's buying the shotguns anymore.
We were mocking it mercilessly at one point, so...
I feel like it's fallen out of fashion.
Yeah.
As everything does, really. MP9 is back.
P90 is on the horizon.
Yeah.
That's what's coming.
And it just feels like the shotguns, they had their moment in the sun. They had a couple of events. But we're not really seeing them anymore.
I'll find a use for them, Henry. I'll make it my mission.
Yeah.
I'll get him back into it. That's a nice little nade. Oh, actually, I don't know how that didn't do more. Okay, it lands way
3
behind
damage.
him. Okay, that's a bit of a shame. Looked like it was going to bounce right on top of him. Small detail, but Alex does not have any head armor. So in case he runs into Immer on the other side, or even JL, it could be interesting, but it's unlikely.
Well, Immer's got himself actually in the window room already. This is a potent position on the T side. Wonderful to open things up. He'll find S-Tag, and even with a helmet, Rez will meet his maker in the form of Immer. 5 versus 3, and it's one of those really difficult spots to hold. Like, sometimes overlooked, often checked. Alexi B will be finding the 3rd frag of the round, and wow, what a preemptive shot that is from JL as well. Now we've got a head trick, trying to save the AWP, and this is now the nightmare scenario. You lost to the eco, you've given them a very clean gun round to follow things up. Just 1 round in it at this stage, your money is absolutely busted. Even the AI says this round's over. 99% to 1 Anders. I think that's fair. Maybe even 0% at this stage.
I don't think it does 0.
I know, I noticed that. Like, always has to be, there's always a chance, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is that what it's thinking? Like, you have to give it at least 1%. But it never says 0. You're right.
I think if we got the statistics nerds on it, there's, the probability calculus. I think that those people will tell you that, that's how it is.
Well, I guess,
they're out there.
If it's a 5-on-1 and the bomb's got 9 seconds remaining, you don't have a kit, that is going to be 0%, right? So...
yeah.
So that's a...
Server can still crash.
Server, okay, yeah, I guess I didn't consider that.
See?
Good point.
I got you, Henry.
Checkmate. We're going to see if this rush middle will lead to anything for NIP. I don't think so. Maybe I'm telling a lie, though.
No way.
Rez, a double kill on the USP. The bomb's gone down. Got a lot more work to do, but that's his hat trick here. Okay, Anders, this is a USP rush, and now they've got rifles and an AWP.
And the bomb
in their remit. This is them giving Navi a taste of their own medicine, and boy, is it ever bitter. I don't think they saw this coming. It was a bit of a careless round.
It was massively careless, yeah. There's no reason why they all had to swing for the fight up there, but they did. Rez is low on health, though. A little bit of an uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
See if he's going to be ready for it. S-Tag is really far away. They're not really playing together again. This is one of the things that was criticized on Overpass, and I kind of wish they would have been able to do a little bit more here. S-Tag way in the back with the AWP now. This is the man that can do almost anything, but already grenaded out. It's going to be the Molotov. Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, it was an exciting start to the round, but you're right. They need to make a move there. They've got a bit too static, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just holding the bomb. Maybe you just need to play exactly on top of each other and have 2 turrets enabled there, because it did feel like they were kind of just holding 2 separate angles, couldn't synergize, and that's exactly what Navi were doing. Still an exciting one. USPs.
Sure.
Into 3 kills in total. Rez couldn't hold on, though. JL's loving it. It's a good recovery. Worth celebrating, to be honest. Those are the sort of rounds that destroy the morale. So let's take the victory at this point. Tie things up, and it's 5-5. Getting to the closing stages of this first half. Navi with a great recovery, but a good aggressive swing from Alex. They are pouncing towards the mid-area.
All 5 players for NIP in the middle.
No!
And the spin around is good. That should have been a kill at the very least, but it's not. They did it with USPs, and they said, you know what? Why don't we do it with rifles? It's gonna get even better, and it is.
Yeah, it's looking very good. Lots of damage inflicted. Wonderful and Alexi B remain surrounded by the human rubble that was this mid-excursion. NIP completely shut down Na'Vi in this round. It's a 4 versus 2. Still plenty of time, though. And Wonderful's the sort of player that can make these picks happen. Start dissecting the map. There's a slight gap in that smoke, but S-Tag doesn't get the advantage. Allows Wonderful to get in towards the ladder room at the very least. Oh, it must have been spotted there. Not sure.
Yeah, maybe not. They've got so much control. NIP would almost have to try to throw this round away. 40 seconds. They're walking up behind him in the middle. That shot from Wonderful, it could make a difference. They're so low on health. Bomb is at least going to get planted here. Navi should not be winning this round around.
Here we go then.
Oh no.
I actually like this positioning. Alexi B sets himself up as a tip of the spear towards the kitchen. If he can get this kill, they're really onto something now. 2 versus 1, head trick in a compromised position. He has no kit, no utility. The bomb already ticking at some pace. Anders, I think they might have done enough here as Na'Vi have stolen the round away once again. 3 kills for Wonderful, 1 for Alexi B. That's confirmed. There'll be no defuse today. And it took kill by kill, piece by piece, but Na'Vi have managed to put this round together.
You gotta give it to NIP. They are trying their best to play this game the hardest way possible. Like, they're really making it not easy for themselves. They lose that against the Tech9 and the B-bomb side. Now they lose a 2-on-4 against 2 players that are like a combined 50 health, maybe.
It's so insane. That, like I said, if Wonderful's alive, like, this is what he's brought into the team for.
Oh,
like, he's so calm and calculated. He's so good at just slowing it down and just having that kind of like awareness, that presence of mind to pre-fire certain positions, be ready for the flicks. Like, he's going to be a superstar this game, mark my words. And that is really impressive. Double AWP setup, Anders, to close things out here. It's the last round, so they'll have an AK sitting around the corner probably, but still, love to see it. Some avant-garde strategies. We don't even need the AWP. We've got that sort of shot.
Who cares about the scope? Yeah, flexing the amount of money that they have over NIP, who are coming into this last round in a much worse state.
You can see JL's back on the AK now, so that's actually a really cool little move. Like, why not? If you've got a good spawn as well, buy yourself an AWP. Have an AK down in spawn.
It's the Counter-Strike, equivalent of buying champagne in the club and just pouring it into the sink. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You know you're not gonna drink it anyway, but it's there for the looks.
Yeah. The poor people are watching. And that's NIP.
Just wishing they were you.
Yeah.
I wish I had that money. Wish I could waste that much cash on nothing.
Exactly. Well, back to the Counter-Strike, and we have Config out of the round. Rez is 14-9. Like, he's actually been playing a really good half so far, but unfortunately, NIP as a whole is still struggling. They're losing those critical rounds. I mean, those rounds have made a massive difference in this first half. It's thrown off the economy completely for the CTs. Easy shot for Wonderful. Alexi will get a kill, and just like that, it's fallen apart here. 2 versus 5. Bomb is going to get planted. This is too much. Rez, good long-range shot. Wonderful was looking for the duel. He was feeling pretty sure this round was won, so just wanted to take the fight.
Oh, fair play to him. He hasn't had the most explosive half, but in terms of the shots he had to hit and the clutches to be found, like, he has delivered on all fronts in that regard. As the final round, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like it's coming to its logical conclusion. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but NIP, after getting off to a flying start on their opponent's map pick, it was looking so good for them, but they absolutely collapsed towards the tail end of this first half. It's 7-5 in favor of Na'Vi.
Wow. Kumba.
Thank you.
Thank you. And goodbye.
See you. What do we have here, Finn?
I see Blast logo.
You ready to read this one?
Yeah, let's go.
Dear players, welcome to Kronborg.
Right behind us?
This beautiful one right here. Today's first task will take place at this magnificent castle. You will both be challenged in a historical duel that will put your skill set to a test.
Oh no.
You will be doing a 1 versus 1 duel in fencing. Good luck and may the best man win.
That sounds serious, bro.
I know my moves already.
All right, start with a salute. Up, under the chin, and then out to side. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. En garde. Prêt? Allez. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Touche. 3.
Defensive tactic working.
En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Touche 3. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Touche 3. Come on, Dupree. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt.
Nice shot. Good as not best of 10.
En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Touche 3. Now, Dupree, remember, if Kerrigan gets his last point, he wins the whole duel. So clutch your kick, Dupree. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Touche 3.
That's unfair. Replay.
Oh, sorry, man.
Slow round.
Let's go, Phil.
Sit down, I'm coming for you.
Tradition states that when it's 4-4, you give a small salute to the opponent. But whoever gets the next point wins the round.
You only live once.
En garde. Prêt? Allez.
Boys, you should run out, boys.
Yes.
You should go.
Are you ready?
Go, everyone.
3, 2, 1, go, 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 go,
Bench
go.
one, set.
Got it.
Guns, guns.
Guys, let's go.
Let's get guns here.
Nice, boys.
Good guns, good guns.
Man.
Yes.
Happier times there for an IP, winning those great retakes, and it was looking so good. Anders, they were up 5-2. It ends up being 7-5 as NAVI with a strong resurgence towards the end.
Yeah, we should have watched that clip in black and white, like a throwback to like, with the good old days.
Still, not all is lost. Not a disastrous half, but could have been a lot better for an IP who will now be on the T side, of course, heading towards B. All 5 members this side of the map. Anders, we've got a smoke, couple of flashes, and speaking of which, they're about to be deployed. It's simple. They could be very effective as they make their way in towards B.
Oh my god, Alexi, the pistol again! He's done it! 3 headshots just like that! He is a monster in these pistol rounds. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Alex now to fight for his own and a grenade. Good luck. You're already in a 4 versus 1. But just in case, you know, we're going to give you a 86 damage grenade to start with.
He even like turned away before he even connected. He's like, yep, my round's over. That's going to be max damage. And it is exactly that. Like he said, 86 damage on the grenade. Alexi B pulling out all the stops here. Nothing but headshots, 3 crispy ones as to make their way in towards B. Doesn't get affected by the flashbangs whatsoever. And it's just so beautiful to watch. You're right, he's been an absolute demon in these pistols. Time and time again, finding 3 kills in pretty much every series, it feels like. So well done, Alexi B. That might be enough to find that 2-0 scoreline here and knock NIP out of the tournament. There will be no bomb planted, of course, so it has to be the full eco on the T side here. And I really mean it. They've got Glocks pretty much across the board, but a cheeky smoke, Anders. S-Tag will have that. So that's the most compelling storyline I can stitch together here, I'm afraid. Maybe there's the smoke somewhere randomly on the bomb site. Try and just throw a player in there. In the carnage, they can get a plant out of it perhaps. But time will tell. They'll leap out across towards middle. Wonderful, mowing them down. Farming himself some cash from the bench position. Might go down here. There's no real reason. Let the SMG close things out here. A bit of extra cash and a very convincing round there from NAVI. 2-0 and not a single player being dropped there. So a bit of a bonus situation. A couple of SMGs in the mix, but let's have a listen in. Let's see what's going on.
Guys, we started to play really solid in the end, honestly. We started to fucking move, actually.
That was really good.
It was, I agree. It was pretty solid.
Complimenting themselves.
Yeah.
They're not wrong.
Just so you know, we're doing a great job, lads, and he would be correct. Bringing it back, like we said, a 5-2 deficit. There was some really painful clutches. They lost to a full eco as well.
So devastating.
Right? Like, it was actually a pretty problematic half for them, but they held it together and now got themselves in a prime position to close this one out 2-0. That's unless Rez has anything to say about it. He does take some damage within those flames. They know there's players on the other side of that smoke trying to bail out. It was Config with the opening kill, though, however. He'll find Wonderful what a kill that is to bring it into a 5-on-4.
Say for the rest of Navi, maybe just don't fight Config in the middle. Just leave him alone. Okay, I think a really good decision on Rez to walk back from that fight. Because you're right, once you get burned by the Molotov, it's not really worth it. If anyone's in the area, they're going to have a pretty good idea what's going on there. So 9-5 the scoreline. This one is everything to NIP. If they can win this one, it's a conversation again. We can sort of open it back up. But if they lose it, it's a different match altogether. A bit of a boost, and JL thought maybe his weapon was going to block his sight, but he's going to be fine for the kill. Still a 2-on-3 as Hetrick and Rez bring it back and get a little bit more in their favor.
So what's the finishing play here? NIP have control of the A bomb site. They'll bring the C4 over, and it's Alex patrolling towards CT spawn. Holds it valiantly as well. Should be enough to win this round as Config's got a great position towards that ladder room, and it will be NIP posting their first round of the second half. But bear in mind, technically against that bonus round, we had a couple of SMGs in there, a bit of aggression from Wonderful at the start. Got absolutely blasted by Config, the master of Mirage. And this is that initial kill. You can see Wonderful just trying to use that smoke against them, maybe get flashed in position, but Config there to open and close proceedings here. Like we said, that's NIP with their first and the second, and it does mean there's going to be potentially a timeout here. It's going to make things a little bit more complicated financially as well for Navi, but they had such a clean round. They do have the wonderful AWP. FAMAS, MP9 otherwise, close the smoke open. No opportunity for that first kill. Unless Config lands on the mid boxes, Anders. That's not part of the script. They run boost him across, and it's too good. It's too powerful. He lands on the mid boxes.
He landed and did an extra jump, I think, as well. I mean, he might have been so confused. He was like, what am I doing up here?
Oh, God.
Can we... I'm so confused about what's going on.
We're going to get the replay of that for sure. Let's see it from that POV. Like, maybe it's intentional. Maybe that's a play he uses. Like, he gets on the mid-box and goes for a really aggressive kill. I would say the fact he jumped, like you said, I think he was trying to bail. I think they misplayed it.
Looked very awkward.
Because most of the time you do that run boost to try and, avert the gaze of the AWPer. Then you have someone swing and you kind of hopefully trade him out. But you don't usually see players try and land on top of the mid boxes. So, good opportunity to rebuttal here, but Rez is called out. Wonderful will connect a shot towards connector as well. That's S-Tag down to 43.
5 versus 3 on this one. About 35 seconds left. Very unlikely they're going to be able to do a lot here. Bits nearly getting caught with his pants down, but he's going to be fine. And spotted out his head-trick. He was going to die one way or another. He was completely boxed in that one. So nothing that he really could have done. My God, that is a scary situation here. So
he's already on the mid-box. Yeah.
What?
He said I landed on the effing box, I think is what he said. So yeah, that kind of confirms it. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. It was not ideal. And Config, to make up for it, Anders, is going for the hero AK. He'd have to be a god at this point to make this round work, to be honest with you, more than a hero. So he invests a lot, and he's trying to make up for the previous mistake. It's going to be an A finish. Simple flash over, and they're committing towards the bomb site.
Yeah, they just need the entry. Config, let's go of one. We know the kind of aim that it has. I'd be worried about this if I was Bit. Maybe just wait. They need to get the bomb plant eventually. Yes, head trick with a kill. Gets one of them. Config's dead, unfortunately, and no one's picked up the AK at the moment here. Confusion inside of the smoke. It's actually the Glock that'll do the work. Alex able to get that one. It's a little bit interesting, but maybe only for a second. Alexi's going to be showing up on the spot here They got close, kind of. Like, they had a chance there, but just never could pick up the weapons.
Yeah, like they killed him in the back there, and you're right. It's the Glock there finds him, but he denied the plant before that kill came through. So, if anything, it doesn't do a whole lot for them. They needed the bomb plant out of that, considering Config was quite heavily invested. But still, quite an exciting round there. Certainly had some moments where I felt like the AK could find a few vital incisions, but it wasn't meant to be. And it will be a tactical timeout, this time used by NIP, because they're looking down the barrel of elimination here.
Yeah, that's true. It really hasn't worked out for them. I know it's a bit repetitive, but it really comes back to those huge rounds, the 2 versus 4, and obviously the loss to the Tech-9 in that first half. It's just so hard to recover from. I'm sure mentally as well, you know it, right? You don't really need any outside analysis for that. Like, inside of the team, you're going to be well aware, man, we really screwed this up, unfortunately. It's 11-6, Na'Vi 2 rounds away from knocking out NIP.
Well, there was a decent attempt at the comeback on Overpass, Anders. They were 1 round shy of converting a 10-2 deficit. So we won't count them out just yet. Imma, this time trying his hand at a bit of aggression. Not too much. Doesn't want to overstep the mark here. They were ready for any potential CT swings. Just looking at the setup for an IP. It's a Galil for Config. This time, like we said, his money was affected after going for that Hero AK. Hasn't had one of his remarkable TSAT performances yet. Wonderful, and Imma open up the fragging department. 2 kills found. Job done, honestly. Like, they can just fall back and hold the bomb sites here, play the advantages, run the clock down. They know it's a weak buy. Oh, JL, he knows he's got himself in a bit of hot water here now, Anders.
Yeah, bit of a pickle. Smoke is going to really, it's preemptively thrown down before the Molotov even landed, so pretty good job, I would say. And if nothing else, I mean, this is going to be buying time. He's crouching on through. He's just going to escape. That first shot from Wonderful is so lightning fast. That's the sort of stuff that really will, raise your eyebrows. If you haven't seen him play before, you're like, oh, okay.
He's an absolute beast. Like, one of my favorite Hawpers. So glad he's got this opportunity. And so far, so good. He's top fragged in all of their games so far. Like, they have one, admittedly, but he's looked great for his debut.
Yes.
And that's a very compelling round as well. A clean sweep. NIP starting to shrink here, the 2-0 looking inevitable. That was pretty much everything they had left, and they barely get a frag. They don't get the bomb down, and I think they're like sort of forced by territory now, considering we have found series point. 12-6. One more will do it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Frustration starting to come through for an IP.
I can totally understand. This must have been a frustrating game, maybe especially the second map here. And must have been a tough ride. I'm sure the desk are going to end up talking about it as well, but those crucial rounds, they cost a lot. Mac 10 out from Config. They don't have that much to work with, Henry. There's not a lot of bright spots at the moment.
No, they had to buy. And it's
S-Tag and Config don't have a long way home. That's a positive.
That's about the only positive they've got. Yeah, this is the debut of a new lineup. It's been an exciting series. Unfortunately, NIP not really showing up in the first half of their map pick, as leading us to this 2-0 scoreline by the looks of things here. Imma to open things up, and he takes down one of the danger men as well. Config's removed early on. He just had to sit back and watch this one unfold now.
He's stuck around. I think Rez thought he'd already escaped. It looked like he was running away there, Imma, but he's stuck around the edge of the smoke. Bit of a shot rings out for Wonderful, but again, they don't really have to engage here, Navi. It's a 5 versus 3. They're looking really, really strong. Leg shot onto S-Tag, and he's also going to confirm they are coming up connector.
Yeah. I think we might be done here, ladies and gentlemen. Pack it up, because NIP are done. It is going to be a 2-0 victory for Na'Vi. After going down 5-2 on Mirage as well, it looked like NIP maybe could fight back into the series, but the debut with the new in-game leader, Alex, is a little bit disappointing, but still, bear in mind they had a few days practice before this tournament and still look pretty good at times, and they've got a lot of information to take away from this.
Stronger from Na'Vi. This is a different scenario than map 1 here. They did not leave anything to doubt. No questions being unanswered from Navi. Very much dominant on this map of Mirage, and a logical result, Jacob, when we consider the whole map.
I would say so. You know, felt like Navi were in control for most of the time. There was a certain point in the game where NIP were leading 5-2, I believe. They lose to a pistol rush on towards the B bomb side, and from that point and onwards, NIP never recovered again. It was Navi all over the map. Very, very decisive performance.
Yes.
Emma playing well, wonderful finding impact. Alexi B with some good calls. A very good team performance coming out of Navi.
And I'll bring you in on the conversation, Rugge, as well, because I think we had a shared feeling that this eco round, the contact play rather on the B side, really put a stop to any kind of momentum that NIP was building. And you mentioned to me, Alex is not supposed to play that position. He doesn't have the inner clock. He doesn't have the reflexes, and that cost NIP dearly. And I think Alexi B identified there was a weakness there.
While watching the game, I also looked up like his previous time in Movistar. It was if he actually was playing B, he was playing connector, and I think he needs a little time to adjust to his position. There was, like as you mentioned, the inner clock timings that were a little bit off, and if they don't lose that round, maybe it's a big scoreline for NIP. So it's a little bit frustrating for them looking back at this round.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda indeed is going to be the story of NIP, but still a very young roster that has a long path ahead of them. We're going to catch up with Config. He's speaking with James after this elimination.
Now, Config, it is elimination here. You guys did the best you can with the pieces you've got and the time you've got, but I just want to touch on some things of how you felt, at least playing your initial official games of them, and just what you believe you can build on with this roster, because there's still so many questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course there's a lot of questions. I think we all have it as a team as well, but practice, like we need it. It shows on the server, and we're not really on the same page yet. And yeah, I mean, that's what you get with 4 days of practice. Like it's not a lot of good rounds, but at least we did some good things.
And for this event overall, how much of this was maybe Alex's calling on the fly or some old ideas from NIP? Because even like the overpass pick that came in, right, it's just kind of the tried and tested go-to map for you guys, and I wasn't really seeing too much difference in this. So just give us an understanding of how it was and how you were playing.
I mean, it was a little bit FaZe kinda. We of course had the things that we had with the old team as well, the defaults and the set tactics and stuff. But I mean, it's just a general thing of like playing next to each other and talking to a new in-game leader, and like there's a lot of things that needs to go our way if we were supposed to win games this tournament.
And the positives though, right? I saw Alex himself was getting hyped, and I feel like you guys, I can always rely on to be hyping things up, making some noise. But in general, Nip's always had like a quiet base level of emotion and energy. Do you feel like that's something that will improve now with Alex?
For sure. I think he will give the Spanish energy to us, and it feels really good playing next to Alex. So I'm really excited for the future.
I look forward to seeing it as well. Thank you very much, Config. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the fire, the energy from Alex is going to be needed for NIP. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road here at the Blast Fall Final in Copenhagen. It's obviously a project that is looking way more long-term. There's a major around the corner in 2024 that is going to be the target for practices for them. We have here the bracket. Navi is going to be qualified for the next step, the playoff. It's going to be a quarterfinal played here in the concourse. And for us, it's time to move along the conversation. Rugge, thank you very much for taking the time to joining us. I hope you had a good time. Did you appreciate your moment behind the camera? You told me it's easier than coaching. I'll put you on the spot.
Much easier.
I think it's different, let's say it like that. But yeah, a lot of different hours into different things. Obviously, I like being here. Also, being on the other side of the camera for once, not being like directly down into competition, but also hearing thoughts from the green room and being able to go back and forth with the players, not necessarily having the competition in mind, but catching up with a couple of guys.
When are we going to see you again?
Hopefully at the major.
There we go, at the major. Well, thank you so very much. Let's have a look at the schedule, guys, because this was just game one out of a fanciful 4-course meal of Counter-Strike we're having today. Navi triumph over NIP 2-0. Finishing up the day is Complexity versus Vitality, preceded by Astralis Heroic. But the next game is going to be FaZe versus Cloud9. And Jacob and myself have the honor of going through this just after the break. And a winner's match on the cards, on the deck here in Copenhagen for the last 4 final. We are looking for our first semi-final team. And who says semi-final also says Royal Arena guaranteed to be playing on that stage. And in a calendar of Counter-Strike that is relatively quiet towards the end of the year, I think it is very important for both these teams to secure the ticket as fast as possible. FaZe have been the team to talk about. They've been the big bad wolf when it comes to CS2. They've been untradeable, unnegotiable, streak of 16 victory. But against them comes Cloud9, a team that has gone through changes very recently. Boomich coming in as the IGL, hoping to be the solution after Shiro sort of deserted the spot and went on to greener pastures. And now they have FaZe against them. So Jacob, off the bat, how do you value the chances of Cloud9? Is an upset on the cards, or is this just pretty much a day in the office?
I mean, it's hard to make the case that FaZe are not the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. They won 16 in a row. They even beat Cloud9 in Thunderpick as well a couple of weeks ago. But I will say, I feel like Cloud9 is quickly getting better and better and better. What I saw yesterday against NAVI was very positive signs. Sure, they ended up losing a map where we were a little bit worryful in the fashion they did lose, but overall, they left us with a positive impression. So I think Cloud9 is a team trending upwards right now, where FaZe, I only expect them to stay where they're at, right? They can't really be any better as per se. So upset potentially, but FaZe are still the favorites.
It's very much the favorite. If Cloud9 has to rely on a player, it seems to be Electronic right now. He's the hot topic. He's the one for the talk right now. And he's had a couple of interesting quotes as well for him as a player throughout his experience in Cloud9. He said, maybe, just maybe, I wasn't made to be an IGL. And I'm just going to put it out there. I think it's great to have confidence and you know, come out with big statements. I want to be the best IGL in the world, but I also think it's good to realize when you mess up, and it's good to own your mistake, and it's good to be a little bit humbled. What do you think about this whole situation?
I like the self-realization. I'm with you. You know, I remember the two of us standing at a Blast group stage, you know, discussing whether or not we thought it was a great idea for Electronic to be the in-game leader. And I hated the notion. I hated it. You hated it. Everyone hated it because we respect the player so much. He's such a gifted entry fragger. He's such a gifted rifler. Arguably one of the best riflers of all time in CSGO, now moving into CS2. So we want to see him play at his absolute best. And I think him not being an in-game leader, that's what's going to unlock the best of Electronic. And we already saw glimpses of that yesterday.
Well, we're seeing indeed glimpses of what I call the real Electronic. Hopefully he shows up in this series. And let's see what he thinks about this entire topic. He exchanged a little bit with James Banks a few minutes ago.
Electronic, you spoke to HLT and you said you think you were probably not good enough to be the IGL, right, when it comes to this roster. Too emotional is what you said. Was this quite a humbling experience for you?
I mean, yeah, you know, when I started to be an IGL, it wasn't like fully my decision. My team asked me to be an IGL in this team and try to be the guy who gonna lead the team in the future. But I think I'm super emotional, as I said in the interview, so it's hard for me to like control the whole process, you know. And yeah, when someone doing, you know, mistakes at the map, I could be like mad on him because of this, you know. So yeah, that's why I'm not that good enough for this, you know. And I mean, it's hard to be an IGL, honestly, because you need to put a lot of work just, you know, I don't know how it says, but I don't think that IGL role is only worth that much, you know. So, yeah, it's hard.
Well, you might have a mind for the game. Don't do. I'm not Electronic. I'm not just dancing out. Electronic is moving around as on the map. But he is hitting on a very key topic right there. It's like, you can have a mind for the game. And Electronic has a mind for the game. There is no way you are that consistent and that impactful for so many years without having a mind for the game. I will not back down from that. But there is a difference between having this and being able to mentally sustain the pressure and remaining an IGL that has his head on his shoulders throughout a series. He just admitted to it. He is not equipped for it. He can do it.
It's one of the things I hate the most about modern days Counter-Strike, the fact that a lot of players turn into be an in-game leader because there's no one else to do the job. I think when you have a team, especially like Cloud9 or NAVI back in the day, FaZe for that matter, you know, top tier teams with big budgets, you sign a player specifically for that role. I hate the idea that some player goes like, yeah, we don't have an in-game leader right now. I guess I can do it. We've seen it in NIP. We saw it here with Electronic. We see it happening over and over and over. And how many times once, is that a positive story? Apex did it, you know, in Vitality, and I think that deserves massive props because not a lot of players are able to make that transition, nor was Electronic. So it's one of the things that I want everyone to take note of, you know. When you have a player, when you have a situation where you lack an in-game leader, go out there and find someone who's burning for that specific role, who tried to master that specific role. Otherwise, you're just in an interim period where, yeah, I can do it for a couple of months, but then we have to go back and we're wasting the time and yada, yada, yada. So I am so happy Electronic is no longer an in-game leader because we get to see the best of him and the best of Cloud9.
I think that's the key point, right? Individually, I think it was way too damaging for his own performance if you think about the contrast of what you're missing on. And also, it paints a bit more of a better, commendable pictures of the good IGLs of today. The real good IGLs who actually are equipped to deal with that kind of pressure, who are able to sort of be selfless enough that the team victory is what matters more than what's happening on the monitor. And if we talk about Electronic and we say he couldn't do it, Carrigan, on the other hand, in FaZe, he's the example. He has been the example in the last few years of a player that individually he's struggling. There's no doubt about it. You look at his numbers, you don't need a degree to know that the numbers aren't great. But the quality of work he puts in as an IGL, that's what you're striving for.
That's his identity, right? That's the DNA of Carrigan. He's been an in-game leader for a very, very long time, even back in the beginning of CSGO when he was playing in Mousesports the first time around. So yes, I agree with you. Carrigan has done tremendously well for himself, done tremendously well in FaZe Clan as well. One thing that is a little bit unnoticed, I would argue, and underrated is the fact that he stayed within FaZe now. Usually Carrigan's pathway has always been he finds success in the beginning, then he gets kicked, then he joins a new team, finds success again.
Not anymore.
This time around, he stayed around in the rough time with FaZe Clan, and now all of a sudden they are the best again, and I absolutely love that redemption story.
Yeah, they seem to be an incredibly hard team to put to bed, and we see the headsets are coming on. We're very short towards the beginning of this game. Is there a world in which Cloud9 can actually force it? We just saw quickly the veto. Vertigo was being floated, not picked, not punished, of course, by Cloud9. FaZe is getting away with murder here. You think they're set? I guess you have FaZe as favorite in this game, right?
I do have FaZe to win the game. The one thing, you know, is that when we say they won 16 games in a row, there's different ways of doing that. Not all the games have been dominating by FaZe Clan. There's been a couple of close games, you know, going into overtime. We remember at the CSC as well. So it's not like they're dominating their opponents. And I think if you give a bit of a chance to Cloud9, there's enough quality over there with Electronic, Exile for that matter, you know, in order to make it a close game. So I would expect a very tense affair. I would expect a competitive game, but I still think FaZe are going to end up winning.
FaZe seem to be absolutely posed to get that victory home. Doesn't matter if they play their A game or their B game. The floor is so high level that it is hard to make them sweat. It is hard to make them tremble. Henry G, Anders, I am trying to build a storyline here where Cloud9 have a shot, but the reality might just be that FaZe are in a different galaxy right now.
Yeah, you might be onto something there, Matthew. It's going to be an uphill battle, that's for sure. They've got their work cut out for them as they take on a FaZe in an impeccable form right now, Anders. It's the upper bracket final. Winner advances to the semis, loser down to the quarters. So not everything on the line, but you take that semi-final berth all day long. And we're going to kick things off on Overpass here. Cloud9, they picked this map, Anders, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, definitely a tough game coming into this one for Cloud9, but I mean, so far they look pretty impressive. And, you know, FaZe, yeah, they're on this incredible win streak, but we've seen them with slow starts. Maybe someone can finally capitalize and put FaZe to bed without the comeback.
That's a good point. They have had some very rough starts to a lot of these series. They often win them, 16 in a row, and normally courtesy of this man in your screen right now. Rain with the opening frag, a stunning shot from that USP. He's got a lot to deal with now as they make their way towards the A site.
Yeah, he's trying to get the reload in, but he couldn't quite do it in time. Brokey with another good shot, and Carrigan doubling it up, and they just keep it going. Triple for the captain of the team.
Yeah, I like that, Carrigan. Very nice, denying absolutely everything there. Only one kill found. A bullet into the skull of Brain, but Carrigan arriving at the scene of the crime and mowing them all down. That's going to be a great way to kick off his Overpass campaign. It's a CT-sided pistol victory. As we see no plants as well. Should be the full eco in round number 2. Bravo. So it is that good start. With no bomb plant, Anders, they've got a 2-0 in the bag.
Yes, that's true. They don't have to fight the Galils or anything in the second round, so it's pretty impactful stuff. Okay. One P250 coming out here, but otherwise it's just the Glocks running around, so it shouldn't really be any kind of an issue.
Yeah, especially with this sort of brutal setup as well. Brokey, an aggressive position, looking to mow down at least 3 players here, Anders. It's a statement position. Takes the first shot. 2, not quite 3. The round will be theirs, but it's a little bit more expensive than they might have wanted, to be honest with you. I like that. So instead of trying to find another kill, just throw the rifle away.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's expensive. I would say that's a pretty good job. They've actually done well there. They've made things a little bit more problematic in this follow-up round. They're up against the AK-47, so maybe a bit too aggressive there from Brokey.
It's really the M4A4, you know? You got the extra bullets, can kind of keep it going. But it's all in the past. We'll leave it be. Third round is coming up, and I don't know. I would say the return of Boomich so far, considering how long he was out for, is pretty incredible.
And considering the context, they don't have an AWPer. Like, he's just having to do it. They've actually looked pretty good. Like,
yeah,
it's one of the best looking Cloud9 lineups we've seen in a while, and that's a shame considering the previous lineup with Shiro was kind of touted to be the best on paper, maybe of all time, the best roster change.
So sick.
There was so much hype, and a few months later, it's all changed. We're here now. Boomich is in. Shiro is out, and so is Hobbit. He's been removed early on in the round, courtesy of Rops, but nice response there from Axel. He's got a 4 versus 4. As we see the CTs exploring their options, and Carrigan gets a lot more than he bargained for. Electronic will get an easy frag towards Monster.
Kind of a classic Carrigan, play again. Aggressive with the SMG, looking for it. Axel at range. A lot of conversation about Axel the last time that we saw Cloud9 play because he didn't really show up for most of that game.
True.
We wanted to see more out of him. We never really got it. Not the Axel that we all kind of know and love. So maybe today will be that day. Certainly I'm a big fan of his, so.
Well, Anders, we've got a 4-on-2. And there's been a lot of those this tournament that have slipped to the wayside for a lot of these teams. We've got Twists and Brokey remaining. 30 seconds as well. Brokey's got one of those positions that are very difficult to flush out. They don't have the Molotov. We've got Electronic just exploring the B bomb site here, seeing if he can find anything. If Twist grabs him just before they commit, this could be kind of interesting. That was the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he quite saw it.
They're calling the bomb to come back.
Oh, no way. No way, Henry. They could actually lose the round like this. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, the bomb running up, then Twist, that's it. That's all he had to do. Oh, my God.
I can't believe it. They overcooked the pooch. And as they absolutely throw the round away. Overthinking the situation. They thought the B bomb site was clear, but they didn't check Monster. They came up short. There was 20 seconds remaining. About 8 when they commit to the plant, and Twist can't believe his luck here. That was a 4 versus 2 after this brilliant shot from Axel as well. And that's where it goes wrong. As you mentioned, as soon as the plant is denied, there's no time left. Rain is just like, guys, what are they doing? Why have they come back? Oh, no. Oh, that's really rough. You can see that they're so frustrating. You're just seething.
That's such a rare occurrence as well. At a top level, that really doesn't happen that often.
So it's actually like a blessing in disguise, really. The Twist didn't get the kill in towards B. Had he found the frag, right, they would have committed in towards A.
Yeah,
so the fact
100%.
he didn't even see him actually works in his favor, because then he doesn't fire a bullet. He doesn't think, I can pull this back to a winnable scenario. They played themselves. They run all the way back. They don't check Monster. Oh, no. And that looked like such a gimme of a round as well. The 4-on-2 was just like, I was going to go for my usual spiel of, they'll save the weapons here. That'll be something. They'll be able to buy up around these. But no, anything but 3-0 now. And they are force buying into the following round. Everything on the line here, Anders. AK, saved M4, a MAC-10 and a couple of pistols. Completely locked out by the utility right now. Good flashbang, though. Very good flashbang. Courtesy of Hobbit. Does find Rain.
Ooh, they kind of stood on top of each other there. Not really what you want to be seeing. A wide swing. It's Perfecto to get that one. They blow open the smoke, and wow, in spite of everything, Cloud9 just powering through. And this time, they're not second-guessing anything. They're going straight for the goal and getting the bomb planted on the A bomb side. 5 versus 3. And now you can do your spiel, Henry, about saving the weapons.
Now, if you save these weapons, it's not the end of the world. No, you're absolutely right. It's just that it's true, though. But Cloud9 somehow bouncing back. That force buy, the most effective round they've had yet. There's that one flashbang through the smoke. It looked like they were completely locked out. It's Hobby, though. Just right-clicking it through, managing to find the opener on Rain, and then they absolutely pounce, flood the bomb site with T-sided players. The bomb's planted. There's nothing Rain or Robs can do. And they're bouncing back, and that's going to be 3-1. At least the CTs will save 3 weapons, Anders, including the AWP. So things are fine. They'll have a buy following things up. But there's the flashbang, the all-important one. You can see how absolutely wrecked they were on the other side. It's the M4 from Perfecta to find the second kill as well. So good recovery from Cloud9.
I don't know if I understand the defense there for FaZe, right? The smoke that they're flashing through is the one that Rain himself put down.
Yeah.
Now, Rain is playing in front of the bomb site, but they've got the AWP and the M4 in the bomb site behind. I mean, it feels like Rain can't, like, he's not going to get help from his teammates up there. Like, I'm not really sure. I feel like there could have been a better coordination because they're not both holding long, right?
Yeah, I don't think they anticipated such an effective flashbang. It's a pretty wild maneuver, to be honest with you, and one that paid dividends. So we've got the jumping MP9 approach here, Anders. Like, people are saying jumping MP9 is broken for that reason, because you can do things like that. Now, I can see the look in your face. You're not loving it.
I'm actually so disgusted.
It's like a really, actually quite a prevalent maneuver on overpass now. For some reason, it just seems to be a nice little gimmick. It seems to find a kill. Every time I commentated that moment, it seems just to pan out. But look at the damage inflicted. Hobbit and Boomich. 72 health between them. One of which has been dropped now. Perfecto will pull at least one kill back, but he takes so much damage en route, I think this one might be over. And it all started with a jumping MP9 frag, and of course it's Rob's to do it.
The crime. Like, I should report it to somebody, you know?
Report him to the Counter-Strike police. Yeah. They're watching. Oh, that's insane, though. Like, what a way. Like, and the MP9, like, I know we bang on about it, but, like, that's why it is the most versatile weapon. Like, it can do it all in CS2 especially. It just feels like it's got so many little tricks, and the damage output seems to be really high. The rate of fire is insane. It's cheap. It farms you $600 per kill. And, yeah, there's literally no choice if it's at the full back. They've got...
All it needs is, like, a little scope on it. And,
you know. Yeah, exactly, right? Give it some more bullets, make it cheaper. Scope.
Oh, dear.
Reduce the recoil. Silencer.
Just put it all. Little upgrade you can buy, you know, $200 each.
Oh, don't. That'll probably happen.
Well, that's it's heartbreaking because that previous round from Cloud9 looked convincing, but now they're right back to losing again.
I mean, what a way to lose, though. Like, you've got to give them the caveat of the jumping MP9 Andrews. Like, what can you do against this?
Obviously nothing.
Like, what can you do? Like, it's so frustrating, yeah.
That's the jumping MP9 experience right there. Summed up. Poor Exile.
Nice
Why
work.
would you do that to another human being?
To add insult to injury, and that's exactly what FaZe are doing right now.
They also picked up 3 AKs.
That's true. Yeah, they put themselves in an incredibly powerful position right now. 4-1, Cloud9 will force buy back. They did save a couple of AKs, of course, but now things starting to get to the danger zone. I guess is where you start to feel like, oh, they might not mentally recover from this one. As we see them enter round number 6 here, mixture of Galils. Saved M4 as well. There's AKs, of course, in the mix, but compromised utility to say the very least. See Electronic high alert now, looking for any boosted players on the other side.
Yeah, can't really blame him, you know.
Nice work.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not going to get you. It's Electronic working it. Now, he was a super highlight when we saw Cloud9 yesterday. It was wild. We talked a lot about it. Put off the in-game leader role, unleashed to do what he could do with the rifles, and it was magnificent.
Absolutely was.
Okay, and they're going to go back to the B bomb side from the looks of things. Pick up the bomb. I was asking about this in our previous match, like, where are the straight big executes?
There is a problem here, though.
No,
they're going to be smoked off at the 45-second mark. They've sacrificed all map control. I'm not
Henry,
sure. It should be fine. I agree with you there. But they're going to have to push through one of these smokes. They're going to have to hope for the absolute best here. Thankfully, Axel delivers the goods. If Carrigan gets a double kill there, I dare say this round could fall apart for them. Not having the wood just yet. Brokey, a fantastic effort there with the AWP. If he hits that quick scope, all hell could break loose. But looks like crisis has been averted. 4 versus 1. And it's Cloud9 bravely pushing through that smoke on Monster. I think that was the correct call. If you let them get too comfortable, because that smoke suggests they're rotating a player over, they've got to read as to what's going on. If you let them enable that crossfire, another missed heaven smoke. We've seen a lot of them this tournament. Yeah, this is excellent work from Electronic and that double kill upon entry. Oh, but these calls, when the clock is low, it's always a little bit scary. But if Carrigan even finds one there, you never know. Maybe there was something to be said about the round, but good work. Cloud9 will find that second. Rain to save the AK-47 at the very least. Money is going to be poor. We have got well, average $1,200 per player, maybe, considering Robs is $450. Loss bonus is going to be absolute bare minimum here, so that's $1,400 per player. Yeah, with the saved AK, you might consider just a partial buy with this one, Anders. Like, I think it's worth a tactical timeout at the very least. It's kind of a complicated situation. There's definitely a conversation to be had about force buying into it, but I'd like to see a timeout here, just so they can arrange their finances. We'll see.
Yeah, they are right on the ledge there, aren't they? Scouts being picked up.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That's why, like, with this sort of round, you have the potential to win it, right? That's why I would say, like, take a moment, chat about it. Where's the scout going to find the most impact? We're not seeing many scouts in CS2, to be honest with you.
And when we do, they don't really do anything either.
No, it hasn't had the same level of impact as they did in CSGO, that's for sure.
But I haven't seen many since the update either, so maybe the latest...
The latest patch
has smoothed things out for the scouts.
People have said, like, yeah, it's the part of the game was that taking damage while scoped in could dislodge your aim and make things inaccurate. But for now, it is going to be FaZe. Didn't invest absolutely everything here. Just a scout, a couple of upgraded pistols, 4-2. And it's down to the Brain AK really to make this one happen. And as always, there's normally a bit of a gimmick with these sort of rounds. You've got the boost. So I always say, like, this position does seem to yield frags more often than not. It's back, coming back into fashion. Yeah, like at the start of Overpass, and many moons ago, it was very popular, very meta, but became a bit too predictable towards the end of the CSGO tenure. Now, though, it's back. We saw it in the previous series as well. Here's Electronic. Should be able to get his first kill. Oh my god, the USP bests him.
And that slows them down. They only have 30 seconds. Look at the rotation coming in. Brokey running onto the site with a scout twist with a headshot. Oh, and that's a lot of damage. The scout, that might actually be enough to do a little bit more. A little bit of a spray down from Rain. He gets the double headshot, and it leaves just Perfecto on his own. 16 seconds on the clock here. Oh, he's very uncomfortable here. The bomb is behind him. He still has to find a couple of kills. Now he's finally picked it up. 8 seconds, puts up the smoke, finds another kill. Drops on the high ground. Could he do anything there? The bomb is going to get planted. Perfecto, he's come real far on this one, but he still doesn't know where... Whoa! He finds consecutive headshots, executes him right on the bomb site, and that'll be the round for FaZe.
Oh, Robs is always one step ahead of everyone.
He really is.
He's in your head. Wherever you think he is, that's where he's not. And it's going to be Perfecto. Great effort there. 3 versus 1, finds the 2 low HP players, gets that bomb planted. With milliseconds to spare, Robs, though, plays it cool as you might expect. Robin from heaven manages to clutch out the round of the USP, find the headshot. Tonico victory here for FaZe. Rain with the double kill. That was required from him. Defends that B bomb site admirably. As we'll take the tactical timeout now. And the scouts actually doing some damage there, Anders.
Yeah, just the softening up of those players, the slowdown. The USP kill towards the Monster Tunnel also suddenly coming in, making a big difference.
Sure, Electronic goes down with nothing there. That was surprising. I was about to say, like, he's at least got this opening kill. There's just a USP looking in that direction, and he loses out. They even deployed a flash there. It was his kill to find. Electronic, he goes down early. It leads them to a round deficit, and that's a big one for FaZe to win here. Huge swing round. 5-2. Cloud9, I'll take the timeout here. And they'll enter with the AK-47s across the board. So the buy's not too bad. Monster smoke from Brokey. No AWP available for Boomage, but bear in mind that their whole AWP situation is complicated to say at the very least. We've got Robs here towards that connector. Smoked off for now. He might fancy pushing in front of it. This peels off for the second. Bombs down at the T steps. A bit of a default coming in here. Got the AWP now for Brokey. No scout anymore.
Real close to Electronic. That's an interesting position if he can maybe catch Brokey off guard. I'm sure Brokey's aiming a little bit deeper in there. Fight breaking out towards the connector any moment now. Robs is just in the corner and he's got absolutely no backup in here. If he dies, there's no one to avenge the kill, but he's so swift.
The way he's holding the angle, he's just so ready for the fight. He's not there resting on his laurels, waiting for someone to walk in his crosshair. He's on hyper alert at that stage, making sure that he's ready for any duel that comes through. It might not be enough, though, as Cloud9 start to pull a few frags back. 45 seconds, 3-on-3. In terms of utility, they still have enough, you know. They've got a couple of flashes, 2 smokes. Good reposition here from Rain. He'll hold the long position for the A hold. Play a bit of a retake setup here. Try and deny the plant. Rot the clock. Give them nothing to work with. And they've still got a lot of territory to cover here, Anders.
Yeah.
So they can walk up towards A, sure. But they might be found out. Rain is timing this very well. Oh my god, they're going to look away just as he peeks.
And he's going to know. Smoke's already been thrown. He's hearing the footsteps, calling it into his teammates. Oh, this is disastrous.
No!
Oh, he lands the headshot. That's unbelievable. 10 seconds left. If Rain gets that kill, it's done with. It still could be Kerrigan trying to get for the smoke. Oh, the timing just eludes Twist. It was not that far off. I can't believe that's the round that Cloud9 actually win.
Oh, it comes down to the granular details there. Rain absolutely outplays them. If he's a second earlier, it's a tremendous play. He denies the plant. He probably gets all 3 kills. It all started here with this beautiful frag from Robs, but frag by frag, it's Electronic fighting his way back into the round, and as soon as he takes down Rain as well, he knows he's guaranteed things. Beautiful finish from Perfecto, as we will see Cloud9 bring this round and potentially this half back to life, because that's going to be a bit of a reset here. You can see it's a force by now from FaZe. Oh, bloody hell. It's so unfortunate we've caught that from his POV. Like,
it's the fact that he's looking at it as well.
He's like, I deserve this.
Some kind of cartoon.
I should take max damage from this. Like, that's probably not good enough. All right. Unfortunate for Electronic. See if it comes back to bite him in the ass.
It's like the coyote that's sort of opening the box and the bomb is still in there.
Yeah, exactly. Acme TNT on the other side.
Exactly.
And all right then. We'll see if that assists FaZe on their journey. Here in round number 9, force by 2 rifles, 3 pistols. Missed jump and Perfecta. Bit of a scrappy round here. It's fair to say. Once the smoke deployed. And towards long we go. With the CTs playing in front of the bomb site, Anders. This could be difficult to deal with. Especially that CZ.
Yeah, up close like that, who knows? Anything can happen.
It could actually get a double kill here.
Oh, so close, isn't it? Axal drops very low. The deagle not quite working out for Rain on this one, but we're down to 30 seconds. Still a 3-on-3. Rops and Brokey combining for an excellent defense. They just keep it going. They just keep going forward. They end up winning the round, and FaZe... I mean, there are no losing streaks here. Even if Cloud9 win a round here or there, FaZe just bounce back immediately.
Yeah, it's a really good point. They're reading the game so well. They didn't even really push out of the B bomb side there. They just had everyone on that side of the map ready and waiting. The CZ was absolutely brutal as well. Oh no, why are we doing him like this? We already caught it live on the broadcast. And yeah, Twist, like I said, was lining up with the double kill there. He does a boatload of damage and then enough to set up Rops and Brokey. You can see what that means to him. Russell's loving it. And get into round number 10 here. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We've got the hero AK. Electronic will have to try and save the day here. It's pretty much a full eco otherwise, Anders. So FaZe on their opponent's map pick. There's been some really tight rounds. It's unfortunate. I don't think the scoreline does Cloud9 justice here.
Yeah.
But they've given up a few of those rounds where they potentially should have won. But they are up against just a few pistols and a rifle. And for now, maybe they can bring this round back to life, but it's going to be an uphill battle, to say the very least. Making their way towards long. They do have a smoke, a flash, and a molly. 4 players this side of the map. Hobbit otherwise just trying to show a bit of presence and deny any inquisitive CTs of probing the map.
We'll see what Rain can do with this corner. Brokey quite far behind him inside of the bomb site. They do have a flashbang if they wanted to flash the corner, but it's real risky if that's all you've got, and you're also kind of giving away your position.
Need it for the bomb site, right?
Yeah.
That would be the play. So they've actually done pretty well. In terms of territory, they've got the end of the bathrooms. They can smoke CT spawn. Speaking of smoke, that's such a brutal one.
30 seconds, yeah. That's really hard to deal with. Perfecto walks in, and Rain is really quick to adjust. Been playing well here in Blast so far. They're trying to get up there, but turning their back to Brokey. I can't believe that's not a kill. Rain also goes down. 17 seconds on the clock. There's the bomb very low on health. One good grenade, if they had one, might do it, but they don't. Rops instead with the headshot to take down Hobbit. I don't know what's going on, but it is a 3-on-3 with the bomb planted.
A few fumbled frags, Anders. Guaranteed kills. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I think they might have done enough here, but it will be Robs and Twist fighting for their life, and thankfully get the round over the line there, because that was getting out of control. They'd done so much good work. Rain with that opening frag. It was a 5-on-4 against Pistols, and then just couldn't hit the shot. You saw two players focusing on long to try and kill Rain. Backs were turned. Yeah. Shots were missed. But the day was saved. At this moment here, they're being shot on the back. They were mowing players down. And thankfully, the wrecking crew comes in, saves the day, and crisis averted. You can see, a bit of a sigh of relief there. Just like, bloody hell, boys. That was a bit close, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, though, they win the round, and it will be 7-3. Round number 11, Anders. Money back in favor for Cloud9.
Oh, fortunate set of circumstances for Cloud9. I mean, that would have been such a victory for them if they could have turned it around, but they'll keep fighting. We are in the 11th round, so we're getting towards the end of the half here. And Cloud9, I think I agree with what you said. Like 3 rounds. What's going on with the grenades?
I don't know what that one was.
What are they doing?
I was like, they're playing disc golf. They've nailed it. They got the grenade right in the net. I feel like that was perfect.
The caster should be able to call a tactical timeout at one point, just to be like, can you guys?
Yeah, cast a timeout. The grenades. We need to address them.
Can we just walk over and be like, what's happening? What are you doing?
Wow. And also around Anders, the monster nose flash has been deployed. Carrigan gets a face full of it. And it's the opening kill for Electronic now. They've had these opening picks before, though. They found the rounds difficult to close out. Do they want to fully commit towards the bomb site or just fall back and reset the round?
Oh, I love it. Electronic. One more headshot. What a great double opening. He's really back into it. 10 kills on him now. And Axel will steal that one away, but we'll say Electronic certainly helped out. That's a very, very clean entry. And it, again, that actually has been part of the weakness. The way that FaZe have been defending this bomb site a lot has been by smoking off the monster tunnel and leaving Carrigan alone. That's been a big part of it. And I don't know if they discovered it somehow, but yeah, that's certainly a good call out of Cloud9 to power their way through. They pop flash their way in, and Carrigan is absolutely dead, no chance.
Nothing he could do, and nothing FaZe can do to recover this one, I'm afraid. And they do have to save these 2 weapons, even though they've had a great CT campaign. A lot of these rounds have been very close, to say the very least. So the money and loss bonus won't really be in reserve. So Rain will save the M4. We've got Rops on the AK-47. They don't have any money to really drop anything for following things up either. So $1,400 per player.
It'd be reasonable to say that 4 rounds might not be great, but it's serviceable for Cloud9. Like, they can still do something with this.
Definitely. And it's unfortunate for Carrigan. That flashbang couldn't have got him any more blind, and he's got the M4A4 as well, so he just has to spam a few bullets and it's hope for the best. Like, you know, you're absolutely done for. And we'll take a tactical timeout here. Final round of this first half is up next, and it's still a chance to get 7-5. Like, that's still available on the T side. That's not too bad, all things considered. Like, they were down 5-2.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good recovery, all things considered, for Cloud9 if they get up to 5 rounds. They're kind of proving that they have some excellent tools. I think, you know, first among them right now seems to be Electronic. Like, winning those opening fights, that seems to be something that he's very good at the moment. And honestly, I don't see why they wouldn't return to the B bomb side. Just try and fight Carrigan. I feel like that's a good bet at the moment. Up on the other side, you're going up against Brokey and Rain, and even Robs half the time.
Yeah,
like, it seems like choice.
Carrigan has been found out. They know they can isolate him in some of these duels. And it's the final round of this first half, ladies and gents. Second series of the day here at the full finals. Great start from FaZe, but hasn't been the cleanest half. A lot of clutches required, a lot of fumbled rounds from Cloud9, but a beautiful shot from Robs there, completely blind. Nice follow-up grenade here from Carrigan as well. Looking to make up from his previous mistakes at the monster tunnel, but his woes continue, I'm afraid, and Axel absolutely eviscerates him towards monster. Double nade towards the bomb side as well. Twitz can't hold on, and all of a sudden Cloud9 have the advantage once again.
2-man setup at the B bomb side is very hard to hold anything back. We've seen plenty of T sites or CT sites in the past where they'll have 4 people at the B bomb site to start with, just to stop any kind of rush like that from coming through. Retake is on, because it is the 12th round, so no matter what, they're going to have to try and go for it here. 10% on that AI prediction. Seems about right. Rain will get a bullet to the face afterwards. Rob's trying to get back into it, but he's dead as well. All on Brokey. 1 versus 2. Now he does have the kit, but they're right down there. Wide swing. He does get the instant headshot, but it is not quite enough. It's a good recovery for Cloud9 at the end of it. 5 rounds. They can still make this back.
He's down. Nice. I have actually dedicated around 5,000 hours in Counter-Strike. Well, whenever you are ready, we can go competitive.
Let's go.
I'm actually really good. I have reached DMG as a rank in the competitive Counter-Strike, but also I work in Mask as a conversion rate optimization manager. My name is Nazih Kozaoula. Nice. Guys, go together now. Reading the game is very similar to what we do at work, so you need to read your opponents and your team performance and then find the synergies to actually bypass all the obstacles. My passion for gaming is very high. It's not only about fun and having nice time, but also strengthen the relationship with your friends. I think it started around 2013 or 2014 when one of us actually opened his own gaming net cafe in Jordan. I'm actually from Syria, but I have never been to Syria. I was born in Iraq, and I was only 3 years old when we moved to Jordan, and I spent most of my life in Jordan. I moved to Copenhagen in September 2022, so being fast in terms of decision making is crucial in both gaming and work. Leads and registrations, and how can we reach to the best performing experimentation. The faster you are taking decisions in the right direction, the more value you can gain. So for example, this game ends when someone wins 13 rounds, and then if you're losing 5 rounds and taking decision to change or flip the coin is better than doing that decision when you have lost 10 rounds. I played a lot with my wife, and to be honest, she's better than me in Counter-Strike. We have 2 kids. I really love spending time with them. Sometimes I do gaming with my son. My daughter is not that much interested in gaming, but we do some other activities.
My turn. You're not gonna take it because I'm gonna change the color to red. Yeah, take one.
It's all the good things that connects you to gaming is the things that drags you back to it. So for me, having a good relationship with friends, and in my case, they are in totally different countries. So we are utilizing gaming as one of the ways to connect. It's something I want to keep doing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The second half is about to get underway between Cloud9 and FaZe here on Overpass. 7-5 is the scoreline. It looked like Cloud9 were maybe down and out, Anders, but managing to bring it back to a convincing scoreline, 75. This one's still wide open.
It's wide open, I agree. It could have been much better even for Cloud9. They did lose a couple of unfortunate rounds, but you know what? They're still in the mix. We'll see what they can do now on the CT side. FaZe on the T side. And individually, I mean, some of them do look really strong. Rob seems to be in his element today. It's just scary news. He is probably the best player in CS2 right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to make at this stage. The data suggests you might be onto something. And here we go, Cloud9 on their CT campaign at this point, holding off the long assaults from FaZe. They've actually got a decent amount of control of the situation, but Hobbit, I think, has spotted one. Here come the smokes and flashes. They're fully committing in towards the A site.
That counter smoke's not going to do that much. They're still going to be pushing right through. Carrigan running into the smoke, and now Twist will land a headshot, but he does go down almost immediately afterwards. So look at Carrigan. He's so deep in. They had no idea. He just cleaved the whole bomb site.
Yeah.
And now he's towards the bank. Oh, this is very, very rough for Cloud9. 2 versus 4.
He's gone full sneaky beaky mode. There's another dink as well. He knows he's got it. Just need to slow this one down. It's the burst fire coming out, Anders. You don't see it too often, and for good reason. It does do significant damage. It's enough to secure the round, I would say. But Perfecto, he's got something to say about that. As we go into a 2 versus 2, there's no kit available, I believe, and with such low HP, their options are very limited here. There is still some time on the bomb where they find a couple of instant headshots. Maybe there's still something to be said about this one. They're getting closer and closer. The headshot has been found. It's now down to Robs, and oh my god, they might have given it up.
What? Both of them 1 bullet away from death. If anything at all would have touched them, they would have died, they would have just killed over, and that would have been it. But instead, it's Cloud9 with a 2-on-2 retake. Actually, a 2-on-3 retake. Carrigan also went down in that one. I can't believe it. That is so unlikely.
I was about to say, I think, like, the fact he uses the burst fire there, I'm not sure that's the call. Like, this is such a beautiful little maneuver. Gets himself into a spot to get that second kill. Goes to the burst fire. He does enough damage, but what a retake. Like you said, just 1 bullet on either player would have done it. Carrigan knows he probably should have picked up that kill towards Bankhanders. I think that expression says it all. But not all is lost. A missed smoke there from the CT side. Again, like they're trying to put that towards T steps. It's landed in front of Connector, so it's early days in CS2. I know it's we're having some fun with it, but still not ideal. As yeah, you can see where it is there.
We need an intervention.
But
maybe like a retreat to like a nice place where we can, you know, sit everyone down, like go over the smoke, just kind of like.
You have to bear in mind, like Overpass, one of the maps that had like a complete rework, I suppose, like Inferno.
Sure.
So completely new lineups.
Well, Rob's got fired up early on, and Brokey will chime in here, taking down Blue Witch Hobbit. No way that he can win that one with the MP9. It might be a good weapon, but not for multi-spray downs like that. Electronic trying his best, and it's damn impressive. He wanted to stick around. Twist going to be able to take him down.
There was a chance there, wasn't there? It felt like the wheels could have fallen off for FaZe, but they managed to course correct and bring it into the 3 versus 1. Lovely shot there from Twist. Good effort, though, from Electronic, I have to say. He finds his 15th kill. And as I just noticed, Hobbit's 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to need him to really start turning things up.
Just like in the movie that you haven't watched, he's letting his teammates do most of the work, you know, like...
Okay.
Carrying
that's
him
fair enough.
To the end where he has to do like a little bit.
Yeah, well, the end is coming up shortly. So, yeah, do need him to step up here. And this round is a significant one to lose because, yes, they won the pistol, but as we always say, the second round force buy is always so potent on the T side, especially to get that bomb planted. If they win it, the CT economy is completely reset. It's $1,400 per player. I think they saved 1 rifle there, but it's FaZe with a pretty comprehensive victory, courtesy of a Rops opening headshot there. God, brutal.
What is wrong with Rops?
Yeah, he's too good, isn't he?
Why is that happening?
Where's the scout?
Wow. Okay. This is a really, really bad turn of events for Cloud9. That return into the pistol round, winning the 2 versus 3, that should have set them up for success at the start of the second half here.
Yeah, you would hope so, but it's a brutal game right now in the current meta. Like, the bomb's planted, it's so difficult. Like, those Galils are just super powerful in CS2. It seems like it's a really favored rifle right now. So it's like if you get the bomb planted, you're always going to force buy in that second round. It's not even a decision to make anymore.
Yeah, no one would ever.
In CSGO is always like, okay, should we have some Tech 9s with Mac 10s and utilities? It's always Galils in CS2.
They are strong. Exile actually doing a bit of damage to the Mac 10 there, but yeah. No surprise, Carrigan, he does love it, running around with it, and does great work, so I can't really blame him.
Yeah, it's normally the in-game leaders that do the heaviest lifting with the little guns, throw themselves in, try and avert the crosshairs, try and take down the initial line of defense. Can be a lot of fun. Now going to see this opening frag found by Carrigan. Axel finding himself at 11 kills, 10 deaths, and one of the players we really want to shine in this Cloud9 roster. Kind of roll back the years, not that many, to the point where he's considered an absolute world-class rifler, one of the very best in that conversation. Haven't really seen that form in the recent year. Electronic is certainly displaying a few masterclasses here. at the full finals, and finally getting a kill back in return. 4-on-4. 25 seconds, Anders.
They know what's coming. They know this is a B-bomb side. They heard the escape from the A side already, so they're not in any doubt about that. Electronic, my god, he's doing great work. Another headshot. Boomich also finding one with the CZ, but he can't quite stop the bomb from going down. Maybe they kill Robs in the meantime, though. He's low on health, and it's a huge round out of Cloud9. Very unexpected, but Electronic, just the first kill of the MAC-10 didn't seem like it was a big deal. But the second one absolutely was.
Oh my days. Yeah, his 5.7's looking extra crispy. It's one of the weapons that's starting like slightly falling off in popularity.
Yeah.
There seems like the CZ's having a bit of a return. But he's making the 5.7 look very viable, I have to say. Super snappy with it. And this is the opening frag. Managed to get another beautiful one here as Boomich for the CZ as well.
Before any of this happens, Rain runs out of the restrooms, down the connector stairs, and Boomich is in connector hearing it. And I think even if they had all the weapons and everything, just giving the opponent that much of a heads up, like you're running away,
right?
Boomich will call it out to his teammates saying they're definitely coming B, like 100%. Look at the clock, like, there's only 20 seconds left, they're coming B 100%. So that I think might have given them just a, like they're more prepared down to the B bomb side at any rate.
It's Twist with the scout now.
Okay.
And that's a lot of damage. Dished out to kick things off. That's all he does, though. Brokey will respond in kind and deliver a bullet to the dome of Axel. Another opening pick here. So they might be able to get rid of that scout and upgrade it. Juggling the weapons across for now. It's Rain. He's on low HP. He's given the sniper. Not known to use the scoped weapons too often. It's always that. I think it's a bit of a meme now, actually. I think he has like 5 orb frags on record.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. Oh, perfecto. When the smoke clears, it's too much. Electronic, he gets a double. But still, the lead with FaZe. 3 versus 2, and they are so far away. Boomich and Orbit.
Yeah, like, they're a little bit tentative making their way in towards B, and rightly so. They don't have the same information, of course, but the bomb will be planted, and it'll be FaZe bouncing back here. Pretty compromised setup going into the round, but it's not done just yet. There is definitely room to explore a potential retake here. See, the AI gives them a 13% chance of winning it. I'd say that's about right, with no kit, maybe a bit less, as time is diminishing.
Yeah, I think that kit is making it a really hard sell. Molotov in case there's someone back there, but or down there rather, but there isn't. I feel like once they don't find anyone with the Molotov, it's probably just time to clear on out. Hobbit's gonna make a run for it, and it will be another round for FaZe. 9-7.
Well, there we have it. FaZe looking very confident once again. That's Brokey with 3 massive kills there, getting it done with the rifles in this particular round. They entered with the scout as well. They managed to get the opening pick on Axel right here. That was Brokey to open things up, and then the frags just kept on coming. Electronic gets the double spray down, but it wasn't quite enough here. Brokey just looking incredibly sharp with the AK-47. Manages to get this last kill as well. Well, there we have it. Could be the timeout from Cloud9. It's been a back and forth affair in this second half of the first map here. Bear in mind, it's the winner's game of Group A. So they're playing for the semi-final spot. If you lose, you're down into the quarterfinals. Still make playoffs.
Sure, yeah. But I think for Cloud9, like, what a luxury it would be to defeat FaZe.
Oh, yeah. Like, bear in mind, like, the significance of, like, breaking their streak. 16 series in a row. Like, that'd be a pretty massive statement.
So wild, isn't it? 16 in a row. It's a brand new game. You just come flying out. You're like, oh, here we go.
And a team that felt like there was a lot of question marks around them. There still is. There were a lot of rumors in terms of the roster. And they had a pretty compromised 2023. Before CS2 came out, they didn't even have the motivation to really sink their teeth in CSGO anymore. I felt like this team was dropping off and changes to be made. But, yeah, that's when it all comes together, it would seem. When all that pressure's alleviated and you think you're moving on, that's when it starts to feel good. As looking to maintain the series streak, they're looking in a good position to do so. It's Cloud9 with pretty much the full eco. They had to give in, allow FaZe to win this war of attrition, and it's an open B-bomb site. They stacked A. Axel at the back by Graffiti, smoke down, bomb to be planted. Should be job done.
Yeah, nothing they could do really. I mean, it is what it is. They can stick around. Maybe Hobbit can throw a couple of bullets in. Oh, they're going to try and flash their way through the smoke. And the result, pretty much like you would have expected. And once again, Hobbit left to fend for himself here. So, we'll make it a 10-7 scoreline. And Actually, saving the rifle is pretty important right now for Hobbit. He's got about 1,400 bucks in the bank, so his teammates are going to be able to buy in the next round, but if he dies here, it's going to be just really, really awkward, so... Looks like they're not going to be hunting that aggressively. 3-round lead. I guess it's still an open game. Cloud9 can still put together a decent defense, but... Economically, that's I think where the real trouble really is going to be presented here for Cloud9. Next round is going to be all out important. If they lose this next round, Henry, Cloud9 are back into saving again, and we can just repeat the whole cycle, and well, probably can't even do that because at that point, FaZe probably just win.
Probably. I think that's a nice summary of it all, but we'll see whether Boomich.
Here we go.
And his AWP, Anders, if you're not aware, if you haven't been following, I guess, the drama, the kind of the updates of the CS2 landscape. Apparently I haven't been following it. Boomich is now the AWPer of Cloud9 since Shiro's departure. And they've got some serious control of the short position here. Boomich first test of the AWP. Takes 97 damage en route. Electronics was the first frag though. He'll get Rops at least through the smoke. And they've got an opening pick. Not the way they probably anticipated it to come through, but they'll take it. Orb can fall back as they hold on to the advantage here. Boomich, just to know, it's 5-14. Hasn't had the same showing he did yesterday against NAVI.
But Electronic has got 20 kills.
Yeah, he's going in.
He's so sick, isn't he? Oh, God. Talk about we talk about these roles a lot, and sometimes not always clear. Oh my God, hold the phone. Carrigan walking through. It's a good job that Axal was there on the other side and ready to react, because that was about to be a really sick play. Hobbit gets blown up. Axal going down next, and now Boomich here. Low on health already. If anything touches him, he's going to be dead. He does get the first shot. I guess that's still pretty impressive here. But Vecto locked in the corner. It's all on Electronic. But he's got the perfect lineup. He might just get this right away. Gets the first one. Jumps on them. It's Electronic for the clutch at the end. Gets the triple. Picks up the AWP to save it. But my God, he is a machine right now.
They might have just taken a moment there, Anders. They had no information as to where he was. An open plant. There was lots of time to work with there. They could have just pumped the brakes. This is all in hindsight, of course. It's a wonderful play coming in from Electronic, providing a tremendous amount of resistance there. Axel, the first to be tested, he did well after this little sneaky play from Carrigan, but you could see they assumed Electronic would be coming in from the connector/bathroom position. And no, he's lucky in that smoke. Pounces on him. And as you mentioned, it's a very important round. Had they given that one up, they are considering it's the end of their run here on Overpass, but that's a massive round for them to win. Bomb was planted, I suppose. There's still a decent buyout there for FaZe, but yeah, Electronic continues to frag as he gets his 22nd on the board. Another 2v1 victory for himself there. Huge.
The fact that Hobbit's at 2, Boomich is 6, and they would have lost this map already if not for Electronic. Like, it's so ridiculous. You want this to be buying time, right? A little bit of a preemptive shot. Axel, there's
more like it.
Down. That was sick. They were so focused on the AWC up on the flower bed there. That's all they could really think about. And instead, it's Axel just mowing them down.
That is more like it. He's had a couple of whiff sprays, like notable ones this tournament. I think we noticed it a few times in their outing against NAVI, but that was pitch perfect. Axel baited in by the orb shot of Boomich there. He was flashed off, takes all the aggro away from him. Perfect swing out. And a three-man spray down with the M4A1S. And that's difficult to pull off. So
it is
very well done.
I feel like you get more and more nervous the deeper you get into the spray with the M4A1. That's why I use the M4A4 for that very reason. Like, sure. I can feel the panic setting in when people aren't dying quite quick enough. I'm like, I'm running out of bullets.
Well, no panic there. That was beautiful. So that's going to be round 9, presumably confirmed here. 20 seconds remaining. FaZe just trying to hold on to the little they have. A couple of AK-47s, a smoke and a Molotov. Robson Twist just trying to fend off any reaggressing CTs here. They picked up the AWP, but I don't think they hold on to it. Axel's on for the ace now, Anders, as he might as well go for it. And it's Robs cowering in towards the playground, receiving some bullets, and he should live to tell the tale. Well done, Axel. That's probably his best round of the tournament so far. Very nice.
Definitely must have been, yeah. We've been missing him. We've been lacking him. If you're brand new to the game, if you started watching, since CS2 has come out, you won't have had the real Axal experience. You don't necessarily know what he's about, but in theory, like if you imagine a world in which Axal returns to form and Electronic stays on this level, that is such a sick, basis for a team. That's one of the reasons why this Cloud9 lineup should be, a really scary one.
It should have been. The lineup with Shiro especially, right? Like everyone assumed it was going to be one of the best teams ever.
I can't understand why it didn't work. Like,
I think it was a personality clash more than anything. I feel like they just didn't have the right structure in place. I feel like they lacked a real in-game leader, and maybe Shiro just didn't believe in the project anymore. Had a better offer elsewhere. I'm sure that will reveal itself in the coming weeks. But for now, this is FaZe on the back foot, certainly. They will buy up Anders. They've got some firepower here, but it's Brokey with the Desert Eagle. Khalil's AK-47s. They need someone to step up here and find an opening frag. Carrigan trying to pick up the pace towards short. Get some decent control, but doesn't want to take the initial challenge just yet. Looks like they might be considering the boost, but here's Rops. They're known to have a looser, more chaotic style FaZe. They need it more than ever here. Here comes that aforementioned boost. Rob's given the responsibility of being on top of the tower. Spots one. Oh, he fumbles the shot. And there will be a lot of damage received and converted by Electronic.
And again, so smart, falling back. He knew there was a second player there. Maybe a less experienced player would have said, I'm ready for the fight. I want the double kill. But Electronic saying, nah, it's not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. And he's right. Good timing on the smoke. Just being a little bit annoying. Rain took a lot of damage at the early start of the round from an 8 sheet that landed. That was thrown over on that side. So he's already down to 56. And Cloud9 can justify it. Keeping it cool like this. 3 people at the bomb site. And they're all kind of able to help each other out here. Could it be hard to throw a flashbang that'll flash every single person right now?
Well, here we go, Anders. They'll give it their best shots. It's going to be an absolute massacre initially, but they're putting a few kills back. A hat-trick there for Rain. He makes the round realistic once again. 18 seconds, bomb to be planted. CT's rotating in. A wild shot fired off there by Boomich. Doesn't quite connect, but now I think FaZe might have resurrected this round.
Well, they have, and Boomich going to be trying to retake with an AWP. They had a smoke just up on the high ground. It's finally faded, but that's a lot of time off the clock right now. And they're just frozen. There's the jump up. Axal.
Oh no,
Rain. Ready, run out of bullets. I can't believe it. But he's still good for it. There's the quad kill. He needs one more headshot here to bring down Axal. Clock is running low. And Axal, the panic must be setting in. He wants to find him, and he finally will. Jumps right on top and goes straight for the defuse. My God, it's a close round. Rain doing everything that he could. Quad kill, nearly winning it, but Axal saved them.
He didn't reload though, Anders. He only had about 7 bullets left.
Why did he not reload?
I don't know. I think he's just in the zone. I feel like he was just on such high alert after this huge spray down. He had, what, let's say 14 bullets in the clip. Maybe less. He had 6. Then he got the reload in. Oh, he did so well. Like, to even recover that slight error of not having enough bullets. He was dancing around the bomb site. If he didn't have a kit, who knows what could happen. But let's tune in. Let's see what's going on.
Let's try to step up and keep the comms clean and everything, okay? Keep the mood up, boys. It's really important now. It's a key moment in this game, okay?
I think that's a very good point. Like, sure, that this one's slipping away from them, but the rounds have been tantalizingly close. They've got to keep their head up. They've got to avoid the tilt if possible. We've seen a few players looking frustrated, but he's dead on here. They've been in this position so many times before. Down but not out. We know they've got the tenacity to weather the storm here, Anders.
I mean, for Axal to even get the first... Like, when you jump up on the railing, up on the sniper spot like that, and you're looking straight down, shooting someone right below you, that's such an uncomfortable position. Well, we're getting back into it. 21st round, and there is an AK on Rain, some upgraded pistols on the rest. It's not a lot to work with, and they wanted to get that first kill there.
Yeah, got a lot more than they bargained for, though. It's going to be Brokey taking a bullet of the AWP into the thigh. So, down at 16 points of health. Carrigan seems to be very good at finding these weird timings on overpass. Just taking a bit of a gamble, tucking himself in somewhere. We'll find an inquisitive CT, normally take him down. And it's normally that P250 as well. It seems to be a bit of a menace with that one. But This is Cloud9, ladies and gents, actually having a very impressive second half resurgence. 3 rounds in a row to tie things up at 10-10. They've been so close, though. So many tight scenarios. This one's still anyone's game, but Axel edges him one step closer. It's winning round number 21 here. Opening frag on Rain. Brokey's still low.
A bit awkward with the Molotov there, but oh, nice timing. Was flashed, but doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Flashbang to set it up for a bit of a long swing, although the smoke will prevent Carrigan from getting spotted. He's trying to see if he can just position himself nicely.
Gets one every time.
Gets one every time, but they can steal the AWP back. Rops is on his own. This is going to be Cloud9 taking the lead at 11-10.
Yeah, absolutely true. This was a bit of an eco. We had a hero AK, and Rob's trying to be a hero himself now. That Desert Eagle recovers the rifle. No real chance of winning this with 15 seconds and 2 players to get through at the A side. But you never know. It's Rob's. Never can him out of any situation, really. Time is of the essence. He needs to make his way through. He will be greeted by the USP of Hobbits. And you're right, it will be Cloud9 taking the lead now. That was just the pistols and the 1 hero AK, though. So still time, still a chance. The rounds, they have been close, and it's not like they're getting blown out of the water. It's coming down to these 1v1s, it feels like, these crazy retakes. Bear in mind that the pistol felt like they're absolutely done for.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the round comes back to life in the 2-on-2 with about 20 points of health between them. So there's been a lot of compromise scenarios. The money's not out of control. If FaZe can just win one of these rounds, it could be enough. We'll see if they can do it here. Round number 22, AKs across the board. Robs takes so much damage on Rue. He knows it as well. He's going to get spammed down. Electronic that pounces on him. Posts his 24 frag. And his Carrigan trying to make up. And he's done it once again. The internal clock is looking fantastic. As he's looking for that second kill. It's not going to be quite enough here. Brokey will be left in the 4-on-1.
A lot of stoppage against Rops. He was just stuck inside of the smoke. I don't know if he was waiting to get flashed through, maybe from a teammate over the wall, or if he was just, he kind of gave up on it once the smoke went down. But either way, he never made it out. Carrigan trying to bring it back, but Cloud9 absolutely locking this down. They're looking good all of a sudden here. It's 12-10.
Well. 12-10. It's difficult to get to map points against FaZe, even more so to close things out. I'll see whether they can find what it takes to win this first map of the series.
7-5 first half.
7-5 first half against them as well. And Cloud9 have posted 5 rounds in a row here. They're officially on fire on Overpass. Can they close it out right here, right now? The perfect chance to do so up against a very compromised buy. There's nothing in terms of utility. It's going to be Perfecto Electronic opening things up, but Robs, he's not going down without a fight.
What a grenade landing on top of Brokey and Rain there, but you're right. Robs finding another headshot and brings it a bit closer. This grenade actually maybe could kill Brokey. Oh, it's so close. But the bomb gets planted. FaZe hunting for overtime. We've said it, the desk have said it, everyone have said it. They're such a hard team to put away. If it gets into overtime, you have to probably favor FaZe at that point in time. You have to assume that they just know exactly what to do, but they have to get there first. Rops will get one more triple in the round for him. Axel, I don't think you're able to win this one.
When you thought you'd done enough, they come in with 3 AKs, 2 Galils, and 0 utility. They had no grenades, just like 1 smoke in heaven, a few flashes, and they make it work by brute force there, and as it's Rops with 3 massive kills. A monumental performance from him once again. 1 round away from overtime as they finally break the streak in the nick of time here. You can see they just had to come through dry, push the smoke, twist trading out. Rops making sure he hits the mark every single time. And there we have it. Round number 24 once again, and there's a familiar sight here in the full finals. Maybe a chance for a timeout here. Looks like we're just going to get on with it, though. Much better buy now for FaZe. He's got the AWPs, the AK-47s, grenades. And he's still pretty decent on the CT side as well. They'll save an AK-47 for Axel. He's having a good showing. Boomich and Hobbit that didn't really show up so far, but they've managed to come to match point, or map point, I should say, without them. If they can drop in a couple of frags now, that's all they need to do.
It's like I said, Hobbit just needs to show up right at the end of the movie, Henry.
Exactly.
That's all he has to do. Just get this one good round in, stop the overtime. There's Perfecto, gets a good spray down. Traded by Twisted Electronic, but it still should be fine. Robs is alive, and Hobbit's gone down, unfortunately. 3 versus 3. Perfecto, he's overworked, and he's taken down. It's Robs back in action again. And boom, it's showing up with the AWP, but they're throwing grenades at him in this very uncomfortable position. He's good for the kill, though. That's a strong AWP shot. Axel gets a shot, and now it's on Brokey. He's low on health. Cloud9, they might have done it. They might have found a way here. One bullet will clear it out. They'll avoid the overtime, and they'll take the map away. Mid-air, he misses the shot, and Brokey's gone. It's Boomachon tipped down. Cloud9, I can't believe it. They seal the deal and take down FaZe on Overpass.
What a great game that was. It's Cloud9 one step closer to the semi-finals here. A great showing in the second half. Their CT forces were absolutely unbelievably strong, as it said. Electronic as well, leading the way, Anders, posting 25 kills. It was a great game, but it felt like FaZe had that one locked in. The job should have been done, but it wasn't quite enough. And we'll throw it to the desk to break down Overpass.
We've been so used to see FaZe on the back foot, but somehow being able to claw it back, pushes to overtime, win the map anyway. Not this time around. Cloud9 strong enough to withstand the pressure and get that 13th round versus FaZe. And almost as a symbol, based on that boomish AWP kill on Terrain to close that clutch, this got as close as it can.
Yeah, as close as it can. That was a great game of Counter-Strike, back and forth. A bit messy, some may say, you know. There was no rhythm to the game. Then all of a sudden, FaZe would lose rounds you're supposed to win. Cloud9 would do the same. You see the round distribution right here. When I say there's no rhythm to it, you can see how much is going back and forth. Obviously, FaZe winning the first 3 rounds, but at that point, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and none of the 2 teams could really find their footing. Obviously, when you're Cloud9, you're playing on the T side, that's an advantage, right? You want to get as many rounds as possible on that T side, and I think the foundation for the close game was late in the first half.
And could we commend maybe Cloud9 for being able to stay alive in that period of time? Because I think in the last few weeks where we have witnessed FaZe plays Counter-Strike, they would break team. They would literally break team mentally by winning these rounds that they're not supposed to win. And Cloud9 did not give up even that little bit of a back and forth. 5 rounds on the T side, you feel like it's enough. We have to talk about Electronic. We have to talk about how phenomenal of a performance this was once again. I am so happy that we're getting the Electronic that I was promised ever since he joined this roster. This was a phenomenal performance from him.
I mean, yesterday we got a glimpse of the old Electronic, right? And we're left wondering, is that just a one-off? Did he just have one good day and he's kind of gaslighting us? Now we see it one more time against a team like FaZe. The way he's playing right now, the way he's assertive on the server, the way he's confident again in taking all these entries, in taking all these duels, never steering away from a fight. That's the Electronic I want to see. Not many players, not many riflers can dictate a game with a rifle. Electronic is one of the few, and he did it in this game. Despite the nade right here, there was a couple of flaws in his game, but overall, this game from Electronic was nothing but stellar.
I was absolutely stellar. You take the words out of my mouth. He had a couple of backup as well, a couple of retakes on the CT side. He just comes out swinging out of smokes. And you talk about duels won. We see here 5 out of 7. That's obviously an excellent number for him. It's a high win rate as well. And it's interesting because we get to realize he was playing that aggressive as an IGL when he had to have, these duties on his shoulders. But because now he can focus on himself, he's that much more efficient at taking the same risks.
There's one big difference in that, and I agree with you. He's a little bit more focused in that role, but the teammates are also setting him up. Right? We saw it on Anubis yesterday against Navi. He was entering in towards the A bomb side on Anubis based off 3 flashes and 2 smokes thrown by a teammate. So he had a pathway to go in. So it's a much more, I'd say, focused entry frag on Electronic right now, where he's setting himself up before as an in-game leader. Now the team is setting him up, and he's so much more effective playing like that. And as you got it, Matthew, you got your old Electronic back.
Oof, I wanted it too. And if we're looking for praises, it's only fair to mention Axel's name. Because it's been rough for him, and I've not hesitated at pointing him out as being insufficient, having rough times, rough numbers in the last few months. This was an Axel much more closer than what we like to see. We're talking about a multi-kin ability, and he still had a relatively frustrating start of the game. We have a couple of moments here brought from the cameras as well. You can see a little bit of face bombing out there. Nygax fan, of course, we know how it is. But he still maintained efficiency on the CT side. Like, he was very far forward. He was basically mirroring Rain in the positions, and some of these moments we get him here. And this is an Axel that had missed for Cloud9 for quite a while. very important for him as well to find a game like this against FaZe once again with multi-kills galore.
It's essential, right? Because you said it. Electronic playing well, you just need one more guy to back him up. This time around, it was Exile. I think I said it yesterday. It feels like he's lost his confidence a little bit. And I also said yesterday, I have no doubt that he's going to come back. Once you lose your confidence as a rifler, especially in the role Exile is having, where he's a bit more passive with the rifle. He's a guy that likes to lurk a bit or take the second fight or the third fight. If he can regain that confidence, you know, based off Electronic creating all that space, now Boom as well, a space creator in the team, I think Exile have it cut out for him. He should be performing well, and it's good to see that he's, you know, slowly but surely perhaps finding his old self.
Yeah, we hope he's going to build on that, continuing in this series. One of the conditions, one of the sort of context we planned out was that FaZe does not play perfect Counter-Strike. No. FaZe makes mistake. It's been the case, even in the wins, even in the titles that they've grabbed, but they've always been able to come back into this game. And we have an example here as well. The pistol round, Jacob, that is a little bit of a misplay, and it cost him greatly.
It's a massive misplay right here. Karrigan is being forced into a rough duel, but look at the HP right here. There's none left at Perfecto, none left at Electronic. I don't know why Rain is taking this duel. It's completely unnecessary. Brokey the same here. The bomb is planted for you guys, and Rubs all of a sudden caught off guard. Now, I don't want to put any blame on towards Rubs, because the only fault he was he was trusting his two teammates.
Right.
Rain got no business spotting down in CT spawn. Brokey got no business fighting on the A-bomb side. The bomb is planted for you. You have two players with 6 and 16 HP. All you have to do is just fall back, play the position, shoulder peek once in a while, and the round is over. So a rare scenario, I want to say, where FaZe makes a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake, and it was very, very costly.
Yeah, and it definitely seized the opportunity on the side of Cloud9. You mentioned Robs. His numbers were decent. I would go as far as saying they were great. He had a couple of moments as well on the T side where it felt like he was buying time for FaZe to come back up. Some of these very important opening kills. I'm talking mostly about the T side. By the way, here, this has to stop in CSGO. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know why this circus can't work with the MP9. But still, even if the numbers aren't stratospheric, this was still a Robs that became extremely impactful towards the very end. And you're thinking, had there been more rounds, he would probably have kept up with this rhythm. Are we hoping to see that straight into map 2 as well?
Yeah, hopefully, man. He's much needed, right? You saw the 12-10. It was Rubs coming in with a triple kill, keeping them alive. And as you said, right, we praise him and we probably label him as the most efficient CS2 player as of right now. The consistency coming out from Rubs, you can always count on him in Counter-Strike 2. He's consistently delivering game after game after game. So, of course, coming into Ancient second map, we're going to see more Rubs.
Well, you talk about Ancient, you are foreshadowing our next step. We say FaZe can bleed. It's been happening in the past few weeks, but they've always been able to come back, and they have yet another opportunity to do so. We take a little bit of a breather. We take it back 3 minutes to be precise, and when we come back, we dive into Ancient, the second map of this series.
Actually, I don't think I need an in-game leader on this team. I don't care that they're both uppers. It was very special to be a part of that team.
I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
I think I answered this question a million times, and I think I always gave a different lineup. I would just put both Simple and Zaivu. I don't care that they're both uppers, they're just both insane. Then I would put Robs as an anchor, let's say as an IGL, let's say Glaive. I could put myself in there, like being in the somewhere there. My role would be probably like to be entry together with the IGL, then have Robs as an anchor, and then Simple and Zai doing whatever they want to do.
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them were super talented. Fallen, you know, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. And like I said, Fur, a player that I looked up to in terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, you know, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, you know, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was like one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my 5 or my 4. You know, I included myself in there. So
who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me, and then I will take Zaivu as third guy as a rifle, because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an IGL. I will take Alexi, my teammate, and then I need one more guy. I will go with Pietra at the beginning of the contest whenever he was owning, like in the good lurker.
Number 1 and number 2, it's usually Simple and Zaivu. Not sure which one of them would be the main op, but one of them would be main op and one of them would be like a hybrid. I would put Karrigan as the IGL. I think number 4 as kind of a support would be Perfecto, a player similar to my role in Lurk. I'll put Cole there.
So if I had to make a roster and I had unlimited money, I would definitely go for ZywOo and Simple first of all on the team. Even though they're both AWPers, I think that both of them still are really great rifles and probably the all-time best in CSGO. So I would have to pick those two for sure. I think I would go for Robs as well. I think he's a really good anchor and is just very calm.
When it comes to C9 today, you've got Electronic and Perfecto who joined up, and there was a huge amount of hype around this team. Obviously, they've changed even further since then, and you played them recently 19 days ago. Do you feel like this is a stronger version of the one we were most hyped about when the roster first came together?
I think this roster they have now makes more sense on paper. Obviously, they don't have an AWPer right now, but in CS2, it is hard to play the AWP. There's only like few players that have managed to kind of integrate into a system. So for now, I feel like they have a good style, and I think this is one of the better teams we have played the last 3 weeks. I think they kind of pushed us to limits in Thunderpick, but we came out victorious, and now they had more time, so we just need to be ready from first round.
Ready from first round, indeed. Now, I went back, I looked at the history between these two teams. Of course, there's the best of 3 in Thunderpick, and there was also a victory from Cloud9 on Overpass. So for now, we're following the same steps. Difference is map 3 has now become map 2. We're moving on to Ancient. I'm just going to put it out there. My worry for Cloud9 is their defense against the offense from FaZe. I think this is where we might see the most discrepancy. This is where it's going to get real complicated. What do you make of this matchup?
I agree with you in the sense that we did see yesterday from Cloud9 against NAVI that the defense was nowhere to be found.
Complicated.
Complicated. They only got 1 round against NAVI, who obviously played a great T side, but they had a strong T side. So I'm not worried on Cloud9's behalf on the T side where they can use 5 riflers. I think they had a lot of cool things going on for them. Again, Electronic was put in positions where he could entry, where he was aggressive, where he caused a lot of issues for Navi yesterday. Now the CT side, you said it, with no Shiro, with no AWP presence.
I know.
Sure, Kerrigan mentioned it, that maybe the AWP isn't as important as it was in CSGO, but CT side, Ancient, no AWP, or at least no efficient AWP. That was an issue yesterday for Cloud9, and I think it's going to be an issue against Brokey again today.
Yeah, it seemed like the AWP was kind of passing between hands, right? We saw in some iterations, Axal was able to yield it. Sometimes Hobbit was having it in the cave position as well. It doesn't seem like it's a straight plan, a straight protocol. And I will also put it under the spotlight. The connection, or rather the lack thereof connection between Electronic and Axel on the A side really worries me. We see Electronic and he's got this intention to fight. He's got an intent to swing. He wants to get out there. He wants to get dirty and get messy. We know and love it for them. But the problem is you have Axel in the back on the A side, and where there should be sort of an elastic move between the two, sometimes it just snaps.
You speak about the lack of synergy between the two, and I agree with you, and I think some of it comes from what we just circled around, which is the AWP. If you have one player picking up an AWP, all of a sudden, could be Hobbit in cave, as we saw yesterday, then the player around Hobbit doesn't know how to react, doesn't know to play out of that. The next round, it's Exile picking up the AWP. Now Hobbit is in an issue, or Electronic is an issue. How do I play off Exile all of a sudden having the AWP? You don't have that, know-how, you don't have that go-to, you don't have the consistency in knowing how your AWP player is approaching the game, what kind of duels he likes to take, what kind of utility you need to throw for him. So this whole, circling around the AWP, I'm going to take it if I feel for it. Sure, it can work over time, over a long time where you build that synergy. But right here, right now, that's going to be a massive issue on the CT side.
Right, so let's imagine you are Kerrigan here for half a second. You know you're going up against a Cloud9 that is suffering from this lack of fixed AWP on Ancient. What is your go-to? What's the area of the map you're trying to put the most pressure on? What is it you try and grab from them?
I think you try to make them bleed over time. I wouldn't necessarily advise FaZe to play too fast, too explosive. I think Exile in particular is a player that thrives well when someone is coming at him fast. I think the more you make them bleed, the more and the less utility C9 have to work with, the more they have to rely on the synergy that you described as being lackluster, the better FaZe will have a chance of winning. So long and prolong the game, make sure that you drag it out a little bit on the T side and then do some late executes, late hits or late rotations. I think that's the way for FaZe to approach this game.
The stones out there on Kerrigan's desk. I hope Maui is lurking around in the studio. Maybe we can have sort of a mineral analysis and what it means out there. We'll put something in the pipelines and get back to you guys on this.
I think Cloud9 is going to win this game.
Oh, you're going for Cloud9 2-0?
I have a Cloud9.
Okay,
I have a Cloud9
let me know why you're pulling the trigger on that one.
I think the T side is good. I think we saw that yesterday, and I think they must have learned a lot from that CT side. And FaZe Clan, sure, they picked Ancient, and they win a lot on Ancient, but they don't do it convincingly. I don't know. I have a feeling right now Cloud9 is getting better and better and better, and I could see the 2-0 happening.
All right, I'll oppose to you. I think we're set for map number 3. I think FaZe have had so many opportunities now to build that confidence that even if you lose a map, which has happened, it has happened in the past. They have lost maps in series, but they have proven to us that in the current state of affair, they are not ready to give up. So we have a divided desk. The question is, are you casters, are you guys agreeing on the issue of the game, or is it also a debate?
These are the questions, Maniac. The Creamy Bears have always been with Cloud9. That's what we predict going into this one. We're sticking with our guns, aren't we, Anders?
We're bound to get something right.
Yeah, at this point, we're trying to speed run the race to the bottom. But this is FaZe. They're starting to break here. Like, it was a good start. It wasn't like they had to recover the game. It just slowly slipped apart for them. They had the 5-2 lead, if you remember. We move on to Ancient. It is going to be their pick, of course, and they are well-versed on the map. Had some great successes on this one. Cloud9 played this against NAVI yesterday. They lost, but their T-side performance was actually quite impressive. They'll be kicking things off in the CT forces for now, though. They've got the dual elites for Electronic, a smoke to speak of as well. Lots of utility on the T side, and some of which is being deployed already. There's a rare decoy for Karrigan as well, Anders. Well, we're looking out for decoy tech here at the full finals.
That is something that we care about. It's already been tossed in there carelessly. Karrigan powering through. Not with that much grace, and he's going to go down to Hobbit, who had an absolutely dreadful opening map. So maybe he can make up for it to play a little bit better here. They're through the center of the map. They're in CT spawn right now. FaZe looking to see if they can backdoor this bomb site. Electronic is here, but he can't find a headshot. Exile. Gotta be real careful. If he dies here, it might be a little bit of a disaster. Good kill.
Yeah.
The bomb goes down, but that's okay. They can still make this work, Cloud9.
He doesn't overcommit to the challenge either. He wants to maintain that advantage, wait for the cavalry to arrive, but there's a very strong positions taken by FaZe deep in towards CT spawn. Now, do they have the kit to work with? I'm not sure, so...
Don't think so.
I don't think they do. They're going to have to swing now and hopefully find a headshot upon entry, but it is looking very good for FaZe as Rain and Rob starting to mow them down here. Time's ticking away, and Rain finds a penultimate frag. That should be enough here. Perfecto, he's just running out of time, running out of space, and FaZe, after losing that first pick, are going to be picking up the round, no problem. Rob says guaranteed success there in towards CT spawn. Perfecto will get all 5 kills, but he goes down to the blast as well. So that might lead them to a force buy, Anders. The fact they got all 5 and Perfecto's got a bit of extra cash, you might see a rare second round force buy here.
That'd be fun. That'd be really interesting.
Might being the operative word.
What a mad retake. Like, the fact that they're just running around the boxes in here, like, no one can find each other. It's so confusing. You're right, though. The afterplant positions for FaZe, even being a man down, were just so powerful.
Yeah. So, yeah, indeed, there is the force buy.
Okay. Another scout.
Yeah, scouts, MP9s, 5.7. I really don't mind this. It makes sense. You've got a little bit of extra cash. We are going to see that 5.7, which Electronic's been very good with. A boatload of damage inflicted, but unfortunately unable to convert that first kill. It goes in favor of Karrigan. Rob's flux of death there touches the flames, but he's absolutely fine. They've got the opening frag, mid-control, and they're making their way back in towards the B bomb site. It's Hobbit, who's alone on this side of the map. He's got the MP9 and is playing kind of the Karrigan sort of setup.
Yeah.
There with the smoke. Drop it as soon as you spot any sort of contact. Over here, a footstep. And then you hope they run through, spray him down.
And they're playing it cool on the other side. I guess it is a bit early. There's still over a minute left, so they don't really have to do that. But CSET 75 trying to help out. Boomich really wanted to be the hero there. Good spray from Hobbit, but there's more still to come. He's going to find a shot onto Twist. Gets a chance at the reload, but he can't quite get the bullets in time.
Yeah.
He was close.
He was ducking and weaving there. Good defense from Hobbit. Yields him 2 kills, but not enough to justify an attempt at this retake, I'm afraid. Exile and Perfecto have to sit back and wait as FaZe will confirm 2-0. It was the force buy, a rare one, like we mentioned. Meta is currently right now is to force buy in the third, bring out the rifles, but they got all 5 kills. They felt like they had a bit more to work with here. It was Electronic that went down early. Good mid-control from FaZe, a B finish. Hobbit, interesting defense. 2 scrappy kills, fighting for his life there. If he gets the third, it didn't even look possible. Like, he didn't have a chance to reload. If he gets the third, Anders, who knows? Maybe he had a chance to slow them down even further. wasn't meant to be, and it will be 3 players surviving for FaZe as well. Let's have a look at the opening frags here. Thinks his teammates, but it's Carrigan to find the opener. Got the second kill as well, so a lot of heavy lifting done by Carrigan in this particular round with the Mac-10. Hobbit, like you said, he just gets that reload in, but can't get any bullets off.
Would have been sick if he would have had a chance there. Okay, well, but I mean, it is a risky move to go for the force buy, right?
Yeah.
Now they get to save 1 MP9 and 1 scout into the next round. I think they might have even picked up a 5.7 or something to throw to a teammate. So there's a little bit to work with here. They could still make it a bit expensive, but overall, FaZe probably quite happy with the way that this is playing out. Some early mid presence for Cloud9 here, but it really is down to see if that scout can maybe find a headshot or 2 in this round, I think, for this to work out.
We're going for the full A execution here. So you're going to see smokes deep in towards Donut, CT spawn, Molotov towards Temple usually. You deal with that after.
Yeah. Blast TV viewers not convinced there's going to be a 2-0. They feel like it's going to be a third map. I hope so. We want all the Counter-Strike here. Oh, Hobbit up close. My God! He might have been sleeping on the first map, but this is something else. 2 big shots with a 5.7. And now they are certainly in a weird position, FaZe.
Yeah, you can see them trying to deal with Temple now. Still recoverable. Rain watching the extremities here. Preempted the flank coming through from Electronic. Pulls the kill back. 50 seconds remaining here. FaZe in a complicated, compromised position, sure, but they can still find their way out of this one. Good dink. They see yet another kill here. 2 players remain now on FaZe. Trying to find a little bit of damage in towards CT spawn. 35 seconds as the plant comes through. Hobbit could deny it, or it could cost him everything. It's the latter as we go into a 2-on-2. Heavy damage inflicted on both FaZe players.
Yeah, Brokey got tagged with a scout. He's going to go down to the scout as well. It's all on Rops. But with that bomb plant, it didn't get denied. Might be a chance.
Oh!
What a headshot. He's so clean, isn't he?
He's got no bullets, and the AK needs to reload.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Oh, 10-second defuse? I doubt it, Boomich. He's still sitting on it. 3 seconds left. There's Rops moving forward. Okay, he lands another headshot and saves his team once again.
Oh, my days. Rops, you are a god. Never was in doubt at any moment. Even on that second kill, he had 4 bullets left there. Hits a pixel-perfect headshot, and it all started here, Anders. A double kill on that 5.7. Slowly but surely, though, they were fighting their way back into the round. As soon as the bomb was planted, there was a real chance that Rops could win the round. Look at this, 4 bullets left, and he manages to get that shot through. Reload towards Temple. Boomich. If he sticks on the defuse, I don't think he has it. Like, Rops had everything calculated. He was going to peak with the 2 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have had it either. It's a cool idea, though. Maybe a player that isn't Rops would have stayed further away, because you know there's not going to be a kit in play, so you're not counting on the full 10-second defuse at all.
And we're going straight back in towards A here.
Okay.
Finding those smokes. Same one's going to be deployed to that CT spawn and deep in towards Donut. Molotov in response. I can't tell you who's defending right now. It's going to be Hobbit going down. And we are going to see Electronic. This time, an equal scenario. But A is wide open. Throwing that incendiary, just trying to deny the plant if possible. And it's going to be going down. A chance to deny. That was possible, but for now, even situation, bomb planted, advantage FaZe. Anders, good luck casting this.
It's quite cinematic. I actually kind of love it a little bit. Oh, nice shot from Brokey. Going to be taken down. Boomich for twist to the back line. That's set up with a flashbang by Rob, so that's some good bit of teamwork coming out for it, and Brokey will clear out the round. Relentless at the beginning of this one, FaZe, as they just power on through. And hitting that A bomb site, that's become so much more popular. We've seen it a couple of times so far.
I think you're right, yeah. Like, it's one of those bomb sites you mentioned a few times already. The fact that you can just leave it open at the start of some rounds. You'll have like either 3B, 3 middle. Those are your key choke points at the start. It's rare you'll see these executions towards A. I guess that's why we're seeing it come into fashion a bit more, because people have spotted that as a potential weakness. But FaZe certainly have. They're finding a lot of success on this side of the map. Executions working out very nicely. And just a small technical issue here as we get back into the action. It's FaZe bouncing back in this upper bracket game of Group A. Day 2 of the full finals. 4 best of 3s for you today. used to be a bit of a curse, but now with ML12, it feels like it's a bit more realistic.
It's much more.
It's not so out of control.
It really has changed the overall atmosphere, hasn't it? A little bit, in a good kind of way. Yeah, you're right. More best of threes are coming up. The next game after this one is Heroic and Astralis, which is, I think,
okay. Game of the day, right? Just for the storylines.
It's got to be.
That's going to be a really amazing game. Like that's a loser bracket or lower bracket game, I should say, as well, right? So that kind of decides who's making it to the arena.
Yeah, imagine if you're Astralis, you could say, we took your players and now we're taking
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what it's going to be.
But for Cadian, you could say, you might have taken my players,
okay,
but...
That's not even tomorrow. That's the next game of today as well. That's going to be wild.
It's going to be so wild.
That's game of the day. So if you're enjoying this, just wait until you see what we've got around the corner.
Spice it up. Yeah, we've been a little bit running low on player drama. It was great
this is where the Danish dynamite finally goes boom.
Yes.
Today.
There's a countdown to that. Timeout used after the tech timeout. Not unreasonable. Especially if you're Cloud9, if you lost a fair few rounds in a row here. It's been rough.
It has been, but the rounds have been close. You know, they've had them on the ropes. They've been working the body, whittling away at the economy. So they know they're still in this. A couple of timeouts used. We had the technical, and then you can't talk with that, of course. They've got a timeout used by Cloud9 just to discuss their options. They're now down 4-0. The problem is the money's still pretty busted, I think, Anders. Like, they're still kind of half-buy territory, yeah. See that reflected there. I think they saved a scout in the previous round, and that was about it. So they've got to have some MP9s here, some 5-7s. If they can win this round, they're right back on track. It's still pretty early days here, but if you go down 5-0, that is going to be difficult to recover. No one's denying that. So here we go. What have they got for us? Haven't really had a full buy yet, and it's Brokey getting a face full of scouts. Down to 18 points of health there. Clean connection from Perfecto. So they have a slight advantage for now. Oh, not for long, potentially. Good lord. Boomich loves throwing himself into this tight choke points, doesn't he?
He really does.
This is like, I forgot about his playstyle. Like on Ancient as well, he just loves getting stuck in towards the B lanes. It's like Inferno. He loves challenging Carve SMGs. You'll see him do that a lot at the B lanes as well.
He's drawn to the danger.
Yeah, he just loves it. Like, you got to respect it. Like, it seems to get away with it more often than not.
Close up his electronic there. A little bit of a flick, but it doesn't really work out. Not for Brokey. Didn't land the shot like he wanted. 55 seconds. This boost has been really popular on Ancient. Usually good for a kill, especially if you're a little bit further back like that. It's hard for the T's to really see what's happening on that other side. But not this time. Scout. Not landing him a kill yet. Oh, nice. Carrigan. He'll take the damage for the kill. Crossfire set up, and there's Boomich with the 1C set. He tries to make the jump all over. How sick would that have been if you can't see his feet and he just makes the jump?
Yeah.
Looks like Robs is going to be absolutely fine with it.
Okay. It was an exciting round, lots of damage inflicted, but I'm afraid this one is too out of Hobbit's reach. He's going to have a chance to get maybe a couple of kills, but to defuse that bomb doesn't look likely. Brutal shot from Rops. FaZe are officially on fire, ladies and gentlemen. 5 rounds in a row on the T side of Ancient. Their pick, considered a T-sided map, but yeah, a team known to have rough starts. They couldn't ask for much more than this as they recover the series. Beautiful shot from Carrigan as well, Anders. Got to give him credit here. Really nice preemptive little pre-fire there as Electronic. Good for one, but Twist shutting him down in towards that cave room. Sounds like we've no timeout. We're going to be back into the action here. Smoke deployed towards Red Room. Electronic taken out of the action for now. Mid's been a bit of an issue. Like, he's constantly had, like, the SMGs are a 5-7. He's doing, Anders, he absolutely loves them.
There is someone there.
He can't get enough of it. He can't get enough of it.
He was so excited that he actually forgot about the fact that there was someone in the corner. He was like, oh, wait a minute. There actually, hold on. I did see someone. He can't get enough. But it's, yeah, it's backfiring a little bit here. Rob's getting a kill. Carrigan getting a double kill. And Perfecto on his own. Naded down to 9 health. And taken down. What a round from Carrigan. And third map is looking unbelievably likely.
Yeah, it's Anubis. Just looked it up myself. I was like, right, what is that third map? Because this one keeps going. I think 13-0 is looking likely. Ancient seems to be one of the few maps where 13-0 actually happens. So we'll see if they can keep it up. Who knows? But Yeah, Boomish ambitious. Like, they had a nice little set piece there. It wasn't just completely random or anything like that, right? They're having some fun with it, but they had a decent incendiary down towards the pocket. He could hear the burning coming through. It was well handled by FaZe, but when he does die and it's like there's no trade, like, yeah, it's a little bit comical, I suppose, considering that's his like signature move is like throwing himself in the choke points alone with the SMG.
Just a miserable start. Doesn't really get much worse than this.
No, I think that's fair. And now you've got the 5-7 to defend the entirety of the A bomb site. Decent effort there from Hobbit. Even better from Axel. Need a bit more. That came from the stand a chance here. But a smoke off towards Donut. Might just have to spam off some speculative shots now. But they've got a decent flank coming through. Oh, it's not a bad shot in terms of the lineup. But now the MP9 waits to strike. That's Electronic. Just takes down Robs to try and open things up here, but the range eludes him. Twist with a double kill. Perfecto will respond. It's back to a 2-on-2. The bomb ticking at some pace, so you'd imagine they don't have a kit, but they do have a frag available towards Donut. Now with the man advantage, it's down to Carrigan.
Yeah, this clock's running down really fast. They do not have a kit, so they need to find Carrigan right away. Molotov, but he's just hiding inside of the smoke. It's a good move right now. Are they going to be aware of it? They're trying to block it here. Axel's bodyguarding it. Carrigan goes for the swing! And that's all he needed. That shot was everything. He takes down Perfecto, stops the defuse, and gets a 7th round on the board for FaZe.
Oh my. Nice work from Carrigan there. Did just everything he had to do.
Yeah.
Nothing too flashy. Doesn't need both the kills. Just run that timer down. It's very unlikely to have a kit. Just get that diffuser, wait for your moment, and strike. Sure, it comes down to a 1v1 essentially, but the streak continues here, Anders, and they're up to 7-0.
Such a sick reaction from Twist. I mean, the fact that he gets the mid-air spray headshot is one thing, but it's just the awareness. Like, he's so sure that once he gets the first kill, there's going to be someone behind him. Real delight to watch.
Oh, you're dead on. And the woes continue for Cloud9. Bear in mind, though, like, there's still 5 rounds left to be played. I know it looks grim, but Boomich now on the AWP, he's taking matters into his own hands. You've got to give him that. Like, he's at least bringing new ideas to the table. Hasn't necessarily worked out thus far on 2-7, but we'll see whether he can start finding some form. Carrigan, he's behind enemy lines, looking for the double kill, and he's delivered on all fronts here. Electronic will slip the net, but it looks like the damage has already been done. How does Carrigan get to the mouth of the B bomb site without anyone detecting him there?
He just walked straight for the smoke. He just absolutely walked for the smoke. Bomb is planted. There's still 2 people outside of A. That's how much it even caught FaZe off guard. Like, half of FaZe weren't even aware what's happening. I think Perfecto turned around in that moment. I wonder if Carrigan showed on the radar. If his teammate... Like, it must have been so, because otherwise, I have no idea why Perfecto would check that. It just...
Yeah, it looked like Carrigan was almost rumbled there, because if he goes down with nothing, it looks a little bit silly. But the fact thankfully, Boomich has the AWP. He's unable to respond. It's a lovely double kill. And yeah, that just completely changes the plan for FaZe overall. It's like, well, yeah, I've just killed everyone in B. I guess you might as well come over here. And they make it through safely through T-Spawn. Bombs down. 8-0 confirmed, Anders. What an absolute blowout here. FaZe running away with the second map of Ancient, making it look easy. Let's have a look at this from Carrigan. He's like, you can see, like, yeah, boys, I'm through. I might be onto something. I've got a double kill. Everyone relax. That's the moment. Okay, so you're right. Like, he does have conviction behind him, Perfecto, doesn't he? So he must have had an inkling.
Yeah.
Maybe he saw some wispy smoke or something like that. I'm not sure, but that's going to be frustrating for Cloud9 there. Just as they get the AWP, it all comes crumbling down. Carrigan sabotages the back lines.
Another timeout burned here. Can't really blame them. I mean,
yeah, it's
you
fair
have
enough,
to use them now.
What can you say?
They need. I mean, if they get 4 rounds on the board, they get 4 in a row here.
They can still get 4.
It's a conversation again.
Yep.
But man, what a start. Carrigan responsible for a lot of this, not just in that round, but he's manufactured quite a few kills on top of everything else. He's 9-5.
Touches.
My God. Unlikely, but they'll take it.
Oh, it's been beautiful. Great stuff from Captain Carrigan. So, Cloud9 do have a buy. AWP for Hobbits. I guess he's the A anchor. Just allow him to set up a turret that side of the map. It doesn't really matter who has the AWP. They don't really have an AWPer on this team. So we'll get into that now. And decent control once again. The entirety of middle given over to FaZe Clan here. Carrigan's dream. He sees a Molotov deep in red room already. Another one just to make sure they can flush out the close range proximities. And then they can smoke off towards the right-hand side of CT spawn as well. There are smokes from mid here. You can allow Carrigan to go push towards the backtracks once again. It's going to leave him towards the red room for now. Molotov to stop any inquisitive CTs, pushing that B ramp just as they're peeling off here as well. So a smoke towards long. This looks like a B fake to me, Anders. Just going to try and hold players this side of the map. They've got Carrigan ready in towards red room, split through Donut, and then he catches the rotating players.
Well, this AWP here from Hobbit, it better ring true. Not
oh my does it ever!
God. That's a lineup.
Yep.
That's a double kill. One bullet is all it took, but they're not out of the woods yet. Rain will take down Electronic in return. Hobbit worried that there is going to be a flank. He's not wrong, but it's coming from a really unlikely position. Oh my God, Carrigan, the timing, he almost lines up a double of his own, but this might be the round. 2 versus 4.
I can't believe it. Hobbit might have done enough there. It took a collateral double kill. And Carrigan in CT spawn, you thought that might be enough there, but it's Cloud9 finding their first round here on Ancient. 8-1. Like you said, Anders, they get 4 rounds. Like, it's actually a pretty serviceable half. Like, CS2 is a different game in entirety. It's a lot of comebacks, a lot of crazy rounds and unexpected results. Like, something in the water right now with CS2. And there it is, the first round given over. FaZe pretty much had full control of the round as well. So it's a great performance from Hobbit, just what they needed. Can they post a few more? I'd say 3 is the minimum. 4, of course, would be ideal. Let's see whether Perfecto can get the job done here. Aggressive through the smoke.
It's crazy. Do they know? There's so
they
much
heard
happening
something,
down there.
Surely.
Yeah, but their flashbangs raining
they're
down
high
next
alert.
to them.
Where's Boomage? He must be pushing.
Surely is. Underhand flash coming through. Boomage is dead. But they haven't seen Perfecto. He should be able to get one in return here. Throws out a grenade. That gives up his position. They definitely know that he's here now. And Rain well aware. Nice Molotov. All right.
Oh, Boomage.
Pretty well handled.
It was looking so good for a second there. They had a player pushed down in the smoke. Aggro taken from the in-game leader. He does go down, but Electronic picking up the pieces now. All right. They can salvage this. Looking for the second round on the board. Bit of a execution coming in. It's worked out so well for them. Axel. It's going to be tested here, Anders. Molotov landing straight on him. I think he could have burned alive. I don't think he's got a chance. He gets 1.
I mean, even that's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, he was completely flashed.
Ready to shoot Electronic in the back here. He's certainly calling it in, saying there's going to be someone throwing the donut. Line up, it's close! Oh my God, but Rain is there. Clutch timing for Rain to show up.
It looked like a bullet was destined to hit the planter. Not going to be the case. An impossible round now for Hobbit. Might even get knifed here. Rain will take him down, put him out of his misery. 9-1. Cloud9 have been reset.
No one can put a leash on Boomage. He's the in-game leader. He is the leash.
Yeah, he is. And I kind of like, to be fair, his teammate had pushed all the way down. Like, Perfecto got himself in a lovely spot. It looked like there was it was hit or miss as the weapon could work out. But the flashbang, I think Carrigan even threw it. Well, it was perfection. Rain to save the day as well, denying the...
Sick, isn't it?
The shots coming in from Donut, and then he closes things out as well, yeah. And this is Boomage in a nutshell. Like, when he's on, yesterday he was on, it looks fantastic. Like, all the aggression's working out. When it's not working, though, it can be a little questionable at times. Electronic continues his strong form, though. It's only his 6th kill. I guess there hasn't been a great game in general. Albeit on top of Big Box. You don't see that too often. Works out for him.
Yeah, but now when you see it, you think, well, why don't you?
I guess,
like a good,
I
good
guess,
position.
never really considered it. That is cool.
Maybe it is I guess it could be risky if you get flashed or just in a weird
it's
position.
Just like, it's such a common pre-fire towards the back of Big Box. I think it's just a nice idea, but a nicer shot as FaZe looks to recover the scenario. Got the man deficit, but they've got a chance as Rain will be just showing a little bit of presence here towards the B bomb site. He pulls over a couple of players rotating.
Oh my God.
Oh dear. I didn't see that one coming at all. Twist is boosted up. Surprises Electronic on the other side. They've still got a minute to work with here. Rain can't quite connect the dots there. Axel will find the man advantage once again. 3 versus 2. Bomb to be planted, and a retake will begin. They need this second round.
They rotated so far away because of Rain. They were so confused by the fact that he was on the B bomb side. So let's see. Brokey and Twist, definitely not a bad set of players to have left in this kind of a clutch position. Bomb already planted. Missed shot on the first one. Might get a second crack at it here. Certainly will. Axel going down. No more nades either on the CT side, so they can't block it off. They can't flash him out of any corners here. This is actually really hard to do. Now, they do have the kit on Perfecto, but how did they actually get through on this corner? Already set up for the defuse. Trying to get the job done. It's too late. Twist is going to be up next, and I think Perfecto knows the time to win this was trying to get the full-on defuse. Even if he gets a shot, it's not going to be good enough here. FaZe will claim another round and make it to 10-1.
Just toying with him at the end is Twists, and it would have been such a nice clutch for Cloud9 to pick up, but they can't get it over the line. And they call it the Brokey position for a reason, Anders. Holding towards that temple spot. He manages to open things up towards A, and then once he gets comfortable, kill after kill is delivered, leaving Twist in a pretty guaranteed clutch by his standards. He plays it to perfection, and we have a 10-1 scoreline. Final round of this first half.
Everyone playing really well on FaZe at the moment. Rob's still a little bit further ahead, but I mean, Carrigan, we talked about him. It's 10-8 right now. He's had a number of really impressive rounds. We'll see. All right. Blowing open the smoke themselves. Molotov in the corner, but nobody's really there. Best Cloud9 can do is a second round in this first half.
Let's see what they can get at.
It's pretty discouraging.
I mean, 2 would do. That's the old saying.
Yeah? Is that what they say?
That's, yeah, it's going to be a new saying if they can pull it off. 2 will do. So, 1 minute 15. No frags just yet. Boomich still alive and well in towards Jaguar. More passive position this time, not leaping in towards those B lanes. He's got the AWP this time. They've got the opening frag as well. Smoke down towards the round. Nice shot from Boomich. I think they might have done enough here, Anders. 5 versus 3. It's going to have to be the B finish here. It's their round to offer up. They need this second. Cloud9 have had the roughest half you can imagine. 10-0 down, and Rob's fighting back.
Boom is missing a chance there, but the bomb, I didn't even know if you can easily plant it right now. You don't have a lot of coverage. Brokey gonna just cross his fingers and go straight for it. A bit of a wallbang there, and Brokey actually does get tagged on the other side. Very uncomfortable. No more grenades left either for the T side, and they will get cleaned up at the end, so there's something for Cloud9. A little bit of a consolation prize towards the end of the half here, as it is 2-10. We'll see if that's gonna be quite enough for them.
Thank you, and have a good day. Great to see you.
Bye-bye.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. It's interesting.
Dear players, me and you, Mr. Dupree. Denmark is known as one of the gastronomy capital of the world. With attention to detail, today's second task will be a cooking competition. Both will be tested in who can make the best looking meal. Let's see who can stay focused and take the win. May the best chef win. Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
And look at this beautiful scenery. We are going in to cook some amazing food.
Welcome to Restaurant Fyrkronen. We will make Danish smørbrød.
I'm gonna take a step back and visualize and see what you're doing.
And see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Well, stop looking at me.
Okay, well, I'm supposed to look to the water?
First of all, let's take a look at these beauties.
All right, I'll start with the hard one.
So what are you thinking you want to do?
I am gonna do the ligustine.
Ligustine, yes.
Gonna do a tower. Let's see if they can stand.
I'm trying to make the potato here. See how things are gonna work out for me.
Nobody's gonna move my plate, right? It's not going as expected. It's the wind.
Are you cooking a lot at home?
Depends if my wife is watching right now. So just to be sure, not at all.
I think I cook quite a lot at home actually. Actually trying to experiment with all kinds of things. So like I'm just trying to make new stuff all the time.
We need this special flour.
The onion flour.
The onion flour. Holy, that looks... How did you do that?
What do you mean? It's easy.
Gonna do the potato now. So Peter, being good at Counter-Strike, does that correlate with you staying here and cooking?
Since I'm on the bench, yes.
It means you have more time now. You see? That's actually unfair. He's benched, he has time to cook. I don't have time. I have practice in 2 hours. The guests are gonna be mad when you're that slow.
But I was told that it's not about time.
I'm trying to do a smiley now.
And you don't want to use the fried eggs you made?
I think that's a hint. I think on the side here, so a guest has an X option to eat it, and if they feel like that's how it looks, because it looks so beautiful now. Putting outside the bread is also fine. It's part of the look, right?
Yes, that's us.
Okay.
The potato over here could be like a children that make it.
I'm done.
You're done.
Nice, Finn.
So now I wanna taste them and see how it tastes.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Finn.
We have Peter's here. Looks beautiful. And here I think you have get some help from a child that was here late. And now we will taste this.
That's not fair. That's not how it looked in the beginning.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's map number 2, half number 2 of Ancient. And Cloud9 are down in the dumps, I'm afraid. 10-2 in favor of FaZe as they look to take us to Anubis. Looking like a very likely third and final map, Anders, unless Cloud9 bring back one hell of a resurgence.
Yeah, it's bad news for Cloud9. It's great news for us, Henry, because we might get a third map. Looks very likely. It's been a fun series so far, just individually. I've been enjoying this so much. I like to see Electronic back in action. I like seeing Robs play, best player in CS2 at the moment. We get to see a little bit more of it. I'm happy for that. We'll see if they can do it here on the CT side now. A tricky setup. Rain, he's baiting them in. He's saying, come closer to the dualies, and we'll shut it down. Although they're just running straight past into the middle, and Rain is hunting. Oh, but it turns around. Boomage with a double headshot to start the second half with.
Okay, but they're not out of the woods just yet. There's another double headshot coming in, courtesy of Brokey. The Julies deliver, deny the plan, and it's Axel to find the third frag here for Cloud9. They've got the man advantage, but the bomb's in no man's land. Carrigan, Brokey now fighting back, trying to deny control of the donor. Back to a 2-on-2. What an insane performance from both teams here.
Oh no, and the bomb is just in the site, so there's no questions for FaZe. They know that eventually someone's gonna have to step on that site. I like the fact that they're rotating quite far away, just making it hard to guess. It's a Glock, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Instant shutdown. Carrigan is dead, and now Brokey trying to get back in. He got the 2 kills, and now let's see if he can get 2 more here with the USP running low on bullets. 6 of them left right now in the magazine. Oh, he gets 1 more there. He's getting a chance to reload as well. No kid, obviously, goes straight for it. 10-second defuse. Boomage tried it and failed in the first half. Brokey's going for it. Perfecto. Now's the time to swing if you want to stop this. 1 second left. Oh, Brokey! He comes off the defuse, back at it again, and I think he's got time for it as well. That's a quad kill, Henry, and he's picked it up. That is unbelievable.
He even has time to get off the committed defuse there and have a 10-second full defuse to close things out.
He defused the bomb for 20 seconds in this round.
And he still jumped after getting that kill, Anders. It's what he's known for. The misfire on the jumps.
That's true.
But it all started here with his dual elites. Manages to upgrade, I suppose, to the USP for this final duel. Comes in, as you said, 22nd of defuse attempts there, and Cloud9 give it up. Oh no, that might be it for them on Ancient. That was their ticket back into this one. It's 11-2. Of course, they're going to force buy back in response here. Brokey steals it all away, their hopes and dreams. If they can answer back, though, we do say winning this round is as good as the pistol, maybe even better. As long as you get that bomb planted. It's a missed smoke from the CTs as well. That was destined for the double doors. It doesn't quite hit the mark, as you can see.
Not quite.
Not there.
A little bit off. I can't even believe that pistol round went the way of FaZe. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, the Boomage got those opening kicks as well.
That was it, right? That should have been it. There's the smoke they were looking for.
Yeah, and it's actually fine because no one breached the double doors in that time. So it's not like it really affected anything. The nade doesn't quite connect either. It's okay. Wouldn't have done a ton of damage.
Probably not. Well, we'll see if they can break through. They don't have a lot of grenades on the T side, so they don't probably want to use too many of them early on, just to try and get this part of the map. Brokey firing off a few shots. And a good little swing there. Could have even been a double, I think, for Rain, but he does get slowed down. 40 seconds on the clock, and with a grenade in hand, Electronic's going to be dead. Up next is Perfecto, and he can't stand up to it. Brokey, double kill for him. And Rops, not feeling any pressure whatsoever. They were all just waiting on the other side. Axel might be able to do a couple of kills here, but he's running out of time. He's already run out of teammates, and Rops will take him down, surviving on just 4 health.
Well, there we have it. It is going to be FaZe finding map point. It looks like we're done here on Ancient. A couple of moments there, it looked like there were opportunities for Cloud9 at least. The missed smoke, a chance to get some B-lane control. They didn't seize the opportunity though, and trading out kills wasn't quite enough. Didn't get the bomb planted, and now we'll take a lot as we listen in to the team speak. Let's have a look what's going on.
Nice! You're a fucking clutch god, man. Holy shit.
I'm not touching you.
What the fuck am I watching, bro?
Well, there we go. What are we watching, Anders? He is a clutch god.
Yeah, can't really take anything away from that. It's been a really wild map, this one. It's been fast as well. FaZe shutting down Cloud9 on this second map, which again, like I said from the start, is good news. Might get a chance for a third map here. It's looking like Leon Anubis.
Might get a chance, Anders, you're right. Oh.
Go on.
Okay. Hopefully, are we still going?
It's inexperienced. There we go.
We're good. We're good. All right. Is it coming crashing down now? It looks very good for FaZe. One more round will do it, Anders. Anubis looks to be locked in.
Can he get the spray down here, Brooke? Oh, he's already made a bit of a step. If he just waited back there, they might have just kind of come running out.
Yeah. That's a good point. There's still a fighting chance for Cloud9.
They need a quick bomb plant.
Oh, maybe not so much anymore.
He's half stepping into it, getting the headshot. Hobbit, nice shot with the MAC-10, but they know where he is, and that is going to be the closeout. No bomb plan allowed. A 13-2 victory for FaZe, taking the second map over Cloud9. That is super, super impressive. It means we'll get onto a third map on Anubis. It couldn't get any more exciting. It's going to be coming up, but not before we get the desk ready.
Oh, let's do it.
Well. If it isn't map number 3 at the end of this series, Jacob, listen, I know we're on the same team. I know you're my bud, you're my coworker, you're my friend, but I'm going to put you under the spotlight. You said 2-0 Cloud9, they're going to have a stronger T side, or a stronger defense rather. Things are going to be all right. What happened?
Guess I was wrong. Guess I was very wrong. Guess Cloud9 was very wrong as well. I was very impressed with FaZe Clan, obviously playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Let's give them the credit first and foremost. But Cloud9 CT side was very lackluster one more time. However, I want to give them the credit that they at least tried. They lost the pistol, lost the follow-up round, and then the couple of first buy rounds on the CT side, they tried to be aggressive. They tried to make something happen, but you could clearly see the synergy, the thought process, the game plan. It's not quite ready yet for Cloud9. They're lacking Shiro's presence. They're lacking an AWP presence so much. And even with Shiro on the lineup in this game, it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the game. So they were so far behind FaZe Clan. And looking at the other side, I guess FaZe, one of those games where, Twist, bottom of the scoreboard, not needed. Carrigan, Rain, not really needed. All of them chimed in when it was needed, and it was a very, very convincing and easy sweep for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, all over the board, I think. Domination from FaZe Clan. You have 4 players around 90 ADR. That's a very strong tell, rather. And even in the offense, you were talking about Cloud9 trying to be aggressive, and when that didn't work out, I felt like it gave FaZe the key to almost every side of the map. And we saw Carrigan sneaking through smokes in the B ramp. We saw window into Red Room aggression immediately from FaZe with players coming in from behind. Carrigan gave himself so much freedom, and that's a huge tell that everything is going all right for FaZe.
You can't give him that much freedom. You can't give FaZe that much space in order to work around. And that's my point with the whole Shiro angle and the AWP angle. Normally, you'd had Shiro, lock down one part of the map. It could be A ramp, could be cave, could be middle for that matter as well. And then that's sort of space taken away from FaZe Clan. But with no AWP presence, apart from Hobbit, one round, I think, in from Donor where he got a double kill, there was no areas on the map that FaZe couldn't just take for free almost. I know Cloud9 tried. I know they tried to be a little bit aggressive and fight for middle as well a couple of times, but again, the synergy wasn't there between the players. So as much as I want to say that FaZe played a fantastic T side, which they did, it was more so Cloud9 just not being that all.
Yeah, these are the timings that we were talking about here. Kerrigan crossing right hand smoke, 30 seconds here, the same thing. This time it's on towards the B side again. That's a beautiful move here. It's a little bit,
look at the time
ballsy. It's a bit ballsy, but you know what? When you're 7-0, and I think this is where sometimes FaZe can be so hard to play against, is that whenever they have the score for them, they will give them so much freedom, allow themselves to take some of these risks, and then you're Cloud9, you try and play catch up, and then you have to cope with the fact that some of these moves are going to happen. And if someone does that to you when you're playing Pug, I know exactly what you would say.
Yeah,
you say, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
I would be mad as hell, But that's the thing with Kerrigan. That's the thing with FaZe Clan. As you said, they like to run away with it. And again, if you're not stopping them, if you're not controlling certain part of the maps, or if you don't have a certain game plan in order to at least stop some of it, then it'll be over. And the highlights you just saw, the rounds with the decided within the first 20 to 35 seconds. That's it, round over, round done and dusted. At that point, we're just waiting for the next one to start. So in all reality, sometimes, we just have to be honest up here. It was a very boring game. It was not interesting whatsoever, and Cloud9 just couldn't hold up a fight.
Damn, Jacob is out there and he's not shooting blanks. A boring game, but nevertheless, we're going to map 3. FaZe made minced meat of Cloud9. So far, we are following the script. Map 1 for Cloud9, Rebellion from FaZe, and now we are all set for Anubis, the third map, but not before we take a quick break. third map on the cards here in that series between FaZe and Cloud9. Once again, we are looking for a semi-finalist. We are looking for a team punching the tickets to Roller Arena, because playoff doesn't necessarily mean the arena. You have to make it to semi-finals first. And now it feels like FaZe are poised. It feels like they've done enough. Great bounce back on the second map. We're moving on to Anubis. But I want to focus a little bit on Cloud9 because I wouldn't want us to sell their chances short. I think Cloud9, with this roster, showed a very decent Anubis against NAVI. They won that map 13-11. A whole lot of aggression on the CT side. What did you like from Cloud9 in this map that would give us hope that something can happen here?
I like the things they didn't have on Ancient, the synergy, the team play, all the things that was, you know, made up to set it up for each other. They have that in Anubis. We've seen that already in this tournament. They played Anubis against FaZe Clan in the Thunderpick tournament as well, where they beat VP as well. So they played it 3 times now. One of the things that I noted and highlighted against NAVI was fact of the matter that the run pattern of Electronic in his entering was set up by utility by his teammates. When they're going to do an execute in towards the A bomb side, you're going to see Electronic have a very clear run run pattern going in towards the bomb side, covered by smokes, covered by flashes, covered by utility fire coming in from the teammates. So I think, in terms of synergy, in terms of how well prepared they are on Anubis, it's a complete different outlook we're going to see from Cloud9.
Okay, I hear you, and I think I can agree with you to an extent. I think the T side, there are a couple of sequences that seem very well polished on Cloud9, and I think they will be able to use that in the toolbox. My worry, and we're going to repeat ourselves from the likes of Ancient, is the defense for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Against Navi, the whole success that they had was mostly based on very reckless aggression. And I mean, I'm all up for it. I think it's great to try and break the meta a little bit and get out there, get stuck in, maybe cross that cave smoke into water, fight, go outside the B hole, fight there as well, because we know Anubis is a hard map to play on the CT side if you play passive. The problem is, can a passive Cloud9 handle FaZe on the defense? Do they have the power across the board to handle things?
No, the answer is no. A passive Cloud9 cannot handle FaZe Clan. I don't believe so. And again, we circle back to the conversation we're going to have a lot of times, with the lack of AWP, the lack of Shiro. What worked so well for Cloud9 back in the days was Exile and Shiro both being passive CT-sided players, but they could hold up to their own. They could win rounds from being passive and being those elements. I don't think that's the case anymore, right? You ride and high a lot with Electronic right now. Without him playing well, there's no way Cloud9 is going to apply enough pressure in order to win. I was even looking up the stats. Electronic's average rating the past 3 months on Anubis specifically is 1.23, which is very, very great. Where the next on the line is 1.07. So there's a big disparity between Electronic carrying the ship for Cloud9 and the rest of the players showing up. You're right on the money when you're saying that passive Cloud9 is not going to beat an aggressive FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that's the problem. And listen, I've put a whole lot of pressure and focus on Exile, and I think he's been delivering more than I was expecting. Good for him, right? But Anubis really seems like one of these maps where if he's not being set up a little bit for aggression, if he has to be on the receiving end of executes on that A side, there's not a whole lot of players in top-level Counter-Strike currently that can handle it. Like Magisk, for example, comes to mind. He's a player that can handle these positions, have a couple of multi-kills. I have seen Exile being on the receiving end of executes. It's very complicated. And I think this might be just one of the key nerve of the game, is like how much is Cloud9 being able to kind of tax FaZe before the execute comes in, like a couple of flashes into A main, maybe even above these windows to get into the water, because if they are just waiting behind pillars and all, I just think they're going to suffer. I think it's going to be too complicated.
But how the map is played out as well, right? Anubis is a T-sided map, a T-heavy map as well, and you usually see the explanation you're giving from players and hearing from players when they're playing Anubis is that they feel like fish in a barrel on that CT side. It's limited how aggressive you can be. It's with big risk when you do it as well. It's not easy to be successful. And as you said, the entire basis of Cloud9 beating Navi on Anubis was based on 5 rounds they got in a row on their CT side.
Yes.
They didn't win anything in the beginning. They didn't win anything in the later stages of the half. They had 5 rounds in a row where they dominated by being aggressive. As soon as Navi found out, that was it. So what I could be afraid of here for Cloud9 coming into this game is that they're one-trick pony. If the initial aggression on the CT side is not going to work against FaZe Clan, what else can they offer? Because I think we kind of saw the limitations on Ancient, right? We see a team with a lot of potential, with interesting elements to them, but maybe it's a bit too early to expect them to have a plan B or plan C that actually works against a top-tier opponent like FaZe.
Definitely. It's going to be complicated if they cannot be successful and aggressive on their CT side. Now, if we flip the conversation, the T side of Cloud9, you mentioned it, much better. They've already had a couple of executes that are oiled up, and that's great. But I don't know if they are used to have a team that disruptive against them as the likes of FaZe.
Yeah.
Because this was one of the criticisms that we had for Navi when they lost, when they copped that loss against Cloud9, and say, hey, they were not as aggressive as Cloud9. They were not in their faces as much. And then Cloud9 got the luxury of, setting up the executes, having Electronic run through these paths you're talking about. But how many times have we seen Kerrigan just literally taking duels out of middle bridge, being out there in your face? We see Rain crossing the smoke into cave as well, fighting in that water position. Do you think Cloud9 is equipped to deal with that kind of shenanigans, and they're not being given the space that they would like?
I think that's the big challenge for Cloud9, because I agree with you. If they get into a position where they can run the execute, we've seen enough quality in that department, but you have to get in that position in the first place. You have to be offered the space. Again, FaZe can be very disruptive, as you described right here, with Rain, with Robs for that matter as well, who likes to take space away from the opponents. One thing I also will notice, that I know Kerrigan to be a guy that always prepares for his opponents. So if I've noticed a very specific run pattern from Electronic when he's entering, you bet your Kerrigan Karrigan knows that as well. So there's something prepared right now for FaZe Clan where they're aware that that's the one dangerous element Cloud9 can offer on Anubis. So I would expect FaZe to be prepared for it, and I would expect them to be disruptive.
And one final element I think Cloud9 have to be able to rely upon is the ability to clutch rounds, clutch situations. I throw you back to Overpass, a couple of these retakes where Electronic is clutching the 1 versus 2. The last one as well is a clutch that going into their favor, and then unfortunately on Ancient it's a completely different story. Suddenly it's Brokey who's clutching 1v2 in the last pistol round, which is coming out of nowhere, literally from the moon, jumping through smokes and then being able to handle with the USP, even out clutching Perfecto, which is supposed to be sort of the god, you know, the prophecy of clutches. Do you think Cloud9 can handle all of these late round clutch situations? I feel like on the side of FaZe, it's just too strong coast to coast.
Not necessarily, to be completely honest. I think Perfecto, in particular on Anubis, we've seen it already. He can be the clutcher, but I agree with you. That's sort of another key element of the game. We are going into 2v2s. We are going to be in 3v3 or 1v1 scenarios. And at that point, Perfecto, Hobbit for that matter as well, and Exile, who are usually the players alive late in the round, will have to step it up. I agree with FaZe Clan. You know it from Brokey, you know it from Twist, you know it from Rubs for that matter as well. They are very good at clutching. They're very good at playing the favor in a 3v3. So it's going to be incredible tough. And the more we talk about it, the more also get the sense, the more get the feel that of course FaZe are the favorites heading into Anubis.
Of course they are.
I do not think Cloud9 don't have a chance though. I do not think Cloud9 is not equipped with the tools in order to make it a competitive game, but as you said, there's a lot stacking up against them.
Yeah, definitely, and we have a little bit of time now. We talk about these clutch situations, and I think it's important to mention it's not only individual quality that we're talking about. Of course, individuals are needed to clutch these 2v2s, these 3v3s, but there is something to be said about having the experience and the time played together. If you and I, if we play together for years on out, and FaZe as a lineup is a timing has now a year and 10 months on the tenure, you know, as Robs join in, they've played these clutches, they've played these 2v2s, they've played these 3v3s, they know how they like to play. The comp can be slimmed out, the comp can be thinned out. I don't need to tell you everything. No. You've played with me, you know me. It's not the same for Cloud9. They don't have these kind of automatisms, so that can be a problem, and this is where FaZe, another one of these topics where they have an advantage. That's why it's so hard to play them.
And that's a very important point you're bringing up right here. Not all clutches are equal. As you said, you can be in a 2v2, but one side could have all the information in the world because of the 3 guys died prior to them. They gave them the information, could be on the FaZe side, so they're well aware of what's going to happen, whereas the other 2 guys on the other side of the clutch knows absolutely nothing. So you go into 1v1s, you go into 2v2s, and the scenes sort of are not always equal, right? You can come into a 2v2 feeling comfortable. We're going to figure out how to win this because we know exactly what's going on. We know exactly what we're up against. Whereas for FaZe Clan, I would also argue that when you're clutching against Brokey, you never really know what to expect. He has that, you know, ability to be a bit of an X factor. So sometimes he'd like to stick the bomb for 10 seconds. Sometimes he's just going for the straight up duel. Whereas if you're up against Exile, you know the habits. You know he's going to be passive in the clutch. You know he's going to be slow moving, etc., etc. So not all clutches are equal. And I think from a viewer perspective, that's very, very important to take note of when you see a 1v1 or 2v2.
I know, and we don't get to hear as. I mean, I've seen Blast now are starting to have these sort of like TeamSpeak moment checkup where we can see a few seconds later what has been happening, which I greatly appreciate, because an underspoken theme as well for these clutches is how much are the dead guys giving information.
Exactly.
And this is something key that we very rarely mention as well, is how your teammates, while you are playing the clutch, can kind of feed you the information that you need. Do you have a smoke? Do you have a kit? Where is the last one seen? Must they have a smoke? Must they have a kit? Like, these are all of these where I feel like a team that has the routines, that has a team play being ironed out, they will have these elements, and they will make these clutches so easier for whoever is playing it.
It's essential to be able to be successful with your clutching, you know. And I guess for the viewers out there watching at home who are also playing once in a while, you've all come across the one guy who says, you know, I don't want information when you're dead, shut up, you know. Whereas, you know, on a pro level, it's so important that the dead players are the ones with the overview. They can switch from one point of view to another. They can, you know, paint the picture, sort of figure out what's going on, provide with information, provide with ideas of how to approach a 3v3 or 2v2. And I think that's where FaZe Clan is succeeding as well. Everyone is chiming in. Whereas for Cloud9, from the outside, for us, a bit harder to know if that's the case. And as you said, also a new team, so probably not as efficient as FaZe Clan.
Right, a bit more rough around the edges. That's what we're getting the vibes out of Cloud9, but there is definitely still quality. We are fixing a little bit of a technical issue, so I have been instructed to give you guys a few minutes to rest. So maybe go out there. I hope it's not raining. It's raining in Copenhagen, so I'm definitely going to stay in the studio. We're going to be back in about 9 minutes, give or take, for the game. And until then, just take a deep breath. We'll see you right around.
If I don't say my girlfriend, she will be mad.
Something about them creeps me out.
You should try it when you come to Holland.
So one thing people don't know about me, it's I was semi-professional in handball. I have to choose CSGO or handball, and at this time I was better in CSGO, so I chose CSGO.
I did professional taekwondo until 14 years old, and I was Ukrainian champion.
One thing about myself that people wouldn't know, maybe I love joint juice.
I don't like any kind of dressing, only ketchup. But any other than that, I would never take on my sandwich or anything like that. Every time when we go to places, stuff like that, my teammates are also after me and how come and stuff like that.
I am deathly afraid of like bugs and spiders and all that. Something about them creeps me out.
Every time I come home from an event, I eat frikandel speciaal because I love it so much. It's like a sausage with mayonnaise, some curry and some onions on it, but it's so delicious. You should try it when you come to Holland.
Maybe that I'm pretty good at pool. That's maybe the only thing. I think I've challenged a couple of good players that I know at least that they're good and I've beaten them. So yeah, I think I'm definitely up there.
I'm a lot taller than I look, and also my voice is a bit deeper than people perceive as well. I think I have a baby face and people don't really expect my voice as well. 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters.
I can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute.
I have a bunny at home. His name is Mochi. He's just chewing my cables all the time. I have to replace everything.
3 things I cannot live without is water, food, and internet.
Pick my phone first. I mean, my bed. I love sleeping in bed, but I mean, I can sleep anywhere usually, but a bed and clothes.
I'm gonna say my girlfriend, a pet, and the last thing is gonna be a bubble tea. Mango bubble tea.
My friends, my family, and the last one would be, I don't know, McDonald's. Food, money, and my family. You kind of need some of those things to live, you know, to make sure you keep on going.
3 things I can't live without. If I don't say my girlfriend, she'll be mad. Food, water, and workout.
My favorite thing to do other than playing Counter-Strike is being a dog dad. My dog is a boxer and he is full of energy and he's a handful.
Playing chess. I play a lot of chess in my free time. My peak rating in chess is 1500 elo.
Working out in the gym. It definitely helps me outside of the game. I just feel like refreshed once I finish the workout. It just makes me feel much better about myself.
My favorite thing to do is eat some good food and relax. I like burgers. Maybe play some other game. I love PUBG. And also I love Dota.
I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft and League of Legends when I was younger. But World of Warcraft takes too much time, so I don't do that anymore.
Hanging out with friends and going to football. I follow the Graafschap. It's a second league club in the Netherlands.
Other than playing Counter-Strike, my favorite thing would be to spend time with my girlfriend. Bonus points for sure.
I don't think I had any idols, but I had a lot of things that I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a baker, like pastries, also an actor, because I was really good at acting as a kid. I knew how to cry on command, like I used that a lot.
When I was studying, I maybe wanted to be an astronomer one day. I really love space and that stuff, so.
No, I didn't have any idols at all. Like, my friends were like, oh, I want to be a like fireworker or something like that, so a policeman, and I was like, okay.
I was watching a lot of tennis and my idol was Novak Djokovic, but now I'm even bigger fan what he's achieving so far, and I think not just inspiring me, but I think everyone around the world who is competing in something.
When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to be a basketball player. Yeah, I played basketball for like 8 months, and then I gave up.
When I was a kid, what I wanted to be kind of when I grew up, I always loved working with animals. I always wanted to look into maybe becoming like a veterinarian or something like that, but that's a lot of work. You know, I gotta go to university and put a lot of time into that. I've shifted, now I'm playing video games.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch differs a lot, honestly. But if I had to pick one, I would pick ZywOo at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything. Pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player and also a clutch shot.
Back in the days, yeah, I was looking for Device because he was close to my playstyle.
NAVI, actually, it's pretty biased. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. I'd have to say like someone like Robs. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res.
It's someone definitely I look up to as Rods.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch would be Flusher. He's always extremely annoying.
I don't really know like who is my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch right now, but like before it was Fallen.
When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. He's like had longevity in his career. He's been doing a lot for Brazil, and I just think he is a really good role model.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, especially when I was growing up, I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role.
He's always been having like a mixed playstyle. He could always play with the AWP and the rifle.
I would answer simple because he's like unexpected guy. You like cannot predict him.
It's like you never lose hope in him in like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. You're like, oh, he can win this.
My biggest match that I played, like the most important one, it would for sure be the final in Royal Arena against FaZe. Being so close to lifting the trophy, like those last rounds of the game was a unique feeling. That's hard to describe.
The greatest match that I ever watched was definitely the FaZe versus Cloud9 at the Boston Major. When they were in the finals and they finally won and lifted that trophy, there was a flood of emotions for me.
I have two teammates who played that match. They don't like looking back at that match because they were in it and they lost it.
My greatest game that I played was my second major. We won semi-final against Heroic. It was 15-14 for us on Inferno on the second map. It was 2v5 situation, and we won it. We all pumped up. It was like unbelievable. And then we won the third map as well.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh. This is crazy. Oh, the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up. He's on the ground. He's on the ground. The floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds.
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
And the pageantry.
Nah.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You're watching the full finals, and we've come to the crescendo of our second game of the day, Anders. Are you excited for Anubis?
I'm actually so excited. I'm loving it. So happy we got the third map. I've been enjoying this particular game. I don't know what it is. I think it's sort of the return of Boomage. It's the return of electronics to that really high level. It's watching Rops in the server do his work. I think it's just all here for me. I'm really enjoying this game right now. And now we got Anubis to settle it all. So what do you think, Henry? Are we see more FaZe powering through here?
Yeah, it kind of has to be after a 13-2 walloping they gave Cloud9 and Ancient. You feel like they're in a prime position to take this one. They look like the better team today. It was a close game in the opening map of Overpass where Cloud9 just about got it over the line. But it's going to be Rain to open up proceedings here. First headshot takes down the in-game leader.
That's
and
down the middle.
And it's going to be towards middle, but a good response. Trying to play on the front foot there. Brokey was flashed in towards B main. It's not effective. And now it's a 4-on-4. Big execution coming through.
Oh, the duelie is doing the work, though. Twists with a double. Spins around. Hits the headshot on Astralis as well. And he wants to close it out. When you got the hot hand like that, you have to go for it. Rain, he started it and he finished it as well. I think he got that first kill down the entire river in the middle, just taking the shot on Boomage, unfortunately for him. That's pretty sick, and that's how we get off to a start. It's FaZe again. Look at this.
Let's have a look. It was Rain. Get right down towards the canals. We'll never know, I suppose, Anders, as he was Twist to get this lovely triple as well. On a swivel with that third. Really nice finish. And FaZe will have a comfortable pistol victory, looking to keep the streak alive here. 16 series wins in a row. Not looking to slow down anytime soon. Pistol is there. There's no bomb planted. Full eco for Cloud9. Quite a loud drop down there from Brokey, but a smoke towards the steps. You can see they've got a nice aggressive maneuver here. They've got full control of the canals right now. Rain can watch towards the rugs. Brokey tucks himself in. They've got A main control. This is looking very good.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, this is a round where presumably Cloud9 can't really do much anyway, but why not try and bully them a little bit and put a little bit of pressure on if you can. The shots ring out. Oh, it was close to a perfect lineup. I wanted to see the spray down.
Yeah, and now this gets a little bit problematic. They get the second kill. If Robs gets dropped, that could have got very, very problematic for them. But crisis averted. There's one player remaining, and, well, he's been dealt with. In true style by Brokey there. It is going to be the 2-0. Polyco dealt with, but the rifle's coming out next. A sign of things to come, though. I like that little drop down from Brokey. The fact they've got that deep smoke that lands on the steps. Maybe that'll be a sign of things to come. Maybe they want to have an aggressive game here and take it to Cloud9. Bear in mind, this is probably the most T-sided map we have in the pool, Landers. So,
yes,
strong start here. Important round. It'll set the tone for the rest of the game. We're going for those ultra slow motions today.
I like it. It's good that we have the technology available if we need it. 4 AKs coming out in this round. We got the Khalil as well on Perfecto. Ready to set up for a bit of a fight there in spite of the smoke, but no connection on the other side. Gonna be falling a little bit further back. Alone at the A bomb site. Single CT player back there. Not exactly perfect, but I don't know, I feel like this is a bit of a risky setup. They're expecting something to happen in the B bomb side early on. All right, now they're rotating back. I was going to say, usually you'd have sort of 2 middle, maybe 2 A, 1 middle, but...
Right. It's more of an A-centric setup here. You got Twist patrolling towards that camera position, backing up Robs. Can turn and adjust accordingly. Sub 1 minute. Couple of smokes remain for Cloud9 in terms of map control. Middle is under their remits.
Who's going to pick up the bomb?
That's a good point. It's all the way back in T spawn, Andy. He actually raised quite an interesting question. I guess it has to be Hobbit, really.
Okay.
Off he goes. Recovered.
It's running it very low on time. It's making me a bit
the
nervous.
A split, so they will smoke off towards Temple side. Oh, but it's a really powerful smoke there. That's brutal. Twist might have just won the round of that play.
Yeah, they're going to try to get their way through. Flashes in there.
No.
Oh, they find him. That's sick. Rops getting traded as well. Forget the time and forget the smoke. Clean headshots coming through from Electronic.
Oh, it was so well played from Twist especially, but the flashbang catches him perfectly, and he's absolutely done for. I think that might be the round. Electronic's position just looks way too powerful here. It's a 4 versus 3. They'll give this retake a look. Doesn't look good though. Time is of the essence. Carrigan can't find the first incision. I think they'll call it off. Probably all they can do. Try and contain them. Lock them in the bomb side at this stage. Probably take a few down, and they're realizing that's the case as well. So they're going to leave through the beach. And just when it looked like they had no chance to break their way through, it's the perfect flashbang. Twist smoke is shut down, and they breach the A site. Rops could do nothing to respond.
I mean, with that little time left, there was not a lot of room for error either on the Cloud9 side, but it works out absolutely perfectly. I guess for FaZe, it's good they get to save the 3 rifles. That's something to think about. But, yeah, that was really impressive.
Beautiful shots. Just when it looked like there was no way they could break through the smoke. That's a huge round for them to pick up. First gun round goes in favor of Cloud9. We go 2-1. There's still funds available. Broke with the AWP. They saved at least a few weapons there. One of which is the AK-47. In the hands of Twitch, so not of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Cloud9. Entering round number 4 here. Molotov towards B main just to shut down any potential CT aggression with the AWP. And we said they do have some aggressive maneuvers here. We're seeing another one right here, right now. Rain tucks himself in. Axel on high alert.
Yeah, seems to be aware that somebody could be up, but that is hyper-aggressive. You don't usually see that kind of thing. He's still stuck in that forward position. And I guess he can be while the smoke is up behind him and he's got a, maybe some backup in the middle, but yeah, now he's overworked. Now he's watching 2 positions at once. I think Twist has started to get there, so he's going to be able to help out. But surely if you're on the T side of walking through the middle, you're not going to be checking that position that often.
It's a really interesting setup here. Like, there's not many options for CTs to have these sort of turret-style positions. He's watching towards the mid-window, but Twist is trying to alleviate some of that pressure you mentioned. And I think he goes down here, but no, great shot. This is huge for FaZe now. Rain just biding his time, hoping this position pays off. Chance for an AWP shot for Brokey, which he will absolutely connect. Rain still in this perfect position. Molotov lands towards double doors. This is a chance to get activated. Freebie. It pays off in the end, Anders. It's a beautiful kill, but now can he get out?
Oh, there's so much cool stuff happening in this round. Nice shot from Rain, even the follow-up there.
Yeah, beautiful.
Taking down Axel. This is really comprehensive. As soon as Twists get that shot, he's taken away all of the attention in the entire round.
Just an example of fantastic communication, I would say. They're all playing off each other, all complementing each other, realizing their Twist. As you mentioned, Rain was in a compromised position. It's a very powerful one, but he was having to watch 2 angles, essentially. Players walking up to him in canals towards that window. So as soon as Twist is proactive, he started to play on the front foot. He started to go towards middle. If he wins that duel, all of a sudden Rain can just focus on the task at hand, which is making sure that no one can access towards dark. And then all of a sudden, it just all comes together. A main control, middle, canals, it's all theirs. It's a really, really interesting round of Counter-Strike, and one that FaZe are happy to pick up there. They bounce back, and there'll be a player that saves a weapon on the Cloud9 side, but overall, 3-1 on their CT campaign. All in the hands of Rops, using that towards the A-bomb side. He's the anchor on that side, and Brokey, he can just move around wherever he feels like. If he gets a good spawn, might just go in towards that A main pick, towards middle. Looks to be the latter for now. Watching that right side. Molotov being deployed early, though, will send him packing. Double Molotov, in fact.
Oof, they're burning a little bit themselves on the other side there. Got to be careful. Now the CT Molotov comes in and touches Electronic a little bit more. But, I mean, this kind of damage does matter on Hobbit and Electronic. They're running into the M4s now. It's going to be a different matter altogether.
Here we go.
Quick in the middle. They still drop the bomb really far back here, Cloud9. So that's fine for now. It's also interesting because if you did get a breakthrough in the middle, if you'd found a kill here, you can't really necessarily capitalize on it immediately. You have to sort of wait and figure out what to do. Bomb picked up once again now. A very similar setup for the FaZe side of things, though.
It's such a nice setup towards middle, though. Twist can just focus on the double doors here. Brokey hopefully takes all of the bait. He can be spammed, though. That's the only vulnerability he's got. If he starts getting spammed, he has to reposition. So he's fragile in that sense. Whether they have the presence of mind to preemptively fire at the double doors is yet to be seen, but it is a common approach.
40 seconds. Another decent nade. They're all getting tacked up on this T side ever so slightly. Perfecto reading it well. He knows that someone is up. Some preemptive spam coming out, and Twist with the headshot taking down Boomich. Carrigan gets run down, and so does Rain. And with 20 seconds on the clock, they're going for the bomb plant here. Twist, can he stop it? Oh, he can! No bomb plant happening. He gets another headshot. And now they're in a little bit of a panic mode here. They picked up the bomb. That's a nice recovery. That was Electronic just stealing the bomb away, and this time they do get it planted.
They've scooped it up. They've planted for the Temple side, and actually making some progress towards CT spawn as well. We've got Brokey, the AWP, initiating the retake as well from B main. They are spread out. A trifecta, lying in wait, and it's Axel playing active Counter-Strike here. Managing to find the man advantage. Perfecto should confirm the round of that kill as well. Twist holding on for dear life. There's nothing more he can do. He denied the plant, but as you mentioned, they scoop up the bomb, get a safe plant in, and manage to steal it away. Cloud9 down but not out here on Anubis. If you're just joining us, this is the Group A upper bracket final. Winner goes to the semis. Loser still in the playoffs. They'll join NAVI down in the quarterfinals. But still, Twist did everything he could there, Anders, but as his active player of Axel going for the backstab, pushing towards that beach, and Electronic to close things out with the MAC-10. 3-2, early days here. As FaZe still have enough to buy, some concessions to say the least. We've got a ROPS 5-7, MP9 for Brokey, and the orb once again in the hands of Karrigan, I should say, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He's got that glass cannon out.
ROPS did get a kill. Brokey's up close with the MP9 here, and a double swing comes out. Hobbit, he's only good for the one kill there. Smoke's going to be going up. It's a 3 versus 3. This round is so incredibly important to Cloud9. They can completely destroy the FaZe economy if they win this one.
So it's Brokey, not with the AWP here. Holding towards Heaven. A1S in hand. Looks likely to be the A finish as well. In terms of utility, they can smoke him off towards Heaven. Looks like it's going for the straight of contact play, though. Utility in the hands of Electronic. Nade towards the cake. Brokey can hear them. He's confirmed it's an A-side attack. The Molotov will push him out. Committing to the spray. He does some damage here. Doesn't go down just yet. The plant's coming through. Karrigan, bear in mind, with no Kevlar, absolutely destroys the first, but Electronic, he comes in with the double kill. That might be enough here. Rain has been thrusted into the clutch. He's got Boomich on the bomb site here. No utility, no kit, but he hunts him down. Can he find a second? It's not going to be quite enough. Electronic posting 3 kills in the end. An exciting finish. We said it was a must-win round for Cloud9, and they managed to step up there in a very tight scenario.
It almost looked like they saved Brokey because I'm pretty sure they threw the Molotov and then the smoke right on top. And that looked like that was, otherwise he was going to burn alive there.
True.
But Karrigan landing the shot. Electronic with the triple. My God, it's a close round. But at the end of it, it's all tied up. We're 3-3, and FaZe are out of money. 1 flashbang, couple of upgraded pistols, but really not that much excitement here. They do have a stack in the bomb site. So I guess if Cloud9 decide to throw caution to the wind and just kind of jump for it here, they might be able to do something with the stack. Don't know why Cloud9 would do that in a round like this.
No, it's a good point. I think it's unlikely, but we have got a 5-man stack here. 3 players. Have the aforementioned Cloud9 here.
Look at Rain just holding. He's just ready with a flash.
Here we go, boys. Could actually happen. Could actually be a thing. There's the flash. They overlook Hobbit's position. Any chance of this one slipping away is looking unlikely. Twist will find a kill, but they haven't fully committed just yet. Looks like the MAC-10 and Boomich will be mowing them down, finishing off the task at hand, and there's the Glock as well. Just 1 player remaining on the other side. That's going to be Rain. So a nice little stack, Anders. Got a bit exciting there, but unfortunately only 1 kill found. Cloud9 take the lead here, 4-3. That was the full eco.
I like it. You know, you give it a shot. They didn't realize that there was already a player snuck through, but yeah. Might as well do something with those rounds.
It was the correct call. Maybe if they had a couple of PT50s in the mix, could have been a different story, but they'll take it. Could have been a lot better. You'll feel a bit disappointed with that one, but well handled by Cloud9. Like I said, taking the lead 4-3. Money should be okay, but I don't think there's a chance to get the AWP out in Brokey's hands just yet. It's going to be rifles across the board. Karrigan with the AUG at least. Using that towards B main. Smoked off is Brokey. Trying his luck once again towards middle. They take damage on roots. Offering up some return with a nice HE towards Electronic. But once again, Anders, their campaign towards middle has been relatively successful. They get the double doors, no problem here. Twist trying to reclaim territory if possible.
Electronic is out there waiting for him right on the other side of the doors. A flash in.
Oh no.
Flashbang was fine, but Electronic able to hit the shot anyway. And now he's setting up for a bit more himself. ROPS is going to be able to take care of him. 4 versus 4. It looks like Perfecto almost just wanted to
creep in.
Yeah, it looked like it, but he thought better of it.
He might do now. Carrigan out in the open. A wild spray towards the dark position has led them to a kill. Hobbit goes down eventually, and the presence of mind from the old master there. Carrigan sprays one through the smoke. He'll find Perfecto, giving the 4-on-2 lead, looking to tie things up here. 40 seconds, final commitments coming in towards the A-bomb side. Robs is here, ready and waiting, looking to back up Brokey. Smoke goes down. Now going to see a chance for Boomich to even plant with that smoke. So, kill comes back in their favor. We'll see if FaZe can close this one out.
Shot in the back, unfortunately. Axile, just a lot of positions to cover when he's up on that back plateau. So, yeah, they get the bomb plant. They get a couple of kills in as well, but it will be FaZe. And again, you said this is a T-sided map, so the fact that they're kind of keeping this up, that they're up to 4 rounds now, it's all encouraging. It's all kind of pointing in the right direction, you've got to say.
Nice work here. Especially towards middle, Carrigan getting the shots to pretty much confirm the round. The fact they get the plant down was impressive, but that was just FaZe, not one to overstep the mark there. Wait until the cavalry had arrived and then close things out. Boomer's got his work cut out for him now, calling for their first timeout, bringing the coach. As you mentioned, T-sided affair. It's been pretty back and forth so far. They lost the pistol, they were down 3-1. Posted 3 rounds in a row, and now just giving that one up. The money, it'll be tight. It will be around the, I think, $4,000 mark, so I think there'll be a buy there. But that's why they'll call the timeout, just to work out what are the priorities here. If someone can afford the AWP, do they want to bring it out? I would say probably not on the Cloud9 side.
Maybe not.
They'll probably just stick to the rifles here. And as you can see, pretty decent overall. Galil, the only real concession to be made. It's Hobbit to be wielding that one. And we're off to the races. Third and final map here. Who will be going to the semi-finals? Time will tell. We split it right down the middle for now. 4-4. Perfecto, more than happy to take his aim tools towards B main. A T-sided smoke as well towards the entrance of the bomb site, trying to bait out some utility. Get the CTs on high alert. Suggests they're going to creep through.
Rob's playing a lot further forward this time, so they might have a bit of a chance at here with the stack of the bomb site. 3 people defending it. Rain doing excellent work. Harrigan coming in with the orc, and he gets a double kill of his own. The bomb is dropped, and it's just Hobbit left here. Tries to get the shot. Maybe he could pick up a better weapon than the Galil, but for now, his focus is on trying to recover that bomb, and even that is proving very, very tricky. Down to 7 health, and there's going to be Carrigan closing it out. That's a bit of a hiccup here for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a massive round for FaZe to win as well. We knew the money was pretty compromised even going into that one. And trying to breach the smokes, surprise them. It's a chaotic round here, and that's where FaZe usually thrive, Anders, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Give them a couple of aim duels, a chance to get some spray downs in. They'll rise to the occasion. Carrigan closing things out in a clean manner as well, denying the plant more importantly. As it means it has to be the eco now for Cloud9, and pretty much is exactly that. I don't see any Kevlar. A couple of upgraded pistols. And yeah, looking good for at least 6 rounds here for FaZe. Great job so far. The streak may continue yet, Anders.
I forgot about the streak.
Yeah, it's 17 series in a row. They picked this one up. How could you forget about the streak? It's all anyone can talk about.
It's embarrassing, Henry. I admit it, but I mean, it is impressive. It's really crazy to imagine that this is how it's played out. All right, Carrigan even from beyond the grave going to be taking down Boomich, and Rain seems to be having a really good time in the bomb side. Multi-kills after multi-kill. It's working out. They're recovering their economy on the FaZe side. The same could not be said for Cloud9. I mean, they're going to be in a really rough spot here.
Oh, yeah. Goes without saying now. It was always going to be challenging, trying to take down FaZe on Anubis, but now this one becomes very problematic indeed. An uphill battle, to say the very least. They have a buy, a couple of grenades they've having to sacrifice as they enter round number 11, the penultimate rounds here in the third and final map. AKs across the board. Hobbit going to be challenging towards that dark room. It's smoked off for now, though. Allows him to get closer and closer in the defaults. It's one of your main protocols. Try and get A main control. A player close towards dark. Fend off any sort of B main pushes from the CTs. Axel has lost control of main, trying to adjust, drop the Molotov, deny vision for the CTs. You can see as they jostle for control.
Yeah, it really is going back and forth. The bomb is dropped back where it's been every time Cloud9 trying to go for a B or for an A split. This is where they drop the bomb and then they kind of go back and pick it up and try and see if they can do it. And they are in the middle working that part, so I guess we could see a similar approach. It's kind of worked a couple of times, so I don't really blame them if they want to go to the A bomb side.
So they get that aggressive stance towards A main. CTs could push with this. They've allowed middle to be a little bit weaker.
Oh, look at them, you're right, they are pushing. Rops and twists, I believe, are moving forward. Oh, this is so dangerous. Hobbit shot in the back. He's going to go down just as they're setting up for the middle. They get some control here on the T side. Axel, he actually wins the fight. Rain trying to get back into it. The bomb is not safe yet. It's still in the middle. This is an awkward round. It's a 3-on-3, but I don't know who's backstabbing who at this point.
Brokey, I think, spots him. He commed. I think he saw him go in towards CT. On the temple side here, it's Rain, isolated. Protected by the smoke for now. Can't hit the shots on Perfecto. It's Brokey. Very compromised position as well. It looks like Cloud9 might have done enough here. Look, the round is falling apart, but as they manage to breach the back lines, they've actually found themselves a 3 versus 1. But look who they're up against here. It's Twist, and looks like he fancies it as well. It's got an HE. Sadly won't connect. Their money's pretty weak. I think he just has to give this one up and save the final round, Anders.
It would have been so much fun to see him, but I guess, yeah, if the HE lands, maybe you try and go for it.
If it gets Axel down or something like that, then you have a look. But here's a replay. Electronic feeling supersonic as he makes his way through it towards the temple. Perfecto confirming the round there, shutting down the final players of that B defense. And they're slowly but surely coming back to life here. Short T-sided map, but 5 or 6 rounds it will certainly do. Not the end of the world. After losing the pistol especially, bear in mind they were 3-1 down to kick things off here. So it sounds like we've got a bit of a timeout as well. Boomich, new in-game leader here of Cloud9. He's had up and down performances. Their opening game got the win against NAVI. He had some great moments. Definitely some questionable ones as well. In his third and final map, he currently sits at 3 kills, 9 deaths. The top is Electronic, who continues to dominate here in this series and this tournament, to be fair. Like he's had a new lease of life since being moved off the in-game leader role.
Yeah, that's been an interesting story to follow just all on its own. I've got to say, for the style that Boomich is playing, we talked about it every single time he's been playing, and sometimes it is really impactful, but sometimes it can backfire. You go aggressive, you're jumping through the smokes, you're pushing all the time, and sometimes it can blow up in your face. It definitely happened on the second map, but we'll see. Still early days here. Round number 12, the last of the half. We'll see. A lot of people voting for FaZe there to make it to the arena. I guess that does make a lot of sense, the way that this has been turning out, and they absolutely beat
Oh, it's changing though.
Yeah?
The people are being persuaded by your voice, Anders. They don't like your tone. Cloud9 creeping back into the conversation here. Can they pick up this final round though? These are the questions. Axel might have the answer. Rops on the other side of the smoke dealt with. Early kill found. What a scout to find as well. They won't hold on to the advantage for long though. That's Brokey. Excellent work. Had to be aggressive. Had to try and find a pick and response. He delivers on all fronts. A minute remaining. CTs with this disadvantage, especially on Anubis. He is spread very thin against these full 4-man assaults. It's just Rain. What a player though to try and defend. Good smoke. Can he fend them off?
Backup's coming in right away. I think Carrigan's right behind him now, so that may help out a bit. Carrigan going super aggressive. MP9 up in the corner. This actually might be really hard to check. Smoke's going to be fading soon on the other side. Let's see if he is ready. Submachine gun versus 2, maybe even 3 AKs on the other side.
That will do.
He's good for the 1. That's not too bad. Brokey's here in the meantime. More backup keeps coming into the bomb site. And obviously Rain is still here for this whole time. It's Boomich to go down last 7-5 in favor of FaZe at the end. It's not bad at all.
The streak is still alive, Anders. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final half of the third and final map, Anders. It's 7-5 in favor of FaZe. They're looking good to book themselves a place in the semi-finals. Is it going to be enough, though? The question mark is always going to be there. Will Cloud9 be in the team to topple them, to break the streak?
I really won't rule Cloud9 out. It's a really good start for FaZe. You've got to say, you know, CT side of Anubis, they get 7 rounds. That's really not too shabby, but I feel like Cloud9 have impressed me so far, so I'm going to keep my hopes up high here that they can still do something.
All right. Well, I think we picked Cloud9 in the predictions game, so we kind of need this. To be honest with you.
We're really... we're crashing out of the prediction tournament so fast.
I think we actually die. I think we had 3 lives at the start of the day. I think if we get this one wrong, it's all over. We have 1 life left. So we could speedrun the entire tournament. Either way, the slow pistol, thankfully. FaZe...
Yeah, we might not be good at it, but we're fast. We're
true.
Getting through it quickly.
Smoke and a flash, presumably a P250 in the mix. Yes, indeed, for Twists. Making their way towards A, through the rugs. Even Carrigan towards the window in middle. It's Axel with first contact here. Pretty heavily committed, Anders.
Very committed, looking for the headshots. My God, he's good. Quick double kill. The bomb is on the ground. Rain able to convert that one, but the smoke goes up in front, slowing them down once again. I bet they would have loved to come through. They will anyway. The dualies are waiting for them on the other side. Electronic will pick up a double of his own, and that pretty much seals the deal here. Nothing much Carrigan can do. The bomb is not in his control. There are still 4 CTs left alive.
Yeah, Boomich, nice fancy footwork there to get himself out of danger. It's Electronic mowing them down with the dual elites. Just what the doctor ordered. A must-win pistol, really. And they've delivered and managed to deny the bomb being planted, more importantly, as well. So that's huge.
Yes.
We said Axar was in an aggressive position. You can see why. More than happy to frag out that USP. Good response from Electronic as well. Drops that smoke down. Gets himself a double, does damage towards Carrigan as well.
It's a good sort of duality of man moment, you know, like 2 clean USB headshots and then Electronic with just wilding out with the dualies afterwards. Why not?
He started blasting.
If it works, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that flashbang, not what they were looking for. Surprisingly, Anders, they have forced ball into the second round without a plant. Now, this is against the grain. Maybe for good reason. It hasn't worked out for them whatsoever. They tried to have a quick little pounce towards the dark room. They missed the flash. So it was already compromised before they started, but then he jumped into the meat grinder. That's a massive round for Cloud9. That's 3-0 pretty much confirmed. No plant once again. No real frags found. I'm not sure that was the call that was required.
Especially with hindsight, it doesn't seem like it's that reasonable. But I mean, we've had this whole conversation about how powerful the kills are.
Yeah, right. And yeah, unfortunately, with the kind of scoreline they had, the 7-5, I don't think they need to steal those sort of rounds away. But if it had worked out, we'd be having a very different conversation, I'm sure. But either way, it is going to be the eco now. A few deagles, not all is lost, I suppose. It's Carrigan to be tested first. Locked in now towards B main, or are they locked in with him?
Okay.
That's a brilliant shot. Perfecto goes down. They know he's low on the other side. Just waiting for that grenade kill to come through, and there it is. Nothing he could do. He was dead either way.
But a nice deagle to begin with.
But a nice deagle.
We'll take that.
Yeah, definitely.
Electronic going on a bit of a mission just to find out what's happening. Wouldn't say it's been a quiet game for him, but it's been a little bit rougher on the T side. He's got 13 kills, 17 and 7 on Rain. He had so many multi-kills in that B bomb side. It was just sick. But Electronic is going to try and catch up and doing a fine job so far.
Yeah, absolutely true. Hobbit should be able to close this one out. Knows they don't have Kevlar. Doesn't have to back off from these duels. Do have Robs towards middle.
Yeah, and Boomich playing a game with him, like making the footsteps, running back, then coming back to check. You know, he's quite sure that someone's here. And Rob's usually incredibly good at those kind of games, but, you know, ran out of patience. And I guess running out of time anyway, so it didn't really matter. Okay, 8-7.
Yeah, it's Cloud9 in the lead now. That's a 3-0 start. After winning the pistol, they've converted the 2 follow-up rounds here after a questionable decision to force buy in the second. No plan so far. Perfecto's reactions, getting his head blasted there with the Desert Eagle of Carrigan. It was the nades to finish him off, so it was an equal trade at the very least. No problem, though. Still a very comfortable round. Cloud9 taking the lead here. Third and final map, looking to book himself a place in the semi-finals. Now bear in mind, with Shiro, this roster, everyone was super excited about it. We were expecting these sort of runs.
Yes.
This is the first tournament with Boomage like on LAN, and they don't have an AWPer, and
I know.
They're currently on the third and final map, in the lead against FaZe, and a chance to get to the semis. What a difference an in-game leader makes.
Yeah, it really is remarkable. There was so much disappointment with the previous lineup, and already I, could hear it. We're talking about it, during the broadcast, but also in the green room. Like people, it just seems exciting. It seems more interesting. I think Carrigan had the little interview saying they seem like one of the better teams they've played recently. So yeah, this is all coming together really nicely, and you're all right. It's early days still. Axel, I think he knows that Robs is back here, but still tricky. Oh yeah, it's that AK on the other side. You have to get up really early to catch Mr. Rops off guard, don't you? Carrigan taking down Hobbit as well. This is looking very, very good for an attack towards the B-bomb side. Gom getting planted on the other side, and Fiverr, so you might just want to save here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I love the way Carrigan's always just so willing to leap through all the utility. All the flames, the smoke, the bullets. He's just in there and actually cracks things open once again. Finds the opening kill on the bomb site after Robs found the kill at A main. They knew they had the man advantage. There'd be a compromised defense regardless of the numbers on that side of the map, and they managed to make it work here. Tying things up 8-8. Great little call here from Carrigan. Fast-paced round. And there's zero chance Cloud9 will win the round, but can they hold on to all their weapons? That's the question. Money's actually pretty good, all things considered. Bear in mind they had that 3-0 start. Pretty clean rounds as well. Axel will have enough to even drop the AWP if they want it. I suppose I need to remember, we don't really have an AWPer for Cloud9. It could be anyone here. There's kind of between Boomage, Perfecto, sometimes Hobbit.
Yeah.
Boomage is like, I guess, the main AWPer. But I guess it will change.
Yeah.
They really... I think this roster is still...
Heavy air quotes on the main AWPer statement.
I think everyone can assume that they are going to make further changes, just working out who that final player might be.
Yeah, you say it like you have some information.
I wish I did. Yeah. I would spill the beans, don't worry.
Well, for the meantime, we can all theory craft it. I mean, the fact that it's working so well already, it's just really, really interesting. But it is hard to imagine long term that it would be sustainable without somebody to go up. Like once you run into a m0NESY or a Saivu or something like it's, you need somebody to take those people down. And
hey, well, you're up against Brokey right now. He's in that conversation.
Yeah.
And for now, doesn't have the AWP. But pretty convincing round in the previous. We're all tied up. 8-8. Who will be confirming their place in the arena. Bear in mind, when it goes to the semi-finals, you know you're playing in front of the crowd then.
It's a lot to accomplish right here. For FaZe, it's kind of expected.
I guess so now. They've set a precedent in CS2. They've got all the trophies. They all, well, it goes without saying, they make it to the grand finals in all the CS2 events so far.
That's what it feels like.
So yeah, like the script suggests they should be pulling this one off, but it's anyone's game. I mean, that goes without saying at 88, and Rob's flashed in towards A main. No one there, at least in the close range proximity.
For Cloud9, it'd be massive. You make the semi-final, you break the 16-game win streak. You just
it'd be like the first inspired run they've had.
Yeah.
In a while.
It really would be. First bit of good news in a long time.
Yeah, right.
55 seconds. The bomb is in the middle. Rob's playing a distraction. This is not where the real attack is, but he's forcing a lot of grenades. And almost down. He's still alive somehow in the corner. Finally, they hunt him down. But the real kill, I think, is Axel getting that one onto Twist. Slowed down, and that's the bomb on the back of Brokey. Lost now inside of the flames. 30 seconds on the clock here, and this is really coming to a bit of a stop here for FaZe. 2 versus 5.
Yeah, there's nothing Carrigan can do here. I say that. They look away at the perfect time. There was an opportunity to maybe get the double kill, but he doesn't quite find it. It's going to be a very impressive response there from Cloud9.
Yeah. They're coming back into it, and they're winning, especially these early rounds that decide a lot of how the economy works on the CT side.
Yeah,
super important.
Good duel with Robs as well. It's all about that jostle for control. We talked about it in the first half. Who can deny the vision, who can get in towards A main, who can push each other back, and they get a perfect grenade towards Robs. Flashbang was brutal as well, but FaZe still have enough in terms of resources to buy up here. Round number 18, going to see Hobbit into the dark room with M4 in hand. No snipers on either side here. Still. Molotov down towards the double doors, and indeed the hut itself as well. They'll blow the smoke. Make sure no one's there.
It's pretty cool with the double Molotov behind it, because if there is a CT there...
No escape.
Yeah, you're running out, and then the smoke gets blown open, and you're like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
and
no, it's
waiting
a go.
for me.
Well, back to the old battle. In towards A main. You can see they've got this nice little set piece to get basic control. Blow the smoke. Flash behind Robs. He takes the duel, and they've confirmed A main control. There's the first kill as well. Robs just trying to stay alive. You can hear the footsteps of the second player. So brave, but so precise with that AK-47. Surgical with it. As he finds a 5-on-3 now, they can just retreat without any further casualties. They're really onto something.
Look at how he's tripling down on this. Oh, it's Rain in the back line, but Robs is just going to be walking through his own smoke right into the bomb site. And he's on the radio calling it clear, saying, you know what, there's no problems here. Bring the bomb. Bring all the friends. It's a bath after all, you know?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Party in there.
Yeah. That is one of the options available. I think for now, though, trying to hunt these remaining CTs might be a preferred option. Hobbit will make himself known. He's in towards the beach. Not much of a holiday in front of him, though, as he'll look to hold on to this M4. Funds are rather tight. There is another buy if they save these two rifles here. Caesar on the hunt, but don't have a ton of money themselves. It's not like they'll be throwing everything in Hobbit's direction. Starts to connect up with his teammates here. Perfecto in towards Spawn. Have a look at the replays of Robs' beautiful shots here. Second one was an absolute masterstroke.
Yeah.
Look at him go. It's Rain to get that third. All comes down to those A-main duels, and you can see how important they are. Nothing too strategic in terms of the execution. It's all about that initial duel towards A-main. Whoever can win that fight, they're probably going to win the round. Cloud9 wanting to take it, but Rob's getting the better of them there.
And it's at a perfect time as well for FaZe. The money was starting to build up quite well on Cloud9. They had a little bit of a run here. And the game is tied. FaZe proving they can win rounds in the second half. They know what they're doing on this T side. This could make for a very interesting finish to this whole series. And again, there's so much on the line with a spot in the semi-final and a chance to play in front of the crowd inside of the Royal Arena. That's going to be coming up. One of the coolest experiences in Counter-Strike currently.
Yeah, I've managed to have a sneak peek at the arena. It's looking pretty nice in there, Anders. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, you know it.
And we're going to have a Danish team there as well. We have to. Like, between Astralis and Heroic, you know, like, there's a good chance.
Yes. But which one? That is... oh, that question is coming up real soon. That grudge match,
That's coming up right after this.
Yeah.
4 best of 3 today. Astralis versus Heroic in a grudge match.
Mental, isn't it?
Never seen anything like it. Don't miss it. Comes up after this, but for now, it's up to FaZe.
Oh.
Can they continue with their winning ways here? 16 matches in a row. They're going to make it 17. They've managed to get through the initial utility. There's Perfecto striking first with the frags here. Gets himself a double. Might not be enough here. Make it the triple. Rob starting to fire back. 2 versus 1. Broke you with 35 seconds. Bit of a clutch master himself, but can't find the first kill. It's Cloud9 bouncing back and finding double digits first here, Anders.
All chaos on that bomb site. But a lot of people stacked on it for Cloud9. They were ready. They already had the rotation coming in. They had a good nade early on that really softened up a lot of the players there. And then they had Perfecto. Look at this. Great work coming out. He sees just ahead. He comes back for a third. That's really, really important. Boomich with the last couple. Celebrations are in order.
Yeah, absolutely. This is for the semi-finals, baby. This would be an amazing achievement if that's where it all comes crashing down. Like,
and
with
they
the
stopped the bomb plant too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, the fact they come in with this new roster, first time on land with Boomich, like, if you get to the semi-finals, an event of this magnitude, yeah, that's massive.
That's an interesting story to begin with. It really is. Rain stoically ignoring the grenade there, but Brokey's going to be going down early on regardless. Boomich able to pick him off. Rain wants to even capitalize on this. He's got the right idea, but it's Boomich with the smoke. He keeps it coming. He won't stop. Oh my god, he's had around 4 kills so far, looking for the ace, and he will get it.
Bossman Boomich is back, baby. That's a hell of a defense. What a round to pick it up as well. He can smell the semifinals now, so tantalizingly close. That's a huge round to pick up. An ace for the in-game leader, an ace for the AWPer. He's getting it done with the rifle. This guy can do it all. Spraying them down relentlessly. There was so much damage done by the initial grenades as well. An easy kill to close things out. Oh yeah, he knows it as well. There's the ace. 11-9. And we knew the money was weak already. You can hear the timeout music being played. And it's by Cloud9 calling it as well, Anders. Just letting them stew in there.
Yeah, saying, you know what, you're in a lot of trouble. You didn't get the bomb plant last 2 rounds. You're running out of funds. Boom,
you're gonna lose your streak
on you.
Your streak, your precious streak.
Your precious streak.
You're gonna lose it.
Oh, brilliant stuff, yeah. Boom, the bouncer of the B-bomb site.
Absolutely. That was huge. So much deployed on the bomb site as well in terms of the execution. Makes it look easy. 11-9, and it's eco territory, Anders. For match and series points.
Look at what they have in
Desert Eagles, no Kevlar.
It is a classic, though.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds you're just like, oh, bloody hell, they've actually got a kill and the bomb planted. It's a 5-on-4.
That's what I mean, you know.
It's those sort of rounds, you're right. And it all starts with this sort of play as well. Axel, be careful, my friends.
Don't give it up. It's not worth it.
Yeah, you can hear you're up against the Deagles. That's confirmed.
You know what's out there. Don't give your life away to it. It's also would be some, you know, classic FaZe shenanigans to just win this round and just sort of get it over the line right at the end, in spite of everything. 16-round win streak put at risk now by brand new Cloud9. And so far, that spray is just absolutely fine. Electronic get the kill. Axel a little bit low on health. Okay, there's a headshot. That's how it starts. Can they get the next one in here? Electronic, strong position, but Twist, relentless. Oh, it's broke as well.
Here we go.
And now they have a chance for a bomb plant. Oh, no. Cloud9, don't give it up.
It's actually happening. Not like this. The Desert Eagles. No Kevlar, one smoke. Another brutal headshot is delivered by Rain, and they've done more than enough here. Perfecto left in a 3 versus 1. Surely nothing to be done, and it's Twist to confirm the round. FaZe down, but never out.
A taste of Canada for you right there. I can't believe it. 3 kills for Twist with the Deagle. He looked so crisp in that round. Oh, this is magnificent. Look at what he's accomplished in this one. Boom.
Well,
Don't
there it is.
say we didn't warn you, because it's just... For Cloud9, they could end up losing this map and just seeing FaZe walk off into the semi-final. The win streak continues, and it's because of the Eagles.
Look at the response now. The boot is on the other foot, and it doesn't fit whatsoever. They've got the Deagles now. And some USPs thrown into the mix. It's a very different story on the CT side to make these rounds work. They need a miracle themselves right now, Anders. Otherwise, it's going to be 11-11. They might have to make a wish. We'll see the first interaction towards Dark. Rain very aware of the potential threat on the other side of that smoke. Operating quickly towards middle, though. They're taking decent control here. It's Robs, who's been so effective in towards A main.
If Perfecto pushes, you can actually find the bomb.
Oh, no!
Oh. That would be really
I was about to
awkward.
say, it's one of those scenarios where, yeah, Robs have been so good here, but if you go down, there's no trade potential. You give your rifle up, and all of a sudden, this one comes a lot more complicated. They'll head still towards the A side of the map where the AK resides.
Flashed on in. It's a good flash, but it doesn't even matter. Electronic with a double kill. Now, Booch did get a team kill in there with Twist. He's fighting back.
No.
He's almost gone. Hobby will take the kill on Rain, and Twist's low on health. 1 versus 2. He doesn't even want to go for the bomb plant here. He's faking that once again. 9 bullets left. They're doubling up on him, and Cloud9, they bring it back. You see Hobbit looking towards the heavens on that one. 12-10. Cloud9, they're 1 round away here.
I can't bloody believe it, Anders. In the dying stages of this best of 3, we've had back-to-back full eco victories. It was the Desert Eagles before, and now it's a 5-7, even with a team kill from Boomich in the mix here. Hobbit thanking his lucky stars here. Some divine intervention, perhaps, as they have found series points here for a place in the semi-finals. Lock in the Royal Arena. 12-10, 2 rounds to do, and presumably the money's absolutely wrecked here.
Oh my god, what a position to be in.
So I can see the money. $5,000 on a couple of players, $2,000 otherwise. They'll have a buy, but certainly need a timeout here. 1 round away from the streak, Anders. Could come crashing down right here, right now, in the group stages of the full finals.
Some serious phases on FaZe at the moment. You can understand why.
So here it is, the final complexion of this ambitious spy. Carrigan on the Deagle.
Okay.
AK's otherwise. Utility's not too bad.
They could do it.
Carrigan's hit a couple of bangers with that Deagle today as well.
He has. Generally, I'd say he's been playing pretty well on Ancient.
Yeah, I agree.
So active.
Good point. But does it all end here? So difficult to find round number 13 against FaZe.
You run into an in-game leader that's been gone from Tier 1 Counter-Strike for a long time. Boomich comes back. He drops an ace in one of the previous rounds. He's doing it. Not alone. Electronic, obviously, still the headline name in every single game that we've seen out of Cloud9 so far. And he's back at it again. 22 kills for him. It's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? We'll see if they can find it now. Defense, 3 people is here. It's looking good so far, but Rain is going to burn to death on that one. Did get the kill on Boomich. That's a start at least.
Here we go then, Anders. Complete chaos in the B bomb site once again as they scramble to try and get the bomb planted here. Brokey responsible for it. Still a 4-4. Bomb goes down, but so does Brokey. And now it's all about the post-plant retake. Can Cloud9 get to the semi-finals right here, right now in the 4-3 advantage?
Twist. He's really come alive at the late stage of this Anubis game. He knows that Perfecto is right in that corner. He's got the right idea. That's how he got the kill on Brokey. There's Carrigan with a bit of a tap. It might just continue. Twist, he's back again. Another triple for him as he's trying to drag his team over the finish line here and get into overtime. That's what they're looking for. My God, he is so crisp.
He's so good. Every single time. When you think they're done, when their backs are against the wall here, Rain pushes the flames. Twist with another beautiful sequence here. The AK-47 just singing as he finds headshot after headshot. One more round will do it. Keep the streak alive, baby. 12-11. Cloud9 now in the back foot financially. UMP's been deployed, Anders. Times of austerity here.
A rare sight, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You don't see this every day. For all the marbles, it's the UMP that's deployed. A couple of SMGs in play here, a couple of FAMASs. Hobby with the only M4. Can they hold on? Can they hold the wolf from the door here? FaZe looking for overtime. They've got all the advantages you could ask for. They've already lost to a full eco, though. Certainly possible they can win this round.
In the last month or so, we've seen FaZe get into so many overtimes where they win those overtimes. So for Cloud9,
yeah,
close it now. Find a way, whatever it takes here, because I don't think you want to experience what that is like. FaZe, they're going to have full confidence going to overtime. They've tried it so many times. They know what it's like. They're not going to be wondering at all. They're going to say, oh, cool, we reset the game. Let's go. But for Cloud9, it might be quite a different matter here. A lot of utility already spent on that T side. Nice smoke landing. Oh, Boomich at the start is again for the smoke. Perfecto as well will take one. They're not even seeing what they're shooting at yet. And they're still getting the kills. They're trying to be a little bit quick. The bomb is being planted on the other side. And it's a 3 versus 3 in the upper part. No kid on anyone picked up. And Boomich dropped very low. Spammed through the smoke.
I don't think anyone's even seen each other yet. This is all through the smoke. FaZe might have done enough here.
It looks like it. It feels like it, doesn't it? Single flash still on Rain. Romps just a little bit of a jiggle there. And Cloud9 summoning the strength to go for one more retake. There's a grenade thrown in, but it doesn't even matter. Romps and Rain are close it out. We are going to go to overtime.
Of course we are. It's FaZe Clan after all, recovering the 12-10 deficit, and once again, crisis averted, Anders. We are going to overtime.
The streak lives on.
The streak definitely lives on here, and as you said, in terms of the kind of mental balance at this point, you kind of tip it in favor of FaZe. They've been here so many times. They normally win these sort of overtime scenarios, but they've had to grind their way back into it. You can see what it means to the boys. And here we go then. Another overtime for FaZe. This time, I'd say you give them the advantage. Could they be the next team in towards the semi-finals? Cloud9. Oh, after the first kill for Boomich, a couple of kills through the smoke, and as you thought, it could be enough.
It looked like it. It did look like it. But how many teams have had this exact treatment from FaZe? It's so many teams have gone through it. We're like, we had them locked in. Like
after that full eco victory as well, like the double kill on the 5-7 USP frags, like they had to dig so deep to get themselves in that position, but they can't close it. Nobody can.
And to be honest as well, they had, I mean, if you think about it, FaZe had that, the Deagle round. We do have a little bit of a listen in, I think.
Holy shit, I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna question this quad smoke, but then it paid off.
Alright. He seems like he's happy. Is it the crosshair who's questioning?
Yeah, I think so. It sounds like it.
Oh, it seems to be working very well today.
It does.
We are gonna see the first round of overtime here. Well then, first to 16. 15-15, we do it all over again, and Robs is happy to take this duel again. It's been a bit of a mainstay here on Anubis. He's caught leaping towards the beans, though. As he does go down, 5-on-4. AWP in the hands of Brokey this time, looking to recover the scenario. Smoked off towards Dark for now, but they'll deploy a smoke of their own in towards the camera room.
What a curious battle in general, because Electronic was just jiggling for the longest time with a grenade in his hand. It just looked like he was going to die no matter what there. An attempt at a boost on the other side. Look over the smoke, but I think not only did he not see anyone, but they got heard. I think Carrigan heard at least the jump. Maybe he doesn't know it's a boost, but either way, some interesting information to play with. Hobbit, very overworked here, but Perfecto again right through the smoke to take down Rain. It's a decent grenade that lands, but the bomb is fast running on the other side of the map. Carrigan's gonna get a kill on Exile, and he's the only one defending the bomb site.
Yeah.
So it's surely gonna be a bomb plant here.
Well, you'd think so. Carrigan's patrolling towards that heaven position right now. Brokey can plant the bomb. They've got Twist patrolling middle as well. Sure, it's a 4-on-3 against them, but I might even give them the advantage here. It all comes down to this initial frag. Carrigan, 3 players in front of him. The double kill potential, but it's going to be going the other way, I'm afraid. First round of overtime looks locked in here. Even if Twist gets the kill, they know they can probably full defuse at this stage. Here it comes. Twist, nothing that can be done. Boomich, nice shot to close things out. First round of overtime goes in favor of Cloud9.
Huge difference as they swing towards Carrigan between them walking the corner and just the double swing. The spacing's really good. I don't know if Carrigan could have really done much of anything there.
I think you're right. Like, they actually just played that very well. Like,
yeah.
Good comms. And they all started this opening frag on like a double swing towards A main against Robs as well. Doesn't even give them the opportunity, and they display that sort of discipline once again on the retake. Like, yeah, it's really nice CS. Like, and we weren't saying that about any Cloud9 rosters this year. So,
yeah,
that's really nice. That's just great fundamentals, to be honest with you.
It's been such a pleasant surprise, hasn't it?
And like we said, just the difference a competent in-game leader can make. Like Electronic said it himself. Like, maybe I'm not that good at in-game leading. It's like, well, yeah.
Unbelievably
after a
good
year.
with the rifle. Who
Yeah, I'm
cares?
unbelievably good at fragging though, so maybe we'll just focus on that. It's a good idea, I reckon.
What a gift it's been. 24 kills on Electronic. And Cloud9 winning the first round of overtime. Let's see how much further they can go. It's Hobbit swiftly dispatching of Rain. I don't think Rain even registered that someone could have been in the corner. He was focused on something else.
Yeah, it's another common battle like that A main fight we've been talking about. Trying to get control of the dark room, another key piece of territory, but this time Rain going down. It's Cloud9 in a comfortable position, looking for the 2-0 here. But Carrigan, yeah, you might just go beach here and just try and infiltrate the backlines. See what you can do. They'll be aware of it because no one's watching towards middle, so they're trying to adjust right now with a push towards B main, but it offers up a frag. Now this is where Carrigan becomes extra deadly. They pull one back. Do they account for the open position towards middle?
I don't think they have any idea. Oh, maybe worse looking.
They were ready.
Electronic, he knew. Okay.
Yeah, it's because it's been open for a good, 20 seconds. They had to be at least aware of the prospect. Brokey's still fighting back here too for Nail. It might not be enough, though. He's got 3 players to find, 30 seconds to do it. And Perfecto locks it down. The semi-final dream is still alive and well. And the streak is in jeopardy, and it's 2-0 for Cloud9.
It's hanging by a thread right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can taste it for the victory here on Cloud9. It's scary. Oh, yeah. Hobbit doing some good work in this one. Second fight there against Rops. Might be one of the first maps that we're seeing where Robs isn't sort of, carrying the lead here. Not necessarily playing badly.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, like Brokey, 10 kills, Robs 12. It's Rain and Twist at the top. Like, you've had some big names turn up.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe that was the missing piece. Like, Robs has won some key duels towards A main. It's like, it's such a difficult spot though. Like, you can see they've had some really good responses to it, Cloud9, and it's really focusing on making sure they lock Robs down.
I think also Rain, I think he had 17 of those kills, something like that, in the first half.
Yeah, okay.
So the second half has been almost all Twists. I think he's been getting almost all the kills. It's so ridiculous, but it's kind of true.
Well, looking for a 3-0 start here in the first half of overtime. Cloud9 on the perfect run. Axar to be tested here. A lovely position, though. That's smoked down. It's extremely difficult to flush him out. The CT's arriving in full force. They are ready for this one. There's 4 players ready and waiting, Anders.
Huge off angle here from Axar with the smoke in front. He's hard to see. They don't even know that he's there yet. Big double. Electronic will pick up Robs. And Carrigan, I think he's too late to the party here. It's a great double kill, but it might still be too late. Brokey, 50 seconds on the clock with the AWP. Can he hit the flick? He can't. It's Electronic to punish him instantly. 15-12. It's looking brilliant right now for Cloud9.
3 opportunities to get into those semi-finals in the Royal Arena here in Copenhagen. It's an exciting prospect for Cloud9. Surely it's enough. What a beautiful setup. What a great read. They've displayed some fantastic Counter-Strike today. Bear in mind, they got blown out the water and there's a map number 2. 13-2 against them. It looked like they were down. Not that they were out. But here they are with 3 opportunities to win over FaZe, to get to the semi-finals. Now, bear in mind, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, that FaZe won't be knocked out of the tournament. The tone of my voice suggests they're going home.
It's just
they go to the quarterfinals. I'm more excited about the streak, That's the context of my hype.
I'm with you.
Bear that in mind. Just want to make that perfectly clear. FaZe remain in the tournament.
They will still be here, but it's just we don't have a lot of streaks. Really.
No, we don't.
It's so hard in modern day.
This is the first one of CS2, right? We got a quick team sweep. What's the vibe like down there?
All good, boys. Shit side now. 3-0. Next overtime.
All right, that will do it. Not the most inspiring words, but, they do the job.
That's the vibe when you've been playing this.
Exactly. Yeah,
like,
3-0.
Yeah.
Like
next overtime.
Not very poetic, but it's like, yeah, fair enough. That's all we have to do. Let's get it done.
Another day in the office for FaZe, really.
FaZe just a quick 3-0. And he even just said the easy side now.
Okay, well.
The easy side on Anubis. I guess, yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
Maybe you got to lie to even yourself. Twist with the second AWP. The Hail Mary.
That's going to be a surprise for them. They're probably not expecting that. He's been playing brilliant with the rifle. I almost feel bad that they've taken it away from him, but, maybe he could show us a little bit of something here. He's the magician after all. Good shot onto Boomich. Electronic, that's an interesting angle. Twist might not have been ready for it, but it doesn't really matter now.
No, the fact he's got himself in a new defensive position, I say that with bated breath. If he clicks the scope now, he's going to be swung on. Electronic finds him. Incredible patience here from the star rifler. Interesting Molotov as well. Oh no, Brokey's missed an absolute sitter. He makes up for it, and now they will have to commit in towards the B sites. 4 versus 3. Doesn't look like Cloud9 will be closing this one out now. It's quite a messy round in the end there. Twist to open things up. The double orb setup pays dividends. They said 3-0 is possible. Now, just 2 rounds required. That's a pretty underwhelming round for Cloud9, though, Anders, you have to say.
It is.
It looked a bit messy.
But my God, what would have happened if Brokey hadn't hit the second shot?
Yeah, true. That's a good... even with that missed shot, it was still a pretty comprehensive victory here. Nice shot from Twist. Looked on him, to be fair, but the fact he makes up for it, we won't talk about it any further. Running into their own Molotov as well. Not ideal.
It's just that if Brokey goes down, then Rain can't...
Exactly.
He can't be spun around to get all those kills. Either way, it's all in the past. Boomich taking a fair bit of damage early on in the round here. Oh, they're going to blow up the nade right in front. Rain, he's ready for it. That's a really, really important kill onto Boomich there. It looked like he was going to be tested in a big way. Remember, FaZe can't make any mistakes right now. If they screw up in any of these rounds here, then they're going to lose the whole thing. And it'll be Cloud9 in the semi-final. Rops playing with his feet planted in the beans.
Yeah. It's been an up and down journey for Rops here on Anubis. Had some really impressive high-impact rounds. Breaching the A-bomb side and the T side. It's been tested time and time again, and this one will be more important than ever. Passes. Not quite with flying colors, but enough to keep the round in their favor. Good flashbang, though. Twist getting burnt alive.
Oh, dear.
And the nade follow-up as well. Anders, they can still do this. Carrigan to defend.
Yeah, they have a shot at it here, though. Carrigan's doing a remarkable job. Good double kill, and Brokey on the crossfire, so there was definitely a chance there. Once they got Twist with the Molotov, it looked like that could have gone horribly wrong. But they will keep it going. One more round. I mean, they said it in the beginning. They said, you know, get to the next overtime.
Oh, it's Rain leading the charge. He was the one that said it as well, so you can't really argue with the big man. As Carrigan delivers on all fronts here. Beautiful little spray down. All that was required from him as well. Every player steps up a phase. And look at Disgust here. As we get into the final round of the first segment of overtime. Cloud9 can still close things out right here, right now. One round would do it. If FaZe pull it off, though, we reset it again. They'll be on the easier side, as they call it.
True. I believe in regulation, they really enjoyed those A mid splits. They seem to really favor trying to go for those. So, see if they're going to try and pull that out again. Rob's playing quite a forward position. We'll see if he could find anything. Twist a little bit further back behind him. A lot of mid-opening right now for Cloud9 if they wanted to go for it. They can go deep in here before they run into anybody. But by the time they do, it's going to be the AWP of Twist. I'm assuming he's going to be able to take a couple of steps back. In fact, they're going to throw the smoke towards Cam. Make the run across, but the flashbang is too much. And Carrigan gets the opening.
He always gets so activated in overtime. That's when he seems to do his best work. When the chips are well and truly down. Carrigan kicks into 5th gear. 5 on 4. And we're going in towards the temple. Carrigan's in another prime position. He's looking for a second kill here. Gets it. And that might be enough.
Almost got the triple, in fact. Look at Hobbit. Very low. Nice shot from Brokey. This is enough. Brokey just turning it around here. Double overtime. Just to make it even more exciting. That's what we're bringing you here at Blast.
Sick. Like, the fact they even called it as well. We heard in the team speak.
I know.
Boys, don't worry. We're on the easy side now. 3-0. And they just get it, no problem. Like, there was no round that was closed. There was no clutch required. It was just another day in the office. And once again, they've reset the game. They recovered 12-10. They recovered 15-12.
It's a really stark difference to the kind of comms I'm used to, where people just say he's cheating and we're losing this game.
Just report him, guys. We'll move on to the next one. We've got it next time. All right. As I mentioned, FaZe will remain on the CT side. I should mention as well, we do get 1 extra timeout as we go through the overtimes. Every time you enter new overtimes and first two. So double overtime. So now you get a timeout to work with, just to note that. Boomich has got the AWP out. I dare say he's got a kill through the wickets. Ooh. Doesn't quite connect, I'm afraid. That was a great chance of an opener. They didn't anticipate an opener, I guess for good reason. Cloud9 haven't really been using it, but that was the opportunity to really make it shine. And narrowly misses out on the shot. Second attempt, but no one on the back of that smoke.
Yeah, Rain dodged the timing there by a second. Throw a very deep grenade, but didn't land on anyone. 15-15, all tied up once again. First to 19. Carrigan scoped up with the AUG, a weapon that he uses really well. Oh my god! He just sprayed the horizon and caught the kill on Robs. Oh no.
It's been such an interesting battle. Just over and over again. Lock-in horns. 2 titans of the rifle. This time Axel comes out on top. And we've got an early advantage for Cloud9 on the T side here.
There's no finesse in that spray. He's just, dragging his mouse across the screen. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. It does the job. Down to 35 seconds. That's
a good point. They could still fumble this round. They've had a few of those today. Where they've realized, damn, we don't actually have any decent map control. We're going to have to really rush in towards the side here. And here comes that final commitment. Shot from Twist available. Carrigan in a good position. Like we said, he normally shines in overtime here, looking to line them up, and it might be enough. Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, Hobbit's low on health.
He's going to get the bomb as well.
10 seconds left. He's going to pick up the bomb right here. Trying to get across. He's lucky to still be alive. And goes straight for the bomb plant. But yeah, he's running out of space. They're right on top. Twists with another absolutely insane round. He flanked the middle with an AWP and found kills every step of the way. It's another triple for him. He's playing lights out right now.
Okay, so we have a look at this replay from Axel. Amazing work to open things up. It's a scrappy finish, Anders, but like I said, this is where Karrigan usually does his best work. Always good for a couple of kills on those defenses.
Welcome to FaZe, motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to FaZe, motherfuckers. Another 3-0. FaZe now in the lead after covering a 5-on-4 deficit.
Cloud9, they really are getting the full FaZe experience, aren't they?
Yeah.
If they didn't know already, even with the new lineup, it's got to be brutal to experience this kind of thing. If they didn't know, then they're being put on notice at the moment. Hobbit's walking through the center of the map here. Rain, no smoke in front of him. Gonna throw down a nade. He knows exactly where Hobbit is. Gonna just tell him as well. And I realize where you are. Oh, what an experience it's gonna be. Rob's taking a lot of damage. It's over on the A side of the map. Yeah, swapping it out. Sonic's law might have changed, but Bogdan's hasn't.
Some things will well and truly never change, Anders. But for now, still a 5-on-5. Second round here, a double overtime, 1-0 for FaZe so far. It's going to be Twist to be tested once again. He's shining so bright here in overtime, continues to find kill after kill. This time the double spray down with the AK-47. 4 versus 3, should be a bit of a sitter here for Brokey. He converts it, finds Electronic. And 2-0 looking very likely here. Robs will confirm the penultimate kill, and now, I was about to say it's just Axel, but he can win these sort of rounds, Anders. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. He's looking for his opening.
It's frustrating because FaZe are making it so hard for him to even find any openings at all. Oh, there might have been one there. Gets into the headshot. 15 seconds left, and now he's hunting for it. He knows Brokey's out there. The bomb is on the ground. He's looking to pick it up. There we go. Still got 8 seconds left. He's back on the site. And faking it once. He's running out of time. He goes straight. No! So close! Axel! He had it all mapped out in his brain.
It was looking so good, Anders. As I said, a player as dangerous as Axel, he can win even the trickiest of scenarios, and he finds a way. He makes it tantalizingly close there.
How sick is that?
A couple of kills. He has the presence of mind to go for the fake planted, forcing out the final CT. It comes down to a one-on-one spray battle against Brokey, who just about comes out on top there. It's going to be 2-0 for FaZe. Axel, he knows he's one bullet away from absolute glory there.
I would love a replay of that spray from Brokey, because if you see on the camera, he actually does a massive exhale when he gets that kill. And that says something about the level of emotions. In spite of the fact that he seemed cool when we're getting the listen-ins, I mean, there's still a lot invested into this. 17-15, FaZe. See what they can do. The CT side, they're playing it really well at the moment.
What a game it's turning out to be. That second map, we saw 13-2. We thought, okay, this one sort of deflating. It's not going to be living up to the expectations, but my God, is the third map delivered on all fronts here. We've got a 5-on-5 for now, Anders. A-main to be tested once again. It's Robs. Ready to defend, org in hand, but he can't hit the shot. Electronic absolutely blows him out of the water. And they've got the opening pick here. FaZe might be denied the 3-0 start.
It's a 30-second kill from Electronic to get that opening. He is way out of control. The weight has been lifted from his shoulders, and normally that doesn't mean that much, but for Electronic, he's right back where he left off, which is just astonishing. 5 versus 3 on this one, and you're right. They might be denied the 3-0. Brokey sneaking up behind. He's got the kill on Axel at the very least, and we'll see. Can they do anything more here? Retake is going to be damn near impossible, but... Oh, crack. I don't know where the bullet went. Hobbit's still alive, and no scope. Rain with a shot and a double kill to bring it back. Now it's Perfecto to try and stop the defuse. They're going to be right on it. Nice headshot, but there's more to come. Perfecto goes down. I can't believe it. FaZe with the retake. 3-0 to start the double OT with. That should be absolutely impossible.
I can't believe it. It looked like that was the guaranteed round. No way to lose it at that point. But FaZe continued to be immortal. It's Brokey as well.
With that round, they deserve the strength to keep the streak alive. Like, that's the round that does it. They should have lost this round 100%.
Oh my God, on the defuse as well. It's Twist the Desert Eagle, causing absolute carnage out there right now. Brokey, that's such an intelligent play, baiting out Hobbit. Misses the shot as well, Anders, and makes up for it with the no-scope. The only way they can win the round is with the no-scope. It connects. The defuse comes in. They've got the 3-0. Cloud9 had 2 opportunities, maybe 5 in total, to put this one to bed.
True.
And they couldn't do it.
The most brokey thing of all time to miss that shot, just no scope him and keep on going.
5 opportunities not converted. Cloud9 now need the perfect half themselves on the CT side. 1 more will do it for FaZe.
Yeah, look at Perfecto and Hobbit. They're already tagged up heavily at the start of the round. What does it take to get rid of FaZe? You have them.
No one knows.
Nobody knows.
No one has a solution, Anders. In Counter-Strike 2, they are the masters of the game right now.
Yeah, they've been
the
searching.
Trailblazers.
Oh,
and TWIST, he's going to steal this one away, isn't he? Just an absolute bullshit kill through the smoke to kick things off.
Yeah, but you know what? That's justice, because Perfecto has been doing that all game long on that bomb site. So TWIST is probably just saying, yeah, you know what, bro? You've been doing that plenty. That's 30 kills for TWIST as well.
He's such a sicko.
Yeah, he is. Canadian superstar has been playing off the rails on this game. It's just amazing to watch. What a delight. What a way to start our day of Counter-Strike here. But it's might not be done yet. Axel and Hobbit getting a couple of kills back. We've got about 30 seconds left, and the bomb is going to be planted on this one. Brokey's still alive, but TWIST's out of it is a big kill. Don't panic, Brokey. 4 versus 3 in the afterplant. They don't have any smokes on the CT side, but they do have the man advantage, so something to work with. If the mid portion of this doesn't work out, it becomes a very one-sided retake. So we'll see. Axal's the one jumping down in the middle. Rain gets one.
No!
They made it work! The streak continues. They keep it alive as they make the semi-final of Blast one more time. It's unbelievable.
What a game. What a series. FaZe truly are immortal. Recovering once again. It was 12-10 against them. They bring it back to overtime. They concede a 0-3 scoreline. They bring it back to double overtime. And here they are, glorious once again, booking themselves a place in the semi-final. Guys at the desk, what do you make of that?
Holy hell, if this isn't the glorious Counter-Strike that we love and live for. Holy shit, FaZe pulled the comeback together from underneath the Galaxy. TWIST, the savior. Someone saw a cape for this guy. How did they stay alive in this game?
That's a very good question, Matthew. Coming into it, right, you thought Cloud9 had every single opportunity to close down the game, but one thing is certain when you're playing against FaZe Clan, no matter what happens, no matter what transpires in a game, they will always find a way to fight back. I don't believe it, you know. Cloud9 had every single opportunity to put this one into the bin, but TWIST said no, FaZe said no, and they did it in the most FaZe fashion ever, by no scoping, by sick calling by Kerrigan, by individuals stepping up. Robs weren't even on the server, but he wasn't even needed because everyone else chimed in. What a beautiful, beautiful game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this isn't a statement of the quality of this FaZe team currently. Is you can have your best player arguably slowing down a little bit, but everyone else stepping up. And as I said, one of the heroes that massively impacted this game is TWIST, and he's talking to James right now. Send it over.
A huge last game and a huge performance so far here from you individually and this team. The streak continues, mate. How on earth are you pulling this off?
I'm not gonna lie, the vibe was kind of getting dead, and we kind of just might have, you know, was a bit sad the streak was coming to an end, and then I don't know, we just, you know, it's just FaZe. It's just like when you think it's gonna end, it's not gonna end. So we just kept going, and I think we made some good adjustments finally. I guess me double upping was a change that was needed. I felt much more comfortable in my position at least. So, yeah.
So the answer to Cloud9 having no AWPer is bring 2 AWPs to the party.
I guess so. I just think, I mean, I've been playing lots of pugs, and I've been opping on Anubis in my pugs, and I feel like I can move around like pretty good, and I understand the map. So, and I think Brokey is more of a, you know, comfortable site opper, where he just wants to stay at one spot on the map, and which is good as well. Like, I think there's really big benefits to both, and I think having 2 ops is a good compromise.
Could you notice the improvements from Cloud9 coming out from them though, considering you faced them online before, right? It was close, they took a map from you, but at least on Ancient and Anubis, it was pretty one-sided for you guys. You had it clearly. Do you see that there was a big difference this time?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the only thing I can think that they're lacking is like an op presence on T side that would stop people from running the peak or whatever. But yeah, massive improvement from when we played them in Thunderpick. Their teamwork is superb at the moment. It kind of feels like we're playing a NAVI lineup from last year. That's how it feels, just minus an opper. Yeah, but I have respect for like all those individuals. They played the game really good, and playing against them is always fun.
Well, great stuff. Thank you very much for this, man.
Thank you.
But of course, Twist giving also praises to this Cloud9 team. I mean, this is 17 right here, right now in Copenhagen. But this would have not been a banger of a game if Cloud9 had to put up such a good fight as well. You have to give them the benefit of that. You have to praise them for what they put through in this series.
Definitely echo the sentiment coming out from Twist. The Cloud9 is showing progress. They're much, much better at this tournament than they were at Thunderpig. They're slowly but surely getting better. Yes, the AWP presence, something we've been talking about a lot as well here on the desk. It's going to be an issue. It's going to be something they have to figure out one way or another. But the way they're playing Counter-Strike with their rifles right now, the way they're approaching the game, it's definitely a very, very interesting roster to follow.
Well, my heartbeat is still very much too fast right now. I should probably take a couple of deep breaths. I'm going to take one last opportunity to praise Twist for what he was able to do in this game. This was pure impact from the rifle to the double AWP. If you guys are looking for impact, go back to What That VOD, because this is what you do. We have to keep on going with the schedule. Of course, you have it here. The first two games have been played. NAVI, Dispatching of NIP. We have just witnessed the glory of FaZe versus Cloud9, but there's more Counter-Strike to come. Complexity versus Vitality to close the day. But first is going to be Heroic versus Astralis, and we're passing the mics to our dear friends, which I see from here, Freya and Maui Snake, in about 3 minutes.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here, fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh. This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up. He's at the ground. He's at the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2.
I don't think us in Astralis have ever put that much weight into the heroic Astralis match. I think other people are the ones putting a lot of weight into that. We honestly don't care about who we play. We just want to play and win against good teams. So yeah, I don't think they're a bad team right now, but obviously it's a weird team to play because just because of the whole thing, and so they don't have the full lineup, but I still think they will play without a lot of pressure, and I think that's probably going to benefit them. And it's hard to know exactly what to expect in a match like this.
But of course, there's still like always a rivalry, and like you want to beat them. And I think if it was a game of like who's entering the arena, that would be more spice to it. You know, there's still a step after this. I think also, truth be spoken, it is a little bit who is in the worst state right now. You know, like all the rumors happening with their roster, and I'm sure there's a lot of players on their team who is not feeling very secure about their position. And in Heroic, it's the same, like who's going to be there for the rebuild, how are things going to be done. So, I mean, I think also for the Danish fans, it's a bit of a shame. Like, no matter who wins, the chances of actually making the arena or winning is small. And I think the Danish fans deserve a team to cheer for in the arena. And it's just a bit sad that it played out the way it did.
Yeah, I don't know about you, BlameF. Have you been reading the headlines recently? Because there's certainly some beef going on between these two squads. We've got the Danish El Clasico on the line with the extra bit of spice on top of this one, Maui. Elimination for whoever loses this series. And on home soil, that is going to be a tough pill to swallow. If you're Astralis or if you're Heroic, you want to be playing in front of those fans.
Definitely. One of these teams assuredly not going to be making it into the Royal Arena. Potential for neither team. And BlameF saying that they don't really care too much about that rivalry. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Well, someone at Astralis obviously cares if they want to poach people from Heroic enough to tear their team apart.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be an absolute banger. But these two teams are coming into this tournament, albeit with some, tumultuous tides, because there's roster shuffles rumored to be kind of circulating from the Heroic side into the Astralis camp. But for the remaining players, that breeds huge question marks of, who's going to be staying, who's going to be going from the Astralis side.
That is the question that looms over their roster. We know that the Stown-Yabi duo is more than likely to be joining Astralis momentarily. And so in the meantime, it's up to the other three players, not named Device, not named BlameF, to prove their worth on this team. Because as it stands right now, there are two people that are obviously way above everybody else in those, BlameF and Device. But we look at the numbers from Borup, Stare, and Buzz, and there's not a lot to be excited about there. And yet, there's another roster slot available for one of those guys. And so I need to see today from one of those people to want it, to need it, and for them to show that they deserve it.
Let's throw back briefly to yesterday, because the game versus Complexity for Astralis, that was a complicated one. We thought it was going to go all three maps, and then the overpass comeback happened, and it really burnt Astralis. We're talking about 14 rounds in a row for Complexity to close that one out.
That's not supposed to be possible, Freya. You're playing up to 13 rounds in CS2, and for Complexity to win 14 straight, to make the entire comeback from down 12-2, this has to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, comebacks on LAN so far in CS2. I don't know if that sort of record is going to be broken anytime soon, but at this tournament, it's something that Astralis have to just keep now in the rearview mirror. The CS that they were playing prior to that string of rounds from Complexity was good. There's a reason that they found themselves in a winning position. They just needed to keep their foot on the throats of Complexity. Unfortunately, not able to do so.
Yeah, of course, there's many learnings that they're going to be taking from that game yesterday. So I want to hear it from BlameF himself, exactly what they learned from that Complexity L yesterday.
Today certainly wasn't pretty, and we've got to look at the fact that 12-2 up and going into losing 14 rounds in a row, not putting off on your T side. When you're looking at a game like that, when it felt like it was in your hands, what do you put it down to of the reasons you lost?
I mean, first of all, you have to be positive and look forward, So I'm not going to say too much in the old game, but yeah, we just pretty much died a lot in every single default. It felt like that, they just picked our players apart, and we didn't really manage to get any good situations late round, because so much of our T rounds ended up being like us trying to react to something because some part of the map went wrong. So I think a lot of the talks yesterday was about how to not make that mistake again. But then also just like, I think T-side overpass is a bit rough right now. It's not 14 rounds in a row rough, but it's like, I think they also got 2 T rounds in regular half, like we did. And I think also NIP today had 2 rounds in regular half, So it's definitely not like good enough, but yeah, we got the same amount as they did on the T side. So yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear some, comparisons between the T-side numbers, but it's not a good comparison, right, Maui? It's an area where both sides have been struggling and where Astralis really let, the rock roll down the hill if we're talking about that Complexity game.
Right. We see the T-side ratings for the players, and the usual suspects on Astralis do all right. You're not going to really be too proud of those numbers, but again, once again, the Buzz, Borup, Stare trio is just not finding any significant contributions, and that was due to the fact that Complexity were throwing out some plays at them, like BlameF was saying, but the thing is, I will say this should probably be a slightly easier day for them. There was a deep playbook on the side of the defense for Complexity yesterday, and Heroic, they're a good team when they're all together, but this is playing more like a pug, like a Danish pug right now. And it's tough to expect for this roster that Heroic is coming into this event with to have all of the tricks up their sleeve that we saw from Complexity.
Yeah, we're talking about, 2 of the 3 lowest T-sided rated teams of the whole tournament so far. And for Heroic, I mean, it's a little bit more logical that would be the case because you touched upon it yesterday. They have to rely a bit more on those individual abilities. They're not a team that we're going to be looking at going forward. We shouldn't be expecting them to come in with the same level of strats as I would argue that Astralis should be showing, right?
And what's incredibly disappointing actually about when we see these rounds won for both of these teams on T side is that Heroic is just throwing this together in a week. This Astralis lineup has been together for about 4 months now, and they still weren't able to scrap together rounds against a North American team. I know everybody here in Europe wants to clown on the NA teams, but usually if you have a European team that's played together for that long, there should be some semblance of cohesion, and that just was not apparent whatsoever.
We got the map rolling in for us in this best of 3. We're going to be seeing, I think it's Vertigo. Yes, Vertigo coming out of Heroic. Then we've got Overpass, and then a third and final to be decided. Any surprises, or does it make sense for Astralis to be kind of re-picking into that Overpass? They've learned their lesson. They're not expecting, such a strong defense coming out from Heroic.
Right. Heroic honestly looked really solid on Vertigo for the time that they were playing online, but that was without Cadian. So that was without Zyphon. That was when they were playing with a couple of stand-ins, but Dupree has actually been a monster on this map. I have really liked his contributions in recent memory, and this is one of the reasons why they were actually pulling off some upset victories, even with a depleted lineup.
How close do you feel like this series is going to be then between Heroic and Astralis?
This is 50-50.
Yeah?
This is a coin flip for me, Freya. I'm seriously very uncertain because the quality of play from Astralis is well beneath what it should be, and for some reason Heroic, I just feel like they get it. They know what they need to do. They know how to make this an upset.
Well, we did choose to be going with Heroic in this one. We looked at the odds and weighed it up and said, yeah, it's worth the risk. I don't know about you, Scrawny and Lauders. Which Danish derby did you side with?
Freya, we went ahead and chose Astralis.
Astralis,
we took Astralis with this one. I think that obviously it's still a team that's got a lot of time put together, even if there may be some moving pieces in the future. Heroic, for me personally, dude, it just seemed like a little bit too much. It's a tough system to implement anybody into, let alone Dupree and Zyphon on short notice with more futures uncertain, etc.
Yeah, I think the Astralis, they have the team that they've played with, at least. That's one thing. And even though the players haven't gotten to a point where they're like keeping up with BlameF and Device, the team is still overall relatively good, and I think they get better from day 1 to day 2, as a lot of teams will. Whereas I think it might be harder to see Heroic get a lot better from day 1 to day 2 with so many new things going on. So either way, however, this is a big one. This is for survival at the biggest Danish event of the year, right? So
yep. Big deal.
This is a big deal.
Big deal for these guys. And it's not even a crowd performance guaranteed. It's just for the chance to keep on going. So let's find out what happens. Obviously, Overpass going to be a hell of a storm cloud above Astralis come map 2 of this series. I've got some work to make up for based on that loss against Complexity. But hey, let's fixate in as suddenly at.CEST gets smoked out of the bomb site. Bomb gets planted behind boxes. All is good, yeah? 5v5. Cadian tries to dive out. They looked to catch players on the immediate fallback, but everybody got away, tucked into the post-plant positions comfortably now. Astralis looking good. It's a matter of headshots and who hits them. But a smoke in front of it. Zyphon's going to commit to this. Glocks are going to have to spam him off, and he just goes, oh, never mind. Last second, Device gets the headshot to Zyphon. And he's going to try to keep on spamming. Then more kills come through this smoke. What are we watching? Cadian's on the defuse. He gets knifed off. Blame finishes Shush.
Let's go.
And this is why Vertigo's gotta go.
Gotta go.
Get this map
Vertigo
out of here.
Baby. God. Good to
Get it out.
Man, that was a 2020 round right there. That was the beginning of Vertigo. We were in it. When are they going to finish this map, by the way?
I don't know.
Could have put a roof on this building or something. Another floor.
Unions, man. They're just
goddamn unions.
Take their
That's
damn
why
time.
Vertigo isn't finished. It's not that it's bad. It's not finished. I always feel that excited when I win the lottery, too. Because that's what that is.
Yeah, you gotta act like you didn't almost just lose that round.
Yeah, that's the face you make when you win $14,000 on slots. Because, but at least with the smoke spam battles now, you can kind of see through them.
True.
That was a round of all time, baby.
More than one Deagle taking a glance down this ramp, but smoke's up, so nobody's gonna die tonight. Not yet. Over towards B, we get the CSGO Shush combo. So again, so many moving pieces on Heroic. Questions will be, where does Xiphon slot in? Xiphon is, or was, a part of the Copenhagen Flames that were infamous for their world-class Vertigo. It's where Jabby made his name. It's where Roy made his name.
Astralis 2 at one point.
Ugh. Shush gets there, but Buzz with the quick trade. That's the B site opened, so it seems. Xiphon is the third piece further back. But again, just the Deagle, and Buzz isn't having any of it. There we go. Astralis crack into the B site to convert that pistol. 2-0 start.
What do you think about Vertigo from CSGO to C? This is our first time casting Vertigo CS2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that the biggest flaw I feel are, and this is it's a gripe I still have with Ancient as well. It's these yellow floodlights that cast huge shadows.
Big shadows.
I mean
Big
the
bad
one
shadows.
Yeah, the one pushing through connector, like pushing through Z there. If you go for the A ramp flank, I feel like that one has less impact, but it's the one in deep CT on A site that really bothers me.
Yeah.
You're trying to retake, and every single time anybody on the bomb site can see your retake. It feels like all the retakes get forced through elevator instead. And when we're talking about a retake with only 2 entrances, why have we eliminated one? You know?
Yeah, like
So that's my gripe.
Used to have to look around corners to clear them.
But other than that, you know, jokes aside, obviously this pistol round is a case where like it's still just smoke spams on Vertigo, but I do think obviously shooting holes through smokes, blowing open smokes with nades, it does alleviate some of my.
There will be some new technology in post-plant situations.
Yep, Alexi B, big proponent of that, hanging onto your frag grenades to catch those ninja diffusers.
Maybe that'll save the map.
No,
but you know what? If they got a new one, I don't think we'd mind.
Vertigo out train in. That's what I'm saying. Trying to see if anybody wants to overcommit to the ramp duel. That's how we started the last round, with Heroic taking a glance downwards, but no, nobody looking to lose their lives. You know, I think there's a good conversation to have about train with the CS2 smoke mechanics. Imagine the frequency of like,
dude, outside
with
with
smokes for your operas to have nice deep angles.
Yeah,
I think that'd be really fun mechanic. Really nice combination between train and the new nades.
And outside took a lot of smokes to take, and it got really chaotic. But yeah, since now you don't have to respect the smokes all the time.
You know, imagine defending B as a CT. Every time a smoke comes down that ramp, you know they're going to get their plant in, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Now I just made that smoke open. My job's not made impossible.
That's true. That's true. Nading smokes open will be remembered as a necessary change that we didn't even know we needed.
Device.
Old smokes already look terrible.
Dupree's got the answer. Remember, Deagle's in the pocket can be a problem, especially as they upgrade to the AK. And they don't know that there's not just one, but 2 more players over here. Dupree setting it up for Cadian to come through big. But he gets caught out by Borup. Makes sure that no tomfoolery is afoot. Down to just Shush with the P250. Slides out. Good cover from Blame F to make sure 3 survive for Astralis as the 3rd round secured.
And maybe they can... well, I don't know what this is going to look like when we switch over. I just have a lot of questions in my head about what Heroic are going to be like. I think that right now, like, their big attribute in this tournament, like why they might win games, is the amount of entry fraggers they have on Heroic right now. They have Zyphon who can entry. They have Dupree who can entry by nature and trade. TSS as well, Cadian as well. So I think T-side is where they can pull some stuff out. And we've seen when Cadian called on Nuke yesterday that he tried to bring it in like old Heroic, but a little bit more simple, I guess.
Sure.
And it was scary in a couple rounds, but never for rounds in a row.
Cadian's dead out of the gate with this one. And the swing out from TSS brings it back. Good recovery here. Him and Zyphon just inside of the bomb site, deterring the Astralis ramp hit this round. For now, anyways. You can't help but feel for Heroic and their struggle at the moment, right? This is a team that we never said had a star. It was the fact that they could perform as well as they did and get as deep in tournaments as they did without a huge star player. The closest things to a star is now gone.
Mm-hmm.
You're left with 3 of the 5 last second stand-ins. Even technically Cadian is a stand-in for this event, so
yeah.
You have a majority stand-in roster.
It's everyone's last dance before joining Liquid, I think.
Devices managed to get to the sandbag, so good positioning here if Astralis want to keep following through, but will anybody offer him a 4v3 perhaps? Zyphon hyper passive, just waiting for the site itself to fall, but I mean, you've got Dupree towards elevator still spotting before that would happen. Flash isn't too bad for Device. Utility over the top. We've got TSS flanking though. Keep your eyes on that. He's about to arrive on ramp as Buzz has to press out and push this bomb down. 5 seconds to spare and it's planted. The elevator player doesn't get his spam until Bora does die to it, and nobody holds off for that TSS flank. It's left Buzz stranded, but still he gets a double.
He's alive!
Triple kill and a potential 4th with Shush right there. He knows! Tracked him down! Every single one cut down!
That's animal mode. Buzz, oh my god. He's always making Device proud. Look at that. The moments in some of the big games they have together. Crazy. This one on floor should have been impossible. There's no way Zyphon just ran backwards into that right when he was shooting down Tessus.
Just micro moments, maybe miscommunications. Sick 1v4 out of Buzz. Just keeps the pressure on Heroic at the start of this game.
And he kept playing for it, jumping up on the box for the last kill as well.
Killer instinct.
He didn't just tuck in and wait.
Gave Shush no room to make that 1v1 look doable. You know, this is an Astralis that's coming off of 14 round losses in a row versus Complexity last night. That's how they went to bed. That was on their mind as they got into their hotel beds and tried to go to sleep. All they could think about was Floppy. Actually, it was JT dropping 25 kills on him. Now TSS gets caught out just standing in the ramp, giving away grenades. So unfortunate timing, I suppose, but also a bit careless. Flame F chases. Zyphon won't retreat. And the Astralis follow-throughs inbound. But there is short control for Cadian.
That was such a dominant round and they still lost. And Astralis, will they win again off of this? One spotted over on yellow. No repeat, no bomb plant, however, either. Dupree can get into the mix, but Cadian gets dislodged and dies.
Bus is trying to give cover here. Stare.
Oh. Dupree could just shoot him through the box right now.
Oh, but he's preoccupied with the ramp players. It really could fall down to Buzz in back-to-back rounds when you look at the health of his 2 teammates.
A second flank. Can't spot this.
Shush is going to capitalize. Clears Blame F off of the ramp. Stare still stranded as Buzz loses health before even getting a chance to fight.
Oh, they can double up on short. It's a good mid-round here from Astralis. They get to safety.
Stare wraps around all the way. Dupree tries to pressure out. There's no stick on this. Stare waiting for the peek and tons of damage out of Stare. Sets up Buzz beautifully for the back-to-back clutch, but this time just 1 frag needed.
That's how you want them to work, like autonomously together as well, you know, just without, and I mean autonomously in the sense of without Device and Blame F having to assist them. That was a fairly strong mid-round from the 2 of them, and well played from Stare not to just run out into the swing. And a very important second round win after the 1v4 to bolster the money, because they could have lost this and been in a troubling spot and it wouldn't have mattered, and all the jubilation from before would have disappeared like that, and Cadian would have taken over the energy again. But Instead, Heroic now will probably have to save.
I think in hindsight now, man, that opening kill, CSGO just standing in the middle of ramp, turns to throw a grenade back. That half second is when BlameF peeks him. But never turn your back on a wild animal. That's what they say.
Especially a big one.
Yep. Kind of like a rhinoceros.
Or just a bear.
Mm. Five straight from Astralis to kick this one off again. Really kind of sets the tone in a head-to-head where some people thought Heroic maybe had a chance. Maybe they will moving forward.
We can look back and say these rounds are close. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. That was indeed set a tone, though.
Yeah.
Back to pistols. Dupree single M4. You know, there were a couple close rounds versus Vitality as well, but in the end, that series is just super one-sided.
Yep.
Siphons Berettas. Again, all about setting up Dupree, who currently plays back A site on the white box. And they go from completely silent to suddenly looking to really follow through here. M4 has already been found out. 47 health. Stair just takes the head off.
Stare at that.
Yeah. Comes wrapping around short side, reopens this bomb site for yet another round at a 6-0 start for Astralis.
And now we're chewing through the half, right? We're at six rounds left after this to see what Heroic can do to try to come back into it. And yeah, the story could be very different, if not for the Buzz 1v4 and the round right after and that 2v2. There are so many situations. I mean, even the pistol round in this game came down to a knife kill, spam through smoke.
That's true.
A fake defuse, another fake defuse.
I wanted to forget about it so badly that I actually had.
Yeah.
But very real ramifications. And when we think about Xiphon getting cleared off of that defuse in the pistol round, I mean, Buddy had like 0.05 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
He was so close to just robbing it away.
That's right.
Device fires magnets.
I think if, yeah. Stair's a really interesting story. He's having a great day, and I mean, I think some of the moments we've seen from Stair, like even at CAC and even before that, even when he first joined, there's just been some maps where I'm like, he is a pretty special rifler. I do see like a lot of big rounds, big plays coming out of him, and I think he's got a bright future. It doesn't seem sure if he'll be the one to stay on Astralis, you know, when everything settles. But it's still very early days for Stair.
Well, it was an investment for Astralis as well. Looking to get their money's worth today. Deep smoke ahead just as they were looking to get into position. Device is still here, sticking around with the op, taking a boost over, because that smoke won't deny all vision. Tessa sitting on the yellow tarps as Cadian looks to peek. Understandably sketched out by the silence here as Astralis have crept forward again. We've seen this where they get close to the site quietly and then there's just a pounce with Stair coming around that short side. It's unraveled the setup before. Heroic looking to hang on. SS occupied with short. They've got support in Xiphon back by Elevator, and there's only 20 seconds to spare here. So Cadian could be crucial, but his cover temporarily taken away. SS peeks, loses out to Buzz, and just like that, I mean, 3 players in position, 5 players looking to trade. It's the fact that all 3 of those duels go the way of Astralis that this 7-0 just shows no sign of stopping.
No, they're starting to grow the gravitational field right now of energy. They've just looked like more confident, and things are just getting sucked into their orbit, and now they know the rotations of Heroic. They can predict it. They feel confident about the peaks when they're going to come in. How many moons? I don't know.
How many moons? How many moons can one planet have? Is there a maximum?
There is. You can have as many, I think, as you can have an infinite, I think.
Okay, good.
If you're infinity size. But what we know is that the tides have changed because of these moons. Okay.
You got a favorite moon?
Ours.
Ours, yeah. That's fair.
Do you have a favorite moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to Google it quietly?
Maybe. That's the pronunciation I can never remember. We talked about it before. Enceladus.
Encyclopedia?
Enceladus.
Oh, enchiladas. That's my favorite Mexican food.
It's the icy moon of Saturn, predicted to have a deep water surface.
Deep water.
Frozen outer shell with geothermal activity in an ocean underneath it. For all we know, it's another water planet, Waters.
That's hype.
Like that level for Mario. Good trade out from mid. Mario?
You can say that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Trade frags on A site again. And, well, these rifles aren't getting too much. Siphon's looking for the next contact, but just as quickly as they appear, they're gone. And if they run out making sound, Device is just sat here collecting all of that. But can he close it? Because his two teammates, 42 health combined. And yeah, just by playing the waiting game, they've gotten Cadian off of the bomb site, and poor Zyphon's going to have to do this hidden behind sandbags, waiting. So much time for Astralis to make their decision. Who plays more actively here?
At a minute, I think Astralis got full control because Heroic can't push together. Okay, but Zyphon's got a good timing to pre-clear this. He's spotting both, but they, again, aren't together, so he can get the information, but he couldn't get away. I think that was a great move from Zyphon, and he set up Cadian in a 1v2 with a pretty good gun for two players who are low. If they don't figure this out, then they might plant for him. If they do, then they plant for CT, an elevator. They're not going to take the risk. I'm going to call this 40% chance here for Cadian. Okay. He's the kind of guy that can figure this out, but the odds are still against him.
Yeah. AI's got it at 26. A bullet apiece for Buzz and Stare. They play split up. Cadian looking for the first one. You know, high likelihood he could be coming from the B site, so the flank may be less expected. So sure enough, Cadian gets the first one. Buzz, another clutch. This would be the third clutch, 8 rounds into the map. And Cadian has been sold, but missed originally. Buzz gave him the slightest of chances to shoot back. And then he decides enough's enough, takes his head off, and gives the Danes a near flawless half at the moment. 8-0, 4 to go.
I think he switched one more time. Maybe to pull out a smoke?
Perhaps.
I'm not sure what he had on the belt, but it was a good effort. He definitely made the most of that. But Buzz, I mean, credit to Buzz for playing this confidently too. I mean, he's going to clear the back of default in that situation, especially the bomb planted that side. And I mean, you could see as well with the op spawning, it'd be weird if Buzz was kind of watching the exact same position. So I understand what Cadian was thinking right there. But at the end of the day, it's just another round for Astralis. They don't need many more. Like literally in total.
5, in fact, is how many they need. But I don't know, man. I remember a pretty recent 10-2 lead that wasn't enough to win.
Yeah, I don't think Blame's going to say anything this time.
I don't think so either. It's like the first time I've heard Blame kind of talk a little smack.
Yeah, that's what happens, right? The one guy who never does, the first time he tries.
Yep. Ooh, nice nade.
Oh,
perfect.
That's beautiful. Buzz even turned from that and
It ain't a flash, little bro.
This is a rickety buy from Heroic with the amount of utility they have, but they got the kill. Ooh.
Missed shots.
That's fine for Cadian, though. He's still on a very good side to rotate from. They're heavy stack towards B. Looks a little bit more perilous towards this side.
Getting a good amount of utility. Oh, what?
Oh, I call that a stair cut. Dude, goddamn.
I see what you're talking about. You said sometimes you see the flash of how special of a rifler he is. Well, that's a quick glimpse. We pull back the curtain. And Stare possibly pulling back the round from the 5v4. Blame F1 fake plant, gets the nade out. Dodges basically all the damage on that one. makes the most of the smokes ahead and forces the CTs into a retake, but he doesn't get away alive. Shush clears him.
Now, Heroic gotta get this one. 4v3 retake, 2 smokes, 1 goes out.
Yeah, but man, you got Device on Sandbags. I love a Device post plant from Sandbags. Smoke go over, but Cadian's not gonna miss that shot. And now bomb is properly blocked off, so very desperate for Astralis. Stare traded out in an instant. TESS down to a second and a half, and they are on the board. Heroic, the 5v4 off of the mid fight. Even with the plan, I think getting Blame F and not allowing him to exit onto short, not keeping that man, you know, even 4 versus 4. It's a good frag from Shush, making sure that they don't get that plant for free.
The game planned the retake really well, and Cadian got that first kill. Like you said, Device would have been the best guy to defend the bomb, but since they took him out first and they got the crane smoke down.
Watch this.
Oh, it's disgusting. So they got that one. That's good. And it was going to be fast lower B control. Buzz getting his pants scorched right now, and the kill comes out. They simply try to re-aggress. Oh my, wait, he should just take this, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
Doesn't see anything else right now. This is kind of I mean...
Borup, don't blow this.
Yeah, you wait long enough though, they rotate out and then you can walk in. It's still a 4v4.
Shush stuck behind green, like you said, rotates out, but almost gets one for free. It's 2 behind Tetris now, Borup burning. 3 CTs behind green. This looks ridiculous. So little place to fight from. Dupree decides to go pushing outwards, and it will still be reclaimed.
Yeah, it's
that
not.
Could have gotten weirder.
It's not a death sentence to get that kill, but you know, Borup played it right. He waited like as long as he possibly could without jeopardizing the situation or like, you know, making it awkward where he ran away or anything like that. But yeah, he would have loved to get that second kill as well because it's still a 5v4. But you know, when it comes to B, you can play retake spots a lot more easily than other sides of the map. We can't be surprised they figured out how to win from there. There it is. I like the timeout timing from Astralis right here, right after 2 round wins.
Try to ice him out of the half, get that 10-2 again.
They definitely participated in a little bit of funny business in these last couple of rounds. And I think maybe now this is where Astralis want to slow down a bit. But the Mac 10 here for Borup because there's not that much money. Oh, it looks like fast ramp control.
All right.
I don't know. Okay, maybe not, yeah.
2 rounds they've lost do start with a death at the bottom of B. Ooh. Not quite, Device. Cadian fires once. Device now ready for the re-peek.
Both watching. Device gets Cadian.
Nice nade on the smoke as well at the exact same time so that TESS has a real chance at the trade frag. Both oppers down, and TESS finds the headshot for his second on the ramp. How many times have we seen Astralis set up on this ramp at the start of rounds and then not get the gunfights? This time it's a full commit, nowhere to go now. CTs continue to press out, and Borup, well, that Mac-10 finds its victim, but Zyphon in the corner is going to catch them off guard, and with ease, he cleans up too.
That's nice and comfy from Zyphon. That's what you like to see, and some energy from Cadian as well, as they are back in the half.
Yeah, 3 rounds, not bad. A 4th to try and close it.
It's always nice to be at least a team without as much expectations. Then you can get more excited about the little victories. And yeah, 8-0 to 8-3 is something to be proud of. Definitely could have gotten really bad. One last round to give it a go, and they finally have broken down the money of Astralis.
Took 12 rounds, they got here. Back a little on Borup, though. See if this is his round. Nade finds 4 ever so slightly. And TESS comfortable here with the tarp smoke up. Easy pickings as far as he's concerned. frag up next. Still a few bullets in the gun, but Borup will connect to the headshot. Deagle's got Cadian. Borup trades again. And man advantage to the T's. Weapons to be retrieved. Dupree on the push to short.
Another dink.
With a nade on the feet of Device. Nearly dead. Hangs on to a measly 13 health with Blame F next to him. Device and Blame F in the clutch. We've seen it across the last 24 hours. They trade
he came through, they go through. Like
they switch, and Device gets the opening, but now Dupree's gonna do the same thing. And he has a huge health advantage plus control of that bomb. But as he looks back to the short smoke, Device could, for as hard as he knows, be pushing up towards Crane. Device waits.
Dupree playing active. He's worried about the op, and Device waiting long enough. Does he know what Dupree will do in this situation? The thing is that he's holding on to the bomb, and Device wants him to let go of control of it, make him scared. Dupree stays in an active spot, though. If he takes the timing on the peak, let's see.
Nope.
No, he's not going to. He lets it go. Device actually has enough time to get to the B site, no joke. But he doesn't need to. Bomb gets planted.
No swing. Smoke's there. Device is fast enough. Dude, the timing here.
There's no shot.
I mean, Dupree started moving the moment that bomb got picked up. At the 20-second mark, he went, and then still he doesn't swing Crane. Device is going to be thinking that for sure he has gone that way.
Dupree upside down,
goes
underwater, chest right now as Dupree comes back, as Device looks forward.
Perfect play from Device. Or excuse me, Dupree. Getting outplayed by the wraparound to give Heroic that 4 rounds straight. Down 8-0 is one thing. You can't ask for much more. 4 to close and give themselves a chance.
Hello guys, this is the Dupree's tier list. I've never actually done a tier list in my life, so this is gonna be the first. So that's also kind of interesting. I'm a big fan of Nuke, so I'm actually gonna put that up there. Yeah. And Nuke for me is just like it's always been a good map for me, and it's been a map that I've always enjoyed playing with my teams. I actually also really like Anubis. I think the reason why I like Anubis is like it's super simple. I don't know, I'm just like a big fan when it comes to like ancient Egypt. So I don't know, the theme is just really cool. I don't know why. Just how I think. I'm gonna go with Vertigo on A. I think Vertigo is pretty cool. I know a lot of people doesn't like it because it's kind of weird, especially in the new version. But I know the same thing is kind of simple. I like simple maps. Overpass goes on the B1. Can be very nice. Can be very hectic to play on both sides. Mirage goes definitely on C. I really think Mirage is like a super annoying and really not one of my favorite ones. I think it's a puck map that I've never really enjoyed playing, so it goes on that one. And then of course I put Ancient on as D1 because I think it just absolutely sucks. And then I have Inferno. It goes D as well because it sucks in C2. So teams for this one, in this tournament specifically, I think people would kill me if I didn't put FaZe Clan on S tier right now because they won 3 tournaments in a row, and whoever doesn't put them up there, they are lying to themselves. Okay, then I'm gonna put Complexity as A because they are probably the teams out of the rest of them here that has actually proven something in a new game, so they will go on A1. Then the hard part comes because I'm gonna go Vitality B because I have expectations for them, but at the same time I don't know how they will perform. They just made some roster changes. Then I'm gonna be putting NIP and NAVI and Heroic and Cloud9 and Astralis on the C1 because I have absolutely no idea where to put them. Counter-Strike list, obviously I will put Global Offensive as S tier because that is where like I had like the best time of my career, and you know, yeah, it's just been the best game for me. I'm gonna put Counter-Strike Source and 1.6 as A. That was what brought me into Counter-Strike. First it was 1.6, playing it with my brother at home, and then of course Source was the one that I picked up with my friends and put in a lot of hours, and slowly realized that you can compete in Counter-Strike. So it's given me a lot of good friends and a lot of good opportunities, and also made me transition into the person and the career that I have today. So I guess that deserves a second place. But of course, I mean, Counter-Strike 2 is like so similar, but right now I'll put it as a B because I don't know what's gonna happen with Counter-Strike 2. I think it's a really great game. I'm really enjoying it. But of course the game still has some flaws. It has to be optimized a little bit, but at the same time I still want it to succeed, so eventually I think it'll go very high, and then I don't know, Condition Zero goes on D because I've barely played it. I've played the single player version of Condition Zero and playing like you could play really weird offline missions in Condition Zero, which I think was fun, but it was like a game that had no soul in my opinion. So thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I really hope you enjoyed my tier list. I hope you will agree with some of my decisions. If not, that's too bad.
Jeg trykker på den. En knife. Hen og knife. Go, 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 go. Yeah! Let's go!
There's that team that likes to party.
Yeah, ice cold, said Stare. I don't know about ice cold, man. It looked like they were sweating. That got a little heated there as they're hiding inside of the smoke, but it was the pistol round that started off hectic and led that 8-0 charge for Astralis before the resurgence of Heroic off of the back of a Dupree half, right? Dupree ends the half, 11 frags, 9 deaths, top of the board again. If there's anybody standing in for Heroic that's looking real good, I gotta say it's Dupree as of late.
Agreed with that, yeah. He got thrown into a very sticky situation. I mean, just to help out, it feels like. And, well, he's done more than enough when it comes to helping out. He's been fantastic in a lot of these online matches that Heroic have played leading up to this point. And Vertigo is definitely a map that he's loved, so not surprised to see him doing well again. Device, oh! As soon as he jumps up, everybody appears.
You see the shake of the head, like, damn it. I knew it. That spidey sense was tingling, and he still went for the play. And there's no follow-through here for Heroic just yet. Looking for 5-round wins in a row. They'll drop a molly sandbags and fall back, making a little sound on the departure. Now B-site looking real prime for the taking, especially with Zyphon getting the perfect timing for the mid-peak. I mean, this couldn't be freer.
They got played pretty hard right here, and that was like a very classic call. I mean, you put some pressure, you can hear the rotations above you, you can walk backwards if you want to. It's scary to flank, and it's and sometimes can take time. I think the T side needs to take advantage of that in the mid rounds as well. And Cadian, of course, knows how to do that, seemingly with anyone.
He's hiding in spawn, dude. Sorry, no Kevlar safe for you.
That's fresh body armor too. I mean, you can take that and use it. Maybe in CS3.
Whoa, give us another 20 years.
Yeah.
That's just the one. Flame F gonna hang on to the Kevlar dualies. And Heroic do indeed nab that 5th round in a row.
That's good. That gives us the best possible game because this is Heroic's map pick. And they've changed up. They didn't pick Nuke yesterday, did they? They did. They picked Nuke into Vitality. Yeah. So they don't know exactly where they're best at, which obviously, unsurprising. They've got to try new things.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Yeah. Shocked to learn that Heroic don't have a map pool with 3 new players.
At a week's notice, you know?
Yeah.
CSGO gonna just come flying out middle. Borb's USP actually gets one. Nearly gets a second there with CSGO down to 15 health, but guess who? Dupree up to 14 frags. Blames Deeg, drops bomb. Zyphon over the top of middle, pushes Stare into the 1 versus 3, but look at the health here. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's doable. So it seemed. Zyphon's gonna make sure 3 stay alive, majority standing on the triple Mac 10 buy-up from Heroic. How many more rounds can they win in a row?
This is where I was like, okay, T-side? Yeah, I can see the entries. I can see the entries for sure. And I think the most fun part about T-side is like, you're not like authoritarian when it comes to defaults. You kind of are going to have lots of chances for pairs of 2 to fight on both A and B, and then a guy to fight in mid 2 go for lurks. You can lurk on all parts of the map. I think that's what made it such a good map for Heroic as well. Much easier to call, I'd say, than Nuke, where they tried to do some cool stuff, but it was like looked way too easy for Vitality to stop.
Ooh.
Oh, see what I mean?
Fade away.
Let him fight.
TSS on one end, Dupree on the other. Zyphon going to be doing his thing top mid. Zyphon's been given a lot of space, I feel like, to just kind of play his own in this system of Heroic.
Yeah, it's good. Might as well be free. I mean, if you're playing under a strict authoritarian regime and you can't even be comfortable at all,
yeah.
I mean, what's the point?
Freedom. Flame F. Ooh, nothing. There's the response back from Heroic. They lose TSS, but it's quickly exchanged.
And Zyphon might have felt some pressure too. Just as his debut, a lot of people have a fresh memory of him as like that 5th on Copenhagen Flames that we wondered where he was going to end up.
That other guy.
Yeah, the other guy, essentially. But this can be a resume builder, an attention grabber. And this round's now out of Astralis' hands. Heroic can go and simply plant. Wait, oh, they're going to run back because Cadian has an open other site.
That's fair. They've got the time.
Yeah, and the CTs have just... Interestingly, if they passed differently, they could have just cut this flank off entirely.
Right, imagine if
fall back.
They go top mid into T room, but had they gone top mid into ladder, that bomb's walking right by. So just enough time. They get it over the line. But we'll talk about a comeback. I mean, we were 8-0 up at one point for Astralis, and it felt like this one was going to be lickety split.
You know, even though Heroic's stand-ins are very good players, they are still stand-ins. Like, this is not Heroic. That we know. And so there would be some egg on Astralis' face if they couldn't win this series, you know. But it certainly doesn't mean it's just going to be free.
Nope, not Borup anyways. Oh, and a third player here. Yeah, nothing held on to. Astralis hunted down like dogs. When did Device and Blame F show up?
And we look, that's important.
You know, I'm waiting.
Without them, there's no chance. A lot of oppers look super weak in CS2 right now. Brokey's missed a ton of shots. Even Device was missing some shots yesterday. It's definitely still not 100% comfortable for these oppers right now. It feels like the Rifler's doing a better job opping. Like Twist earlier. Hobbit. Boomich.
Yeah, Cloud9, they got 3 oppers.
Yeah.
Pistols up for Astralis. We're looking at the tie game now. Heroic not going to let this one slip through. Ooh, nice nade. Shush nearly dead from that alone. Can the Pistols finish it off? Another frag grenade to the same location. So sure enough, Shush is dead, but it's Dupree. And Dupree over and over as his teammates rack up another couple. Dupree has had his name stamped on each and every round, it feels like, to tie this game at 8 apiece.
He could knife him.
Do it.
Zyphon could and... Whoa, never mind. Okay.
You know, he ain't playing those kind of games.
Yeah, it's also wrong. He definitely would have just got killed there.
From 8-0 to 8-all.
And then we look at that first 8 rounds. Very close rounds.
That pistol, that Buzz 1v4.
That Buzz 1v4.
The 2 other Buzz 1v1s.
And then the 2v2. It's almost all those rounds.
Almost like this could have been a...
Not that Astralis didn't deserve those rounds, but they were close. They were very close. Will one tragedy be enough for Astralis? They went to sleep thinking about that Galil, is what they went to sleep thinking about. Alicia's Galil. At 12-2.
You only have 2 rounds, bro. You might want to go for this. For this. Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
And game tied up. Woof, where did that nade come from, dude?
Jesus.
The hell? There's a jump scare coming out of Heroic, but it's good. It's got the Opera softened up to just 39 health. They've got Buzz leaning back in the depths of the B site too. That gets Device off his forward angle. So now there's just this question mark about the bottom of B. There's a question mark about the top mid push. And Astralis just kind of banking on the 3-man ace setup initially, but already moving Borup off it. That uncertainty sowing seeds of doubt.
I like Heroic moving slowly right here. Just kind of scare the shit out of him, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh. And then run through smoke. Shush gets the headshot. Borup trades, and nothing more from that. Singular kill for Borup. Deep smoke on the site. Shush, gun almost empty, but he makes it work. Just enough output there to deny Stare any position inside of the B site. And this is for majority stand-in roster. That was a beautiful little execute.
It was very nice.
Nice timing.
And they could just frag out on T-side. And Listen, Astralis haven't even been holding on to... Actually, one thing I think that went underrated throughout, like Heroic being at the top of at CSGO in terms of rankings, even when they weren't winning tournaments, but they were still like probably the best team in the world at multiple points, was how many times they killed people in exit situations. They've been doing that in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, they won the economy game by killing people in these post-plant situations. We haven't seen any save guns right now from Astralis, and it looks like that's going to happen again. And I looked at Stare dying in that 3-man situation and thinking, if he held that gun, they might not even chase down the trades because it'd be too scary.
Right.
But they get that kill easily. Blame goes down. Every round, they're getting all these kills.
And they're not getting ahead of themselves. They are just quietly creeping forward. Throw through the window, off the rail. Nice 2-man push through that smoke as well. Honestly, Shush getting Stare off of green with like the last 2-3 bullets in this gun. How many shots at this point? 9 in the mag, 2 to spare. They lose B with basically nothing. Only Borup able to post a frag out of the 3 players that were on that site. Oh, now we're missing nades. Not that you have many to work with to begin with. And Device, at the very least, kills Shush. Huge damage off the util.
9 and 14 for Cadian and Dupree. Device is low too, and they've got these 4 guns. 4 pistols. And I think they'll want to try to get Shush's, but they probably think, oh, and Siphon goes down, 93 damage on him too. A bad gust of wind could end this round for Heroic.
With a nade on Stare as well. Get a triple kill off the frag. Do something crazy.
Imagine, there should just be a Steam achievement pop up on screen.
No, Counter-Strike lost all its Steam achievements.
Orc nades. Oh, really?
There's only 1 now, and it's basically have you played the game. Yep. Sag. But even with little bits of health, they're still all right because at.CEST takes the initiative towards the A site. Bombs inbound.
9 rounds straight.
Oof.
Oh!
Nice deeg, but...
So we had 14 rounds straight for Complexity. We're already at 9, looking at 10 rounds straight.
Yes, sir. Theoretically, they lose 14 rounds in a row versus Complexity and lose that map, and then
13.
They go to bed telling themselves, I'm never gonna let this happen again.
Mom, I will never let that happen again, I promise.
Only to then lose 13 in a row to Heroic.
Wow. And
it
that's
hasn't
like
happened.
Your worst enemy ever.
Yeah. It would hurt more, wouldn't it?
It would.
You know Cadian would never let you live it down.
It's payment for Stown and Jabby, though, I think.
Okay. It's in the contract.
Yeah. The one stipulation. We have to embarrass you on LAN. I mean, that would be... Cadian, I don't think, had to play this tournament, you know?
Nope.
And for him to come back into this mess and then make something of it, that would be hell of impressive.
Yes.
Because him and Heroic has stuck together for so long that... You know, he's one of the IGLs that we've always regarded as excellent, but never really had to, you know, go to a new project while he was good to show it. Because he made the team work. That was really special.
Yes.
They stayed together longer than anyone in 2020, 2021.
A wise man once said he will not be in the pantheon of the greatest CSGO in-game leaders. But he's pretty damn close.
Also, that's just a bad take, and that was wrong.
Huh?
You don't consider Cadian a great IGL in CSGO.
I consider him great.
I think he defined a lot of the meta for a lot of teams
but I don't
in those last couple of years.
I don't put him with Kerrigan and Glaive. I don't. Maybe in CS2, Mo. Maybe this is his version, like JT. This is JT's version.
What's your Nico take? Drop that. Don't drop it, dude.
Should have gone to Falcons.
Should have gone. Oh. Who knows what's still in the cards? Okay.
Who knows?
Whole team. The whole team goes Serbian. He leaves to Falcons. Max Chaos arc. Let's go.
4 players on this exec. You want
Chaotic
chaos?
evil arc.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's right there. Oh, Buzz feels the pressure. He's got Borup right behind him. Can they hold off what is a 4-man commitment coming through from Heroic? 1 kill at least, but through the rafters. It is Shush to get the trade frag, and Borup doesn't decide to stay in front of those smokes. They just forfeit full control of the B site off of the Buzz frag. 7 seconds. Bomb is on the site, and it's got just enough time to plant.
They're good.
Molly will burn Cadian, so BlameF's double kill's huge. Gets man advantage back in the hands of Astralis, and they could very realistically put an end to this streak of winning rounds. Little nade comes through. Device connects. It's a Shush 1v3 or a lifting of the curse. As he slides back through the stairs, he gets a headshot a second, and it's so good! No way! As he snaps down, he takes 3.
Oh, 3 pairs of wings clipped by Shush.
Oh, dude, the rifle work.
And they're all in the arms of an angel, baby. That is unreal work.
Look at this third one as he takes a snap to the shoes.
He said, "This is my site, don't forget it."
Oh, perfect little 3-bullet bursts.
I think he said you stink. Damn. You don't want to come new.
Wow, Shush. Okay.
Are we still on a streak, by the way?
Yes, sir.
Wow, we still haven't stopped the streak.
Nope. That's 11 in a row.
Ooh, okay. All right. 11 straight.
Like, I want to cast this like it's hype for Heroic, but I also just kind of feel bad for Astralis.
It's pretty hype, though. It's pretty hype.
I feel bad. Like, oh, God, not twice in a row.
I don't know, man. Losing is a choice.
Okay, sure, yeah.
They should just do better.
Yeah.
They should do better. Man, that's the... Yeah. This is like... I was going to spoil the movie. Goddamn device is gone. Doesn't even get to shoot his gun.
12 in a row if they can convert this 5v4 inside.
Oh, they're firing on all cylinders now.
Buzz has got the corner. At least that'll catch him off. He's got his full health and a second kill. Buzz could be the difference maker here. It's an AK upgrade.
But they take the site.
Exactly. They just fly up the staircase knowing the second B player was drawn back.
Do we have retake grenades? Buzz has everything.
Can't afford to die. If he dies here, then it's just 1 nade on the ground. But Cadian punches in the digits.
He probably should have readied that molly to delay. He'll throw it in a little late. I think that's not super good, but at least they have the smoke for later on. His flashes, let's pay attention to them. They need this retake.
What if they had that molly for the quad position instead? Shush tucked in, taking some damage, has to suck it in and hope, but he fights. Traded back by Blame and Stare. The peak is off of Tetris. Cadian, it's a slight health disadvantage. Him versus Blame, battle of the brains. Cadian left, right back again.
God damn that pre-fire.
Now every clutch going the way of Heroic.
From captain to captain, baby.
Man, the ops got nerfed, but rifles in CS2, dude. These headshots
Yeah,
are clean.
it does not stop.
These little peaks. 12 in a
12 straight.
This is happening. This is real.
They're getting done disgusting right now.
If you're experiencing deja vu at the moment, yeah, it was complexity yesterday.
Yeah, at least it's not your nightmare because the Astralis, they're really living in it at the moment. Worst guns yet? This is the definition of momentum and how to capture it.
And not only are you potentially about to lose 13 rounds in a row and lose this first map, but then you have to play Overpass again right after this. Oh, God. Blame F over the side of the smoke with 1. And Shush trying to still keep that potential B flank honest. Stare takes a chance. Huge chance with that SMG.
But they're playing a little bit too aggressively, maybe. Yeah.
They just keep pressing around the sides of all this, and Dupree will continue to rack up kills. His 18th and 19th in this one.
I guess they felt like they had to do something. They didn't have much to work with. Now it's just this Falmus, this M4, 1 smoke on Buzz.
They wait for that third player to arrive up the ramp.
Full util with a minute and ramp control. You don't have to do anything except wait. CTs need to come in and make something happen.
Hands busy. Device doesn't go for the swing. Nade would confirm him, so he just barrel stuffs Zyphon. Can't escape. He is stuck on the molly. Buzz makes a play. Caught buyout, and that is it indeed. 13 rounds straight from Heroic. A collapse from Astralis, not once, but twice. In 24 hours, they are taking a beating. And that whooping may continue with Overpass up next. When does the nightmare end?
Oh my lord, it's not ending today for Astralis, and a little nod from Cadian. He knows the pain that he just inflicted upon his rivals. We're talking 8-0 down for Heroic to be starting off this map. 13 in a row coming into the second half as well. No slowing down for Heroic. If I'm going to be honest, Maui, those first 8 rounds, Heroic didn't look like a team. None of them looked like they were on the same page, completely turning over a new leaf to pull off that comeback.
It felt like we were watching a repeat of yesterday. For the first half, where Heroic was falling apart because they weren't playing together, they didn't know how to play off of each other, and then they turned it all around, and then it was the Astralis nightmare all over again, the repeat for them. The fact that Astralis have now, in such a short span of time, choked 2 massive leads, up 12-2 versus Complexity yesterday, up 8-0 versus Heroic today. This is an Astralis team right now that even at the precipice of winning, now know that anything bad could happen.
Yeah, literally the nightmare just continuing for Astralis. We've got a lot of moments we want to be dissecting from this map. I think it's apt that we start off with the Shush 1 versus 3 round 19, because we thought, hey, maybe Astralis have got a leg back into this. Perhaps they can do something to stop all those rounds coming the way from Heroic. But Shush says, hell no, we're continuing this streak.
Obviously, this didn't end the game, but this felt like the final nail in the coffin. Heroic with so much momentum. Tess is getting a kill on this lurk over here towards A. He's quickly dispatched of, and look at this. They actually deal with these site defenders rather well. Dupree tries to go for a shot. Device is holding the angle, and it's just Shush. It's just Shush. He's got an AK. He's got no nades. The bomb's barely even halfway ticked, but he hits every single headshot. And this isn't even a moment for Astralis where you're going to go back and blame like, oh, well, you know, it was Borup, it was Stare, it was Buzz. That was Device and BlameF who were alive, and they could not dispatch a Shush.
The people that we were speaking about, you know, being the two-pronged attack for Astralis, sometimes
Yes.
the only members of Astralis online, and I love that we get to see, you know, another iteration of that Device versus Dupree head-to-head duel. Obviously, Device coming out on top in that instance, not in the round, though, because we go back to the end of that first half. We got round 12, because this 1v1, this is so poetic, right? We've got to think of all the history between Dupree and Device, and it looked choreographed, right? Like, it looked like this practiced this so many times. It was beautiful.
It just felt like both of these players knew what each other was doing. The fact that it starts with both of them pushing the same smoke at the same time, and then the fact that Device, he throws his own smoke, ends up pushing through his own smoke, and Dupree seemingly reading that, and then he's able at the very end of it all to get the better of him. It continued the streak for Heroic to find 4 in that first half, and Dupree himself, I have been really excited about watching him play for this Heroic team. The results from before, kind of up and down, but online results. Now we're seeing on LAN, he's playing this style where it just feels like he cares more about his life than he ever did with Vitality. He's playing, in my eyes, a little bit more selfishly, but it's actually leading to them winning some maps, winning rounds like that.
And that's what I love to see coming out of Dupree, because obviously, you know, Vitality did have to make those roster changes, obviously bidding farewell to him after he got his 5th major title, no less. I love that that hasn't, you know, put the fire out in him, because he's one of the most versatile, one of the most reliable players. Like, he's basically done it all at this point.
And the thing is that with this Heroic team too, it just feels like he's so clutch. And on top of that, he knows exactly how to carve out win conditions in rounds. When I was watching his demos before, even when he was playing with those stand-in situations and everything else that was boiling for Heroic, he was putting up great numbers, but he just knew how to find entrances into rounds, even when they found so much chaos in those kinds of moments, because he's been pugging essentially for 3 weeks straight with different lineups, and he is putting up great performances.
You know what makes this win all the more impressive? We touched upon it, obviously, the terrible start from Heroic on this map, and they completely turned over a new leaf, because we go back to round 5, just disjointed from Heroic, right?
Look at what Tessus is doing right there. Almost, can we actually just restart the clip right there? Like the way that Tessus The way that TEST is right here, he's just throwing nades in the open to Cadian, and he just gets clocked in the side of the face. This is the kind of disconnect we saw from Heroic yesterday when they played against Vitality, and then they actually are able to put it all back together. So yeah, there was a little bit of miscommunication. It looked like a little bit of ring rust between some of the Heroic guys at the beginning of this game, but by the end of it, it was full steam, locomotive, all the way from station to station, and they got this thing done.
You know what's so whack about the beginning of that clip as well is like TeSeS almost gets lucky that they don't pick him when he is throwing the nades, right? Like it's so crazy that that was coming out, because particularly from TeSeS, right, we don't expect him to be making those uncharacteristic mistakes.
And he's actually doing it with Cadian, and that's a duo that has played together before, so you would think that the cohesion would have been there, but I think Heroic now are feeling victory. They understand what it is to win with this lineup, what it takes at this point, and now I'd be very scared if I were Astralis, because that's a real team. They've been playing together for four-ish months, and if they can't actually stop a Heroic team that is essentially pugging after just a week of practice together, it's not looking bright for the Stars.
Well, potentially, you know, there is hope on the horizon as Astralis' pick does come next. Not before a quick break, however. We're going to be diving into Overpass, the second map of this crucial elimination series, after this break.
I think you should always try to be the guy take responsibility when your team doesn't perform well, no matter if it's whose fault it is, doesn't matter. So yeah, I'll always try to take responsibility for my team. And yeah, I don't care. Like, if people can put the blame on me, that's totally fine. So yeah, that's cool with me.
I think that, you know, it is more difficult under these circumstances, and right now it's more game by game. I think, you know, there's a potential that if we hit the right flow, we can definitely beat the teams that are here. But I'll also say that our margin for error is way smaller. You know, like if a few things go bad, we will not win, and that is how it is. But I think also like we'll try to always keep the mood high, the spirit high, and make sure that we like, you know, if someone misses a grenade or doesn't know where to run in a strategy, it's name of the game, and let's make it a little bit wild.
Well, even with the issues that began on Vertigo for the side of Heroic, they still managed to flip that one 180 to net a W in their pockets. But a bit of a different story when we're coming on to Overpass. Although I'm sure the ghosts of that monumental lead that Astralis totally choked, if we're being honest, yesterday versus Complexity, they're going to be lingering in the back of Astralis' mind, right? We're hoping that they've come in with some improvements today.
That has to be etched into their memories right now. The fact that you throw a 12-2 lead against Complexity and more or less just did the exact same thing versus Heroic. There is no footage for Heroic when it comes to this map, especially this 5-man lineup. So we're flying blind a bit here, but we do know the disaster that struck yesterday when it comes to Astralis.
How would you epitomize, you know, that disaster that we saw unfolding in front of our very eyes? Was it a matter of, you know, Complexity just coming in with a stronger game plan, maybe Astralis not being able to adapt, or was it some of the individuals that maybe stood out to you as being an issue for Astralis?
Definitely put it down to a couple different things, but the main thing is that if there was some sort of proactive play thrown out from Complexity, Astralis just had none of the answers. And that's got to be a very worrying sign for this Astralis team, because Heroic now can just look back at that demo from yesterday and say, what did Complexity do that was so sick on that CT side? And Heroic are going to be started on that CT side here. And so if they just kind of run it back, use Complexity as the blueprint, I'm not trying to make an EG diss with that one, but if they just use Complexity as the blueprint right there, then there's an opportunity here for Heroic to 2-0 this.
I was going to then, you know, raise the question of are we contextualizing this kind of differently? Because Complexity versus Heroic, just in the current states, we're seeing the rosters, two very different beasts, right? Are you expecting then Heroic, you know, with the time, able to go back and look at that matchup? Are you expecting them to be able to absorb the information that quickly and, you know, maybe build some game plans of their own? Because I would kind of question that with the roster that we're seeing at the moment.
I would fully expect them to be able to do that. Cadian is the better in-game leader of the two in the server. BlameF is a great individual player, but in terms of coming up with winning game plans and counters and strategies, the Exist Cadian brainchild has proven in big matches before that they can take down some of the top teams, and in some ways, I feel like Astralis should be light work.
In terms of how you're expecting them to be tackling this map then, what are you looking at from the Heroic side of things? Maybe that they should potentially be replicating from the Complexity game plan that, really choked Astralis out of that series yesterday.
So I would say the fact that it even got to this map is a big win already for Heroic. When it came down to the veto between these two teams, the first ban should have and could have been Anubis for either of them, but actually, Cadian and this Heroic team floated it, and they dared Astralis to find, actually kind of bring out their own disadvantage by banning Anubis. They kind of actually won the veto here already, and I think that they should have been game planning pretty hard for Overpass to be the likely pick. So because they had that information, that intel that it was likely to be Overpass, I think they probably came up with a great game plan here.
When we spoke about, you know, the CT side for Astralis and just how they're kind of, you know, managing those two bomb sites, I think it's fair to say there's a disparity in the strength between, you know, the guys on the A side versus the guys on the B side, which I think BlameF was actually, well, maybe the entire team, I don't know, but maybe his game planning yesterday seemed to be able to read Complexity quite well, right? There were a lot of times where, you know, they'd test their luck towards the A site, didn't pay off, obviously. You got the Vice and BlameF waiting there. What else do you expect? But then the sort of pivots to throw a couple more players B, maybe push that connector position as well. Do you feel like that's something that they're going to have to be bringing out a little bit sooner this time versus Heroic?
I really actually question if Astralis are going to have enough rounds once they get to the CT side in the second half to even enact some of those plans. But I will say the two big win conditions for Astralis yesterday when they were on the CT side was BlameF in long bathroom and BlameF in connector. The other positions for him, obviously they were able to still win rounds in other ways, but he had so much multi-kill potential from those two spots. And if Heroic just target those spots when they switch to the T side and say, we need to trade him out on those positions, then I actually think that in itself can be a huge way, because BlameF is always trying to do a little bit more than he needs to, because he knows that other side of the map is a little bit weaker. When it's Stare, Borup, and Buzz defending that B side, BlameF has to really shoulder the burden of so much of what's going on the A side, because sometimes Device even has to go B at the start too.
When we talk about the T side as well, obviously Astralis yesterday, they won the pistol, they converted, and then that was diddly squat. They didn't get anything else. So if you're going to put one thing in terms of T side improvements, what are you demanding from Astralis in this first half?
I think that if they are going to play any better, it almost needs to be closing things out. They actually got onto bomb sites just fine, but then they would actually misplay the 2v2s, the 3v3s. There were some retakes there for Complexity that probably never should have happened, so they just need to tighten up at the end. And if their mental is in any better position, Astralis that is, than yesterday, then they should have some semblance of a T side.
Well, I'm sure Astralis, they're going to be sweating right now. They are just one map away from being eliminated and no chance of making it into the arena for the Blast Premier Full Finals. And speaking of sweating, I hear Scrawny Launders, you picked Astralis, so I guess you're seeing the comeback on Overpass today, yeah?
Oh, man. But
I'm changing my prediction completely.
I can't.
Plus, I didn't pick him.
I don't think
Connor did both of ours.
I don't think I can handle a smug Freya on top of a smug Pim in the same week. I mean, come on.
But I would like to say, I think Maui nailed the CT Astralis analysis perfectly in the sense that Blame F is the center of the world. And the only thing is that he feels like he has to do more because he does. Like, he's right. The B side is a little weaker. Sometimes Device has to start there. Device doesn't even get that much out of the A side compared to Blame. Blame does everything. But they need him to. They need him to. They really do.
As far as the point of, maybe Heroic trying to play their CT side like what Complexity did, using that as a framework, a blueprint to work off, I think it's going to be hard. Complexity's CT defense was so varied. The amount of change-ups we had on long A, inside con, Elige was everywhere all the time. And so, what can Heroic really put forth with stand-ins in such limited time? Do we just bank on headshots, maybe? You know?
Okay.
You know headshots? You heard of those?
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. Dupree posts a kill to Device. And again, the T side for Astralis yesterday was the pistol and conversion and nothing after. Well, you're not even getting pistol here. You haven't even seen a bomb site. You stink.
You stink.
Okay. Oh, Cadian and Dupree have brought the heat in the pistol. Now there's a whole pack of players sitting inside of this A site. So, Stare, listen, buddy, I appreciate your effort. Okay, you gotta try. It's in the contract.
And in fact, a win extends it.
Ugh. But he gets tagged down and dealt with. It is a full house between Cadian and Dupree. 3 and 2 frags apiece.
Cadian bottom frag last map, but he was the star IGL, man. That was insane that he made that team look like it was just regular Heroic on that T side all the way back. And of course, players like Shush had that 1v3 and like good individual moments. But there's something to be said about when an IGL allows you to feel comfortable to do that. I think even seeing Xiphon playing better from day 1 and 2 said a lot. It just felt like he was a little nervous, maybe uncomfortable. So much has changed already. So they're very much taking the opportunity seriously. That's a great fragging round at Acadian. 3 kills in the pistol.
Look at that. A little mow down. It's supposed to be,
nice,
but
nice.
Xiphon's going to make the money instead with TESS, double MP9 in short. They're getting mopped up. Nice and easy for Xiphon to rack up the frags.
Another round, no bump set.
But these criticisms of like Heroic kind of as they started the event in their first match versus Vitality, it's like, again, well, you can't blame him. I wouldn't blame Xiphon for being uncomfortable. It's so tough to fit into the Heroic system
Then
with such little time.
Land, yeah,
it's just, nobody's sat here blaming Heroic for not looking as good as the previous roster did after years of playing together. Like
the point of that match was figuring out how likely they'd be to beat Astralis today.
Yes.
And what we learned is, well, it's hard to say. It's always hard to say after one day because we've got 2 different teams. One for the better, one for the worse.
Astralis hold off on the round 2 force buy to come through with AKs here and now and round 3. Gonna get Buzz doing his thing outside of the B site. A very slow passive crawl through connector already. Playground, is it preoccupied? Again, instrumental to the Complexity CT side and by extension, the collapse of Astralis's T half. It was constant pressure on long, constant presence in bathrooms, and at least right now for the first round versus Guns, Heroic put nobody up there. You can see the caution from Astralis, man. The nightmare that was last night still fresh on their minds. But after seeing nothing, they decide to take this one back towards B by the looks of it. Queuing up the 3-2 split. 35 seconds. Smoke just went down on Monster. Zyphon's got an incendiary as well to drop soon. And then suddenly it's pressure on Borup and Stare to come through short instead with entries. Time is critical, and Cadian's starting to rotate back down. The Molotov doesn't go out. Zyphon just swings instead. And then the smoke on the other end of it, that came down from the A site. There is a little bit of a recovery from the short push, but the bomb, 5 seconds left, and a frag primed on Cadian. He dares you to plant. And as the cross comes over, it's only 3 damage, but no cover from Stare. Device getting spammed, 20 HP, nothing more from him as CESGO clears both.
Dude, that was such a good setup from Heroic overall, like the way that they defended against Monster, the timing on the push, the flash behind, the HE, the MP9 swinging out first. They didn't get caught off guard at all. Like, it's pretty impressive. Like, there's been a couple of teams so far played Overpass where I'm like, their timing's just kind of whack. On the run-throughs and the smokes, there's a lot that can go wrong in those moments. And it's such a small window of timing where a lot needs to happen correctly. So it's reasonable that teams mess that up. But it's like, how come Heroic can nail that? These guys don't even know each other. They just met.
That front Monster smoke as well that comes down and cuts off the back half of the Monster push. Zyphon wasn't working with one of his own, but good team play. And I liked Cadian's kind of, mid-series interview there where he's like, we're not going to get upset if somebody misses a piece of utility or if somebody rotates the wrong way. Kind of no pressure.
He's a better man than me.
Yeah, I yell at all my teammates. Whoop. Yeah, he'll get that second. Cadian right back into it. Borup and Blame dead.
That's pretty fearsome. 6-0 here for Cadian. And we remember how Complexity beat Astralis yesterday on Overpass. It was a lot of CT activity, specifically towards Long A. It was a Liege on the Rock a lot. And we know that Heroic are actually coming off 3 losses here in CS2. Brand new lineup. Counter picking into Overpass almost certainly after watching the disaster that unfolded last night. And assuming they can replicate it. It'd be hard to anti-strat if you're Astralis. But at the same time, you know that they would have given their Overpass a lot of talking about after a match like that. So it's by that same token, risky for Heroic to go ahead and try to pick into it, especially with their 3 losses.
Ooh. In the open. Breeze holding on. All is good.
Second swing is so late.
A little delayed with the Deagle. He will get his one, but now the connector player's coming, and Zyphon, well, he's there to clean up shop. So smooth sailing to start the CT side.
There's 14 rounds in a row for Complexity, 13 for Heroic. But let's not count this game, right?
Yet.
Not yet.
The question is, is it worse to lose 13-0 or to be up 8-0 and then lose 13 in a row?
What's pretty nuts about losing 14 in a row is like OT is required. My God.
Ooh, device opens up.
Okay. Where was that actually?
That was
I'm trying to
down
figure that
connector
out.
by the looks of things.
Oh, okay. So this is something I was wondering about with timings on Overpass. Because Overpass is an instant ban for me in Pugs. But the spawns on Con, it feels like on CT side, it's Blame and Device are taking turns swinging on Con almost every round. And I'm wondering if there's a CT advantage right now for more spawns in CS2 than CSGO, but...
Cool. Ain't nobody hiding there no more. It's an easy fallback as far as Dupree is concerned. Not going to run the risk. And Zyphon was having some flashes thrown towards him, so they're going to boost inside of the B site, see that water's clear, maybe put Zyphon on the connector flank. Question will be, do Astralis get this A hit going faster than Heroic can run back up? Utility's getting real low if you are Heroic. Cadian smoke could be critical for maybe long, but they're already on the brink of the push, and sure enough, here they come, swinging it. Dupree and Cadian a kill apiece, and Dupree's freed up to go around, but Borup, he's the difference maker. 20 to the clock, and CESGO just trying to dodge fights. Where is Zyphon? The flank from Khan that was set up, but he just missed his chance to stop the bomb plant. Device is looking for the peek off the off, and sure enough, he locks this one in. Borup with a big round, 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. That was great to watch. Very troublesome situation, I think, after the first kill goes Heroic's way, but they still get through all that chaos. I mean, I had really no way to think, like, oh, who's in the better spot here? It's hard to say. It looked actually like Heroic were, I would say, with the 2 players behind Dice, but it alleviates some pressure, of course, for Device to get an opening like he did. And with front bath control and the right exec without actually dying, well, okay, no surprise they win with 2 up.
So my God, they've done it. A rifle round win on the T side of Overpass secured. It's got most of the money on the line here for Heroic. Astralis trying to shake the demons from last night. Cadian's got a good angle. If Borup overextends, he's done for, but maybe too much of a rumbling coming forward through bathrooms. He decides not to take that overt risk. TESS is still risky, but I mean, Mac 10 duel down long A, that's crazy. Missed op shot, and it looks like Astralis are going to scale forward. TESS, yeah, he falls, and then Cadian peeks into Device, so nice layering here from Astralis on the approach, and nobody else wants to lose their guns. It's an easy 3-man save for Heroic.
Great cover out of Device in these last 2.
Beautiful.
Definitely been missing him a little bit.
I can't believe Stare just swung long A with a Mac 10.
Yeah, it's like they needed long A presence. I don't think they needed to I don't think they needed to take it over and flank. They just needed to make sure they weren't getting flanked from top bathrooms. So yeah, it did feel like it wasn't organized properly because you wouldn't send the Mac 10 there. I mean, the Mac 10's amazing for the money.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's
like in and out.
Okay.
It's the in and out of CS2.
Terrorists win.
Great skins too. Mac 10 Fade.
Fair. Yep. Nuclear Garden.
Yep. That's the green one.
If the Mac 10 is the in and out, which gun is the gasoline grill? Gasoline
it's
grill.
The MP9.
The MP9. Oh, I don't know, man. Gasoline grill's pretty expensive nowadays. They're getting up there.
Oh, right. Sorry, that's almost the same price.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Oh, gasoline grill. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't want to get stun locked by this question right now.
Okay.
I think it would take actually more than this round to get a super solid answer. But I was thinking something fast, but also really sort of pricey, but not like MP7 or something. But, you know, it's necessary. Gasoline grill's necessary. We could say that.
If you ever find yourself in Denmark, make sure you swing by.
Spoiler, it's gas. It's gas.
Long peek, huh? All right, we talked about the variation in complexities A plays. Here's one from Heroic. Double up inside bathrooms towards long with support from Dupree in deep bathrooms, but that smoke draws him even closer. It's a very front-facing Heroic, but it's also one that's kind of Philly shelled up.
Well, you know, that can net you a lot. Especially versus Weebs.
Cadian takes front bath. Even Zyphon's getting called into the action here. Okay. Bullets disappearing.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Yeah, peek is perfect, right? Coming up that side instead as Dupree gives out bathrooms. And I love that Dupree, who was in bathrooms instead, is already down on the B site. So fast change up from Astralis, looking to shift gears into B. And you've already got 2 defenders rearing and ready to go. But Borup, nice entry frag. His rifle is looking sharper here on overpass. Device gives great cover. Buzz, that would have been a crucial kill, but Device still able to pick up slack as Borup gets the bomb down. And the nade into heaven almost kills the little left of TESS. Device is making a huge difference here in round 7. And there's still 2, though, to take down.
Wait, what?
TESS catches the headshot. Slips down into the water. Can Borup clutch 1v2? They need this.
TESS low.
And as he sits behind pillar, one shot rings out from the water. A second player drops. He knows they're both here, and he takes the head off at.CEST. Cadian up next, and Borup can't manage both. He jumps on the bomb, but with no kit, no time. Third round for Astralis.
Oh, locked up. That 1v2. And you know what? Even though Borup doesn't get the kill right there, it's his frag on Cadian, or sorry, his frag on whoever it was, Graffiti, as he walked into the site. I don't know.
Zyphon.
I thought that was, okay. His kill on Zyphon, that one bullet between the eyes on Zyphon, that crack a sight open. This should have been impossible otherwise. It was Shush.
Oh.
And then Device took Zyphon out on the right.
Oh, there was two of them back there.
Yeah, yeah. So they had that two-player passive setup. One rotating, I guess Shush was actually a rotator. Then they had one inside a back pit as well. I mean, they were ready. That was pretty much an unlosable situation for Heroic. They had the 3 players in bathrooms. They got the kill. They knew 3 players were running down the stairs with 25 seconds left. They had 2 ready in the site. The only thing that they could have asked for that maybe would have guaranteed it is like an extra molly or something like that. They wouldn't have been able to sustain past that, but still, they had all the info and everything. So, Borup, key frags, nice clutch. And a half investment here from Heroic. With the op and everything to support it. And the full-on B pop is about to come through. There is a stack into the B side as well, actually, so this gets dangerous.
Oh, man. Oh, what a call this could be. Rifles on short, Zyphon serving up the distraction and a kill. And they still haven't found out about the M4, nor the second player over towards short. They don't realize there's 3 men over here. They try to press off of the site, but they get caught out by Device. And he's looking for another one. Tough duel here for Shush. Cadian jumps over the angle. They're also concerned about a flank, but there's a delay because bomb is in spawn.
No way. Dude, they haven't seen this, right?
Oh, this is one of those weird rounds that only ends up working. You know, you leave bomb, but because they don't spot it, they're thinking it's a weird one.
Yeah, it was a very weird situation, but they get into normal retake spots, and Device still hasn't planted, and they're using a lot of utility, so there's still a small chance. Stair could stop this right now, though. Right now.
He'll take some damage. Missed shot out of Device. BlameF picks up the slack.
One spotted pit.
Cadian's up. 1 frag to it already. And as BlameF tucks in behind pillar, Cadian's going to have to get a quick shot here and then flick over to the bomb site in anticipation, but no movement out of BlameF. Doesn't even try to trade it. Over the top box he goes. It's another 1v1 between the IGLs and Cadian. Oh my god, nearly turning his back. BlameF slips around, doesn't make a single sound that entire time. Sneaky as ever is Blame.
He's thinking skinny right there behind the pillar. That was an important 1v1 from the same position as Borup got his 1v2. And we've got echoes of map number 1 with so many close rounds going the way of Astralis. This time with a bit more parity to kick it off. But maybe more valuable rounds won here on T side. So money's been managed really well, however, by Heroic. Now they've got actually another full buy to come out. There's no op this time. But in CS2, it's not always mandatory.
Og on tree, M4 on rock. Where's the scissors? at.CEST looks to flick away. Oh, dodging flashes, he hangs on, but he loses his support, and now he's stuck. at.CEST is doomed as Device peels both off the long play. Dupree can come look to pick up slack, but that is a comfortable 4v3 at more than a minute on the clock.
This is like the impact that we expect to see out of Device, and all jokes aside, like just a bit more of this take over the game. Because we didn't see it on map 1. It was a little bit off yesterday between him and Blame. I think and again, there's just so much emphasis on them for better or worse. But Device's this year has been unbelievable, right? From CSGO to CS2, whatever. Everything he's done since joining Astralis has been nothing short of spectacular. But at this point in time, very important matches right now in this new game. And no oppers are really standing out. I mean, even Brokey, who is good for sure, wasn't himself. He was definitely missing a lot of shots.
Ooh, timing there for Zyphon works out wonderfully. Gets him an upgrade and kind of compromises the push at 15 seconds. Surely he's going to try to spam through. Can he stop the bomb plants? No, they'll put it safely down. Sure enough, Borup just going to take up position in the smoke as prying eyes come out from heaven. They will catch one in the water. Shush with the double. And now, all three. Shush. Clean as can be.
Damn. Okay, 3 out of heaven just because they all got... They just had blinders on? Like they were like a little bit of spam through the smoke on short and they had everyone's attention.
It looked like a flash came out. I saw Zyphon throw a single piece of utility.
Okay. Maybe that's why.
Look at this guy Pit. He's blind. It's Dupree getting a flash assist on the first.
Okay, it's the golden Dupree flash. Yeah. So credit to the flash. And that makes perfect sense. That Pit player, that results in two people dying right there. Buzz yet to join his team in terms of getting any kills, but we're talking about Stare on 1 and 8 as well. So a little heavy at the bottom at the moment.
Back into the pistols for Astralis. Again, it's better than yesterday's T-side versus Complexity, but it's a very real chance for Heroic to run away with the ending of the half.
We're going to see the bomb.
Or just clean up these pistols.
Oh, yeah.
Nice proactive move out of at.CEST. Confirms a couple. Yep. Oh,
that is obviously one big value of the silenced M4.
Yeah.
Being even more quiet than it used to be. Though, to be fair, even in CSGO, I don't think it would have heard that.
Especially when it's one bullet, you know?
One bullet.
It's like
from
getting
that
tapped by a
distance.
USP and pistol. I'm like,
Yeah.
He's cheating. Easy cleanup here. Make it a 6-4 score. And a timeout before the end of the half.
I wonder why, again, it's the overpass pick. Is it the ante for the CT side, which they already figured out? Or is it stuff on T side that they figured out? This might be a situation where Heroic are actually waiting for half number 2. It might be anti-blame F stuff. It might be anti-A stuff. Oh, Astralis map pick.
Astralis map pick, my friend.
Oh, sorry. I thought they picked Vertigo. Oh, right, because they were winning Vertigo so badly. Right. Okay, that makes so much more
they
sense.
picked this because they wanted to shake off that complexity gunk.
That makes
know?
so much more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was talking about that earlier. Was like, why did they do this? What did they learn? I was like, it's risky to pick into a team.
I'm glad you said it again because I thought I misheard you earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I fully thought this was a heroic map pick, and I was trying to figure out why. But okay.
Oh.
Wow, another
Roll
opener.
back. Oh,
from
into
Device.
B site. Into B site.
Wait, how far away?
That was. He looks like he's in T spawn.
Wait, was that?
Oh, we got something juicy. We got something juicy. That was either through connector, through the B site, or has he found a new wallbang?
Was it down con to the heaven?
It was either down con.
Because when you go halfway up, you can see heaven. People are jump spotting that right now from heaven.
Nah, that blue X looks like it's along the wall.
Oh yeah,
right along the boardwalk of the B site. So either it was through this open
Just
con
gave it
door.
a shot, maybe.
Oh, cue it up. Cue it up.
He knows Dupree. He knows where Dupree hangs out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He really just...
See ya.
Remember that ammo is free, folks.
Yeah, when I said cue it up, I didn't expect it mid-round. Thank you, folks.
Impressive. You've got some powers.
Quick on the trigger. Whoop, hello.
That was a big jump.
Yeah. 42-inch vertical leap. See if Cadian can give us a blockbuster round from behind dice. Man disadvantage because of the wallbang. 25 seconds, dude. They just think they're going to go moseying on into this B site. They're about to get barrel stuffed by Shush, who just laid down the smoke on short. There's no other smoke frags or incendiaries to come out from Heroic, though. And so Shush just kind of in the pocket, pressed up against an enemy in Stare. who just shoots because he can no longer move forward. And then Cadian and Zyphon combined for 4 seconds. No chance. No chance at all. They simply do not have the time to go scrambling back around Monster.
Finally, they pay the iron price for running down the clock over and over again. A couple of rounds that they got away with were so close, and it felt like Heroic had all the info they needed to stop it, and yet Astralis still won. But okay, looks like the tides have changed a touch. It's pretty much the same setup as last time, except the kills go correctly. These sort of run down the stairs rotations. I mean, when it's an emergency, it's an emergency. But when you're at 30 seconds at the top of stairs, I mean, at least they're making sure that that's, you know, you're not getting caught while rotating. But it's still a little bit obvious, I think, for Heroic.
I mean, hell, that one goes south even with Stair clearing the close smoke. Could have gone even worse if Shush was able to get a kill.
Yeah.
But they get out the smoke. They just don't put down the bomb. 4-7. A measly 4 rounds. But we know that the CT side is stellar, right? There's a big question mark around BlameF and what he's going to be able to bring forth. Inside connector, up on A. At least devices ops seemingly online.
No, that's it. That could be a quota, right? We're in the last round of the half right now.
Ooh, fast swing. These are those swings you're talking about. More and more often.
Yeah.
The connector aggression out of CT side just looks good. But does the fallback look great? Yes, because Shush connects another headshot. Stair's dead. And these measly Deagles and single Galil have a lot of work ahead of them. At least they've got time. The thinnest silver lining they could ask for. Damn, Heroic not wasting this opportunity. Technically, the returning champions of the fall finals. It would have been way too easy to just kind of shrug off the chance, fizzle out of the event.
They both won one.
Nobody would have really held it against them. Hubba into the long peak. Cadian awaits his next victim. At least it goes unspotted. When pistols get close to the A site, weird things can happen. Device gets the entry. at.CEST is here to support off truck, but oh man, Cadian looking clean in the first 12 rounds. 15 frags for Cadian off of the back of that Vertigo upset. They are still running this one forward. Astralis, we know your CT side is good, but is it this good?
I never thought I would see you in a wetsuit, fam.
No, nice suit, man.
You too.
Ah.
I think this one will tell us what we're doing.
Have a nice day again. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay.
Dear players, last and final challenge will happen right here at the beautiful Danish coastline of Zealand.
You think it's that way?
I think it's out there, yeah. This time we will have to leave solid ground and venture into the sea. Whoever picks and collects the chicken the fastest and have the fastest lap while being on a paddleboard wins. Good luck.
Have you tried this before?
Yes.
Oh, rip. Who's taking time? He started now, no? It's looking good, Peter. It's looking good. Keep going left. Yeah, keep going left. Peter, go more left, more left. He doesn't want to speak to me. Get the chicken, it's drowning. Get the chicken. Chicken. Chicken, chicken. What's happening, Peter? Talk to me.
I can't get it off.
It's fine. Just tell me how you're doing it after.
Hey.
It's over 4 minutes now. You have chicken in your mouth? 7 minutes past now. Save the chicken. 17 minutes and 40 seconds.
So I made it in 3 minutes, Finn. Now it's your turn to go and collect your chicken. Do you think you can do better than me?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you better get moving.
Okay, I'll stop now.
I hope you're not gonna go into the water.
I will, for sure.
Oi! Yeah, Finn! This is what they call SDP. That stands for sit down paddle. Up og stå, Finn! Get up, stand up, Finn! It's called stand up paddle for a reason! Now you need to get the chicken, Finn! Chicken! Okay, I think he's doing worse than me. What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Just grab the damn thing so you can hold on to it. Yeah! Let's go, Finn. You look like a pro.
Time!
Well, it may have been a struggle versus complexity last night, and it may have been a struggle versus heroic on Vertigo, but we cannot forget what Astralis have accomplished so far at Fall Finals, and that was a rock-solid CT side against the North Americans yesterday on Overpass. If they can replicate the one thing they've done well so far here and now, then we could very well be talking about a continuation of this series. Mirage up next, and Astralis maybe changing.
Remember how I told you Complexity's round win on CT was 65%?
Yeah.
Astralis is 74%.
Well, then this bodes
There's
well.
some CSGO in there as well, but that only honestly makes it more impressive because map still feels very CT-sided. I think they've more than met their quota so far. If a pistol is lost, there's still a chance that Astralis win this, but, you know, they don't know. There's no ante here versus Heroic. This is a brand new matchup for these guys. This is a very dangerous situation, even if you've got a good T side overall.
And Cadian said we have the smallest margin of error for any of the teams at this event because of us, because we're new. And so a missed grenade, a missed rotation feels like the likelihood is highest on T side Overpass. So we'll see. Pistol round could just be such a sigh of relief for Heroic to try and 2-0 this series in shocking fashion. Zyphon, easy bomb plant, no contest. Astralis had no defense inside bathrooms, nobody even trying to stop this hit. And so it's a 5v5 retake that has already been cut down to 3 on each side. Zyphon and Dupree, and Zyphon to close it. A 9th for Heroic. They can do it without pistol, but my God, have they got a tall order ahead.
Yeah, Astralis have their work cut out for them for sure now. And again, they can make it happen one round at a time, but we'll see. This might come down to, 2 extremely well-called T-side rifle rounds out of Cadian after an arduous journey and a comeback from Astralis to close it out. I want this to come down to the wire, and it still very much could. I want to make sure everybody understands that, but I think it'd be impressive. It'd be more than impressive if Heroic closed this match out. Just as impressive as if Astralis are able to bring this back.
We can dive into tactics and rotates and util, etc. But Buzz has 1 kill 13 rounds into this game. Stare has 2 frags 13 rounds into this game.
Yeah. You can't overanalyze. Like, what's the point of getting into the details about everything else? And there's the force up that goes south here.
It's fundamentally not enough from the majority of this team. Device is trying his damnedest. Stare posts his 3rd of the map, 4th of the map, as that Deagle connects to 2 heads, and he gets into the AK. So things get a little weird. Stare trying his damnedest.
That was cool.
Could have gone above and beyond.
He's just such an action hero when it comes to moments like that. Yeah. But yeah, there's like that saying, money doesn't solve all your problems, but it does solve all your money problems. Same thing with fragging, right?
Sure.
I mean, you could even be a bad team and frag your way into a win here and there. So at the end of the bottom line of Counter-Strike, in a lot of rounds, besides the game being an objective-based game, is fragging. Those are the only 2 things that matter the most. So yeah, the numbers, those hard numbers matter more than any details about rotations and stuff. And if your bottom's too heavy, teams like what Heroic are used to playing with, they don't even rely on star players. That's not even their forte. They don't care about that.
But man, have they got one right now. Cadian 16-5.
Yeah.
Love a Cadian takeover. And again, just this improvement we've seen from Zyphon so quickly.
Zyphon 15-4 on this roster.
Be understandable if he felt uncomfortable in the heroic system.
But everyone looks good on T sides, so.
Clean dig.
CT sides on overpass right now.
Shush has gotten all the way through B site though, so that Desert Eagle kill, scary for a second, but in the big picture, easy conversion for Heroic with the B plant and Zyphon. He's going to find this whole stack of CTs coming down through Con.
I'm almost pre-exhausted at the thought that this could be another comeback, unless it actually happens.
I'm so tired.
Yeah. I'm just like building up the energy to get excited about what's going to happen if it does. Oh, okay.
That's Lady Luck.
That's a funny one.
Yep. BlameF will get a second Desert Eagle kill. Condor swung wide.
I want everyone to know that that very well could be the case. If you're out of endorphins, get some new ones, okay? Or we're going to generate them for you.
Nah. Sorry, Blame. There's an AK around here somewhere for Device in a second, but they're going to come clear it out. Make sure nothing can be saved by Astralis. Give them nothing to work with in the follow-up round as 11 is on the board.
Something they're very good at doing. Not letting you save. And as mentioned earlier, this game is just for survival. It's not for qualification.
Only one Danish team can go on. One of this squad's barely a team. Surviving the uncertainty at the time being 16 rounds deep, and Heroic sit pretty on 11. Margin of error near non-existent here for Astralis, but Buzz takes a risk into the short peak. No contact, no contest. It's through Monster instead. Oh, that MAC-10 dink is crazy. Cadian, he comes through with the answer. Buzz, 3 kills on the hold. Needed something like that.
Oh, okay.
And Zyphon, given a chance to crush the hopes of Astralis at this point. AK off the mark into heaven. The 2 graffiti players ready to go. And his smoke will cancel out Device's angle.
Device going to come forward into it, jump out into the pit. May have been heard. He'll walk up into this fight. Zyphon holding it for a second. Device gets a second. That's between him and Buzz to get 3 to kick off the CT side. Borup is also going to be someone to watch here. He's not been a good anchor. I'm just going to put it that way in the fall final so far. And going towards the B site with him and Buzz here, who are also having a strugglesome day. This is going to be a focal point of the attack 100%. I mean, why would you game plan into the strongest half of the map over and over again if you don't have to? So that's why, as Maui pointed out, there will be a lot of times where BlameF is playing in Con a lot, where Device is rotating or starting B on the pillar a lot. And I think there's actually even more CT options opened up on B site for Oppers with that crack in the pillar, the main pillar towards short. That's made it very powerful too. So we have yet to see that explored completely in the meta so far, but I think there is a sort of a savior complex that Device and BlameF have both developed when it comes to this map. I think there is some insecurity towards B, and they have an overall they have some strong performances on this map, but they are now looking back at 2 losses to Complexity and Mouse. Although respectable teams to lose to, it's going to put a dent in the confidence just a bit.
Well, Blame may be preoccupied with saving his teammates. He's also 8-13 himself, so can't save others if you can't save yourself. Retreats back around through A, plays a little more passive than out of the gate. Stair may only have 5 frags, but those flashbangs last round were fantastic. Enabled Buzz to get that easy 3-piece. Banking on the triple AK here, Heroic. Front bathroom smoke slowly crawling inwards, and they're going to reach no resistance until they walk into the scope of Device.
So yeah, I was thinking this is actually kind of uncharacteristic. It's so passive to kick off, and they're one of the most aggressive CT teams right now. But that nade is great. That op shot's even better.
2 for Device, Blame the 1. These are the 2 players we look for when it comes to the Astralis hold, and sure enough, this one goes well. Cadian reaching far enough to grab that AK. Still a good chance to either hang on to it for the next one, maybe get a parting frag, but Astralis have decided to definitely kernel up here in round 17. Works out wonderfully.
Does.
Little long pressure maybe could have unraveled things as Blame was extending into Bath, but he had jump spotted enough times they felt comfortable with no long eyes. And Zyphon even grabbing a second rifle, so cut your losses. Astralis not down and out just yet.
The round is perfect for Astralis. Everybody makes some money, keeps their guns, op maintained, and the passive setup is perfect. I mean, the nade timing is perfect. The peek on the outside of Banana is perfect for Device. So it's just a matter of one foot in front of the other in their minds. They've done this before.
At least those 2 AKs saved. Now added in with the smoke and flash on Cadian. Dupree gets an extra set of Kevlar in case the rifle has to change hands. They're giving themselves something to work with. Poised for a B pop. We question the B hold for Astralis, and as they dismantle that boost, the T's could suddenly slip in. Borup cannot afford to let this one slide without a frag.
Yeah.
And Blame F will eventually look to come help out through connector.
This open door, they're taking a risk on the timing. Blame's not looking through it just yet.
Molly comes down right at the perfect moment. Shush looking for Blame F in response. There's a dangerous game of cat and mouse going on with timing here in Con. But Blame knows his angles.
They don't have full info. That's why Device is still holding on to long. Blame's going to take a peek. He's still on the staircase, top stairs. Again, his big value is, oh, how comfortable he is on these stairs. But now he dies. 50 seconds. That's the middle of the map completely compromised.
Now it's 3 AKs with a smoke, with a frag. And with 2 players still inside of the A site, Device, we saw the multi-frag last round.
Long control. What Device is holding on to, he can't do without Blame.
He's got, of course, Stare over towards the truck, but he's going to be exposed to it. In just a moment, smoke comes over. Stare, great job.
Oh, hell yeah.
Without Blame F there, somebody else had to pick up the slack. Somebody else had to give Device that moment to breathe. And sure enough, a triple from Stare is enough to keep him back.
There needs to be someone else to rely on, and that's a great proof of effort from Stare. He holds on to an angle as they run through a smoke. Device was dead if he dies first.
And one of the things we haven't talked about since last night's game either, but Stare had an incredible CT side. On overpass, specifically versus Cole, switched over to the T side, went silent like everybody else.
Yeah.
So if somebody else is going to throw up some frags on this the second half of Astralis, Stare delivering when he has to. A headache of a first 12 rounds. But at least that multi-frag can kind of shake some of it off. Everybody still leaps and bounds behind Device, who sits on 20 kills. Next closest, 9.
They did cultivate a nice opportunity to get that fight on Blame F by himself in Con. And, you know, we're going to see that more often. It's definitely not a bad idea, but again, I think it's such a core element to the Astralis CT holds on this map.
Blame taking a risk here.
He ran out past this. That smoke just gave him cover to jump through out to the right, and they didn't actually clear it. I mean, that looked really scary, and I think that was the worst case situation. I mean, Blame was very close to getting away, but now he's dead.
This is interesting. Look at the util they have. We're talking about 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and a pretty quick rotation.
I don't think they're scared of the smoke.
They've still got this defense split 2-2.
Oh,
it's Buzz inside of water. He's dead after just the one, so Buzz has to come back. He needs another triple kill. And Buzz, well, he gives it up after just the first, so he wants the positioning instead. And bomb can definitely be planted. Numbers evened out. Weapons to the favor of Astralis. But There's only one kit on the play, and it belongs to Stare. A smoke to make sure that no wraparound monster. They try to press out, and Stare happy to hold them at bay. Great double kill, makes this one seem easy now. Dupree's Deagle, we know it can be deadly. Does he get Buzz? No, sir. Buzz comes up, and I like that Buzz prioritized holding on to short than maybe taking too much of a fight in sight, losing out early. So yeah, it's a bomb plant. Yeah, Borup only gets one.
On these last couple where there hasn't been blame, there's been Stare.
Yep.
He's looking super good right now. Very reliable. Those 2 kills saved the day. They could have taken CT control with this frag as they jumped out at him, so important that he gets both. They also can delay for so long. How hard is it to go back and trade this guy, right? If they killed Stare and took over CT, even if they don't fight for the rest of the retake, they can just torment you. Your Heaven player can't get out comfortably. Whole round's different. There's been a critical element.
And he almost gets caught by the timing, coming up as he's clearing corners. So very good reaction out of Stare. Demanded of him. But just goes to show, Heroic so ready to pounce at a moment's notice. 1 kill up on Bathrooms, all 5 players back through T-spawn, all 5 players flying out Monster. And we talk about having to stay so focused.
And Borup didn't get a kill again there. It wasn't even him. It was someone else. You can check, I promise.
He got one.
No, not on that hold.
He killed Shush. 11-8? Yep.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Oh, I'm dyslexic.
Sorry, North American. It's not as risky as it usually is, I feel like, though, Astralis. These setups in bathrooms.
Yeah, this is a different Astralis for sure, yeah.
A little scary.
But it's a little scary that, like, they died pushing those last 2 rounds as well.
But
nice.
Just risky enough.
He is so good at finding that specific timing.
Yeah. Device and Fallen on overpass CT side. It'll last forever.
2 goats of our time.
21 and 13, man. Device fighting for the Royal Arena. Fighting for a chance at it.
What is that mercenary mission? He just went spelunking on a rope and they pulled him back.
Oh my god. Just in and out. Quick as can be. And then again, instantaneously, we get this clumping of Heroics players and they're gone. They throw some parting utility up into Heaven to maybe keep someone preoccupied. But Device, rock solid on the A site. Blame F behind him to try and help, but no eyes on Long. at.CEST looking to swing out in a second, but Device kills Shush first. Blame's got Siphon. The pressure's out of Long, but Blame just there in time, and no plant for Cadian. He goes for the trade frag and the op save. It is another hold on the A play, 5 in a row for Astralis.
Oh yeah.
You weren't lying. The CT side's got legs.
It's got legs, and Device much better map overall. Stare did some of the early hard work, and here's some more openings from Mr. Cruz.
I can't believe he got that.
That was a crazy play. But a cool thing to do. I mean, they do the double up right side monster so often, and they actually do it without pillar support or headshot support or wood wall support very often as well. So just a bit 1D sometimes.
Suffocating reality of the T side on overpass as Heroic's lead has shriveled up. So yeah, it's something slightly different. Device over on Long instead. Blame F going to take up the responsibility of bathrooms. Changing the game ever so slightly. You just mentioned it. Device so good at getting that outer bathrooms kill. Maybe this time Heroic are afforded a little more real estate. Instead, Astralis switch positions on A. Device getting the op up. And Maybe they're going to try to test this B site. There are questions around the abilities of the B hold.
It's a pretty good setup, like complexion-wise. They're getting close again. Comes down to the fraggers. They've got 3.
Stairs flashes have been fantastic. And again, they're blind. And again, Borup holds it from inside of the barrels. 2 flash assists out of Stair. Borup with a piece of cover, but the slide out from TSS. With Heaven smoked out, he's got one isolated down in water, and he wins it.
What?
TSS, critical double kill.
2v2 now.
Someone's got to get that bomb, and TSS isn't going to be the guy, but the cross is being held by the off. The Heaven player peak. TSS, you got to get this in.
He does. Cadian doesn't have to cross. Bomb can get planted. Retake with 1 flash and op in hand. And Device, does he get this kill? It's not going to be given up. TSS aware.
And Blame decides to go back around towards Graffiti. Device sliding up along the boardwalk. He's hunting. He thinks maybe he's still in sight. Now he knows TSS had to have fallen off, and so he finds him in the corner. But they're thinking short, and instead Cadian out Monster may not get spotted by Blame. He's so fixated on Device that the 2v2 comes through for Astralis.
That's not bad, man. TSS nearly the jackknife in that situation, but so well played from Astralis. That's a very hard situation to figure out. And Device was hugging that wall, aware of the potential danger, cleared out short, and made sure to give that one up to Blame F. And a much better hold this time out of Borup from the barrels once again. But they didn't have every... You can still lose rounds like that, right? That's why you do the double Monster, because that's one of the best ways to stop Monster. But in a pure 5v5, the setup was looking pretty good for Heroic overall. They needed those fraggers to come through, and they finally did.
Made for the potential short hit, but Shush is still a few steps back. They're going to tuck 2 along the monster wall, and almost, but not this time. Not quite Shush levels of peek and pry away, but now the bomb is dropped.
Yeah,
they tried to chase it.
Oh, with the bomb?
Yeah.
Wait, they sent that out first?
First or second. Either way, don't think it should have been part of the push.
I thought it was that same sort of fishing line maneuver, but like they weren't about to full commit, right? That had to be a mistake, and this is to tie up. Astralis looking to make it 11-all. They'll finally participate in a big flank here, but
feels like Blame F is the ticking time bomb of round 22.
Wait a second.
Shush just caught Device on a short peek.
He got the bomb. Wait, he got the bomb and he left. Now he's getting flanked from Blame F.
He could go con.
But he's going short. And they don't have anyone on top of A. I was wondering about this. It was opened up by TSS. They walked through. It's like Blame F doesn't even exist. They can go ahead and plant that bomb. There's no one on the A site.
And they Molotov that rotate before he leaves. Cadian just insult to injury, taking off a quarter of Stair. The bomb gets in on time. There's no way Cadian just escaped with that. Pressure out of the dumpster. Shush! He shuts it down, but Cadian, you need to plant. 5 to spare as Blame F's gonna come barreling up through connector, and Shush is looking to hold it. Buzz gets his. Blame one as well. Cadian to the clutch. Nearly made that possible, but they all get cut down one after another, and a hell of a sigh of relief.
Oh, damn. Cut down by Buzz. Wow, that's a close call. Blame F gets watched too, coming out from the top of stairs.
Dude, Blame is just on another planet that round.
That's tough. That was, that's always possible if you go for a big flank. They don't have con control, right? So this is a potential risk. We also
How does he get the bomb?
Yeah, getting the bomb's crazy. They have
2 players
a chain
there.
of smokes, essentially, so can't spam the whole time.
It's fair.
It's not what they expected, but it was possible. And now we're 11-all, and money's still good enough to buy for Heroic. That's what's important. But here we are, folks. It's all about CT side these days.
Insane. FaZe had a 10-round CT side. Complexity had a 12-round. Or excuse me.
14.
Yeah. With OT. Yeah. I mean, the lopsidedness of Overpass at the Blastfall Finals has been so blatantly obvious that yet again, here we are, 11-all.
But the thing is, right? Like, even though
over
you
the
can
finish
make
line.
the comeback, the great IGLs can use that all as information, right? It's pressure on Astralis to keep something new happening every round to continuously beat the T side. Here comes the flash from blamef. He's in and out, okay? They're trying to catch him running back, but Device covers Blame perfectly, and they've also got 3 people in total here on the A site.
Gonna try to flash Blame a little further. Killed the close peek, but he also confirmed the logs players, so that's 2 on long at least.
Remember this timing, Blame, he can potentially flank if they don't go and fight him, but he's trying to fall back. TESS catches him off guard, but the shot's in again from Device, another one.
Yeah, I mean, Device inside of this bomb site is just so good.
Wait,
but he tries to peek around.
Stair needed to do 1 bit of damage, and now Shush, 14 HP. We'll have Cadian put this bomb down 2v2. Another retake. Astralis, they've been pristine in this situation, but now it's Cadian and Shush, 2 longtime teammates. This is not the new heroic.
Screw that, man. It's Borup and Buzz. These are the guys we've been questioning all series long, and they have to somehow get these 2 deep, committed players unearthed from the hold. Cadian's going full bait. Shush up first, headshot to Buzz! And he keeps it clean!
Oh, the elevated pre-aim right there from Shush. That was so nice.
Come back all you want. It is heroic to step forward first.
And they said you can come back, but you can't get in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
They try to grab that tailwind, pass on the chicane, but it doesn't happen.
Damn, that's Cadian ripping the head off of the Device peak. I mean, Device has been so fundamental to the A-hold, and the shots were looking good, but this one time, Cadian gets the insta-rifle headshot.
Some clutch presence out of Shush, man. Oof.
12th round secured for heroic.
I love the play to go back to fight long instead of running back downstairs or something like that. And they man, that's unfortunate for Stair. He's been so good this half, but he really just needed to shoot. He needed to shoot Shush in the foot. He had full HP. Shush came up there at 14 health and killed Stair after he went for the long trade. And then Shush ends up doing that in the end with 14 health as well.
7 rounds straight for Astralis to get to 11. And just as they think they've got this one in the bag, the comeback falls short. OT needed. Variation on the A play. Can they change it up again?
This one's for tournament life.
But economically limited here. TESS, it's a MAC 10 in Playground. Is this going to be the liability? Reigning Fall Finals champs. With 2 fresh faces, an opening loss versus Vitality. They're looking to make a statement in the Danish Derby.
They're making it look like a different round. We get blamef looking to cheat the relay a little bit here on long, and oh my god,
wow.
They're trying to pick apart this same setup again, but Buzz makes sure to keep his eyes peeled. 19 health, he comes away with the frag. That's only a FAMAS, but look what happens now. blamef will start to take a lead.
Stair creeps back alongside the wounded Buzz.
This should be over now. I mean, they could easily rotate from this position. You see Device going to do one last spot. They smoke down Monster, 35 seconds. Blame doesn't want to overplay his hand right now. Still, they've given the info to 3 players in B.
Just hold sight. Simple as that. Questionable time and time again, but this is the time. You can't afford it. The nade doesn't go deep enough. Blinded is Buzz, but still the monster push can't come through. Buzz, what? P2000 double kill. 10 seconds to the clock. Buzz is still alive. That sidearm ripping them up. Cadian's got the slightest chance, but he gets locked back by Device. Stifled on the B hit thanks to Buzz.
Okay, it won't be an unlucky situation here for Astralis. They get the info on A. I love the way that blamef plays it and doesn't go for the full flank this time because you know how crazy Heroic's rotations can be sometimes, and that info is enough. Buzz gets the kill inside B. We've seen the openers on the B site do their part of the job, and yeah, the P2K.
P2K2.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't even see the second.
Yeah, after all his ammo's being used. But you know what? Listen, that can look like lucky, but he's put down all those bullets through the smoke because they knew with 100% certainty, because the info on the other side of the map, that's where it was going to be. The smoke was there for that same reason. The 3 players on the CT side were there for that same reason. And Device was rotating over for that exact same reason as well. So information was king, and Astralis were the better team in that round.
Just mag dumps the FAMAS, swings out the sidearm, spotted on the side of the smoke. Buzz changing spots and changing the tide of this second map as he continues to rack up frags. Stared at it first, Buzz used it as inspiration, and now you've got multiple players trying to play catch up to Device, who still reigns supreme. 26 kills to his name, but a 5v4 in the first of OT. We praise Device for these angles. He's got Blame working right with him. Borup just got cleared off of the B site.
Uh-oh, Device is about to get out of vision of this.
Oh, the connector peak could be huge. No one's holding connector peak now. Zyphon, he just gets Blame, who thought he could maybe squeeze down to Con.
You can't afford to lose a T round now.
Both kills on the B site by way of Shush.
Now, do they go for Device? Rifle! Oh, Stair tries to play that angle, but Device now reveals his presence. B site has been taken over. Device is already thinking about how to go to the next step, get over to B. But the round, I think, in his eyes is just simply lost.
Shush is sick. He was on his own. There was no team flashes there. There was nothing for him to work with but the aim on the AK.
I would love to hear it from Shush if he has said, I want to go and take this fight.
That'd be the best live mic'd up we could do right now.
I would love to go and take this fight, like, you know, Katie, let me try this, or because it feels like he's taking liberties because he's confident reading into their setup. I mean, we've watched the Astralis games. This setup that they use with a double monster position between Buzz and Borup, something they do a lot. So if he feels like he can get in and out, I wouldn't be surprised.
One-man army. Rips through the B site. Drops every member on the hold. And gets Heroic a nice early T-round win.
And we got the 4-round OT. Astralis will take a big gulp because we know how hard these T-rounds can be.
Oh, there was a flash
as well, yeah. And this is just pure patience. This is pure patience. He's just not doing too much.
First frag was Borup standing on barrels, just trying to face Monster over smoke, and Shush predicting that he'd go for something like that. Made it look far too easy. Blame F instantly into connector. Not going to meet Zyphon 30 seconds in. But setting up out of the gate. He loves this position. Could get predicted. Nope, Zyphon doesn't read into it. And a 5v4 instantly here for Astralis. Shush is looking to get on the recovery, as is CESGO. And it's a little labored, losing 88 health, but he gets there. 4v4 right back.
They get it with con control, knowing that he's always there solo. It's early in the round to do so. Device still being top bathrooms, though, is very good, I'd say, for Astralis in general. You can go and check on stairs, but Borup, they'll, again, take a peek from this double right side setup. This will bring Device forward a little bit. Down material slightly. Buzz makes his presence known, and Cadian will make him pay.
Not this time, kid. No P2000 doubles. Stairs gonna feel a little desperate and look for the short peek, but doesn't overcommit. Dupree maybe sees a sliver, goes for the swing, and leaves it all on Device, who just scrambles down to the B site, but it's little and it's late. He'll at least catch Dupree. And then there's a game of cat and mouse. Cadian trying to choose bomb sites. Nade's fantastic. Device is halfway through a 1v4.
Okay, set it up. It's mission impossible, Device. But you've already done half the job.
Fortunately for him, out of position.
Wants to try to get a rifle. Keep on to the op. They're planning front bathrooms. Going towards a long setup. That's...
Ooh, no kit though.
That bomb's in an atypical spot, isn't it? It's not front dice.
Device on the long play. Time is really his biggest enemy here.
Oh, he doesn't feel like he has enough
Bank
of it.
volley, no. Oh, that bomb was not planted for Bank.
Yeah,
it was front dice.
They just, yeah, it was front dice, I guess. They have enough time to get there.
Molly on Bank maybe. Flick to Cadian could have changed things, but it's Heroic. Just numbers advantage. Out-rotating him. And adding another on this T half of OT. That's the frag to Buzz. I mean, Cadian takes a shot and gets it.
Wow. Wow, that's what it looked like? I thought he had full view of him. Oof. And two in a row. This T side is Heroic grow in strength. Getting more and more in the way of opening duels. Actually, that was one where Device got, Blame F got the first one inside of Khan, didn't he?
Yep. 4v5 round loss. Not going to sit well with an Astralis who had been locking teams out of this T side. 2 already in overtime.
Heroic certainly don't look like they're playing with stand-ins right now, and that's just a very impressive thought. I thought coming into this game, Astralis, they just, regardless of what happens in the future, this team has so much experience together. They were already able to take upset wins versus Heroic on LAN.
Yes.
Their nemesis.
I mean, this was the exact...
versus a stronger version of them.
Yeah, the exact 5 that kind of shocked us all at IM Cologne. One of the deepest runs of Astralis yet with this 5, and where has that gone?
Same setup again. Shush wants a piece, and he's coming for it. Oh, there it is, too. He's been the X Factor, the star of the show here for Heroic.
No way.
And now it's 4v3. Blame, there's pressure on him as he peels back, and they know his usual position, but he gets away with one. Will he deny the trade?
Trying to swing out. Cadian hears it coming, gets into the cover, does more damage, so that's 2 wounded, and Stare able to just clean up the first one in the site. Time down to the 10 seconds. Stare passive as he has to be. Cadian's looking for the plant, but he also has to kind of cover. Oh, nice slide out by Stare. And you see a sigh of relief from him as it's at the very least 1 CT round for Astralis.
That's well played. That's well played. They knew roughly where he was. He knew what the game was. He just needed to time his peak. He played it professionally. Yeah. That was great. Insane what Shush just did again and again.
Borup almost cost them.
Yeah,
he's in the back line. Look, Buzz has a nade out. This is Borup's kill to get.
They're just not playing it correctly. He does it so many times. They need to have more depth. I mean, we've got to just simply see more variety. How is it the case that Heroic have 3 stand-ins and they haven't shown any setups that look similar on their CT?
4 rounds in regulation for Astralis on the T side. Gonna have to shake things up. Heavily stacked B side out at the gate. TESS hyper passive. Dupree coming to support him soon enough. Already low nades though. TESS got nothing but the trusty M4 and opponents ahead.
I think that this is the situation where they flash over and TESS looks for his time to fight.
Oh, a second dink is big.
Oh, Device's coverage. That's beautiful on Dupree in the back.
Blame F slides up along the wall with only the 9 health to his name. Cadian up close, catches Buzz, fully HP and now down, so 3v3. Long players coming. Op is spotted outside of the bathrooms. Can Stare do it again?
Oh, he gets away. They give him time to breathe.
Just that flash, re-engaged a second later.
CT is reorganizing. They don't know about this slip through on long. Cadian, how far does he want to go? Stare in front of this. Cadian goes beneath.
That's huge. That is so big. And yet still the other 2 members of Heroic on the other side of the map. That presence on A, not enough to convince everybody up here. Cadian forfeiting the bomb site. That frag would kill Blame.
Nade. Oh my God, he's gone.
Fantastic. And now Device's task to the clutch goes deep, and Cadian's going to fall victim to it. Device still has time to recover that bomb, and he swaps to the AK first. Concerned that there's some kind of a dice peek. Not the case.
They can run at him.
And he fakes, and he sees the CT closing the gap. Oh, he almost sprayed over, but the peek doesn't come out, and the clutch won't either. Heroic secure 15.
That might be a classic 16-13 potential score line with CT side. Looking prosperous here for Heroic as TESS starts out with some damage. A great match out of Device who hits 30 in this round, but he's got to do even more.
That nade.
Another fantastic showing from Cadian here with the up, with the utility, with the positioning, as the third guy on the site as well to take out Buzz on the flowers when they didn't expect another player to be there yet. The one timeout from Astralis. And so much to talk about. Again, reliant heavily on their 74% CT round win rate. 46 on T, and that's not an indictment on their T sides. That's actually pretty good compared to some other teams right now on T side. That's just to talk about how hard it is here on the attack on overpass, but same can be said for Heroic, and they put up their end of the bargain in that first half of OT. They did the heavy lifting, and now they have 2 chances to close out at 16.
28 rounds into this game, and Device is still above 100 ADR. Trying to uplift Astralis and keep this one within the realm of possibility. CESGO on his own again out of the gate. Takes a little risk in connector, and then he's gone. But that's going to slow everybody down. Astralis having to go through the connector protocols as Cadian looks to take over short. Doors open. No way for Cadian to keep eyes on connector now, and they hear the rumblings of the long presence with the flashbangs. It's enough to get Dupree up top, and Zyphon pulls back from B as well. Cadian, keeping himself in the pocket. Crucial last round front facing on A site. This time, enough's enough. And he'll creep back to the site as well. 45 seconds.
We've got an unlikely conglomerate here on the A site. 2 familiar faces over on the B site. And this is where it's about to go down. Control the middle of the map for Heroic, or Astralis. They've got short taken over. Late smoke, 30-second mark, and that goes down. They can sense it coming, but there's not enough info on A. Cadian opens up with 1.
Incendiary from Shush as well, dropped in front, so you can't even force your way through smoke. Cadian's got a nade just to give Shush vision, and then everybody's going to fixate on short. They're about to try to run through, and it's a meat grinder. It is Astralis collapsing on the B site. Cadian is the immovable object. 7 seconds for BlameF, not enough. Trials and tribulations for Cadian and this squad, and yet he leads them through Astralis here at the Blast Ball Finals. A trophy hoist a year ago, and a hell of a hope today. It is not yet a game in front of the crowd, but it's a dream, a hope, and a chance.
What a win.
Heroic live to fight another day, but sadly Astralis meet their end. As much as they fight tooth and nail to flip the script, sadly it's just written in the stars that elimination does beckon, and not even a single map victory posted up here at the Blast Premier Full Finals. This has got to be heartbreaking for Astralis when you look at so many different aspects of this. You're fighting for a position on home soil. You're going up against a team that, if we're being honest, Maui, aren't even a full roster going forward. This is just such a disappointing performance for them.
And it's probably the last time you're going to even witness that 5-man lineup play together. With all the rumors that are afloat regarding Astralis and their future, it is a bitter farewell for them. Not the performance that they would have wanted to bring here to Copenhagen, especially, like you said, it's on home soil. But on the other hand, for Heroic, this is elation. In the pregame interview, Cadian said this game mattered. Beating Astralis matters. You could see it not only in his play, but the way that he was firing up his team throughout the entirety of that match.
And now a chance for them as they move on into the quarterfinals, albeit against Cloud9, but we'll get to that shortly. A chance for them to be making it all the way through to play in front of their fans here on home soil. And you could just see the reaction from Cadian. I absolutely love it. The fact that he was posting up some solid numbers alongside Shush as well in so many impactful moments. A well-deserved victory for Heroic.
Absolutely. The duo between Shush and Cadian felt like they just haven't even missed a beat in terms of the cohesion that they find when they're together, when they're back to back. That B defense, it had to come together for them, and they close it out in style. The way that Shush was able to lock down his spot, the way that Cadian was covering his other angle, that's a tough hold between the two of them, and they were able to get it done. And I don't even think Cadian died by the end of that one. So impressive stuff between the both of them. Also, they had some massive clutch moments between them.
Yeah, the fact that we look at, Astralis putting 7 rounds together on that CT side, really, really pushing Heroic to the limit, I wouldn't have blamed them for crumbling, right? The fact that you're coming in not with your full 5-man roster, they basically kind of hodgepodge this roster together, and the fact that they were able to kind of bolster up some strategies. I think I really want to, give props to Connor. He pointed it out during the cast, saying, there was a lot of different moments that you could see coming out from the side of Heroic. But I do want to hear some words from the men themselves. We've got TeSeS on the mic with Banks after that victory.
TeSeS, we got to look at this. It doesn't seem to matter what lineup Heroic has. The fight is still there and that motivation is still there. That was a wild series, but you guys never gave up. What does it feel like? Does it feel like a mixed team as it is?
Yeah, it still feels like a mixed team, that's for sure. But yeah, it was very fun to play, and of course it mattered for us to win. Like the tournament itself is very important for us. We want to play in front of that home crowd, and then playing against Astralis with all the rumors going on and everything, it's a little more spicy, and of course you want to win that one.
Now talk about Vertigo when you're getting these string of rounds together. Obviously, you know what happened to them yesterday, right, against Complexity. Did you feel like you were starting to break them a bit mentally?
Yeah, we definitely felt like if we got 5 rounds in a row, then it would affect them very bad mentally, and it would kind of get it into their heads a little bit. Yeah. We definitely felt that.
Now coming into this overpass game, obviously it's incredibly back and forth for sure, but there was this belief, right, that they might have been able to bring it back themselves when it came to it. What do you think was lacking for you guys, and what was the change up for you guys in order to be able to take the win?
Yeah, it was a very small things. Also, the game yesterday, like it was like 1 kill here and there, where it's just like not going our way and missing like multi-frags and trading. But it went a little better overall today, and in the overpass we struggled maybe a little some rounds, but overall like we had many more good rounds than bad rounds, so that's how we ended on top.
And I want to ask around those moments where different players, Shush especially, was taking some more space, right? And when you guys were attacking one of the other bomb sites, for example, Launders pointed out on the cast, was this where you guys are asking for some more space, wanting to make some moves, and Kaden, you allowing you to do it?
Yeah, I think Shush is having a little more freedom and trying to play that B-lurk, and is able to take more space than just in underground as he was before. And now it's also a mixed team, so we have to rely a little more on individual skill and getting those entry kills and getting those solo duels and being able to win those.
Well, it certainly worked out. Well done, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yeah, I love getting to hear that insight from TeSeS. Very honest there as well, saying, yeah, you know what? It does feel like a mixed team. We do need to rely on these individuals a little bit more, but it paid off today.
Because of Shush, because of Kaden. TeSeS highlighted him right there. The fact that Shush was able to lurk out towards that B bomb site. He was taking a page out of Yabby's book. He was taking a page out of Rops's book. He's taking a page out of Floppy's book. There's so many good B lurkers that are in the scene right now, and Shush never even really played that position. Like he said, he was playing connector before, and he gets a 3-kill entry in a moment where Heroic needed to put something together on that T side. That was phenomenal stuff from Shush, and this is another one. Round 23, Astralis had made such a massive comeback into this game, and we can see that this is a 3 versus 4, and Shush has 14 HP, 2v4. Him and Kaden collect 2 kills apiece. They get into the bomb site, they get the bomb down, and Kaden's playing a baiting game here. Shush is supposed to just die here. If he doesn't get a kill, it's fine, but he goes above and beyond. 2 snappy headshots, and that puts them on round number 12.
Absolutely incredible to see. I think we should move on and take a look at round 28 as well, because obviously that was keeping their heads above water. Obviously goes to overtime, and then we get to round 28. Once again, I want to give props to TeSeS getting some great openers here. Obviously falls down. Then what happens next, Maui?
Right, we have Kaden overperforming here on the bomb site. A little bit clunky right here, just kind of pressed on forward, but he just realizes he has to fight, and he finds some great timings here, and a little bit to his fortune, Stair waits for his teammates to come around the corner, wait for that flash. He's able to reposition himself, and this is just perfect from Kaden. An incredible shot onto Stair, and he holds the nade. BlameF, right when he decides to go for that bomb plant, it takes him down.
Yeah, and obviously Device try as he might manages to get the Tech 9 kill, but yeah, just running literally out of time. There's no position that you're really going to be in there, and that, I mean, there was a lot of final nail in the coffin moments, I feel like, for Astralis, but when this one kind of slipped through your fingers, even having the man advantage in it as well, yeah, kind of just heartbreaking to see them close it out like that.
Yeah, that has to be incredibly disappointing for Astralis as we say goodbye to them. They just simply didn't have what it took as a team, and that's something where it's obvious that this team is going to be changing in the near future.
Yes.
And I still feel like some of the Astralis players at this tournament would have wanted to bring so much more to the table to just show to themselves, to the orgs, to even prospective teams in the future that there was more, but they just simply didn't have it.
And for the side of Heroic, I mean, for my money, they've already blown out my expectations,
Yes.
right? I looked at them coming into this saying, hey, you know, we're not going to be looking at this roster as the Heroic lineup moving forward. I don't really have too many expectations for them, but now one series away from the Royal Arena where they lifted the trophy this time last year. I don't know, Maui. Maybe the Danish gods are out and they want to get them in there.
You're getting a little hopeful there, Freya. I'm gonna keep my expectations tempered for this team, but I did really believe that Heroic team could throw some upsets in the directions of some heavier hitters, and Astralis fell victim to them today.
And they will be taking on Cloud9, as we prefaced earlier. So, yeah, I think that's going to be tricky, particularly looking at that series earlier, FaZe versus Cloud9. That one was getting very, very tasty indeed. So, yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to be progressing going forward.
The op difference actually lies in favor of Heroic. If we're being honest, that's a win condition for them there. And you would also want to say that Cadian has been calling some great CS in terms of just making things confusing for his opponents. On the other side, we obviously have NAVI, who are going to be facing off against the loser of the game that we have upcoming, and FaZe already punched in that semifinal slot there.
Yeah, should we dive into that one? Because this one is going to be very tasty indeed. Of course, FaZe already netting themselves a spot in that semifinal, and now it's time to find out another team that will be joining them. That either falls down to complexity or new look vitality. It's coming up after this. Counter-Strike ready to rejoice as Copenhagen's coveted crown ready to be claimed. The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
It's time to open up the Royal Arena!
Rez will be stopped first. He sees the fate. It's 3 ice-cold rocks.
Cadian, does he realize he's close? Oh! Cadian in front of the home crowd. Show match is underway. Oh, but what's that? The savior! It's Niklas Bentner! Simple, he's taken down Gate as well. Dupree keeps going, the time has run out!
Tonight, a Dane will win in this Royal Arena. Wow, what a matchup this could truly be. History's gonna be made.
Come new Copenhagen! Let's get rowdy! And it's Rain inside the corner. The stoic giant of FaZe denied. Give it up for your fall finals champion, Heroic!
Now, Vitality today are certainly a step up above Astralis, but in terms of a game plan for Vitality and how ready you can feel for them, you have your full roster, you've not made changes. Do you feel like this is enough of an edge to take the win?
I mean, I think so. I think that we're feeling really good. Obviously, Vitality, I think, is a better team than Astralis right now. They're a lot more practiced. Of course, they've made a roster change with Mezzi coming in, but I think that he's going to be in a couple different new spots that maybe he's not as prepared. And, you know, we'll just see how it goes. I think that we have a good game plan going into it, but you'll see how it goes.
You're talking about star players. Spinks had an incredible performance yesterday, and he seems to be one of the players, even when we're talking about like the face and stuff like that, he's dominating. Are you surprised, you impressed with what he's able to offer here in CS2 already? And is this maybe where you give him more space?
Not really, because he is grinding a lot. You can see on FaceIt. And last week, especially in practice and in bootcamp, he was impressive. Okay. So I expected to see him, and I hope he can keep playing like that. That's it. So, but I expect a bit more for ZywOo as well, because last week it was really good. It was Spink and ZywOo basically. So I hope maybe today we will see the ZywOo.
Expectations placed on ZywOo as the words of X-Taz, and you know what? I think that's rightly so, because a W here guarantees Vitality or Complexity a spot in the semifinals, joining alongside FaZe, and guarantees them a spot in front of the coveted Copenhagen crowd. Because ZywOo, the man on our screen, I think it's fair to say we want more from him. Hell, we need more from him, because the beginning of CS2 hasn't been amazing, Maui, to put it lightly.
No, it has not. Vitality do need a different form when it comes to ZywOo if they want an opportunity to actually win this trophy here in Copenhagen. The crazy thing is that it was no question throughout the 2023 regarding CSGO, who was the best player? It was ZywOo, hands down, no questions asked. CS2, it has been a different story for ZywOo. I wouldn't even personally put ZywOo in the top 10 of players in CS2 at present. There are many players, some at this tournament, some at the other tournaments that we've been watching, that have outperformed ZywOo. And with ZywOo, you would expect that the fact that the op has seemingly gotten a little bit worse, he would have been able to seamlessly adjust to the rifle. And he's been obviously a good player. 1.14 rating is by no means bad, but in the limited sample size that we have of 3 series, he's been just a good player. He hasn't been a world beater, champion, best in the world type player.
And the player to his right, completely different story. Spinks has been looking lights out. X-Taz alluded to his stats on FaceIt, which basically absolutely blinded me. I've literally never seen numbers that consistently high. And we saw that in their opening game yesterday. The fact that Spinks came out firing on all cylinders. He was one of the massive win conditions for taking that initial series. That's so ridiculous.
You sure there's not a bug there? Like, what? Is that right? 2.4 KDR? Like, what? That's just crazy.
That's disgusting.
The numbers Spinks put up in the first series against Heroic, if he continues that, not only will Vitality hoist the trophy, I don't even think anybody else needs to really connect to the server. Like, this is unbelievable what Spinks has been doing, and if he's going to continue this, he can be the best player in CS2 if they're able to win this tournament. But it is such a huge caveat to expect and to hope for him to keep putting those numbers up against more well-drilled teams. That was against a Heroic lineup that was essentially a pug.
Yeah, and I think Complexity is on quite the different trajectory to when we're comparing them to Heroic in terms of the caliber of teams, because Complexity, what a great start to CS2, obviously making it to the grand finals all the way back in Sydney versus FaZe, which was a very competitive series. We're talking about FaZe being, you know, the current kings of CS2. Complexity gave them a run for their money, and we talk about the Elige effect. It's real, baby. He's really been changing the game over in the Cole camp.
Without a doubt, this is the run for Complexity at IEM Sydney. That you see that they're able to take down a couple pretty nice teams in G2, Cloud9, Monty, and like you said, they gave FaZe a run for their money. They brought them to overtime, map number 3, Ancient, big thriller there. But for Complexity, since then, they had a little bit of turbulence when it came to online play, but now that they're back at LAN, they're not looking back to what happened online. They are looking sharp right now. The game plans seem excellent, and like you said, the Elige effect has been so beneficial for them.
And there's so many different areas where we look at Elige, you know, having impact within the squad. Not least to JT as well, because man, talk about, I mean, during that comeback yesterday versus Astralis, he was instrumental in terms of some of the impact he had, not only in his calls, but actually in terms of the numbers he was able to put up kind of in the tail end of that overpass as well.
Right. You're going to look at these numbers and they're not necessarily going to jump off the page in terms of, oh, like he's a star or anything now that he's on Unleash, but now that he's playing with Unleash, but he is such a contributing member of the team. 0.97 rating, and I like that consistency stat at the bottom that showed that 42% of maps he's got an above a 1.0 rating. That is so impressive for a guy like JT, who many were considering for a long time during his tenure with Complexity to be one of the weaker individuals in Tier 1 CS, but CS2 and Unleash have breathed new life into him.
Now, I twisted your arm in this one, Maui. There's a Brit on the side of Vitality, so we predicted them, but like, if you were out on your own, if this wasn't a team game, who do you think's actually going to be making it to the semis?
I actually do have Complexity as the favorites in this one personally. It's a very, very slight favored for Complexity, but I think that Anubis is a great place to start. Complexity have been masters of this map.
Well, you know what? If Vitality do make it through to the arena, Scrawny Launders, this will be the first time that a Brit is actually going to be making it through. So, Maui, I think that sounds pretty good, right? Like, I'm happy about that. It's taken us 6 years, but maybe today's the day, right?
That would be, honestly, such a shocker for it to not be Smooya. for it to be Mezzi to make it there. I mean, I think the thing is for Mezzi and his journey so far with Vitality, it's been a single series. We've wanted a bit more from him. I do think that I've explained it in thorough depth that Mezzi, good player, definitely a solid Tier 1 professional, but the fact is that Magisk was such a rock for them in terms of anchor positions, and we could see some of that discomfort. I don't think Inferno was in the first 2 maps of the veto there.
No, we got Anubis first, then we got Nuke, right?
Right, so I think that when it comes to Anubis, if he has to play Magisk spot and anchor that A site, that's going to be tough. That is going to be really, really difficult for him, because that was a position where you are just getting bombarded by executes over and over and over again, and Complexity, they have a million of them.
Yeah, and Complexity have looked so strong on the grounds of Anubis. So I'm curious to hear, Scrawny Launders, who were you guys siding with? I think I can probably take a guess of what you've predicted.
I mean, Freya, are you just assuming because we're from North America that we would select the North Americans?
Because then you'd be right.
You would be right, but I selected them because they look so good as of late. Counter-Strike 2 and Complexity have gone hand in hand.
They don't have a Zywoo, but they have an Unleash. They have a Floppy.
And
they
Unleash is a
JT.
closer, dude. Yeah, Unleash is a closer and an elevator.
They're the better team right now. And they just don't have like the same level of individual brand value.
Sure. You know what else they have nowadays? They got a little resilience in
comebacks.
Because that victory over, Astralis yesterday, it's a big deal for guys like Complexity who have lost so many close games in the past 6 to 9 months, for guys who have been blown out of lopsided losses at times, even in recent matchups. And so to get that one under their belt, I'm sure, kind of just reconfirms to them they got what it takes. But Vitality,
they got
to be a whole other beast.
They got Spinks, and he's been amazing so far, the groups.
Lights out. 2.0 rating in his opening map of the event versus Heroic. But here we go. Fast split into the B bomb sites. And it's Mezzi planting the bomb as Flames comes through with the opening frag. Grim's been looking over smoke. Can't quite catch any, and then Flames gets him with the drive-by. So it's only 1 frag here to the favor of Complexity.
He was just holding the best angle right there.
Oh! You love that. Nice shot, but Flames has really been the guy in the pistol with those 2, and he's just dancing on the pillar as Elige gets killed by Zywoo. Vitality will take pistol.
Clean shots. High expectations for Complexity on Anubis. This is a map that they've shown a lot of strength on, but it's not like you can really just dominate Vitality anywhere right now. There's a lot of finding out what they're going to still be good at. But we've seen. Well, I think we're just going to see. We're going to learn a lot still about Vitality in the fall final, because everyone's got limited maps in CS2. I think that's just the bottom line.
That is fair. Again, mentioning those lopsided blowouts, like Complexity are a prime example of a team that's got struggles on certain maps.
Dude, they actually at Sydney, they played this map 5 times. They won it 4 times. 13-8, 13-6, 13-9, 13-9 in their wins versus G2, Betboom, Cloud9, and Monty. So, yeah.
Big scalps.
Insane.
Well, see if Vitality will be their next victim, but for now it is just pistols stacked up in middle. Not investing too much into this, so even getting a single USP kill there for Floppy is one thing. Floppy, somebody we've had to talk about more and more often. He is the prime example of what Elige can do to his teammates, taking him to a career high in impact. And I would put JT in the same boat. Coincidentally, the two players that Elige sits next to. It's got an aura or something.
Yeah, it's emanating from His Highness.
JT always an in-game leader that can put forth a frag or two, but nowadays more so than ever. Had a very, very bad event when they played Thunderpick, the online cup in between Sydney and now. But that was kind of the anomaly, the one-off. And I'm not saying it's JT in a sea of green, but when he's not in the negatives, that's a win as the 5th most talented fragger on your team. Grim eats an early grenade damage as he tried to go peeking out through long B, and so he'll be stuck inside sight on 40 health.
Yeah, JT was amazing in that overpass comeback versus Astralis.
Yeah, 1.22 rating on the series versus Astralis last night.
An inspiration to us all.
Right now we got the triple man set up on A. Elige just tucked to the right of the op of Halzerk. Floppy goes down with nothing. Oh, Zaiwu. Double kill on Elige and Halzerk. That was 3 rifles primed to hold them off on the A play. Oh, Zaiwu. Make it 3 to his name alone. Just like that, A site crumbles. They know Grim's low because of the grenade early on. Vitality making quick work of Complexity's first set of rifles.
They're coming in with this energy that's like, we don't have any games on Anubis right now, but we don't care.
Yep.
We're ready. This was an amazing map for them, definitely in CSGO way back in the day. Can you believe the Paris Major happened in this same year?
Yeah, this is obscene, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obscene, absurd.
Time is definitely a flat circle.
How'd they make it? Yeah, just a little lineup, same burst, made it way too easy. Elige swinging out right into the front of Halzerk. Elige pulling out the Nova. Go off, King.
Skinless Nova.
And yet it's got a name tag.
Yeah.
What a troll.
And it just says Stat Track Nova on it.
Good one, bro.
You don't know the Elige lore. Skinless, hairless.
But overflowing with talent. The best American.
You want to tell them about your new theory for what happens to FaZe and Complexity?
Oh, hold on. One at a time. Oh! I love how cinematic CS2 is with the ragdolls.
Oh my god.
Our better graphics.
See, the next step is to have your camera follow your dead body for the first couple seconds.
Yeah, my theory for the Complexity, so, you know, obviously you guys were sitting in a world where FaZe or Complexity, 2 rosters soon to be owned by the same investors group or however money
Game
works.
Square.
You know, whatever. Money, it grows on trees. And so everybody's thinking that, you know, FaZe gets dropped. Where does FaZe go? And I still think that the FaZe roster will no longer be sponsored by this conglomerate. But what I expect, okay, because everybody thinks that they just keep Complexity and that FaZe CS ceased to exist. But what if they keep the Complexity players and stick them in FaZe jerseys?
Wow, and change.
Right? You own both brands. Would you rather have, I mean, I love Complexity, don't get me wrong, but a set of stars compared to the gamer brand that is FaZe? If you bought the FaZe brand, wouldn't you want your players sitting in that jersey instead?
Otherwise, why are they buying them? Just to remove the best competition? Maybe that's genius too, actually.
Sure.
The only thing that really stopping Complexity at this point.
Yeah. Maybe Falcons could try that approach. Ooh. Sorry, Elige. When he sees that second nade coming, he's like, here we go again.
We'll try again next round.
Tries to swing and dies, so.
Here we go next round with all the money, all the buys.
I think Elige would look good in the red and black phase. Phase floppy? Come on. He's got It's got a ring to it.
We get Spirit, Monacy, oh wait, hold on a second.
Halzerk's open, and he's peeking out mid. Elige puts the smoke into the side of Flames' head. Ooh, and then they open up the window smoke, almost catching Flames in the corner.
That was an interesting timing. That looked like such an easy shot for Halzerk. They walk right into that, so that's a pretty big call out, I'd say. Again, Complexity's anti-strat has stood out a lot.
Ooh, Floppy alone.
Here at the fall final. Wow, what a peek.
JC not ready for that one. Elige tries to crawl out. That confirms. Spinks and Flames trying to crawl towards mid. ZywOo, he's got the floppy trade instantly. Halzerk still trying to hold on to mid for as long as he can. Puts Grim into the clutch, and he only takes 2 damage off the nade. So now ZywOo versus Grim, 1v1. And ZywOo, who was last spotted long A with bomb, goes middle, and Grim's not ready for this one. So ZywOo, presence of mind, pays off as the flawless T-side keeps rolling.
Damn, first bullet. I mean, he knows where Grim is. Grim only sort of feels like he knows where ZywOo is. So pretty big advantage right there. And a good start to the round by Complexity, but then Spinks and Flamesy come through in the mid late. That one's, you know, I really believe that in history, being a strict IGL has never been the answer. Like we've seen IGLs fail being way too strict, overly detailed about different things. But being thorough is, I think, exactly where you want to be. You want to have individuals that know exactly all of the things, the checklist that they need every time they go into a default. But to tell them what to do, try to micro them like it's Counter-Strike has always failed. Like, look at Existence as a good example of like, could call a great round, but then in terms of a tournament or a half, it just couldn't keep it together. Just too many pieces, too many things that could go wrong. But the thorough IGLs, you know, the Glaze, the Kerrigans, that's where the money's at. Like even Snappy was a little bit too strict at first, and then you saw his individuals take more freedoms, and that's where they were the strongest. Absolutely. And when I see Flames, you take a peek like that in mid, I mean, that's not like Apex, like, all right, peek now, right? That's a default that they have working out where Halzerk gets a kill back, and he knows exactly when to take the risk. But you can have a lot of structure and still, at the same time, keep it loose when the time calls for it.
I think you have to. I mean, it's just the nature of the game, right? Variables change so quickly, and there are so many variables to account for.
You've definitely heard the rhetoric of players change, too, from, oh, here's the flow chart, to this is how it feels. Like, this is what feels right to do.
Yep.
And I think after tens of thousands of hours, if you can't trust your feelings and all those things you know about the game, you're going to lose to someone who does. Because you both could have almost the same amount of knowledge, but the guy who's feeling their way through some of these decisions, they're going to make them faster, more decisively, more confident. So, yeah, I think this has got to be a combination of. I think when Blade talked about signing Wonderful, he's like, it's really good that he's like such a young age because he's coming into a team where we've got lots of details to the way that we play CS, and an older mind is less malleable. That's true in all facets of life, right? So improving his game knowledge and then learning the Navi way is like the way that they're going to make the most of this lineup and use Wonderful the best. And I think that's very true for everyone. Like Vitality bringing in Flamesy, they're bringing him in because he's Flamesy.
Yep.
But they also need him to learn how to elevate himself into the tier 1, and he's definitely done that. You know, we talk about a Flamesy that was like young guy who got nervous in some of the big OG matches.
So
Absolutely.
So many times.
Not really thinking about that these days already.
Yeah, I mean, I was always a fan of Flamesy, but the fall off, the moment there was an actual stage, right? We saw it at 2 circuits of Blast 2022.
Sometimes it's just people with enough experience to give you confidence in your decisions. And it looks like Halzerk has peed on his desk.
Happens. Happens to the best of us.
Oh, I meant.
Oh, he
sneezed.
Oh, I think that's worse. I think that's grosser.
Yeah.
Why you need that many napkins for a sneeze, bro?
They're not wearing hazmat suits.
You think maybe a really old snooze came out.
Yeah, they can get toxic at that point.
You fall asleep with a snooze in, you don't always get that thing back.
Wake up with your finger in your butt.
Okay.
Is that the saying?
going back in. Yep, get that out of there.
Gotta get the dust off.
Ooh, keep that one for later.
Is it wireless?
I don't know. But we're all good. An instant TeamSpeak. Here you go. Yep. Yep.
Less is more.
Well, it's a tech pause, so they're not supposed to talk.
True.
There we go.
That was a task you passed. You will not get fined, Vitality. The whole world was watching. You guys were moral when it was the most important.
Back into the action. Let's get at it.
6-0? Since when?
Since the last round ended.
The last time they played in CSGO was a stomp.
Ooh, I'm shocked Alicia's
That's the one they get? Yeah.
Damn, okay.
Wow. I had no idea that flames. What the? I just blinked. I actually blinked and I don't know what happened. Did he shoot at something?
No, he just shot.
Okay.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Where's my damn keystone?
Spink's just going to find Grim sliding out. When you say that the last time they met, it was a blowout.
Yeah.
You got numbers?
It was like there was a 16-1 at the Blast Ball groups. It was CSGO, so it was a long time ago. But yeah, there was a little bit of Vitality. Last time they had a great time playing against Complexity type of energy. It's giving Stomp.
Well, I think it'd be really cool if Vitality show up with a new player and just continue to, get back into winning ways. Complexity, albeit off of the back of a grand finals on LAN at their last event, which was an awesome run for them and a new height for this team. It's not like anybody sat here and kind of claims that they are consistent. A little beaten from Vitality who show up. Because obviously FaZe on one side of the bracket, already locked into the semifinals as things have gone. Cloud9 exceeding expectations and giving them a real run for their money earlier today.
Yeah.
But, in classic FaZe fashion, they continue that streak. The comeback kings. Over here on this side, it's like based on recent results, you'd think Complexity Sydney did not look good for Vitality, and yet stepping it up a notch early. Quick work versus Heroic. 7 rounds in.
ZywOo 8-0.
And I think ZywOo needs a 8-0. I think ZywOo needs a big pop-off. A vintage ZywOo performance. A CSGO ZywOo performance.
Yeah, I'm actually not on the same page as the analysts here because yesterday when we casted their game, I thought ZywOo played better than his stats, not worse. So I was watching a different game personally.
That's fair, but I just want to see big numbers ZywOo. Okay. I don't even care if they're impactful kills. I need a big old 1.5 out of ZywOo.
There's definitely going to be a scale down, though, right? His ratings are always high, but it's always like a very clean KD. But in CSGO, it wasn't like 30 and 15 every game. It was 20 and 10.
Sure.
It was 22 and
yeah, he's kind of like a bit of a sleeping giant.
1.61 rating type of thing. Because you saw it. Vu posted that 6-month period where he was like comparing the eco kills. He gets none.
Oh.
He only kills you if you're a worthy opponent. You've got a good gun in your hands, rifle, armor. Otherwise, he doesn't even fight you. He gives that to Spinks.
I didn't see that. I have Vu muted.
That's why you're so happy.
I'll go take a look. Complexity taking a look at a first round win as they smoke off Long B and remain within A site with 3. Again, this is kind of typical. Looking to maybe get Floppy locked into Long. Grim's going to have his hands full, and he's already having a hard time juggling the first 7 rounds. 1-6. JT, his closest support, 1-6. But Hulzerk moves that op over fast enough to post up for the cross. 30 seconds to the clock. We got Mezzy down in dark. 3 players looking to push. So it's this pillar position out of Grim that could be big. Flash is fantastic, and JT off of the plat gets his kill. They're taking shots at Grim, but he's doing a great job of just not exposing himself to the E-Box player. Well positioned from Grim. 2 kills to his name. Mezzi wants the trade, eventually gets there, but Halzerk's ready, and Complexity do post their first.
A very nice hold, very nice from Grim right there. It's one, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's a start. First one's the hardest. I think that obviously Rain called it the easy side. I actually don't know where people stand right now with Anubis. It was definitely one of the two T-sided maps in CSGO towards the end. But they did pull off such a big comeback on that CT. I'll check for Complexity.
Hey, where's that come from? A little dark smoke through the roof. It's raining nades. Oh. Spinks almost got a leash there, but he's got the cover of the corner, so he'll sit pretty on 63 HP. Man, we've seen Floppy set up, but right now he's very much alone, Mo. And he's got 3 players coming at him right here, unannounced. Yeah, he's gonna get caught sleeping at the wheel. And then even his support in Elige is blinded, so that just takes everything away. The consistency in the 3-player A stack out of Complexity was probably meant to get ahead of that round right there. But the one time Floppy's on his own and not tucked into long, Vitality hit it for their 8th round win.
They do rely on Floppy. He'll be alone a lot inside that site, so that's a nice find out of Mezzi. Yeah, when it comes to their T side, 59%, their CT is 58%, so it might have been sort of Rain tongue-in-cheek, like, hey, we got this, and then they still won the 3 rounds. But in terms of actual comfort, I would like to know. I would like to know what they think. Yeah, like, FaZe are still at 60% T rounds compared to 53 on CT.
Okay.
On Anubis, but a couple of games are mixed in with CSGO here, but still. In summation, this score line is fine.
Yeah, not if you ask Complexity. Tell that to Jason Lake.
Just one more magical comeback on the horizon.
One off. Bit of extra cash in the back pockets. Only Floppy with the rebuy. Thus far, Vitality just doing as they damn well please. Halzerk into mid, and Elige looking to support Floppy. Again, getting him tucked into long is I feel like, the setup more often than not. That's a fantastic nade.
Good as it gets, really. Oh, timing here for Grim. They run right through his smoke.
Ooh, but he gets behind his pillar.
Oh,
Mezzi
man.
still with the headshot, but they are low. Maybe
He just jumped
JT
on
cleans up.
Oh, they missed their molly.
That'll help Complexity for sure. Buy a little time. Floppy gets the attack from the back and then just sulks back into the A site. Halzerk dropping some util as well.
Yeah, resmoke comes in so they can reset at least. This might be a gift for the CT side, especially missing their mollies. Did they do it again? I'm not sure. They're going to hear the Floppy rotation, actually. I think this actually means they turned to A. It was the audible. It was Apex on the other side of the door.
Oh, damn.
Look at this.
I'm looking.
We've got the mass exodus from outside of the B site. The migration over into A. There's just no stopping Vitality, and it's because Floppy gave it away and had no idea, because what was Apex doing here this late into the round? It was a perfect place to be, it seems like.
Just licking doorknobs. Hanging out.
Well, now it's Complexity in the glue factory.
Yep. The great pilgrimage to the A bomb site goes swimmingly for Vitality. And, I don't think this one's very close. 9-1. Easy as you like. Vitality coming in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like at times that A site has been stacked appropriately, but it's not aligning in the rounds that Vitality actually follow through with the A commit.
Mm-hmm.
The one time at the start of the half where we had Halzerk, Elige, and Floppy actually get gunfights, I mean, that was ZywOo just tearing through 3 players. So ZywOo's 10-2 at the moment. Been pretty instrumental. 10 rounds deep in this half. We've been live for about 17 minutes.
Zaiwu was a literal instrument. Which one would he be?
He would be an organ. Like a church organ.
Okay.
Not like an internal organ.
Because of his commanding presence in the room, no matter what room he walks into.
You need to win some rounds, just to let you know.
Dude, you gotta love Apex because he's friendly even to his opponents. Just some nice advice, friendly reminder.
It is. Yeah, yeah.
A gentle nudge.
Hey guys, you need 13 rounds to win the game. One is not enough. By the way, I'm 3-7. My upper's better than yours.
What instrument would Halzerk be? Banjo.
Banjo. Sure, banjo. Also commanding. Grim looking to trade frag to Dark, but Halzerk actually picks up the counter pick, and there we go. It slides through. Man advantage to Complexity.
Yeah, all right. That's a nice move. Now, they're going to be insecure about mid. I think they need to... I feel like they need, see Apex coming forward into mid. This is the one avenue that could actually work sort of well, but they've got that watched at least from the A site, so that's nice. They've got a hard line to cut this off. Now, the flank to the B site, however, is a little bit more perilous. They run by, Elise does not hit the shot, and now they surround two people. Pressure on Halzerk, pressure on Grim.
And Apex just sprinting over to that B bomb site. He is a man on a mission.
They figured out the correct play. The bomb's still stuck in mid, but the bomb can actually go to A. I'm not joking.
But it's not going to. Oh my god, they've unraveled it.
Round. That's crazy.
But nobody covering Dark, so Floppy, he's gonna get a smoke up. Flings has just enough time to plant. Oh my god, they've finagled a bomb plant out of all of this. Okay, Apex, I mocked you, and now I'll shut up, because that's such a nice... I mean, the cross in middle, and that click in his mind to just run now, only chance, go.
And now Floppy, no chance. Look at this double push over towards main. How is he going to figure this out? Almost impossible.
God.
Almost impossible.
He's going to be so obnoxious when this call works. Floppy back turn, dies to Apex, who doubles his kills in this round.
So it's his info.
Yeah.
This round, he just walks up the bridge. They left the gap for him.
Yeah, and banking on Elise from A, right, to hold it?
It can be that Elise shot, but as you saw, it comes down to that shot. They get by, and even though he gets the info, that's not enough. The 2-op slows him down as well.
What's crazy there, though, is like, Grim's still playing a position as if it was never going to be a CT spawn flank.
I think, yeah, that's very fair. I think it was a little bit too static.
Is there a possibility that
it didn't evolve based on the info?
Surely Elise sees the cross.
Elise shot.
Yeah, he shot. Yeah, right.
No,
well, so did Halzerk earlier, but that was at nothing too, you know?
Yeah, that op is defective.
Ops just be shooting.
Just Jarhead out here.
Just working on a budget.
Still shooting.
10-1.
Yeah. The bad guys are up.
Don't talk about the French that way. I love that interview with Apex where he's like, you know, there's one bad thing about Mezzi. He's English. But we're never going to fix that. It's like, this is the one chance we have to bridge the gap between France and the UK, and Apex instantly just twists the knife. All right, Bo. Gonna pop open the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll see Flamesy, but it is Apex to the instant headshot. It's the Dark players to push out, and it's the bomb picked up soon enough. Alicia's flank is good, but nice headshot out of Spinks, his 7th of the map.
There's just no chance, is there?
Nope, there's not.
This is crazy. I mean, this is
crazy.
A slaughter.
Complexity was crazy once. Okay, bro. JT, you've done nothing wrong, and yet you're dead again. 3 and 9 for JT. It's a clutch attempt. It's a Hail Mary from Hulzer. Ooh, gets the leg shot, but ZywOo's had a hell of a half. And Vitality, they don't even break a damn sweat.
At this time, we'll be chatting to two lovely gentlemen. There's a connection between the three of us. We've got Mezzy and S-Tag. Gentlemen, how are you, first of all?
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Rostermania, as they call it. How exciting. You're both part of it.
Yep.
Both experiencing it. What's been the standout roster move for you so far?
I mean, the most shocking surely has to be like the NAVI project, right? I would say that came as a bit of a surprise.
I think for me it would be Cloud9 as well, like Shiro going.
That was mine.
I think that was quite surprising, at least. I thought they would make a change, but definitely not him. And also bringing in Boomich, I think, who's
bringing in Boomich,
who's not an AWPer as well. So, but we played against him online.
Not known to be an AWPer, but he's doing like secondary AWP.
Yeah, and Perfecto was AWPing as well.
Perfecto and Boomich. I guess like it just seems like in CS2 right now, it just feels like everyone's just like, just see how it goes. There's only a couple of events left just to see how it goes. Everyone seems to be having a crack at the AWP. What do you think of that Cloud9 roster, seeing as that's where we came from? Like underwhelming, I suppose. They've been given more time than us, but they've been given this big roster change, which doesn't seem to make sense. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think they're doing pretty good with what they have right now. But then again, it's hard to say what's going on in the team, right? And what their plan is with the op and stuff.
Some exciting news recently.
Yep.
For both of you. You guys are back on teams. Everyone's looking good. You're looking great in the black and yellow.
Thanks.
How does that feel, bro? Like, what a massive move.
That feels good. I think finally getting, like, obviously I would have thought it would have happened with like Fnatic, like getting into a team that's maybe going to push for titles and stuff, and obviously that was sad it didn't happen, but now getting my chance with a team that's obviously already done it, and hopefully I can just add to it and really push on. But now it's feeling good to be in this position at least.
Yeah, this is a blockbuster move, bro. Like replacing Magisk as well. Like he's one of the goats in your position, I suppose. So how's that feel moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's always going to be, I guess, pressure joining a new team, but I think obviously replacing someone like Magisk who's won everything there is obviously a bit different. But I think overall, I think I can fulfill the position
I think
and the role.
It's an inspiring prospect for you. A chance to really prove yourself and like not have to worry about, like in Fnatic there was always like compromises. It seems like there's been a few of those in the past projects you've been part of.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like I said, everything's there for me to succeed, and now I don't have to like compromise or switch roles. It's down to me now to just like make sure that I can perform and definitely feel confident within this team and the players around me. So I can't really complain with the players around me.
Guys, good luck in the tournament. It's been fun.
Thank you.
This is the first time the Colossus has come back together. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, come
One big. Dog. He's mullet.
I'm coming in, mullet.
Just take your knife, shoot. Take your knife. Let's do it.
I'm gonna press
Cave.
Planting city.
One more.
I'm holding with you.
Nice. Good job, Dan.
Yeah. Great moment from Vitality because they won every round, whatever.
Yeah,
that must have been so hard to find. Production. Very special.
Complexity
Amazing.
fans.
We get it. They're European and so are you.
I think Complexity fans should be ecstatic.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't 12-0.
Fair enough.
So it could have been worse.
It could have been worse, and it's not over.
Till it's over.
But
it's almost over.
It is almost over.
Yeah, it's almost over. For now. Map 1, 3-map series.
Complexity picked it.
Semifinals on the line, so it'd be very, very dominant if Vitality can just close this one out, get straight to the semis. It would suddenly seem like FaZe have a new competitor, right? Because they've faced, obviously, Complexity in a grand finals, Mao's in a grand finals, and neither of those teams, I mean, Complexity brought it close, but it's like, is Vitality their next challenger? If this is the form that they're going to follow through with, sign me up. It's a retake demanded of Vitality. And the dual Berettas will keep it going. JT, Elige, one apiece. And Elige has got the pillar to try to play behind, but Flamesy closes that gap. And Spinks on the reload, not fast enough with the trade. No kit currently in play. will finish Elige, but just doesn't have the time to defuse this. So, it's not over till it's over.
But it's close. All right. They could make this T-side, and it's not going to be like overpass, surely. It could be, though. It is sort of T-side. I don't know, man. It's not overpass in CS2. It's not. I'm mulling over my thoughts live. I'm debating myself. Coping.
Yeah, what is life, really?
Mm-hmm.
You know? What is life? Why am I in Denmark?
I feel like Complexity just needs like some bigger guys. Like, physically.
Physically bigger.
Yeah.
Well, they used to have Blame F, and that didn't work well.
Yeah, that's true.
Zywoo's got the scout frag, so a pistol round win suddenly doesn't mean much. You took a peek into B, you paid the piper. The price? Your life. And then you died to an MP9 in the hands of Spinks as well, so Elige is on a solo mission out middle, and Floppy's hoping that the bomb can come and join him for an A hit. An A split.
When Connor gets bored, he starts rhyming.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Call that a slant rhyme.
Molly here for Floppy. See if the player in sight can stop it all. Elige, well-timed with the mid-play, got past the mid-hold, takes some shot to the back. Mezzi's gonna try to chase him, jumping MP9. Ugh. And then Zywoo's scout headshot to start it and end it and take all that momentum right back.
I don't think MR16 really changes this as that much.
No, I don't think so either. I think Vitality just looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Woo!
There was something about... You know that Apex has his mic open because sometimes he flips his mic up, but most of the time he forgets to at all.
If I was his teammate, I would have him at like -10 decibels.
Just have an Apex mute.
Oh, they're trying this, huh? Y'all gonna go for the age-old A-rush? Well, it gets them one frag at the very least, but the molly separates the next two, and the rotates are already coming out of camera. Smoke for Heaven's great. You're gonna have everybody stood right here in the open, but you gotta win duels with pistols. And I hate to break it to you, champs, that ain't gonna happen. You stink. Floppy, done, as it's a 13-2 close for Vitality. It's a best of 3. It could be a long night. Or is this a Vitality that's gonna hit the ground running? Mezzi, a welcome addition, and Zywoo with a hell of a pop-off. Complexity, yeah, tough pill to swallow, but it's Nuke up next.
Yeah, Vitality full steam ahead and Complexity simply left in the dust. We're talking one round on that CT half, doesn't really get any better on the T side of things. And Vitality, they looked so in control from beginning to end of their opponent's map pick of Anubis.
When Vitality just let the time bleed, it always felt like they got the better of Complexity. Very well drilled. The individuals, as they were creeping across the map, were consistently finding ways to get back into rounds. There were some good mid-round calls on top of that. And I mean, Vitality needed Zywoo to show up in this tournament. Well, he has. That was a great performance from him on map number 1 of the series.
Yeah, and when we look at it, we were taking a look a little bit closer at the stats of what exactly Zywoo was posting up. Just 2 kills with the AWP, and you were kind of saying, you know, he needs to become a bit more of a flexible player in terms of picking up the rifle more, because he's damn good at it. And obviously with this kind of new meta, obviously the new update has buffed the AWP a little bit, but we've seen him picking up the rifle and doing a really good job with it here on Anubis.
I think there was actually a case at the end of CSGO that of all people that could be a hybrid, Zywoo would have been the #1 option. And yeah, only 2 op kills throughout this entire thing. We're going to see those shots right here, but the rest come in with the rifle, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, okay, I am mistaken. It's a scout. He got a couple with scouts as well.
Yeah, we got to add that in there on the CT side.
I will say that one thing I really did love about Vitality, beyond just the fact that Zywoo had a pop-off moment there, was the mid-rounding. When Complexity, even when they found some advantages, they were not able to close out because of just how well oiled the B machine is.
Yeah, should we take a look at an example of that? We've got round number 11 queued up. If you're an NACS fan, maybe time to close your eyes now, because yeah, as you said, Complexity coming in with the man advantage, still can't close it out versus Vitality.
Right, we see the positions are fairly strong for Vitality here. Yeah, they get one to open things up, but this is a 3v4 deficit for Vitality. And instead of just kind of running headfirst into it, what they're going to do is use the entire clock. They had a minute left there. They walk through mid. They actually get a player across in Apex. And Apex, sometimes he just throws caution to the wind. This time it worked out. He's able to find the flank kill onto Grim. He's putting so much pressure on a Halzer from multiple angles, and there's just only so much that Halzer can do. They turn the advantage now into their favor. 2v2. They know the position of Floppy at this point, and it's a matter of just playing out this post plan. Apex a little bit lucky through the smoke, and yeah, Floppy, he's just got no hope in hell at that point.
I simultaneously love it and hate it when Apex gets away with murder like that, because there's so many times where it doesn't pay off and so many times where it's a detriment, right?
So many times he just runs out like that and the guy's just holding the angle like, what did you think was gonna happen? But Complexity, the problem is that they were in such a deficit that they were playing that round to not lose. In so many other instances where we've seen Complexity do well, especially at Sydney, even when they had the advantage, they would have forward positions, they would sometimes go for a flash peek somewhere, but that time it was just 2 players on opposite bomb sites, 4 total, where they're just kind of turtling. They're just kind of holding back. They're saying, I don't want to ruin this round because we finally have an advantage. And then Vitality says, okay, you're going to give us all that space. We're a tier 1 team. We know how to use it.
Yeah, give him an inch, and Vitality certainly took the mile and the mile again, and another one on top of that. So for Complexity, it's a complex situation, if you pardon the pun, because we're now looking forward to Nuke, obviously the pick of Vitality coming into things, and I'm left wanting more, desiring way more, considering what we saw them doing in their game just yesterday, pulling off one of the most monumental comebacks we've seen in CS2 thus far. And they seemed like they were more energized then. And this one, they just felt, I don't know, they felt a bit flat for my money.
It didn't feel like the game plan was netting them anything. There were so many moments where Complexity actually had a player in an advanced position, and then Vitality just slowly jiggled around the corners and let their personnel do the talking. So many 1v1, 50-50 engagements going the way in the mid-round of Vitality, and that's something where you can see the personnel difference, the class difference, you may say, in terms of when it was Grim versus Spinks, it was a 50-50 fight, Spinks comes out on top. ZywOo against someone like Elige, ZywOo comes out on top. There's just so many moments like that, and there's only so much you can do even with good positioning.
Yeah, and it meant that we didn't get to see, you know, Floppy get unlocked, Elige as well, putting up the numbers that we know he can post, and JT as well. Obviously, he's got a lot more on his shoulders than the average other players around him, but that was something that really impressed me yesterday, the kind of individual form, and something that I thought we were going to be seeing a little bit more consistently from Complexity, just looking at their history in CS2.
You would have expected that, and one thing that is a little bit tough to work with when you're looking at Vitality for a team like Complexity is that they've got a good staff behind them. They've got a coach, they got an assistant coach, the JT's got a good mind himself, Elige is going to be giving a lot of input, but there's only so much footage for Vitality. That's kind of what's scary about them, and why actually when I look at the rest of this tournament, Vitality, if they win this, they kind of weirdly out of nowhere become sort of a dark horse where it's that in Sydney, they came in last place.
Yes.
They came in last place, and that's basically anything anybody has seen of this team. And yesterday against Heroic 2, they basically played against a pug, so they didn't really have to show too much in terms of just overall play style and the strategies that they have. And now they've got a new player. It's really hard for a team that seems very prep-focused like Complexity to actually put together a strong game plan versus a team they're just flying in the dark against.
Yeah, we're talking about just a 6-map sample size, only 2 of those with Mezzi actually, you know, fully in the Vitality roster, and things looking only upwards for Vitalities. We will be moving on to their map pick. That is going to come down to Nuke. It's a map we've seen before. It's a map that maybe we know a little bit more to expect from the side of Vitality. It's coming up after this break.
X-Taz, you were coaching Vitality before, then you've now come back to him. A lot has changed, right? But I want to see, how does it feel for you in terms of Apex being in-game leader and his development?
Actually, except the language, it's almost the same for me, because after 1 month, I can say easily, I understand everything, what he wants to do about anti-strat, preparation of the game, or just create some strategy. So, of course, maybe 2 or 3 different things maybe about code, about mid-round maybe, but overall it's almost the same.
Does he feel different as a leader in any way? Can you sense a change in him?
He's more calm than before, for sure. Okay. But I think it's pretty easy. No, I think he improved a lot on this part. I was really impressive yesterday because he was really calm, even though we had 2 free rounds really bad. We misunderstood, but yeah, overall he improved a lot about this part, definitely.
And for you, in terms of how you work together, has that gone back to being exactly the same? Are you trying to implement something different? Is there any inspiration taken from Zonic when he had his time with him? How is this looking for Vitality?
Right now I try to observe a lot, to see if it's different. You know, the system is not only in-game leader and coach, because in the past with French roster, I had to do a lot of things, a lot of job. Now I think players are different. We have star players in the team. They do a lot of things. So just try to figure out what is the best things to do, especially to get a good balance between players and game leader and me. And of course, I have Matt, the assistant coach. So it's pretty easy for me to work right now. I can already give some advice, add new things, but it's not like a big change because, as you know, there are 4 players already in the team. So sometimes it's not easy because you can feel, the chemistry and you're still a new guy, but it's still okay at the moment.
Well, Apex apparently a lot better at tempering those emotions than the last time him and X-Taz were united under Vitality, and he's going to have to keep full focus going forward, as it is Nuke obviously the pick of Vitality coming into things. If we're reflecting upon that game yesterday versus Heroic, there's a star that definitely shines incredibly bright for me, and that was Spinks. We're talking about a man in 19 rounds, he's able to get 27 kills, posting up a 2.0 rating. He was just instrumental in the Vitality game plan. Is he going to be able to get away with the same antics today, though, Maui?
I doubt it in some ways, although I think that we've already seen a bit of Vitality flexing some of their individual prowess in this game versus Complexity. Zywoo looked fantastic, and Spinks yesterday, he was feasting upon the fact that Heroic just couldn't trade to save their life. Like, every single duel felt like it was a 50-50 one-on-one, and so I do imagine that Complexity is going to be playing a little bit better as a unit than what Spinks was against yesterday, and so he's not going to just get that easy 1v1 fight repeatedly, and if he does, then that is actually, that's going to say some bad things about Complexity.
Okay, so what's Complexity got to do to kind of, earn your respect back? Because Anubis, that was pretty dire straits from them. Where should they be focusing on coming into Nuke?
So what I loved from Complexity yesterday when they played against Astralis, obviously on some different maps, is that they were in the faces of Astralis. They were going for plays, they were trying to take space, and when they were able to do that, that actually threw such a wrench into the plans of Astralis. I don't think that'll be as simple. There are better personnel on the side of Vitality than Astralis, but it's simply that you don't want to play on your heels. When we highlighted the round from the previous game on the CTE side, even when they had a man advantage and they played back at the bomb sites, it was too easy for Vitality to take advantage of that. They need to hold that ground. They need to take space. They need to play on their own terms. They need to fight in the faces of Vitality, because if you just kind of let Vitality have the whole map, we know what's going to happen.
So is this potentially a chance for, Complexity to maybe be poking and prodding where Mezzi's obviously finding himself holding on Nuke now? We didn't obviously get to see too much of the CT side of Vitality back on Anubis, but if you're coming onto this ground, how do you expect him to kind of be handling this setup coming out of Vitality?
Well, I do think that when it comes to Complexity's game plans as a whole, they do very frequently opt to try to, if they lose that space outside, which Elige will be responsible for, they do like to take some lobby control after that. And that's when they're going to have to deal with people like Spinks, sometimes Mezzi as well. And so I don't really think that there's an easy answer to that question, Freya. If I were game planning for Complexity in this one, I'd be a little bit stumped. And I think that one thing, when we look at these map stats, needs to be made clear. This was a punish pick from Vitality. They are picking the weakest map by statistics for Complexity. They've lost this map 3 times in a row since CS2 has started, losing to FaZe, losing to Spirit, and losing to Mouse. And Vitality, for my money, they're on the level, if not higher, than some of those teams that I just mentioned.
Yes, I think that's where it's going to be kind of strugglesome for Complexity to be pushing back into this one. Is this man like a 2-0 then for you, where you think Vitality are coming out too strong and hot in this match?
Complexity will look better on this map than they did on Anubis. That you can bet money on. But I do think that Vitality take it here.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it goes down as a spot at the semi-finals is on the line. Maybe time for Mezzy to make history. I don't know. Connor, Mo, are we going to be seeing a Brit finally make it into the Royal Arena?
A Brit in the Royal Arena? Freya, we've already got the most talented British person in the Royal Arena. We get you.
You.
Every year, Freya. Gotta kiss a little ass because honestly, they're gonna get this prediction right, and I don't want them to steal one of our lives.
Ooh, very smart.
Yeah, Mezzy could be making history tonight. That is, yes, a possibility. But, you know, Complexity, they get blown out on certain maps in certain series and still manage to make things competitive. Is this gonna be one of those? I don't know. This is a very hot-handed Vitality, a starkly improved Vitality from IEM Sydney to now, and a Vitality that could just be looking at that semi-final spot like it's already theirs. But there is still nuke between them and that. Let's get it on.
They sent the tempo of the first round on map 1 and just didn't let off, so let's see if they keep going.
Well, Leash kills Zywoo. That's a start.
Good start.
He gets killed outside. It's an all-in ramp hit. Shadow for Floppy. Gets away from him. JT also only able to get himself 1. But it maintains the man advantage thanks to Elijah's opening kill. And Flames down to just 15 health.
Let's see if they can make this one a little bit more interesting.
They have at least gotten 2 players stuck downstairs. For now.
Yeah, but... yeah. So I don't know if they're going to stick like this. I mean, I think they can decide to double flank, but they don't... oh, they have control door open. Okay. Because Grim may need some assistance soon. The attack comes back towards A. These timings, Complexity have been very good at finding.
Grim's looking a little sketch, though. He keeps looking at heaven.
Imagine they drop vent off this. Oh my god. That would just be too... oh my god.
Oh, no way.
My.
As Elige goes hell and Halzert's on
go
ramp.
Upstairs, we're dropping, and they can cross on this timing, right? No, okay, they don't.
Oh, that could have been. Woo! Still got a little bit of legs. 1 HP of a leg. More like a toe. And Flames, well, you think you're going to plant, but Grim's right here to stop it. So all is good. But yeah, that could have gotten out of hand.
They almost made a timing for them to cross onto the site. That's crazy.
So no bomb plant. Pistol win for Complexity. Good way to start this CT side endeavor.
They're playing snakes and ladders.
Damn, he's got an Among Us.
That
is what that is, right?
Yeah, it is humongous. We're 12.
It was green. JT, NoobTube, ready to rock.
I'd have a condom on its head. What was that?
I don't know, man. I love working with you, though. Glock's up. Deagle for Flamesy. We're going to play the waiting games. Iwo's got his hands off his keyboard. He's like, come on, Apex, get to the point.
When you know an MF hit rock bottom.
Yeah. Meanwhile, JT's sweating bullets, ready for the swarm that's coming his way.
Grim's about to break his mouse right now.
But hey, it's your round to take as much time as you want. You got the Deagle outside. Ooh, Grim has fallen off. That's going to give him a little info, but Elige deals with the Deagle. Another one. Just like that. 3 headshots.
Hell yeah.
A 4th, perhaps? No. Sphinx ain't getting away. No plant.
That's nice. That's a page out of Simple's book right there. Well, that's not even, I mean, I think Hiko was the original guy to do NoobTube upper.
God. It's the shotgun plus the new blood effects that really just it's quite something.
You know, I think I like actually not the what would you call it? Not like the lens flare, but when you shoot a bullet, that like big spark in front of your barrel.
Your muzzle flash.
Muzzle flash from op shots. I feel like it looks more dramatic now.
Sure, like firing a cannon.
Yeah, I like that.
I was reading the... Oh, hold on. Nade outside. We get a little bit of a pressure on a leash to have him fall back. And that's going to be the beckoning call for Halzerk to come take a peek out a secret. But by the time he gets there, Flamesy could just fall off the roof. We'll see if he decides to stick around or... Yeah. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Tags Halzerk for 53. Was that a headshot through the floor?
Yeah, he had a floor banged his head.
Damn, Halzerk, he doesn't need that right now. JT going to keep up the pressure with the shotty. 50 seconds. Still some util to play off of. We got the JT incendiary that could go down hut. Okay, little flick shot onto Spinks into the AK.
Fair enough. I was almost mad that worked.
And Halzerk picks up the Zywoo frag. So this versus guns is going great for Complexity. MP9 off of the top of the hut, making money while they will have free upgrades. Assuming they're able to close this 5 versus 2. There are remnants of Vitality just both stalled out inside a hut. No trade out of Floppy immediately, but you'll get a second servings and Grim off of the top. Sure enough, an AK to grab as Complexity start this 3-0.
Maui said that it was going to be better than Nubis. He's already right.
That's true.
So I guess we'll see. We'll just try to find out how much more. Damn, Mezzi's really lurched over there, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely... You're gonna... You have like these little jelly donuts between your spine, and they can rupture.
Okay.
So that's all I want to say.
Do they taste good?
If I could eat my own ass, I'd tell you.
Halzerk looking for that heaven contact again, but it doesn't seem there. We got pistols. Only pistols and a single flash. Okay. All right. Apex is going to think he's so good for months off that one.
Oh, and Mezzi, he can join the club.
No way. 2 Eagle kills. A missed off shot from Halzerk. He'll recover, but now it's Spinks up. Don't lose bomb.
Oh no, but Apex is still coming.
And JT hasn't turned around. He's completely lost track of this.
There's still one on the ramp though. Halzerk's overcommitting a little bit, and then wait a second, how does that happen? Apex.
I preferred the first shot. Luckily, he's got teammates that still pick up kills.
They still can win the round. They don't know about any rotation lower.
Grim sat inside the control windows.
I feel like they want to go back upstairs with no nades, no control side, but it looks like they're going to go back. They're going to commit down here.
Watch him go back to lobby and then drop vent again. It's too tantalizing. You can see the sight. You're out of it. Oh, the Grim hanging on with 12 HP, but the nade's going to find him. The homing missile connects as he attempts to run away.
That was such a nice nade. One step ahead to catch that ball back.
Flamesy messing with him. Apex with that nasty deagle as the smoke was blown away. And then
that's all that happened.
You know, the nasty deagle for the other reason. The one that just didn't quite finish JT, who's now taking another player with him. But the bomb's going to get him at this point. So he has to make it to T-spawn or CT spawn, and that just ain't going to happen. So now this is where if you're Apex, you hope you have selective memory. And you just remember the first one. This bad boy right there.
Damn.
What a shot. Mezzi's simultaneously on the other side of the map. This one you don't need to worry about.
No.
Nice. One.
He only did that to be more relatable to the general audience.
Yep. Well, he's going to be peeved that he was on the receiving end of that first one dig.
It's definitely annoying when that's what happens to your round.
Well, then don't let it happen.
Don't let it happen, I guess.
Yeah,
Don't
seems
get
pretty
the,
simple, don't you think?
Sometimes it is where you're standing. It's your fault. It's not even like, oh, the rotation wasn't there. Maybe you shouldn't have been standing there. Sometimes you get degged. It's all in a day's work. You're playing against some really good players. You know, Alige is the Aim Lab's god of complexity. I think Flop is actually quite good at that too.
Okay.
But Mezzi is Aim Lab's god of vitality. There's a YouTube video back on the Cloud9 Colossus on their YouTube channel where you can see Mezzi pop off versus the red balls.
Holzer can't blink. Staying strained. Had support, still does in fact. It's Floppy's 5-7, but the muzzle flash right there gives way that Mezzi's coming around the corner. So Holzer hits the first one, smokes himself off as if he's completely retreated, but it still leaves Floppy with a nice amount of lobby control. Just tucked on trophy, waiting.
Oh man, it's a great use of the 5-7. Puts him in close range. They're unlikely to molly this out.
All got close.
Oh man, that massive. Floppy's gonna write a wall on Twitter.
Oh God.
There's gonna be an absolute scripture coming on Twitter because of that shadow. That's crazy. That is crazy.
The LEDs in the vending machine are only 600 nits, but seeing as it's a northwestern facing machine, there should not...
Oh no.
Shot.
The first op shot of every round is
a blank.
Let's just skip it, yeah.
Yeah, bomb plant as well, deep sight, so this one's looking good for Vitality. Off of the back of the Floppy frag, they take all of ramp down to lower, and there was nobody there to stop him. Alicia's coming late down ramp, though. Could unravel this post-plant. Player up on rafters.
He got a kill?
That's crazy.
Of course he still would.
Zaiwu looking for the next shadow plays to his favor. Alige, gets clapped.
You see that, Maui?
Zaiwu just turns and snaps it, and Halzerk, well, now just looking to get this op out of dodge. Not gonna happen. 3 alive for Vitality as they unravel the trophy setup. He was on that trigger finger, a little scared.
Yeah.
Floppy jumped the gun.
Damn, it's after this, dude. You think Zaiwu... there's a shadow there coming out of control too. That's not too good.
There's also a shadow on the if you're in control windows,
yeah,
and you're about to jump on the panel.
Yeah.
Shadow along the windowsill that you can see from inside ramp. There's so many shadows. If you're in dark and somebody is in the front of the bomb site, there's a shadow on the bottom of the rafters because it comes from the water underneath. There's all sorts of crazy lights going down on that B site, dude.
If I wanted
some zany
If I wanted
stuff.
this game to be more realistic, I'd just go outside, okay? So, what just happened?
Grim and Floppy died.
All right.
AK's just chewed through what was a 2-man hut push. Hut. And there's a third one in there too. Elite dropped to 50 health. Trying to soften him up. Quick little peek through Squeaky, but JT's not really going to get much done as Apex
Here it
wraps
is,
around
the
main.
sneaky snake. He tells him it's top hut. They just clear the rest of it. They don't have to look up.
Yeah, they're still honed in on him. Alige thinks he's got him tricked, but presence of mind out of Vitality to tie this game up 3 apiece, as quick as can be. Zaiwu not missing now. 4 beautiful op frags in the last 2 rounds.
And that's the round wrapped. So close. So it starts, does it start with those 2 Deagle kills that happen? Outside? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then no looking back?
Nope. 3 in a row.
They just be like, now I love the shape of this half so far. I think is the call. Keep going. For complexity, they don't have to think too much about it. Just time to get back on track. No op to use in this round, but who cares? You know, they're not having the best day right now. I don't think he's feeling great at the moment. So
that jump,
that jump is messed
that jump's
up.
gotten so much harder.
It's messed up on the curvature of that pipe, and that could be a sub-tick problem. It's definitely a 64-tick problem. Hopefully, it can be fixed, but that's something I'm not looking forward to doing for 10 years.
Oh
my god, that was heat-seeking.
Beautiful nade out of Halzer.
Go, Hallie.
Hey, I got the man advantage back as well, but that Apex catches the headshot. Halzerk doesn't tuck into cover. And he gets there.
Okay. This is looking like a death match right now.
Do you say GG when the deathmatch ends?
That ain't me, bro.
No? Oh.
That ain't you.
Yeah, I try to cultivate a sense of community.
No, dude.
Yeah.
You're trolling. I know you're trolling. Even if you actually do it, I know you're trolling. Don't say otherwise.
Do they check him?
He could smell him a little bit.
Grim just hanging out.
You know Spinks is going to clear everything, right?
I don't think he is.
Look at that.
He didn't.
I think this is actually a very normal spot he could be. So, and they kind of overlap in their positions. Grim can help them get out of vent, so that's a normal setup.
Apex looking for the fight, but yeah, Grim's also ready for it. Confirmed that Spinks is in sight. He already used his Molotov for Heaven, so it's going to be Floppy and Grim side by side out of Squeaky side. Whoa, Spinks.
Whoa.
That first one's crazy clean.
Yeah.
But Grim, nice double in a 2 versus 2. We'll go ahead and get Complexity back into their lead.
And that's why, even if they might know you're there, it's still a good position. Like, if they approached him from lobby side, it's hard to kill him. You could see they were clearing that angle slowly from far out in the site. It's still a good way to fight, and it helps your teammate get out of Squeaky, and it helps you rotate down if you absolutely need to, and it defends the rotation down if you're the only one there, so.
ZywOo caught sleeping. Didn't even have a gun out. Just knifing the air. Clean trade from Grim. Walking back in. I am surprised they didn't go clear that corner on Squeaky, though, to try and get Grim out of there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they could have just not fought it as well.
Yep.
Let him go to somewhere new to fight. Also, not sure if there's some kind of weird shadow they might have been putting themselves into as well. That's just a scary thing.
Yeah, I think Nuke is actually the worst map for the new shadows.
Yeah.
Goes like Nuke.
And Vertigo. Vertigo might be number one.
Ancient 2.
Oh, Ancient.
Ancient 2 and Temple is weird. A main exit is weird.
Just don't make them so long.
Yeah. Nice damage, but they squeeze him out. Top hut player a little delayed on the help. Halzerk and Floppy, one apiece. In through main. Nice little continuation spray out of Elige. The top hut player, he waited all that time before starting to shoot the shotty.
Carnage.
And JT with nothing to show for it. He waited a day and a half. Waited for the harvest moon. And ZywOo just blasts him away, but it's a bum Molotov.
How'd they figure that out, man?
I think ZywOo's just got the lizard flick going on for the top hut.
It was instinctual.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, speaking of instincts, good spam on the smoke. Floppy down to 35.
Literally
and that
can't even try it.
Yep,
now.
that right there just takes all the wind out of Floppy's sails. And like,
that was a second trade to top hut, and then Apex with the third kill upper, and they somehow brought that back. That was a 2v4?
I want to say 2v4.
Just straight up, yeah.
Got to see it from JT's perspective. You know, the shotgun giveth, the shotgun taketh.
For sure.
And we'll see if he ended up hitting ZywOo with more than 2 or 3 shots, because he had ZywOo down to 15. But it's that ancestral part of ZywOo's brain that just flicked the mouse right up. This kill here.
Oh, he just started shooting too.
Yeah.
Damn.
85 damage, not enough to stop the woo. So it's back to the pistols for Complexity, back to a tied game for Vitality. And a real chance to follow through, they know it. They're gonna keep the pressure up, slamming into the A site. Floppy's AK's in the middle of it all, but it's just the one frag out of him. Spinks doubles down. And it's gonna be an easy peasy bomb plant. And a T-side lead for Vitality.
Gotta love a nice squeaky bus call. Keep lots of nades in the next round. Trust your entries. Play with confidence. Apex looking for the hunt down. Uh-oh.
Hey there. Well, it's 2 confirmed.
Who's being hunted is the question.
Yeah, right. He's like, yeah, but Apex
help me.
Yeah. Big tough guy until they got pistols up close, huh? Big tough guy till you're outnumbered.
Yeah. Can't go 1 for 1 versus this T side.
No, definitely can't. It's 3 rounds off of the pistol and conversions as well, so Vitality just having a field day as this T side has gone on. 3 rounds left. And Floppy finds Mezzi to start off. Opening kills have been far and few between for Complexity, so you take it. Looks like they're going to boost one up on side of ramp and just free up a piece. Where does Elige go instead? Or do they just continue with the 2-man ramp setup? Yeah. Unpack that one.
I guess it gives them a little weird angle. They just can be confusing, I guess.
Double Molly comes out with a anticipate the oh,
Apex. Clear.
Apex.
That's nice from Apex.
He's gonna try to get another, but it's Zywoo to best Elige. Damn, Apex clears the boost. Back to the 3v3. Despite Apex barely standing, we've got bomb down in ramp by the looks of things. Zywoo maybe gonna have to pick that up soon enough. He's got a smoke if he wants to block off Hell. Could go join Apex downstairs. But Grim has slipped into the control stairs as well. So it's not as though B is completely free. Despite Apex being on site, this cross could serve up an issue. But if Grim plays it too passive, Bomb can also just fall down onto the site.
Okay,
yes, he gets
he's on him, and there's time. No time to get to it.
Beautiful. Denies the plant. Apex not going to be able to kill everybody around him, so sure enough, Grim, love the passiveness. Had to hit that spray and smoke, but did so.
Did so, yeah. I mean, and now it's easier to spray through smoke and, like, kind of see where you're going to hit them or not. It's a bit weird. I mean, if you shoot through the middle of a smoke, you don't really...
Yeah, it's too thick.
Yeah, it's too thick. And it comes out of your VU model on the right, obviously.
Also depends on the caliber of the bullet, right?
You might be able to see the reflection of blood in the smoke. That's how like detailed things are. So
I look forward
to tell exactly.
The strategic auto shotty to clear smoke grenades is something that I hope comes into meta. Because you can just clear a whole smoke shooting it with a shotgun, dude. That's true. Machine guns, yeah.
Did you see what you can do with a jumping shotgun? Because your spread is so big, it clears the entire smoke.
Oh my god, of course it does.
Yeah.
Oh, Elige, beautiful position. Nice flick. Onto the box. Apex, Zywoo, both dead. Bomb may still be in possession towards ramp, but they get softened up by the frag grenade. And Floppy's not going to get too frisky. They did not expect Elige to have been tucked up by them silo. Ozark looking to dance. Ooh, Spinks double! And Flames with him. This is a 2v5, turned into the 2v2 with health advantage. And plenty of time.
They've been a true combo in these mid-round situations. And a different rotation this time. It could still be lower, and they have to respect that. JT will not be able to figure out if they've gone down there just yet. But he's actually crossing pretty quickly across the ramp. So he knows that Grim has it locked up. He doesn't pick up a gun. That would blow his cover completely. The bomb can get planted. And they might want to watch Hut. Here it is, JT up in the heaven. 25 seconds.
Takes his shot, but allows Spinks to get back around. Grim's going to try to come peek main fast. Wah! Gets the headshot instantly, so no chance for Spinks to return fire. But he'll at least return investment. Bomb plant for a bit of extra cash and complexity back to the lead. JT.
Very nice by JT.
Very smooth. Cold as ice. A 1.22 rating versus Astralis yesterday.
Very nice by Elige as well, outside by himself. Looked pretty brutal there for a second with the instant 3 frags back for the T side.
Yeah, it got very scary.
But the 2v5 is denied.
So, final round of the half. Complexity. 6 at the very least, but still doesn't feel like Vitality are going to let off once they get over to that defense. We saw many times the Vitality nuke dominance.
They've been able to win ramp on certain timings pretty cleanly. This one's so early. No outside play whatsoever. They're just walking it down. Rotations are in place. I think they're going low telegraph here. Just start to get in.
Floppy is sitting duck. Support over towards control.
Okay, good. I think that was the timing to slow them down. Elige takes a little damage from the control window. He can fall back, but they should be alarmed about this smoke coming out. Even though Complexity haven't pushed, they know what Vitality are trying to do. And their options are going to run low. And another smoke. That's beautiful.
At the 40-second mark, so it's going to be a high-pressure situation once that smoke does fade. If they want to get into the lower split, we've got Elige back sight on B.
They really think there's a flank coming in, but there's not. Here's the walk-up.
Sat here tucked in. Floppy holds the right. Elige should hold the left, or vice versa, but got to commit. Elige is letting Floppy take contact.
Oh,
it is a thing of beauty.
That's a total outplay right there.
Man, that could not have been easier for Complexity. So, yes, okay, Vitality going to go ahead and nab 5 rounds on this T side. It was pistol and conversions to start, and 7 at the end of the CT side. Complexity's offense up next.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Lee from Complexity, and I'm going to be doing a tier list. So for me right now, I think Vertigo is D tier. It doesn't really feel good. The sound also makes it less optimal. There's a lot of things I don't really like about the map right now. Mirage, I actually have no idea because I haven't really played it or watched it. Safe B because I've always liked it. I've always liked Mirage, but I don't know CST specifically. S tiers for me is Anubis. It has good vibes. It's sunny. I think the strats are fun too. Overpass, I'm gonna do S tier. Actually, I'll do A tier just because pressing or like hitting like the molly at ramp just knocks it down a peg for me because it's so hard to hit now, but overall it's really fun. I like the design on the map as well. I like the art style that they did with it. I like Inferno overall right now. I think I'll just put it to like a high B. Ancient, I'm gonna go with A. It's interesting, I think. there's a lot of new stuff. And then Nuke, I'm not gonna put it down with Vertigo, but I'm gonna put it to C. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff that you can do on it, but just the sound and the verticality of it just automatically just makes me not like it so much right now. And that's it. All right, here we go. So for S tier, I think CSGO is definitely S tier. Played it like my entire adult life, essentially. Counter-Strike 2, I think overall we're pretty close, but we're missing a lot of features. But overall, it's not bad. I think I'll put it to like B for now. Condition 0, I actually haven't really played that much. I just know that it's just very similar to 1.6. I played like the campaigns in it. I think I'll put just C. I can't put it above CS2. It doesn't feel right for me. 1.6 is gonna be A tier for me. I played 1.6 a ton when I was growing up. Great game. Lots of fun stuff to do on community servers. Just a lot of good memories. And then Source is D tier. So I have a perfect top to bottom. Source at the bottom where it should be. CZ even on top of it. Looks good. This is clean. And now we got the tier list for everyone here. I'm automatically gonna put my team here because you have to put your own team as S. Just makes sense. And then FaZe is probably the best team in the world right now. So FaZe is S tier. Maybe I'll put Vitality as A right now just because I think they're probably going to be good. And then I think C9 looks a lot better now, actually. A with them. I'll probably put NAVI B for now, just Sydney, they didn't really get to play with their 5. Heroic is playing with stand-ins and stuff. I feel like I'm just gonna put them C just for that. NIP is also like a new team. I'm just gonna put C just because I don't know how they're gonna do. And then Astralis I'll put as B. I haven't really seen a ton of their games recently since it was pretty much just the CAC that they played. And yeah, I think just overall there's just a lot of new stuff that we're not really sure. We haven't really seen a lot of teams play. And that's my tier list.
Maui called better than Anubis is what Complexity would put forth on Nuke, and sure enough, here we are. They've got 7 rounds after the CT side, but the big question to me is what's an offensive half going to look like for Complexity in the face of a firing up Zywoo?
Yeah,
he's getting there.
It's still already, I'm still shaken by that Anubis.
Shooketh?
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable that happened after such an amazing showing versus Astralis yesterday, but whatever, man. I mean, if they pull this out, then
whatever, man.
Yeah, it's all about the series win at the end of the day.
I don't even care if they lose, man.
Yeah, so
it's that NA cope. Huff it hard. We do get the Grim Death to kick it off. Oh, hey there! Floppy already inside of the B site as Mezzi arrives. Look at Alicia's reaction, dude. Alicia's
what
head
the
in hands,
hell, man?
what?
Sphinx's peaks are different.
Yeah, he's going hard. JT's gonna at least cut off one of the secret players. There's another one where that came from. They know it, but Apex and Zywoo going down at the hands of Halzerk. It is another pistol in the back pocket of Complexity.
Hell yeah.
Thanks to Halzerk and JT.
Halzerk 12-7, Halzerk. Looking good.
I've heard he's a little under the weather.
Yeah, so every little bit that you can take.
Let's see this. Bop.
This next shot.
Elige one?
What the hell? That just reminded me of Dexter.
Sure, yeah, that was a great high five. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Big force bite. Look at this. M4 on Zywoo, huh?
Yeah, 1 M4 on Zywoo. Okay. The full force up, though. That was just the best thing he could afford. And Flamesy could die on this peak, it looks like. Grim waiting in the corner. They're going to exact. It looks like he'll be patient for now. Spinks. Oh, this is going to be an annoying setup. I mean, they might stuff him.
Oh, yes, sir.
With a bomb as well.
Oh, and a gun. And the Galil. I mean, he's going to chase down Halzerk. Oh, and then Zywoo gets his. It's perfect.
That's so ridiculous.
Oh, it's 4 flawless frags. They took 5 damage in return. Flamesy in the background.
They got so confused. They ran up into that hut. They saw I think it was Flamesy with a smoke out, jiggling.
Yeah. Yeah, so they swung it. And
smoke
guess
screen,
what?
though. It was just Spinks there in the corner.
Teehee. Deagle stuff. Vitality respond right back, and that could be an ominous sign of things to come. The hut trap, man.
The hut trap.
You should know better. You should know better. They're going to force buy after losing pistol.
They also
You go 2 players through hut.
They also didn't pre-flash the hut,
Nope.
I guess. Yeah.
You know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I guess, do that or molly it or something.
Yeah. Or, I don't know, go outer.
Or squeaky.
Nope. Or ramp.
No, ramp.
Hell, stay T-roof. But not hut.
Not hut, not like this.
They try to swing out. It's the fact Flames also gets the headshot. Halzerk just wanted to get away, but no chance. Spink saw blood in the water.
Not strict, but thorough.
Yeah.
That's a sucky way to lose. In a game that's getting closer. And now it looks like an equivalent buy here for Complexity. Vitality get all their shiny new guns. They would have had to save this next round as well, man. The rounds like that are going to make the biggest difference in MR12.
Yes, 100%. And that's, you know...
There's no excuse as well.
Yeah, we've had this conversation about, like, you can have 0 lapse in focus. You can't fall victim to those kinds of rounds, or the job is just so much more difficult. And, you know, we're sat here praising, like, oh, at least it's 7 on the CT side. Could have been way worse with the form out of Spinks and ZywOo. But that second pistol meaning zilch. Unless they get one back in a force of their own. But we've already got Hell being checked out by Complexity. Sat up top is Spinks. But it doesn't feel like Vitality are sweating in this instance because they know they've lost ramp, but their protocols are in place. Heaven holds. 2 Deddy B. And down to the 30-second mark. What's Complexity going to try to pull out of the hat? Elige still floating around in lobby. JT will catch Mezzi, though. That makes this one doable. It's still ZywOo leaning back, and he gets nothing. JT double kill.
That's the one gun.
He is so good at CS2. Peek out from Decon, denied. And yes, they bring it back with one of their own. Tit for tat with Vitality on the pistol rounds. And Flamesy's been found out as well. So that's a bunch of free upgrades. They get their Galils back. They nab a second AK. And Floppy and M4 for good measure.
Gotta give it up to JT, man.
I didn't see how Mezzi died. He went peeking into ramp.
Yeah, it looked like he was rotating up ramp, or
must have been.
Was he turnpike? Yeah. So maybe they were coming for the reclear on ramp as Complexity were coming to take ramp at the exact same time. And JT with a third. Well earned. A couple of headshots in there. That was clean stuff. And you know, even in CSGO, JT in some of their big matches, he was like their primary entry fragger. I mean, he was winning and losing games based on those entries sometimes. So this is his preferred role. Yeah, it's just a reclear. Wait, why is Mezzi reclearing ramp? Was there someone coming in from Turnpike as well? That's actually...
He's so on his own.
Usually if the ramp is open like that, you make sure that it's either smoked or molled so that someone can replace the other. You can either come up the ramp or you can have a guy come in Turnpike or hold it. But that's a pretty big gap and mistake. And something back for Complexity to get back into the game because they made their own mistake, but now they made up for it.
And it's one thing if Mezzi dies alone, but then ZywOo in the double doors also dies empty-handed.
Yep.
M4 at a distance and JT's Galil just one after another.
That was strange. I wonder if he was ferrying over utility. There must have been there was a mistake for sure.
One fights in front of the smoke. Grim pushing out a bit of pressure here versus pistols. And look, okay, I said don't go hut, go outer, but no. Outer's not safe either.
And now they can actually talk. I mean, Apex, he wants to fight, but he doesn't want to fight.
This is, it's sloppy and not in the good way.
No.
JT.
Okay.
Dude, how is JT the best player in the server? It's 3 headshots out of the AK from JT. Just when it felt like the pistols were going to prevail for a third consecutive round, Vitality down to a 2v3, and JT puts up
ace.
4.
He's got 4 frags. What the hell? They just came to him.
And he hit those headshots. You know, shoot him between the eyes, you'll have less problems. That was clean.
It's like one doesn't simply just kill JT.
Okay, JT has dunked on ZywOo in back-to-back rounds.
Oh, hell yeah. JTZ. Well, that looked like another disaster, but averted. Complexity on to 10.
And only 3 rounds away from a win here.
Yep.
With Inferno waiting in the wings.
This will be the best chance because we've got Vitality on an MP9. No op. Smell like Broke Boy in here.
Yeah. Og from this distance, Mezzi can't get the better of Floppy.
Ooh, we got a committed rotation.
Yep, but that lineup bodes very nicely for ZywOo. Can't manage to get the second kill, and Grim is gone instantly.
Well, look at the re-aggression quickly, and Spinks popping out of the vent. ZywOo coming up from behind with 2. JT inside of Mini. ZywOo has a timing. They could come and check on him, but they're ready for this call out. That's the question.
He's got Flamesy with him.
Side
by side. Grim's a dead man. Bomb plant up front. ZywOo double kill, but dinked for 92. Can JT clutch a 1v2? Can JT kill ZywOo 3 rounds in a row and now close it versus the young gun down to 3 health? Holy hell. How does he stop this defuse?
Front sight. He's smoking it. He can throw a nade into Mini. Probably want to get on this bomb, to be honest.
No kit.
8 seconds. Is he really going to stick it? I think it's a call out from JT because he could assume he has the kit, but he's coming in with the spray. It's not good.
No! So close. But Flamesy gets away with the defuse.
That's nuts. Oh, got a feel for JT right there.
Yeah, but I mean, shout out Flamesy. 10-second stick. Goes through the sequence of utility. Nice Galil shot out of a leash to start the ball rolling outdoors. ZywOo critical 2 kills.
It was just a juggernaut this round.
Yeah.
Committed, snuck into ramp as soon as Mezzi died. Took that line of spray down, ran basically all the way through trophy room, calling out it was going to be upper. Had Spinks, probably calmed it for Spinks to go back up the vent. He got his kill. I'm sure he did some calming in that situation. And did the rest of the work with his M4. Second timeout called here for Vitality as they fight hard to get back into this game.
They got some guns to chew through.
It's not clean, but we got it. Yeah, that's the most important thing.
What was the most important thing?
That it wasn't clean, but we got it.
Ah, right.
And he's not wrong. Round win's a round win.
Yeah, especially that one. You could see that they spent all their money in this following. And P9's again, which is another opportunity for complexity.
Grim just licking the wall. Holding back with his teammates around him.
So
no push coming through. It's Mezzi boosted.
Yeah, Mezzi, as mentioned before, replacing Magisk inside of ramp room. It's a position he's going to get more accustomed to, obviously. But we've seen a couple moments where I think Complexity are trying to focus in on this position.
Yeah, Mezzi's having a rough time here on map 2.
Oh yeah, kind of need my glasses. Is that 3 kills?
That's 3 kills, man. Worst performing player in the server.
I'm sorry, Freya.
We're going to make history today. I can't wait for Mezzi to make it to the semi-finals.
Well, he might get his ass carried.
But a win's a win. And ZywOo is looking to carry them all the way. 2 frags from the backside. JT's top performing for Complexity.
JT.
He's trying to carry them through, trying to bring this series back. But it's Vitality closing the gap. That's an 8th one as ZywOo connects again.
Yeah. ZywOo made that look way too easy.
Those 2 kills smooth as butter. Just this little angle on the backside. Let the first player kind of come out first.
Too. He's like, I got decon. They had everything else covered. Mezzi flew in to trade out JT after that 2K as well. And I think that's majority alive for Vitality. So it might be the first in the last 3 rounds we don't see another force down to 0. Which makes it a little bit more scary for Complexity. Good thing JT has such an impactful position here on the T side of Nuke because he's actually a frag leader, simply put. So he's doing the electronic default T side outside crossing a secret.
Good for JT.
It's a nice little safe house there in secret where you can. It's good for the IGL too. Makes sense, you know, whether you're going to go upstairs or downstairs. Allows you to be sneaky. Control the pace. It's a mixed up buy. This one gives up the tie if Complexity Can't put it together. Vitality go to full strength, and honestly, this is where the real CT advantages come in. Like, this is when it gets the most. This is when you really see why Nuke is CT sided. So it'll be a tough battle. They do bring it to Mezzi, which probably is smart. Again, brand new to this roster, trying to slot in on the CT side, and there's no hiding it. 4 kills straight up.
Yeah, can't hide the scoreboard from Complexity. Mezzi the liability for now.
It's kind of what Vitality did as well on their T side or CT side. T side, excuse me, going to ramp early.
You've only got 2 choices
50-50 and I got it wrong twice. I just like to do it my way.
Flamesy on top of the hut. Ooh, makes the sound though on the drop off. Yeah, they try to get a little crazy with the spams, but there's nobody holding off on Squeaky. Oh my god.
He's hit low, but he's still alive.
ZywOo's giving cover. Flamesy, it's a one and done. ZywOo dies up in heaven, and we're waiting for Apex to come flanking around through lobby, but it is Grim and JT. 2 and 1 apiece as they clear the A floor, and we have been waiting for quite some time for Apex to arrive, and as he gets here, the bomb is planted. Backside with support right next to him. Grim turns attention back to Hut, but now Apex has a beautiful angle in the sight. Oh, but JT bests his counterpart. And we have Mezzi relegated down to the vent. That is a smooth round from Complexity. Flamesy falls off Hut, and they use that as an instant invitation to come flying out Squeaky.
Yeah, they made it really loud, but the other thing is that he was totally alone. There was no mini player. They had Mezzi drop lower as well, so just that early ramp push scared him. This is massive. Complexity do this with very little money. One of the hardest rounds you could ask them to do it versus with the op coming in as well. And the rotation was almost fast enough, and Flamesy actually got a kill too, but that's just where it ended. That's where the last bit of action that went Vitality's way fell. And from there, it was Grim. I think that second trade on Spinks is the round-winning frag.
Okay.
Just perfect headshot angle as Spinks tries to peer over. Once the ZywOo kill comes in, Grim takes him down. And then Grim gets one more here. Stays sharp.
Yeah, ooh, yeah, that is fast. Yeah, sometimes you fall victim to that second heaven peak.
Yeah.
Spinks didn't get away with any shenanigans.
We wanted to make it an easy round.
Ooh, damn, 12 looking doable here for Complexity.
So doable, so doable.
It's a force out of Vitality that leaves them on SMGs and pistols. Fast cross unannounced. ZywOo caught slipping as Grim opens up shop. 5v4, it is still JT at the top of the board. Spinks, oh wow, damage is there. Player on stairs in Mezzi. Better late than never.
2 rotations downstairs. It's time to go fast upper. Apex shooting bullets outside.
Man, he's getting swarmed, surrounded, hiding behind Unbreakable. They've got him pinned against the wall. He's gonna just dive back through main and escapes. Oh, he could have.
He could have.
But Halzerk tracks him with a couple bullets, and we've got man advantage Complexity with 12 on the line. Flames stuck on vent. Mezzi doubles back, once seen downstairs, now in hell.
The most unlikely hero. 5 kills, but he's here where the action is.
And at the perfect moment, he gets up into heaven.
Going up top, but what's he going to watch? I think he actually needs, well, his teammate's fine inside of... Okay, this is basically a double stack upper, right? He's committed here in heaven.
And he holds
He's
heaven.
ready.
Good. Hold heaven, wait for this. An off angle that will surely catch a Vitality kill and potentially second. No! Yes! Mezzi better late than never. 3 frags for him and Floppy hyper fixated on the rafters.
God.
He has got his.
The tricky man, Mezzi. That was very clean. The second with the flash,
and
dude.
Seconds ahead of that heaven peak from Complexity.
He was.
Just seconds ahead of the timing.
It was the correct read on the rotation. Again, they had pick of the litter, going upstairs, downstairs, throwing a fake, whatever. Lots of time left over, too. And, yeah, they fall right into the trap. That's tough.
I mean, blind headshot
Blind headshot as well. Yeah, it had to be a headshot, and it had to be then. So a third timeout here for Vitality. See if they can scramble it together here in the fourth quarter. Mezzi gets 1-2K and starts IGLing. It's British imperialism.
Let me solve all your problems. Oops, made it worse.
Oh, man. This one's been crazy. Back and forth. 2 rounds apiece and a 1 round apiece.
Had both teams picking up wins on weird buys like the one Complexity has here in the 21st round.
Yeah. They lost to a force up. They won their own, got the back into the game.
Shame we didn't get a map like this back on Anubis, you know? Like that has been one of the tragedies of complexity right now is that
sometimes they have no fight at all.
Exactly.
But they're still able to beat everyone. No one likes that. That feels uncomfortable.
Making things weird.
Very weird.
You know, in a time of such uncertainty. Stop making things so weird. Stop making your own soap. You know?
Making your own soap, yeah.
Zywoo. Oh, he took Grim with him. That's a very rapid headshot, and it sets up Apex wonderfully for a 2K of his own.
Last one spotted.
Yeah. And done for.
Done for.
Flamesy from above. Locks in another round for Vitality. They are knocking on the door of a tied game.
Did you give him too many chances? Maybe. You got T-side that you got to close this out on.
Mm-hmm. You won pistol. You didn't convert. You force bought back.
JT, like we need all that brain juice right now. Every neuron needs to be firing, okay? Take the soap out of your mouth. We need the JT authority right now. 22-10. He's going to lead from the front.
He puts himself on a Tech 9. 22 kills deep. And he's swinging with a pistol. Zywoo's been given a cache of utility to keep the pressure out. Early grenades on A floor and a peek out from Squeaky. Look at this push. Out of nowhere. They just swarm. And Elige with the double kill. Zywoo with the response. 3-piece out of Elige. And then Apex stops the bomb. A 2v2 where JT's still alive and kicking. Hands now onto the Galil. Halzerk in the backside to help him. Nade for 60. That's immense. And Mezzi, we saw him, again, better late than never, come through with impact just 2 rounds ago. But the split from the CTs as they pinch out from main, soon enough, there's a smoke in the way. And Apex has to hold off before he can get the retake rolling.
And Apex duplicated his presence going towards Mini, but he's coming back up to heaven. They've got enough time to try this out. And how will they read the positions knowing that they think he's coming in from Mini?
They're going.
This is the right play.
Mezzi's fast. Oh, but Halzerk brings it back. The bomb's on the other side. The nade goes around, nearly finishes him. Mezzi taps, Halzerk flicks! And the headshot sticks the landing. Cole to take a 12.
4 HP right there for Halzerk. And he locks that one up. That's a beautiful clutch. That was not an easy shot whatsoever. Mezzi definitely could have survived 2 or more bullets. It had to be that headshot, and it had to be then.
What a call from JT.
Yeah, seriously. I had no idea this was going to be the way they'd attack. They get the Elige sneak in through Mini, basically to catch all of the upper players off guard. When they molly back sight fast, they come out squeaky fast at the same time, and they do it once again with very little to work with.
They're going to go for the fast boost, but it's an even faster push. Awkward, but it works! Mezzi, 2 kills, despite standing on his teammate's head. It's man advantage to Vitality. It's an attempt to keep this second map alive.
They maintain control side. As Material gets trade down, 2 pairs of footsteps, 1 to assist the plant. Zywoo, does he open it? No, he thought about it.
He holds. But with no double door open, Grim just has to tuck into
they have
dark.
Everything covered, and they know it's not decon, so I think the 2 spots are going to be kind of obvious here.
Right? It has to be. Limited options here for Complexity. Vitality, they've got the picture in their mind, but it comes down to hitting headshots, and we saw what Elige did just 1 round to go, but this time he's taken out. Zywoo's got his impact. Grim's got his corner to work with, and now as he falls to 40 health, Spinks will clear the board, and Vitality push it the distance.
Wow, and it's a 10-second stick.
No problem. They've got it. 24 rounds needed.
1 kill right there stops it, and instead it goes to the final round. Vitality 1 away, but to be honest, I mean, every single time I feel like if there's just 1 too many chances for Vitality to get back in the game, Complexity still win the round with not much to go. So they're going to have enough for a bye. We've seen the ingenuity. We've seen the ability. The call's been good enough here. Mezzi's also getting better by the round. And him elevating his presence has been excellent because ramp has been a focus for the T side.
I can't believe that boost gets caught mid-process and still walks away with as many kills.
Yeah, I was watching them assemble that, like, you can hear them rushing right now. But then I think they're just like, well, it's actually not a bad stack to have.
Hold the line!
Yeah, hold the line, exactly.
You got no other choice, man. You're not dismantling.
They just got the buckets out, started throwing water overboard. That's, It was an emergency situation, but that was really nice shooting from Mezzi straight up. He was shooting those bullets like they were made of gold. That last kill. So, okay. It's another fast play to follow up with one that was successful. Upper with that Elise sneak outside. There's been, I want to say, a lot less plays towards outside, maybe because of the new nade smoke interactions. It's just not as appealing for the T side.
Could be.
But the sneaky stuff could be a thing.
Super limited utility here for Complexity's last round. Weaponry also a problem.
It's crazy how powerful this Galil is at the moment. You can comfortably park it on top of Silo and expect it to get a frag. We saw a leash kill.
3 frags with 1 magazine when he came in through main.
Yeah.
35 bullets, man. It's a bit much.
Good value right now. Good value.
But they have to bank on the 2 Galils, Scout and Tech 9. Weird angle for the AUG, but we'll see if Mezzi can make it work. Gotten better over time.
Yeah.
But
it's actually a nice flash dodge angle with the box, even though it's hard committed.
Shoots at the first, gets nothing.
Gets nothing.
Bits of damage on Floppy and Grim, but no kill for this one. Mezzi stuck on the sidelines. 10 and 16 is his final score in regulation.
Now,
does it cost Vitality the map? Spinks brings it back. JT's not able to get into that A main split. There's a second player with him, but Elige.
They know now it's going to try to be an upper hit. Spinks, no timing. The shadows here. Elige, he jiggles too much.
So easy for Spinks, but then he peeks into Squeaky. 20 to the clock, and Apex sits up top. Easy hold on the A site as Vitality push OT.
And they saw them all out of Squeaky.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that needed to be a vent drop situation after they got spotted, but it was far too late. They didn't know if anyone was down there, and I guess because they pressured ramp, that was not actually something they wanted to do. But they got the kill in ramp. They got Mezzi on the kill in ramp.
And they ran back.
Ugh.
This disjointedness here, we didn't get to see it, but yeah, it's JT peeking, I mean, leaps and bounds before Elige is ready.
Yeah.
And then these guys just get shredded.
And they can do the double mini lurk. That's the Furia, but Elige also jiggles it and just gives a shadow away. There's timings there for Spinks, but that's just what it is. There's timings. He's watching upper, he's watching outside. He was definitely worried about both. Okay, so we reset, we go to OT, but this is for a semis final spot in Vitality. They're already up a map. 4 rounds away now from taking it. Another chance for Mezzi to try to impress here on CT.
Spinks has to give up the spot. Feels like they're looking for that fast A split again, but posturing outside first. JT getting to secret is huge. Grim's got his opening. Flames is stuck on the floor, and it's 3 kills out of Complexity. Blink and you miss it.
Look at that split.
Again, just like, we felt that brewing.
I didn't think they were ready for that quickly. That was beautiful, honestly.
But it's not done, Mo. I don't know. Zywoo in heaven. It makes me a little nervous. Goes for the ambitious shot, and Grim puts him down. Mezzi next up from heaven in OT. Gonna go for the 1v3. But yeah, Complexity just so ready to rock into that A site. We saw it stuffed a couple times towards the tail end of regulation, and they don't let that deter them from trying it yet again. The moment Grim got that kill, you could feel everybody ready to pounce. And it's not just a trickling of JT and Elige around through main.
No,
it's everybody ready in an instant.
Yeah, that they made the upper guys look confused. We've got no one playing opposite fence. They're not playing inside. When they played inside mini, they have a better chance. But whoever's backside and Flames out in the open, like, look at the amount of places that they're attacking from. There's no way he would be floating there in front of Squeaky if they had any thought that a mini drop could happen at that moment. But Complexity are just getting that together so fast. Like, it still looks like a full-on default with outer presence that's going to take at least 15, 20 seconds before they try something like that. But they're ready to mobilize quickly. So that's where you look at a round like that from Complexity and go, damn, this team is nice with it. And a big frag. Floppy nearly dying to the molly after that.
But a peek out of Spinks, trying to claw one back, fighting tooth and nail for this Hut Squeaky lobby fight.
And a rare A4 spotting as well.
Leash concerned about the outer push as there is no outside control for Complexity out of the gate. A stark contrast to the instant secret play we saw JT get last round. But Apex tasked with just holding back and holding cross. This time we will have Spinks in main. This time, if they try to posture into an A split, this half of the split is going to be walking into much more resistance. Last round, that A site just crumbled under the slightest bit of pressure.
Yeah, they're tripling up.
These Blue Blocks players are ready.
There's literally no one upstairs at the moment.
Just close main. And Spinks gets nothing. Peek out at the side. A credit card also slapped.
Jesus.
So many players ready for that. Complexity. They just slice through A again. Back-to-back targets in overtime. Goes their way.
Wow, have at it. I mean, yeah, Spinks is the line of defense. He needs to get something, and then they can maybe try to help him. But it looked like they were fully ready for this exact option in some form. Couldn't stop it at all.
And you know, if I could draw a comparison between the CT side of Complexity versus Astralis on Overpass and this T side versus Vitality on Nuke, it's like the beauty in the slightest of variations.
Yeah.
The split before was 3 in lobby between Squeaky and Hut with a later main play. This time it's emphasis on main, which is the perfect adaptation because you've got players trying to hold off on credit card and blue box. And that's really just what Complexity have been able to build as one of the more stable rosters of the current moment.
Agreed. And because JT is such a good IGL
and TC is a great coach, and James IRL is an excellent analyst.
Yeah, and Elige has been an excellent addition. They definitely have just done one of the teams to build brick by brick to add and not remove. And I think that pays off for moments like this where you would think Vitality are the ones who should become more and more likely to win. Well, Complexity keeps showing strength. They just always have this sort of underdog presence. Unfortunately, I want that to shake off. But, you know, when you have maps like we just saw, of course, you're not going to be able to shake off that reputation. And the only way that's going to change is deep runs and wins in tournaments.
Yep, and it
they
feels
start
like
with games like this.
Feels like that's like the last monkey on their back.
Yeah.
The one thing they've got to get rid of still, but this round not going to go nearly as easily as the last two. It's a 5v3 out of Vitality as they just stuff the lobby peaks, blow open the smokes, screw with Complexity's split before it's in position. We've been sat here praising Cole and their ability to get into those spots. This round a little bit different. 3v5, highly unlikely. But that's still Complexity with heads held high. They've managed 2 in overtime already. And they'll have a Hail Mary 3v5 attempt in the next 50 seconds. But they've been aware of that potential silo peak. Halzerk's going to lose the duel. Things go from bad to worse for Cole.
So hard to say where we end up, of course, now in the classic CSGO overtime. 2 rounds to kick off. T side is a nice place to start. Wouldn't call it quite in the bag, though, just being 2-1. Just a head start.
Find one in the rafter, but that's it. Can't ask too much in a 2v5. Vitality slip away with 1 of the 3.
Having fun in a tight moment. That's good. Timeout is called. I don't know if that's actually a tech or a timeout. Tech.
Or a toe.
Toe. Or a feet.
Or if there's even a pause at all.
Maybe there was never a pause.
You know what I'm saying? Speaking to TC yesterday and asking him kind of like, yo, dude, what's going on with JT? His individual level has been looking so much better. You know, as somebody who's always believed in JT's abilities, just said, with Elige, we have a secondary caller. JT has that much more brain power to fixate on his crosshair, and the stats don't lie. He's getting more frags than ever.
Definitely had a couple of big maps here at the fall final. Halzerk posted up outside. It's kind of a nice posture. It takes the op out of the round for now. It's not going to be a full flank, but it actually leads into Elige becoming that player. Great timing now for Complexity. I think no matter what happens, they get the molly off as well, and Elige comes through with a kill.
Just stuffs the initial
this
volley.
This actually punishes Vitality for so many things happening inside of lobby in that first half.
Grim, close hut. Won't be able to manage more than the one, and Spinks not going to press his luck by pushing out of hut. Reaggresses and almost gets caught by Halzerk, but at the very least forces him to slip out of heaven.
Do they know?
They can recollect themselves in lobby. You've got Spinks and Zywoo alive and kicking, 23 kills apiece.
No smoke, so they could try to sneak. You're not going to be able to full up and drop off right now, so this should be a great spot for Elish.
Easy does it. Oh yeah, sprays away. Clean headshots, 1 magazine, 3 frags.
Locked up a second overtime right there.
Yeah, and that last one's just a couple shots. So Complexity doing work here on Vitality's map pick.
I think if the CTs keep getting more accustomed to like taking aggressive outside control, if the Ts don't want to go there in the early rounds, man, that actually kind of shows how well Complexity played with how much outside presence they were showing on their T rounds that they won, right? Getting on top silo, smokes outside. It wasn't a full outside take. It was always a wrap to mini, but they took presence out there. And now on CT side, they're using it against Vitality.
Double OT or bust. Spinks holding the smoke as Elish preemptively slips down into the vent. Kind of felt like they could set themselves up for it last round. Grim ready up top, Og point blank, double kill from him. And again, Vitality just trying to crunch the A site, but completely stopped. 5 deaths in an instant, and it is Complexity to answer back. They may have been blown out of Anubis. A 13-2 from Vitality to set a tone that looked bleak, but Complexity, yes, they may be blown out of maps here and there, but they are showing resilience yet again, as they did versus Astralis, and taking us to Inferno.
Yeah, Complexity well and truly back in business, and a miles more competitive there than that first map coming into Nuke. We're talking about a game that was so tit for tat coming into that second half, down to the wire in so many situations, but Complexity, they withstood the pressure, and we have to give our flowers to JT, because in that second half, so many impactful moments coming out of the in-game leader himself, Maui.
JT's fragging ability is full on display. It is no longer just a fluky moment where we watched him at Sydney and it was like, can that be replicated?
Yeah.
Well, he's doing it here in Copenhagen, and it is a good look for Complexity, for there to be no weak link on this roster. JT, so many moments as we see as he's just taking this space right here, but on CT side too, his A defenses as well were so impactful. The way that he was able to put together so many moments for Complexity, finding multi-frags, even when being exec upon, even when he's having to move around these tough situations. That's a dark spot for him, obviously, not finding that kill through the smoke. But other than that, this was such a great moment for JT to show that when he's pressured, even by utility of top-tier teams, he can still withstand the pressure and come up with a couple key frags to keep those moments alive for his team.
And it's not just, the fragging department that we're going to be praising him for in this particular map as well. The adaptability, particularly on the T side of things. I loved how much Complexity was switching up the pace. We saw kind of in the later stages of that second half, doing some really fast, incredibly, plays that really caught Vitality off guard. And it really put so many instrumental rounds on the board for Complexity.
Some really nice crunches onto the A-bomb site, some of them a little bit faster than others. When they were given space, they were taking full advantage of it. They had some nice pops as well towards that ramp position to put pressure onto Mezzi. This was a really, really well put together half of play in terms of the offense there for Complexity. Obviously, we only see that it nets them 5 rounds, but in terms of diversity of plays and the number of options that they showed, Vitality were constantly on their toes.
And look at the beginning of that second half as well. We were calling it, the Force by Wars, because that's exactly what was happening. I think we should take a look at kind of 2 of those rounds in isolation, because obviously Vitality winning, then Complexity answering back, right?
Totally. We're going to see right here that they just charge right into the hut. Not even bad spacing necessarily, just losing the duels outright to Spinks and Flames. And yeah, once they lose that space, it feels like, uh-oh, big bad Complexity flexing their muscles once again. The individuals are going to just run away with this. But no, as a matter of fact, next round we fast forwarded to here, and it's just pistols for Complexity. But look at all this space that they got. Apex tried playing it very passively at points, and then look at this. They get that kill onto Zywoo, and it's just game over. JT with a Galil. He might want want to main this weapon. Like, no joke, he is so good with this weapon.
Name a more iconic duo at this very tournament, JT and the Galil, because he was doing work with it yesterday, and he's brought it into this series as well. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of that on Inferno too.
Honestly, when he gets full nades like that, it's better anyways. So I don't want to ever see JT with an AK, armor, and maybe just a smoke. Just Galil for full nades every single time, JT. You have a great mind for how to use the nades, and you're just great with the Galil.
When it comes to clutch moments as well, we obviously all remember the Hazard clutch in the later stages of the game. So let's listen in with this mic'd up moment.
Pushing again.
Raptor, I'm blind.
Raptor. Dead.
Raptor.
Side.
Heaven.
Heaven one.
Heaven.
1 HP.
He's out. Heaven. Heaven.
One more. Heaven again. I need help. Green.
On the heaven. On the heaven. Bring up here.
Oh, together.
Yellow,
Opposite.
Not plan of fear. Not plan of fear.
You dunked him. You dunked him.
No!
Thank you.
Holy moly.
Yes, so well played from Halzak in that situation. The amount of damage that nade inflicted as well, that's disgusting. That should be illegal.
You dunked him. I love that line. That was so good. And also the precise headshot right there, that flick on him, that was pinpoint accuracy. That was crazy stuff from Halzak. Didn't have many bright moments, but that was one of the most important.
Yeah, and just looking at complexity overall as a whole, right? We're coming off the back of, an Anubis, which was incredibly lackluster. Complexity looked dead in the water. I want to give props to, the mental fortitude coming into this, considering, A, it's your opponent's map pick. We've seen the kind of work that Vitality can do on this nuke, and we were coming into this kind of, you phrased it as potentially maybe a punished pick coming out of Vitality, right? Because Complexity haven't looked so hot on CS2 nuke, but they've obviously been putting some work in.
That's their first win on the map, and it's against Vitality, and so they definitely have to feel pretty good about that. I honestly really did love their CT side, though. The proactive plays from Elige, the way that he was taking space towards outside, he was able to blindside not even just Zywoo, but even who was supposed to be the trade fragger, and I think it was Spink sometimes. That was just so impressive, and he kept up the pressure even into overtime as well.
Yeah, I was going to highlight kind of the later stages of the game as well. Elige had so many impactful moments, and I think we should take a look at some of them throughout the duration of this map, because yeah, we talk about this kind of the Elige effect, I think we've been calling it, the sort of unsaid metrics, but he's also been putting up some incredible numbers on the server, as we would expect as one of North America's greatest, right, Maui?
Oh, yeah. I think Elige, the case is still open between Twist and him, but it's damn close.
Yeah.
It's damn close. He's one of the greatest, one of the 2 greatest North Americans, and he's continuing to wave that banner.
Well, and there's a chance that Elige could join his former brother-in-arms in Twist inside the arena, as a spot at the semifinals is on the line, and that will come down to Inferno. We're going to be diving into it after this quick break.
Elijah, I want to talk about the Elijah effect and what you've been having on the team. Your teammates have been talking to me about it and just what you've done to see Complexity improve, but also the players in Complexity. They've had an upwards performance more than what we expected. Are you realizing it? Are you seeing it on and off the server?
Yeah, I mean, on this team compared to Liquid, I have like a more leadership type responsibility that's more required, I'd say, than it was on Liquid, where on Liquid I had like a lot of experienced players that knew what to do, like a lot of situations. And because I have to like say a lot more than I had to, I think it also is like helping me get in the flow state. It's like making sure we're on top of all the little things that could go wrong or could go away when you're under pressure. So just having that extra responsibility and like knowing that I have to do it like day in, day out for us to win, I think has like been really helpful.
And in terms of being really helpful, there was a moment, I think, sadly, your performance at this point on Overpass, you were down like 4-13 in terms of your individual score, and you still were able to talk to the team and say, guys, we're not communicating enough, we're not doing good enough. We saw the clip and we saw this emotional impact you're having as well. But that kind of a comeback, right, really, you shouldn't have needed that much of a comeback. So is this something where you've said, look, guys, our T-side wasn't good enough? Have you been able to review this, even though the comeback was incredible?
Yeah, I mean, T-side, it wasn't really that bad. It was just we were missing a lot of really small comms, just things here and there. And when you're playing a such big map like Overpass, things can go wrong very easily. Like someone just pushes someone when you're not expecting, or something was accounted for but like someone else didn't know. And just a bunch of little things can cascade and go a lot worse than you expect it to. Even though you might have everything planned out like at the very beginning of the round, if you don't have all that continuous communication where everyone's on the same page, then you're not going to win. So at that point, I was like, man, we've already lost like 4 rounds like that we easily could have won. So that was pretty much what I was getting at. Like we could have easily won like these rounds if we were on top of our comms. And because of like our recent performance where we showed what we could do at Sydney and all the top teams that we've been beating, we know what's possible. And I think having that recent stuff in the memory and just saying that stuff really just locked everyone in.
A spot at the semi-finals on the line, and it all comes down to Inferno, the very map where we saw Vitality netting a W versus Heroic yesterday, but that doesn't paint the full picture. What's it looking like over in the Complexity camp as we come on to Inferno?
Well, I do think that Complexity should be able to look at that game yesterday from Vitality and take a lot from it, because that was much closer than many of us would have expected. And that is due in part, I would say, to the fact that there is still some discomfort with this new lineup for Vitality on this map, especially towards that A-bomb site.
Yeah, because that's where we're seeing, Mezzi taking up the mantle of Magisk former positions on the CT side. I know it's a small sample size, but the temperature check not looking so hot at the moment for Mezzi in that position. Do you feel like that's somewhere that Complexity are going to be focusing a lot of energy from the T side of things?
It's scary for Vitality because, yeah, I do think that there's a little bit of inexperience from Mezzi in terms of how he's been playing in that pit position, but also I do think that Vitality, they're finding some spirit right now, okay, and that's good for them.
They won the knife, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
I think they got the knife round on their side, so they're probably going to be on that CT, but that's exactly where I think Complexity has the best chance to game plan them. The fact that Mezzi's in pit and showing some uncomfortability means that he could be targeted. And the thing is, Complexity, they have a slew of AXX. Floppy on his defaults, taking that apartments control. I think he's going to do a great job at trying to find that space, open things up for them, and then those balcony pops are so powerful in CS2.
You even made a case for saying, Complexity could have maybe potentially picked this as their actual choice in this series, right?
Yeah, exactly. When you actually look at the defenses of Vitality, you see on the B side of things, Apex and Flames. That seems totally manageable. That's a duo that's not by any means indestructible. You think you have a great shot of opening things up there, and then you see the discomfort with Mezzi towards pit, and you think to yourself, if you're Complexity, if we actually just get this T side rolling, there's a few places we could go, and we don't feel funneled to one side of the map. Like when you play Blame F and Device, if they're in the same spot, you're doomed. But then when it's the best players on Vitality are kind of playing the rotator spots like Spinks and Zywoo, you just have to avoid them a little bit.
Okay, I see your point, But then I raise you Spinks, and I raise you the form that he's been on exponential heights so far here at the full finals. I know it's just one player, but he inflicted so much damage on Heroic yesterday.
Of the games that we've covered, Freya, Spinks has been flat out the best player. That is just safe to say right now. Of the 2 days that we've covered, he has been phenomenal. Every single duel that he is presented with, he is going to win the first fight. And that is so vital. But the thing is that Complexity have been on top of each other. I said they were going to trade better than Heroic did when they played against Spinks, and that was evident with the fact that he wasn't able to find as many multi-frags in that nuke match. And so it's going to be up to him to actually keep up that kind of performance, but I think he needs help. I think that's the main thing for Inferno with Vitality.
Okay, I know I twisted your arm. We're on the predictions team together. We did go with Vitality because, I mean, we have to at this point, but, you know, you've got a chance to flip-flop now, Mo. You've got a chance to sell me.
Hey.
Is the Complexity dream going to become a reality?
I had a moment of weakness, Freya, by letting you take the spearheads and make us predict Vitality, but this is NA all the way, baby. I really do think Complexity is going to be taking this one, and I told you the exact game plan that they're going to go with. If they're able to unseat Mezzi in Pit, even if they're able to beat Flames and Apex towards Banana, I think they have two huge options in this one.
Well, after that absolutely exponential performance on Nuke, anything could happen coming into the third and final deciding map of the series. A chance for Vitality to return to the Royal Arena for the first time since 2021, and a chance for Complexity to put that star on their jersey. Guys, let's take it away. It's Inferno.
Thank you, Freya and Maui Snake. Freya, you say anything's possible, but Magisk ain't walking through that door.
Yeah.
Okay, Sonic, he ain't walking through that door. RPK ain't walking through that door. Complexity, however, have a problem with blowouts on this map. IEM Sydney, 2023. Complexity versus Cloud9, they win 13-3. A week later, they play versus Mouse in the Thunderpick Championships. They lose 13-2. Sorry, what was that?
Online.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
We're on land now.
Oh, that's the difference.
Didn't happen.
All right. Well, Maui has painted a beautiful picture of potentially issues for Mezzi in Pit, or a more grueling but doable battle down Banana. Let's see what Complexity have in store for us. It was indeed Vitality to pick up the knife round. We saw Apex give out a hoot and a holler. Map 3, semi-finals on the line. And semi-finals means big stage, big crowd, big pressure. The exact type of Counter-Strike Complexity have been longing for as of late.
It's the only place to prove themselves.
Zaiwu with the mid-peak, taking something into his own hands, and he don't miss. Insta-head. Oh, I told you.
That wasn't even his fight.
He don't miss. You better hope that Banana falls. No contest actually offered up from Apex, so it'll be a bomb plant for Complexity by the looks of things. They go Smoke and Molly, allowing for the deep control of the church.
That's pretty good. They go and get control of it first. Delay the plant, but Apex, but all the while, they're just getting clipped.
Yeah, these headshots are coming in swift from the CT side. JT feeling the pressure like he has to push out. Didn't expect Zaiwu to be in the close corner. It's a 4K from the hoo-hoo-hoo in order to get Vitality. CT pistol.
The Zai Wizard. This guy.
This guy, huh? The game himself.
Any gun. Best pistol round player in the world.
Zai, goddamn. Look at that. Beautiful little I love this one. Comes back like, oh, you want some?
I was leaving. Call it a parting gift.
Zai with another couple to close it. So it's Vitality, CT pistol, but an insta-buy from Cole. Galil's. But if I see a Galil on Complexity and it's not in the hands of JT, we got a problem.
It's going to be it. Oh, what about Elise? She did the 12-2 blame F thing.
I don't know, man. JT, Galil, every round, please and thank you.
Okay.
Yo, Grim, cough it up. But then again, he's also the best Desert Eagle in North America.
JT?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Obviously.
Obviously. I don't even know what I was asking. Okay.
Spink's trying to play catch.
That smoke is not... It's a little scary. Okay, it got bigger, I think.
Yeah, it has a little rotation on the side.
It's just that, yeah.
It really
if it
grows
lands
into
too far in the corner, then you can shoot off the edges a lot more easily. Zaiwu, he can smell it.
But Floppy ain't going to expect that one. Mezzi, not in the pit, but in the apps. Spinks on arch side as Elise takes a glance around the corner, posts up with the Deagle ahead of him.
B-split, however. Coming to Flamesy.
Oh, and it only gets the one. Hulzerk's going to have to grab that bomb.
We got one CT in construction, waiting. Apex has been in this situation a million times, and his team has found a way out of A quickly. The bomb.
Hulzerk's got to go.
Oh, wait, Apex died?
Oh. Hulzerk knows he's being chased. just gets around the corners in time with the free upgrade offered by FlameZ. And yeah, Apex did die. We don't get to see how.
Apex kind of blew that one, huh?
Yeah.
They knew that the split was coming in, and all he had to do was stay alive. Usually what happens is the A players are very scared to get off the site because the T's could be in alt, they could be in mid, they could be coming back. But once they already looked into mid, he only needs to delay for like 5 more seconds, really. And usually you can delay a lot longer when you're sitting in con waiting for the split to come through. So I think that's just a clear as day mistake by him. Maybe he's cheering for NA too. We're all North American and South African today. And Norwegian.
And Norwegian, yeah, it's true.
Terrorists win.
Norway really is a part of every scene.
Oh.
You know? Jacob back on the Renegades Day. Days. Nice shot. Halzerk.
What did
NA now?
What did Sponge say about JKS getting cut from FaZe?
He didn't say anything.
Norway.
It's not even funny, dude.
Nar.
Nar.
Nar. Oh, nar.
Somebody come get this guy.
That's why you leave the accents to me.
Yeah, okay, sure. Nice peek out of ZywOo.
Oh, what the frick? You didn't even finish peeking yet.
Yeah, I don't even know how ZywOo got that. But blink and you'll lose a round. That's what it's like playing against ZywOo. 5-1 off of the back of that kill. Showing Halzerk he's not the only one who can swing with the little green. Or does the scout have a nickname? Like the op's the big green. What's the scout?
Launders.
Why?
Because I'm the best with it.
Oh, you're the best with it. Yeah, ZywOo would like a word.
He hasn't played me.
Ooh. Whoa! FlameZ gets away. And back
up. Space created.
Yeah, whack-a-mole. Apex tucked into the backside. This is a 3v5 attempt, turn 3v4. Smoke for the CT rotate. If Apex dies with nothing, then bomb looking likely, but Spinks is going to spam through.
He was such a good distraction right there.
Still locked into the new box. JT dead.
Oh my god.
Apex does get his, and Spinks a double.
They nearly got out of that situation. Apex blinded himself and ran to quad, and they were just mesmerized watching him cross.
Mesmerized.
And then, no. And then
okay, well, you know, my jokes are shit, but yours are great, huh? Yeah, all right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, okay.
No.
All right.
Oh, okay. This is something else. Honestly, if that smoke didn't come up again, I'd feel like Grim just gets knifed. And then Spinks runs through the smoke. Whatever, man. You want to play CS like that? You're going to lose Vitality, okay? It's going to catch up with you. You're going to lose or go to hell. One or the other.
Some gloves off Counter-Strike. Grim.
Oh!
Right around the corner, wastes no time. And slays Apex. Flames on the retreat. Grim on the chase. But remember, working with little, so the fact Grim picks up that opening kill, huge. ZywOo into the construction. They have one single smoke on Grim if he wants to throw it for CT cross, but Bomb's still back T ramp, so no rush here for Complexity. They can't rush. Gotta take it slow. Ooh. Is he catching floppy? Was that in a boiler? I don't see the X.
Yeah.
Doesn't make the B player's job any easier, as this is the FlameZ smoke that still has them blocked off. Halzerk now holding the smoke instead. Surely destined for the CT cross, and then it's just a matter of not dying to FlameZ, who swings off coffins, and Grim is doing it on his own. Oh, ZywOo tracks Grim through. Wow. A little damage on Halzerk as well, but a deep push. It catches him off. Spinks up next. And Elige on the door frame, back and forth. Bomb planted. Halzerk comes to join him. Predicted, and still it is Spinks bested as the two remaining Complexity players tuck back into the site. Mezzi's going to get aggressive onto the CT cross, but already a player deep sight. And that could very well catch him off guard. Halzerk anchoring deep, and Elige wastes no time with the swing. It was one Galil in the hands of Grim to get Complexity deep on B.
Dude, hell yeah. That was threat neutralized right there with Halzerk running into Con right behind Elige. He was the friend that he needed because Elige ran out of ammo. Spinks almost came through with the trade. It's the fast construction attacks that are helping out with Complexity when they take over the B side. I really do think Flamesy needed to commit to try to get something more out of this, but after he died, they just went ahead and took it over, used it against him inside of CT. Apex is frustrated, and I think in a real way, it's a little scary right now. There's a mixed buy. He steps behind a molly, and it works. Oh, that was a careful, calculated step, but they thought the molly had a better spread than that.
JT just not ready for that one at all. Apex dances with the devil. Gonna follow through off this. They don't give a damn if they're smoked off, and honestly, no real resistance. Just a Hail Mary spray out of Apex. Gets a little bit of damage in. Desert Eagle not going to find its mark, and all is good for Complexity on another hit, even with JT dead at the start. But a retake? They're working with 3 smokes, double flashbangs. No Molotovs to burn Grim out. No nade to soften up Floppy. 4 players coming in from back construction. Grim could be caught off. Remember, he's half health. These pistols primed to topple him. Flash goes over. Here comes the push. Grim's been spotted out, but still tucked in. Spinks' Faunus gets only the 1, and he can't manage the 2nd. Then Zywoo peeks through off the deed, and the sidearm's not enough.
Oh,
Complexity, 3-2 lead.
Yeah, that was convincing. That's a nice attack, and that's a lot of money that has been drained from the bank scouts for Vitality. This is starting to shape up early on in this Inferno match right now.
Thought that death ball of players pushing past construction maybe get something more, but I kind of like that Grim just dodged the whole fight. He really wanted nothing to do with that on 40 health.
Money's tight.
Budget cuts for Vitality.
There's too many tragedies over on Nuke. Like, this is a round where you want it to be clean, but you can't be sure. There's not one rifle, though. That was a big difference. I don't think we say Vitality won any full ecos.
Ah! But they, oh my god,
wait a second. It's 3-2 up with, what is that?
P250.
P250 kills?
Yes.
Okay, to get the